Chapter 1. Starting at full level in the year 737 of the Igiki calendar, on planet Vegeta in the 7th universe as the sun dipped below the horizon, Roger gazed thoughtfully at the crimson sky. Roger, you are far too careless. Behind him, the 5-year-old Prince Vegeta erupted in laughter-clad in battle armor. Vegeta's red cape billowed in the wind, while his fluffy tail swayed behind him. Power cannon! Vegeta shouted. Unleashing a surge of energy flames from his hand, the energy blaze soared towards Roger, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Roger slightly tilted his body whoosh. The power cannon narrowly grazed Roger as it passed, seizing the opportunity. Vegeta charged forward, bang. Roger swiftly slapped down. With a dull thud, Vegeta was thrust into the ground, leaving only half of his head exposed. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, scrambling out of the earth with a disheveled appearance, dusting himself off and gasping for breath. Roger paid him no heed, continuing to gaze at the sky. Roger, one day, Vegeta, will defeat you. Vegeta clenched his fist, his body trembling slightly. Do not make me your target, Roger replied, casting a glance at Vegeta. Vegeta paused, as if questioning the reason behind it. You will despair, Roger stated. Vegeta fell silent, feeling as though he had been dealt a crushing blow. After a moment of quiet contemplation, hey, Roger, how do you train? Vegeta looked up at Roger, curiosity evident in his eyes. Roger remained focused on the sky, ignoring Vegeta's inquiry. Roger, when I become the king of planet Vegeta, I will appoint you as the Grand General of the Scions, second only to me. Imagine the glory. Vegeta's youthful face sparkled with anticipation. Also, why do I feel that my battle power has already surpassed that of my father? Roger remained silent, a small sigh escaping his heart. Indeed, there was a hint of helplessness. 2 years had passed with still 9,800 points of angelic power remaining. When would it ever be fully consumed? This pace was unparalleled. Moreover, it would not be long now. In less than 23 hours, this planet would meet its demise. Both the planet and all its inhabitants would be reduced to cosmic dust. Yes, Roger had traversed worlds. Roger did not transmigrate into a scion or a being endowed with the power of a destroyer. Instead, he found himself transformed into a divine fruit. Upon a celestial tree of angels, the duration of the fruit's gestation remains unknown, but it is likely that it has existed for an astonishing 100,000 years, a span so extensive that Roger has completely forgotten his previous life prior to this transmigration. At long last, Roger has emerged. Retaining his name initially, he had anticipated that his name would transport him into the world of One Piece. Roger is a small angel. Angels grow at an astonishing rate, maturing in the blink of an eye. Even while he was still a divine fruit, he became aware that he had inadvertently crossed into the realm of Dragon Ball, and moreover, he was an angel within this universe. This realization filled Roger with exhilaration. An angel. This existence surpasses even that of a destroyer in this cosmos. Aside from the Omni King and the Grand Minister, angels hold the highest status. However, newly matured angels are required to undergo practical training in the mortal realm. Each newly born angel possesses a certain degree of angelic power, some more than others. Roger's angelic power stands at an impressive 10,000 points, tenfold greater than that of another angel. At first, Roger felt a surge of delight. With my angelic power at its peak, am I not the mightiest? Indeed, he is extraordinarily powerful, to the extent that his might knows no bounds. Should he wield more than 1,000 points of angelic power, the entire universe, nay, the 12 universes, would face annihilation. However, such a display would also result in a backlash, leading to Roger's own soul's destructions. Roger must venture into the mortal realm to hone his skills. Only by completely expending his 10,000 points of angelic power can he achieve true metamorphosis and ascend to the rank of a great angel in the divine realm, transcending the fate of obliteration that comes with the unrestrained release of his angelic power, and thereby attaining eternal life. Impervious to death, great angels are indeed formidable beings within this universe. Their strength even rivals that of the Grand Minister. So, how might one expend this 10,000 points of angelic power? Simply unleashing the angelic power in a frenzied manner is not the solution, for even if it is consumed, it will gradually replenish itself. Moreover, one must not exceed the release of 1,000 points, lest Roger face a catastrophic backlash, leading to the annihilation of his soul. And what if he were to unleash all his angelic power? Such thoughts must be banished. Never entertain such a reckless idea. If even 1,000 points can lead to soul destruction, what fate awaits with tenfold the power? Since he cannot unleash his angelic power, how then shall he expend it? Following the guidance of the Grand Minister, Roger must embark on a journey of training in the mortal realm. As for the path of cultivation, one must seek personal enlightenment. Excessive words often yield no effect ultimately. Should you wish to unleash the full extent of your angelic power, no one shall impede you. If the entire universe were to be destroyed, one could always employ the great cycle of time and space to restore it. However, the consequence would be your own demise. Chapter 2. The return of Bardock. Typically, an apprentice angel, upon exhausting their angelic power, will ascend to become a true angel. In contrast, Roger possesses an abundance of angelic power. Upon its complete consumption, he is destined to inherit the rank of archangel and archangel. Through further evolution, becomes a divine entity. The divine entity reigns supreme over the entire universe, a status that surpasses even that of the Omni King. Roger recalls that in Dragon Ball Super, Meruz was an apprentice angel who chose to train at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Unfortunately, he deviated from his path and ended up training Goku due to the Moro incident, ultimately leading Whis to take him away. Could it be that one must venture to the human realm to comprehend good and evil? As for Meruz, Roger indeed encountered him on the angel tree. Albeit Meruz is 2 years his junior. Upon reaching maturity, Roger chose planet Vegeta, assuming the guise of a scion, to undertake his training on this celestial body. Since he had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, it was only fitting to visit the planet of the scions. Over the past 2 years, Roger has been residing on planet Vegeta, living as a scion. He found the scions to be undeniably ferocious, or rather, it would be more accurate to say they honor strength above all else. The scions do not hesitate to annihilate those they disdain. This brutality extends not only to their kin, but is even more rampant towards outsiders. Through years of interaction with the scions, Roger has consumed 200 points of angelic power. The thought of having 9,800 points remaining weighs heavily on him. It feels interminable. However, recently, Roger has begun to train Vegeta, and he has noticed a significant acceleration in the rate of angelic power consumption. In just a few days, he has already expended 10 points. Previously, he would hardly consume 10 points over the course of an entire month. Roger ponders whether he should invest further effort in this endeavor. As for why Vegeta follows Roger, it stems from their battle 2 years prior, where Roger showcased a fraction of his strength and achieved an effortless victory. Since then, the 3-year-old Vegeta has taken to shadowing him, occasionally engaging in playful ambushes, essentially becoming his little companion gazing into the distant sky. Roger realized that in less than 23 hours, Frieza would personally obliterate planet Vegeta. Just a month and a half prior, Roger had sensed Beerus' aura, who had made a visit to planet Vegeta. Of course, Beerus was oblivious to Roger's presence. Roger was immensely powerful, so formidable that Beerus could not perceive him. After Beerus departed, Frieza began to mobilize, issuing commands to recall the scions who were on distant missions. At last, Frieza was preparing to make his move. It seemed that Roger's connection to Vegeta was nearing its conclusion. Hey, Roger, what are you pondering? Vegeta inquired, glancing upward as well. Vegeta, we share a bond. Your combat prowess has significantly increased of late. Unfortunately, time is not on your side. Depart now. The farther, the better, Roger replied, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Where to? Vegeta scratched his head in confusion. Immediately leave planet Vegeta. Roger instructed. Why? Vegeta asked, perplexed. Just go, Roger retorted, launching a kick that sent Vegeta flying. When told to leave, one should simply comply. There need not be so many questions. Roger chose to ignore Vegeta and slowly returned to his village. He had no intention of personally intervening to save the planet. It was unnecessary. The destruction of planets was Beerus' domain. Roger understood well that Beerus, being rather indolent, delegated the task to Frieza as an angel. Roger could not confine his gaze to a mere insignificant planet. Moreover, his presence in a mortal realm was solely for training. Even if he were to save planet Vegeta, it would not deplete his angelic powers. Unwilling to expend his angelic energy, Roger refrained from acting. He had previously attempted to save a planet that had been conquered by Frieza, only to find that he had not lost a single point of angelic power. Instead, it had increased by 3. It seemed that in certain matters, if one endeavored to alter fate, angelic energy would not diminish, but instead augment. Is Roger back? Many scions recognized Roger, for he was currently one of the most distinguished warriors on planet Vegeta. Roger smiled and nodded. By the way, Bardock has also returned from his travels. It is said that his combat strength has improved significantly over the years, a scion remarked to Roger. I recall you defeated Bardock 2 years ago. I wonder if you would still be his match now. Roger merely smiled in response, dismissing the trivial question. Even if Bardock were to train for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, he would still not be a match for his own counterpart. As he spoke, Roger cast a glance and spotted Bardock flying in from a distance, landing directly in front of him. Roger, Bardock declared, his face brimming with battle intent. Is there something you need? Roger replied with a calm demeanor. Chapter 3. Kakarot's spaceship. 2 years ago, I was defeated by you, but this time I will do everything in my power to overcome you. Bardock clenched his fists. Well, good luck with that. Roger chuckled nevertheless. Rest assured, even if I challenge you, is not now on my way back. I noticed Frieza's spaceship lingering near planet Vegeta. He must have ulterior motives. Bardock's expression darkened. Roger, you've been on planet Vegeta for the past 2 years. You should have more insights. Feel free to share your thoughts. Roger responded. I've heard that Frieza is inquiring about the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God, and I can't shake off a foreboding sense of dread, Bardock said solemnly. Frieza is likely concerned that a Super Saiyan may emerge among the Saiyans, planning to exterminate our race. Roger pondered. What did you say? Bardock's expression shifted as he gazed upon the returning Saiyans, his heart heavy with the weight of Roger's words. It seems we must act sooner rather than later. That night, Roger observed as Bardock stealthily made his way to the spaceship launch base under the cover of darkness. Before long, Bardock returned with a mini spaceship in tow. Meanwhile, Bardock's wife awaited him anxiously in a secluded valley. Speaking of which, it's rather uncharacteristic of a Saiyan to worry about their child, John remarked with a smile. Perhaps I've been infected by your innocence, Bardock replied, his face expressionless as he strode forward, carrying the mini spaceship. Wah, 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 wah. Inside the spaceship, Kakarot's cries echoed. Kakarot, stop fussing, Jine said gently. Then turn to Bardock. If what you say is true, and Frieza plans to act against us Saiyans, perhaps we should escape together. It would be futile. The scanners will locate us swiftly. Bardock shook his head. Setting down the spaceship, the program is set to head to a distant planet called Earth. While it has an abundance of food, its resources hold little value, rendering it quite an inconspicuous world. If Bardock is merely being overly cautious, we will come to fetch you soon. Jine nodded, speaking softly to Kakarot in the spaceship. Remember, do not gaze at the full moon for too long. Bardock cautioned Kakarot. I shall impart this wisdom to Raditz as well, Jine said tenderly, her gaze fixed affectionately on Kakarot within the spacecraft. Ensure that you survive. Bardock waved his hand farewell. Jine suppressed the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Only 3 years old, Kakarot pressed his tiny hand against the transparent window, his innocent face marred by confusion. Do my parents no longer want me? Why have I been disobedient? Whoosh! At the moment the miniature spacecraft was about to ignite, a soft blue flame suddenly surged forth at great speed. Bang! The soft blue flame struck the miniature spacecraft directly. The vessel trembled slightly. Whoosh! In the next instant, the spacecraft tore through the void, soaring swiftly into the sky, vanishing into the night. However, the expressions on Bardock and Ginez's faces shifted dramatically, their pupils constricting in alarm. What was that blue flame? Would the spacecraft explode? What kind of person is this? Bardock exclaimed with a voice filled with fury. Ginez, too, became vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Roger slowly floated into view. Roger, what have you done to Kakarot? Bardock questioned, nearly ready to confront him if not for Jin's restraint. Jin, however, remained more composed, preferring to clarify the situation first. It's nothing, merely concealed his energy. This way, Frieza will be unable to locate him through his scouter, Roger replied with a smile. What pleased Roger was that the barrier he had just erected to hide Kakarot's energy had consumed 10 points of his angelic power. Could it be that? Roger seemed to have realized something, a concealed presence? Kind's face was filled with confusion. Although Kakarot's combat power was merely 2, he could still be detected. Furthermore, the timing of your departure was rather inappropriate. Frieza might, in an instant, obliterate the spacecraft fleeing towards Earth, Roger remarked. How did you come to know? Bardock's expression darkened ominously. Only he and his wife Kind were privy to the plan of sending Kakarot to Earth. Of course, Bardock would also confide in his other son, Raditz, but he would never allow an outsider to learn of it, then perish. Bardock's countenance grew even more frigid. Boom. Without a trace of hesitation, Bardock's hand suddenly erupted with a massive surge of energy, engulfing Roger within its blazing inferno. Chapter 4. Bardock's full force strike. Panting heavily, Bardock gasped for breath. Bardock, what are you doing? Kind urgently inquired. The matter of Kakarot's journey to Earth must remain a secret between us and Raditz. It must never reach outsiders. Otherwise, Kakarot may be in grave danger. Bardock clenched his fists, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. But Bardock, Roger has just helped us. Kind gazed up at Bardock. Kind, you are too naive. How could the blue energy he emitted possibly conceal any presence? It might very well be a tracking ability. Bardock replied with a scowl. In these 2 years of warfare, I have encountered too many conspiracies. Kakarot's combat power is far too low. I cannot allow him to be killed before he even reaches adulthood. But Roger is the captain of the guard. He cannot simply perish. Kain expressed her concerns. Rest assured. This place is desolate. No one knows, Bardock whispered. Then let us hasten our departure, Kain urged. To kill without hesitation for the sake of one's child truly exemplified the Scion way of life. Just then, Roger's voice resonated from a distance. Upon hearing Roger's voice, Bardock's pupils dilated, his lips twitched, and his expression turned grim. Soon enough, Bardock saw Roger approaching step by step from afar. He is incredibly powerful, Kain exclaimed in astonishment. That had to be Bardock's full-force strike, right? Kain, we must leave this place immediately. Bardock stepped forward, shielding Kain. The power of the angels has indeed drained Roger. He mused softly, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Roar. Bardock bellowed, charging towards Roger, his fist slicing through the air, aimed directly at Roger's face. Smack. Roger extended a single finger, gently blocking Bardock's fist. Bardock was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Roger's formidable strength. Yet he never anticipated it would manifest to such an extraordinary degree. Bardock recalled their battle 2 years prior, during which Roger had not displayed this level of power. With merely one finger, he had thwarted Bardock's strike. Genai trembled in fear, her complexion paling. Bardock, with your meager skills, you dare to challenge me? Furthermore, I offered you assistance, and yet you seek my demise? Roger's expression remained serene as he narrowed his eyes at Bardock. Had it been any other scion from planet Vegeta, that blow would have been fatal. Bardock's countenance darkened as he grappled with the shocking realization that Roger surpassed him by such a wide margin. Bang! Roger struck down with a resounding thud, sending Bardock crashing into the earth, leaving only his head exposed. Bardock! Jain exclaimed in shock. Next, it shall be you, Jain. Roger said, a smile curling upon his lips as he turned his gaze towards her. Roger, this has nothing to do with Jain. It was I who attacked you. You may kill me, but spare her, Bardock shouted fervently. Oh, you make a fair point, Roger chuckled, diverting his attention. Leave. Quickly. Get away from here. Bardock urged Jain vehemently. Bardock, did you not say that Frieza might annihilate all scions? What difference does it make whether one dies today or tomorrow, even in death? I wish to be with you, Jain replied with a smile, suddenly embodying a fearless acceptance of fate. Bardock remained silent, silently observing his beloved wife. Why must I kill you? I am not a murderer, Roger remarked with a slight smile, then turned his intrigued gaze back to Bardock. However, the crime cannot go unpunished. I shall exile you. What did you say? Bardock was taken aback. Exile is your punishment. I hope you will think more carefully before acting in the future, Roger stated, resting his chin upon his hand as he regarded Bardock. Whoosh. Upon the conclusion of Roger's words, he transformed into a radiant cascade of colors, piercing through the void and swiftly vanishing into the starry expanse. Bardock stood in stunned silence. Jain, equally astonished, questioned the absence of his presence. Where had he gone? A brief moment of silence ensued. Jain hastily pulled Bardock from the ground. Who on earth was he? Jain widened her beautiful eyes, her expression one of disbelief. Bardock was utterly bewildered as well. How did Roger ascend into the sky? The resplendent, multicolored aura enveloping Roger. What could it possibly be? In the 7th universe. Within the realm of the Kais, the Supreme Kai spoke gravely. It appears that Frieza is summoning the Scions back to planet Vegeta. He is likely preparing to take action against them. Jebbet gazed into the distance and inquired of the Supreme Kai, should we intervene? The Scions are not inherently virtuous. Let them be, replied the Supreme Kai, Xian, with a stoic expression. Chapter 5, Supreme Kai. Where is my time ring? By the way, Supreme Kai, after 500,000 years, do you think Majin Buu might perish within his seal? Jebbet attempted to shift the topic with a light-hearted tone. The likelihood of that is slim. However, you should not be permitted to escape, Xian mused, hands clasped behind his back. To be cautious, Jebbet, please check on the seal. We must ensure that the humans on Earth do not inadvertently disturb it and allow Buu to break free. Though the possibility is minuscule, it is wise to remain vigilant. Understood. Jebbet nodded in agreement. Just as Jebbet prepared to set forth towards Earth, a brilliant, multi-hued flame suddenly surged through the distance, racing toward them. Supreme Kai, what is that? Jebbet exclaimed, astonished. The Supreme Kai, having also noticed the streaking light in the sky, felt a flicker of unease cross his features. Whoosh. The radiant flame swept past the Supreme Kai and vanished into the void in an instant. What just transpired? Xian was left in a state of bewilderment. Jebbet mirrored his confusion, staring at the spot where the vibrant flame had once been. The two exchanged a moment of silence. What was that multicolored flame? How did it disappear so swiftly? What exactly had occurred? The Supreme Kai spoke solemnly. Could it be that even I am unable to perceive that flame? It felt as though it emanated a formidable divine power. Jebet murmured thoughtfully. What? A powerful divine force? Whose could it be? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted. Jebet, perplexed, shook his head. After a brief silence, Xian scratched his head, feeling a sense of loss. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. In the vast cosmos, Roger transformed into a radiant burst of 7 colors, swiftly soaring towards the planet Vegeta. In his hand, he held a ring. Roger adorned his left index finger with a ring, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Frieza's spacecraft languidly orbited the periphery of planet Vegeta. Lord Frieza. A subordinate reported, according to our data, nearly all the Scions have returned to planet Vegeta, save for a few. Oh, how delightful. I have awaited this day for so long. Frieza exclaimed, his face alight with joy. These wild monkeys are on the brink of extinction. Humph, in the end. The legendary Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God are mere myths. Lord Frieza, it seems something just vanished, a subordinate suddenly gasped. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at him. What could it be? Inquired the ever-smiling Zabo. The subordinate hurriedly manipulated the computer, but yielded no results. In a swift motion, Frieza unleashed a crimson blaze that pierced through the heart of the subordinate. I detest those who shout and scream, Frieza said coldly. The remaining subordinates fell to their knees, trembling in terror. We shall soon witness the splendid fireworks of planet Vegeta, Frieza mused, moving towards the window with a grin. Yet, as his words faded, he caught sight of a radiant multicolored flame descending from the direction of planet Vegeta. Frieza paused momentarily, pondering the sight. However, he quickly dismissed it. The cosmos is unpredictable, and one could encounter flames of any hue. Roger departed swiftly and returned just as quickly. The sole distinction was that Roger now possessed a ring, a temporal ring of the king of the realm. Snap! Roger gently tapped on the door of Bardock's home. Instantly, the door swung open under his touch. Roger. Bardock's expression shifted dramatically. I offered my assistance to ensure your son's safe descent to Earth. Yet you repay my kindness with ingratitude. Therefore, I shall exile you, Roger declared. Exile me? Bardock had just heard Roger utter those words. However, what puzzled him was that the moment Roger finished speaking, he transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors and vanished without a trace. Bardock and Jine could only return home in a state of anxious uncertainty. Yet, not even 20 minutes had passed since their return when Roger reappeared. Roger, if what you say is true and Frieza indeed intends to take action against the Scions, do you truly believe you can still exile me? Bardock remarked with a gentle smile. Roger smiled lightly, placing his hand upon Bardock's shoulder. Simultaneously, he gently rotated the time-space ring on his finger with his thumb. In an instant, before Jine's astonished gaze, both figures vanished without a trace. Jine's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Where have they gone? Why did they disappear? Bardock. She called out loudly. Yet, Bardock could no longer hear her. Chapter 6. Goku's Spirit Bomb. When Bardock finally opened his eyes and regained his senses, he was utterly astounded. He found himself amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky. Glancing around, he noticed that both he and Roger were enveloped in a faint aura of light. Bardock quickly realized that this shimmering glow might be the very reason he could survive in this airless void of space. Where am I? Is this a dream? Bardock pondered in astonishment. 25 years later, planet Vegeta. Roger's expression was calm. He had become but a speck of cosmic dust. What did you say? 25 years later? Bardock's eyes widened in shock. Let us go. Roger smiled faintly, grasping Bardock's hand, transforming into a radiant arc of colorful light as they traversed the celestial realm. Who are you? Bardock could hardly contain his surprise. Roger paid no heed, and the vibrant hues surrounding him intensified. Bardock's expression shifted continuously, leaving him increasingly perplexed. Is this truly 25 years into the future? Or is Roger merely deceiving him? Yet, what astonished Bardock the most was the realization that Roger could survive in the vacuum of space. Aren't Scions incapable of existing in such an environment? Just as Bardock grappled with confusion, he suddenly beheld a colossal planet materializing in his line of sight. What is that? Bardock pondered. Whoosh. Roger appeared suddenly above the planet, accompanied by Bardock. This planet has 3 suns. Roger, what purpose do you have in bringing me here? Do you intend to exile me to this world? Bardock was somewhat perplexed by the situation. Roger smiled without uttering a word. Are there people below? Bardock suddenly realized that, beneath him, there appeared to be several individuals. Are these individuals engaged in combat? Roger descended slowly until he reached a vantage point visible to Bardock, where he finally came to a halt. Bardock's gaze gradually intensified. Below him, upon the pale blue expanse of the earth, 5 individuals were engaged in combat. It was a 4-against-1 scenario. Who was that individual? Bardock immediately recognized a figure strikingly similar to himself, clad in tattered, deep blue attire. Instinctively, Bardock pressed the button on his scouter, eager to assess their combat power. Bang! The moment he activated the device, it emitted a dull thud before exploding. What? How could this be? Bardock was utterly astonished. The explosion of the scouter could only signify one thing. The opponent's combat power exceeded the device's detection capability. What on earth was that? Another sun? Bardock quickly discerned a colossal sphere of energy, suspended in the air, exuding an aura of overwhelming dread. It was terrifying. Was that truly energy? That was called a spirit bomb. Roger chuckled softly. What does that mean? What is a spirit bomb? Bardock inquired in astonishment. Every living being possesses spirit energy. By gathering and condensing this energy, one can form a spirit bomb, Roger explained in a nonchalant manner. Bardock widened his eyes, gazing intently at Roger. There were only 5 of them left on this planet, and such a massive spirit bomb must have accumulated energy from nearby celestial bodies. Roger smiled. Who is that person with the long tail? He bears some resemblance to Frieza, Bardock asked. Roger smiled in silence. Below, Frieza. The final spirit bomb. Goku hurled the meticulously gathered spirit bomb towards Frieza with tremendous force. Oh no. Frieza's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression soured dramatically. Boom. The spirit bomb, carrying Frieza with it, plummeted towards the earth with an unstoppable momentum, as if a gaping hole had opened in the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. The spirit bomb struck the surface of Namek. The entire ground trembled violently, and the clouds were dispersed by the boundless energy. Even Bardock in the sky was tossed about by this overwhelming force. With a casual flick, Roger unleashed a surge of energy, which ultimately stabilized Bardock's form. As tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Bardock focused his gaze and was taken aback to discover a seemingly bottomless pit emerging on the ground. Surrounding this abyss, endless rivers flowed, converging into the dark maw of the chasm. What a terrifying force! Bardock's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could he possibly be? Why do we bear such striking resemblance? Did he just refer to that individual as Frieza? Roger was disinclined to respond to the inquiry. It is understandable that anyone confronted with the bizarre phenomenon of time travel would find it challenging to comprehend. Chapter 7. Bardock. Who is that person who looks exactly like me? Has that fellow named Frieza perished? Bardock inquired once more. No, Roger replied nonchalantly. Bardock's gaze swept around, and he soon spotted Frieza standing atop a small hill. Frieza, now with a severed tail and a wounded left eye, wore a grim expression as he glared at Goku and the others, who remained blissfully unaware. Piccolo was holding on to Goku, while Krillin and Gohan stepped forward to assist both Piccolo and Goku. The recent battle had drained their energy significantly, leaving them nearly powerless. Nevertheless, all 4 bore triumphant smiles. Is it truly Frieza? Why does he appear different from the Frieza I encountered? Regardless, don't they realize that Frieza is still alive? Bardock's expression shifted continuously. Then, he called out, Hey, Frieza is still alive. However, Goku and the others below did not hear Bardock's words and continued to chat cheerfully. Why can't they hear me? Bardock looked at Roger, questioning. I've erected a barrier. Your voice cannot penetrate it. Roger chuckled. What did you say? Bardock asked. Taken aback. Without hesitation, Bardock unleashed a powerful burst of energy towards Frieza below. However, upon encountering the barrier Roger had set, the formidable energy dissipated instantly, not even producing a sound. Meanwhile, Goku cheerfully remarked, With my spaceship, we can return to Earth in just 7 days. Krillin suddenly exclaimed in shock. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo were startled. I just remembered, we nearly forgot about Miss Bulma. Krillin said, scratching his bald head with a grin. You scared me, Krillin. I thought Frieza had come back to life, Goku responded with a wry smile. In certain circumstances, Miss Bulma can be more terrifying than Frieza, Krillin joked. Haha, indeed. Goku nodded in agreement. Grand Elder, you can finally rest in peace, Piccolo sighed deeply. Piccolo, how do you know about the Grand Elder? Krillin turned to glance at Piccolo. Suddenly, Krillin's pupils dilated, his mouth twitched, his body trembled violently, and his face turned as pale as a sheet. Krillin, what is wrong with you? Sun Wukong sensed that something was amiss and quickly inquired. Trembling with fear, Krillin pointed shakily towards Frieza's direction, utterly terrified, his words stumbling out in disarray. Upon turning to look, Sun Wukong was filled with dread. Suddenly, a vivid crimson beam of light flickered from Frieza's fingertip. With a swift motion, the scarlet ray, akin to a laser, pierced through Piccolo's heart. Piccolo had no time to react before he collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Piccolo! Sun Wukong exclaimed in horror. Humph, do you truly believe that I, Frieza, could be vanquished by a bunch of inferior beings? You are gravely mistaken. I, Frieza, shall not perish? Frieza scoffed, though his expression was ominously dark. Krillin, Gohan, you must immediately take Piccolo and Bulma away from this planet. Sun Wukong commanded in a grave tone. Trembling in fear, Krillin and Gohan were utterly at a loss. In the sky above, Bardock sighed. If that being were indeed Frieza, it would be an unimaginable terror. Roger remained silent. Humph, none of you shall escape today. Frieza sneered. The Namekian has just perished, hasn't he? Next in line is that Earthling. As he spoke, a crimson dot flickered at his fingertip and struck Krillin directly. In an instant, Frieza seized control of Krillin's body, lifting him into the sky. Frieza, what are you doing? Goku shouted. Humph, as I said, you all must die. Frieza's smile was sinister. Release him, Goku demanded angrily. Frieza's grin widened, his right hand gently clenched. Goku! Krillin cried out desperately. Bang! In the next moment, Krillin's body erupted into a mist of blood, exploding on the spot. Goku's eyes widened, his pupils constricting to mere pinpoints. Humph, next will be that little scion, Frieza remarked with delight. A scion? Is that child truly a scion? Bardock wondered, taken aback. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled, and a golden lightning bolt descended, striking Goku on the head. Chapter 8. The Peculiar Resurrection, What is Happening? Bardock gasped as he beheld this bizarre spectacle. Thunder cracked once more, and another golden lightning bolt fell from the heavens. In Roger's right hand, a staff suddenly materialized. A radiant light flickered upon it. Bang! Nearby Sun Wukong, a bald figure appeared out of thin air. Huh, me? I clearly perished. Krillin scratched his head vigorously, his expression somewhat dazed. Was I not obliterated by Frieza? What is happening? Why have I come back to life? Krillin? Sun Wukong exclaimed, both astonished and overjoyed. Simultaneously, the golden lightning in the sky gradually dimmed. Additionally, Sun Wukong's hair, which had been standing on end, slowly fell back down. The transformation into a Super Saiyan had failed. Frieza, in utter disbelief, stared in horror at the resurrected Krillin, momentarily rendered speechless. What is going on? Wasn't that bald head dead? Bardock looked in astonishment at the bizarre turn of events below, glancing once more at the staff in Roger's hand. What an extraordinary artifact. Roger silently sensed his angelic powers. Indeed, as he had anticipated, there was no depletion. Rather, there was an enhancement. In that moment, Roger comprehended the essence of an angel's duty. What is the responsibility of an angel? An angel serves as the master of the god of destruction, capable of rectifying the misdeeds committed by the god of destruction in a timely manner. The Supreme Kai and the god of destruction are complementary forces. The Supreme Kai, also known as the creator god, is tasked with the creation of planets and the maintenance of cosmic balance. But what, then, is the role of the god of destruction? The god of destruction sustains the equilibrium of the universe by dismantling excess planets. Given the finite resources of the cosmos, an overabundance of planets created by the Supreme Kai leads to resource scarcity. Hence, the god of destruction must annihilate these planets to restore balance. However, indiscriminate destruction, if excessive, results in wastage of resources. Should destruction go too far, and the Supreme Kai be unable to create new planets in time, it falls upon the angels to effectuate the necessary corrections. The root of all this lies in the four characters, cosmic balance. Indeed, it is about maintaining the equilibrium of the universe. Just as Roger had previously resurrected Klin, preventing Sun Wukong from transforming into a Super Saiyan, the universe would have lost its balance. Why? Roger, well versed in the narrative of Dragon Ball, understood that if Sun Wukong were to perish, Earth would subsequently face doom. Given Frieza's tendencies, he might very well obliterate the Earth. If Earth were destroyed, who would emerge? Indeed, the sealed Majin Buu would be unleashed. The Supreme Kai Shin would attempt to thwart Buu, likely meeting a fate of either death or absorption. Meanwhile, the god of destruction Beerus would meet his end in slumber. At that juncture, even the angel Whis would be unable to restore the cosmic balance. Thus, the seventh universe would descend into chaos. Ultimately, only the Omni King would intervene personally, erasing a universe that had lost its equilibrium. Therefore, Roger speculated that his primary task during this trial was to grasp the myriad emotions of the human experience while upholding the balance of the universe. Let us see. The truth shall soon be revealed. Roger placed his hand on the astonished Bardock's shoulder, and with a fleeting motion, he vanished without a trace. Perhaps, the answer could be further substantiated through Bardock himself. Whoosh. Roger, accompanied by Bardock, returned to the era that rightfully belonged to him. Whoosh. Roger transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, swiftly hurtling towards the planet Vegeta. Hey, Roger, what just transpired? Who were they? Was that truly Frieza? Bardock could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Indeed, that individual was Frieza, Roger affirmed with a nod. Then, who is the person fighting Frieza? The one who bears a striking resemblance to me? Bardock pressed further. How old is Kakarot this year? Roger deftly shifted the topic. 3 years old. Why do you ask? Bardock furrowed his brow. I wonder if you noticed the identity of that bald-headed individual? Roger smiled. Bald-headed? Frieza claimed he was from Earth? Bardock suddenly recalled. Yes, indeed. An Earthling, Roger confirmed with a nod. An Earthling? But Kakarot was sent to Earth by me, wasn't he? Bardock pondered. How could an Earthling possess such formidable strength? I could discern that the bald-headed one's power nearly surpassed my own. After a brief silence, Bardock suddenly had a realization. You mentioned that was 25 years later? Bardock's eyes widened in astonishment. Roger's enigmatic smile. Are you implying that the one they refer to as Sun Wukong is Kakarot? Bardock seems to have realized something. Roger smiled silently. Impossible. How could Sun Wukong be Kakarot? Bardock shook his head and looked at Roger. Furthermore, what do you mean by 25 years ago? That's utter nonsense. Chapter 9. Is planet Vegeta about to be destroyed? As they flew, Bardock fixed his gaze ahead and was astonished to find a planet he knew all too well. Yet surrounding this planet was a Frieza spaceship, hovering ominously nearby. From the Frieza spacecraft, members of the Frieza force poured out in succession. Subsequently, they cleared a path, allowing Frieza to emerge slowly from the ship in his flying apparatus. Waha! Frieza laughed maniacally. In an instant, a massive sphere of crimson energy coalesced in his hand, swelling rapidly in the wind. Within the blink of an eye, the energy orb expanded to a diameter of several hundred meters. It was Frieza. What did he intend to do? Bardock felt a surge of both shock and rage. Look, Frieza is about to obliterate planet Vegeta. Will you take this moment to bid farewell to your wife, or will you unleash your full power to defeat Frieza? As Roger spoke, a blaze of light enveloped Bardock. Instantly, Bardock's injuries were healed, and his energy was restored to its peak. Simultaneously, the latent energy within Bardock was drawn forth by Roger. What? What is happening? Who are you? Bardock gazed at Roger in astonishment. Go, and may you not regret it, Roger replied with an enigmatic smile. My energy. It has grown incredibly strong, Bardock exclaimed, both shocked and elated. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Bardock charged swiftly toward Frieza. Frieza, I shall kill you. Bardock was brimming with confidence. Seeing Bardock barreling toward him, Dodoria and Zarbon beside Frieza were momentarily taken aback. Seeking death, Dodoria roared, stepping forward to intercept Bardock. Bang! Bardock's fist tore through the air, striking Dodoria squarely on the head. Dodoria lost a tooth and spat blood as he staggered back. What? Zarbon was taken aback. Oh. Frieza cast a glance at Bardock. Die, Frieza. After knocking Dodoria down, Bardock charged at Frieza, energy surging in his hands. A tremendous blast of energy surged toward Frieza. Humph. Mere parlor tricks. Frieza scoffed, raising his left hand to swat the attack away. Bang! The energy unleashed by Bardock was altered in its trajectory by a mere slap from Frieza, tracing an arc across the starry expanse before vanishing into the distance. What? Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief. As shock coursed through him, he found himself drawing nearer to Frieza. With a resounding thud, Frieza, remaining seated in his vessel, delivered a casual yet powerful punch that landed squarely on Bardock's face, sending him hurtling backward. Humph! Foolish wild monkey. Vanish along with planet Vegeta, Frieza scoffed coldly. Simultaneously, the planet-destroying energy sphere, coalescing at the tip of Frieza's right index finger, reached its critical threshold. With a swift gesture, Frieza unleashed the crimson orb, teeming with insatiable black lightning, hurtling towards Bardock and the distant planet Vegeta. This is impossible, Bardock shouted in despair. In an instant, his body collided with the planet-destroying blast. Kind. Bardock felt his life force rapidly depleting, unable to suppress the cry of his beloved wife's name. Yet, Kind could no longer hear him. With a resounding bang, darkness engulfed Bardock, and he felt his consciousness slipping away. At that moment, regret washed over him. Frieza is formidable. Why? Why didn't I seek a final farewell with my wife? Time passed. Bardock abruptly opened his eyes. He glanced around, astonished to find himself in a stone chamber. Am I in hell? Or am I still alive? Bardock surveyed his surroundings with uncertainty, a look of confusion etched on his face. Next, he assessed his body. Strangely, he felt no discomfort. The only remnant of injury was a scar on his forearm. What is happening? Where am I? Bardock peered through the window, and his breath caught. This resembles planet Vegeta. What could this mean? Staring at the scenery and the crimson sky outside, he found himself momentarily dazed. You are awake? At that moment, a strange voice emerged from behind him. Bardock turned to see two extraterrestrial beings, one tall and one short. Their skin was a pale purple hue, their appearance peculiar, with large, oval-shaped heads and antenna-like eyes perched atop their skulls. Having never encountered such a race, Bardock regarded them with caution. Haha, there's no need for such wariness. I am the village doctor, Ibana, and this is my son, Belly. The tall, foreign individual greeted us with a warm smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. When we discovered you, you were lying in that distant expanse of the great forest. It was Bailey who brought you back. He continued, this is a healing elixir from the planet Plant. As he spoke, Ibana took Bardock's arm and poured the restorative liquid onto his wounded forearm. A shock coursed through Bardock's mind. This substance bore a striking resemblance to the healing fluids from the medical devices. Furthermore, Planet Plant? Wasn't that the original name of Planet Vegeta? A sudden realization struck Bardock. Could it be had he traveled back in time? He murmured to himself. Abruptly, he snapped back to attention. Roger, where are you? Come out. Bardock soared from his position by the window, hovering high above as he called out loudly. Whoosh. Roger's figure gradually materialized, a subtle smile gracing his face. Are you satisfied with this place? He inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Where exactly is this? Bardock asked, astonished as he gazed at Roger. Did they not inform you? This is Planet Plant, Roger replied with a slight smile. Isn't this the original Planet Vegeta? Bardock spoke in a grave tone. Indeed. You have returned to 1,000 years ago, Roger chuckled. What? 1,000 years ago? Bardock's composure began to falter. I mentioned I would exile you. Best of luck. Roger said, his figure becoming increasingly indistinct. In that moment, a torrent of information surged into Bardock's mind. 25 years later. So, the one named Son Goku resembles Kakarot? Why? Why would he change his name? The name Son Goku is distinctly of Earthling origin. Why would Kakarot engage in battle with Frieza? And what of that golden lightning? A myriad of perplexing questions threatened to drive Bardock to madness. Hey, stop right there, Bardock shouted, snapping back to reality as he watched Roger's vanishing form. However, by the time Bardock's words echoed, Roger had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it, let me go back. Bardock roared in fury, his aura surging wildly. Boom. Roger's figure flickered and returned, delivering a resounding slap that sent Bardock deep into the earth. With great difficulty, Bardock clawed his way out from the depths below. It is ill-advised to utter curses, Roger remarked with a smile, gazing at Bardock. Fear not, in a millennium, you shall be reunited with your wife and son. Of course, this is contingent upon your survival for such a duration. Who are you? Bardock stammered, trembling with trepidation. I neglected to inform you, in this era. There exists an ancestor of Frieza who roams this universe as a pirate. You would do well to exercise caution, Roger chuckled lightly. What? Bardock's countenance darkened with apprehension. Roger paid no further attention to Bardock and activated the time ring, returning to his own era. Bardock fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spat out a copious amount of blood, his complexion paling considerably. Have I truly been exiled by him? A millennium ago. What of Raditz? What of Kakarot? What of Jine? How shall I ever reunite with you all? Must I truly await 1,000 years? Can I even endure such a span? Bardock coughed up more blood, collapsing to his knees. Oh, how long to return? Tears streamed down Bardock's face. Indeed, as Roger had anticipated, the power of the angels had taken a considerable toll. Bardock is a pivotal figure within the Dragon Ball universe, serving as one of the keystones in maintaining cosmic equilibrium. For Bardock embodies the most authentic portrayal of the legendary Super Saiyan, with the myth of the Super Saiyan emerging from the tales spun by Frieza, all stemming from Bardock himself. According to the narrative of Dragon Ball, Roger dispatched Bardock a millennium into the past. As a result, Bardock's existence would bring about equilibrium within the cosmos. Otherwise, Frieza's ancestor, Chilled, would reign unchecked in the 7th universe, plunging the universe into an atmosphere of malevolence. Roger sensed his angelic power. After the incidents involving Kakarot and Bardock, his celestial energy had dwindled to 9,700. How sluggish. Nevertheless, he had finally discerned the correct path. This would undoubtedly facilitate matters in the future. Chapter 11. Vegeta's final struggle. As for the reason behind tormenting Bardock, it was a consequence of his own actions. An angel is a deity of this universe. While other angels might tolerate malicious assaults or provocations, Roger could not abide such transgressions. I shall spare your life, but I possess means to deal with you. 2 years prior, Roger discovered that taking a life not only fails to deplete the power of an angel but paradoxically enhances it. Therefore, he refrains from resorting to violence whenever possible. However, even without resorting to murder, Roger possesses myriad methods to instill doubt and turmoil in the minds of others. Upon Roger's return, he beheld the planet Vegeta, erupting in a splendid display of colors. Simultaneously, Frieza's distant, piercing laughter echoed through the air. At that moment, a small spacecraft surged forth, violently colliding with Frieza's colossal vessel. The impact was thunderous. Though this craft was smaller than Frieza's, akin to an egg striking a stone, it was obliterated in an instant. Nevertheless, Frieza's ship sustained a breach, emitting plumes of green smoke. What transpired? Frieza's minions stood momentarily stunned, failing to comprehend the situation. Oh? Frieza's laughter faltered slightly as he observed the gaping hole in his spacecraft, his eyelids flickering. Quick! Repair the ship! Sabo barked, his expression grim. The destruction of planet Vegeta meant that the air in the high altitude would dissipate alongside it. When that time arrived, save for a few races capable of surviving in the void of space, all would perish. Of course, if the spacecraft could be restored, perhaps disaster could be averted. Boom. Just as Sabo finished speaking, a child with a tail unleashed a surge of energy, striking the spacecraft with ferocity, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Frieza's vessel erupted into a fiery brilliance amidst the starry expanse. It was Vegeta. Sabo's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh? The so-called genius Scion monkey? Frieza squinted, directing his gaze toward Vegeta. After personally obliterating Frieza's spacecraft, Vegeta charged toward Frieza with formidable intent. Bang! Vegeta's fist tore through the void, seemingly imbued with boundless energy. Yet, the seemingly ferocious strike was effortlessly deflected by Frieza's palm. A combat power of 21,000? How could this be? Sabo, observing through his scouter, was flabbergasted by Vegeta's strength. Haha, just over 20,000 in combat power, Frieza guffawed. Boom. As he spoke, Vegeta's unoccupied left hand unleashed a powerful energy blast, enveloping Frieza within its grasp. However, Vegeta was visibly fatigued, gasping for breath as the atmosphere grew increasingly thin with the destruction of planet Vegeta. Well done, Vegeta. The silhouette of Frieza gradually emerged, squinting as he gazed at Vegeta. Moments ago, Vegeta had merely obliterated Frieza's spacecraft. Frieza remained unscathed. I will kill you, Frieza, Vegeta bellowed, a flicker of struggle appearing on his youthful visage. Suddenly, an energy sphere manifested. Vegeta hurled it into the cosmos. In the next instant, the energy sphere erupted with blinding brilliance. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon it, his form rapidly expanding, dark fur sprouting across his body. With a roar, a colossal black gorilla materialized in the starlit expanse. Frieza, perish! Vegeta opened his mouth wide, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy directed at Frieza. Both Zarbon and Dodoria's expressions darkened, their pupils constricting. They could distinctly sense the peril that accompanied this energy. Yet, Frieza's demeanor remained calm. With a resounding impact, Frieza unleashed a powerful kick, striking the incoming energy. The force was immediately redirected, soaring into the vastness of space. Vegeta, taken aback, trembled in his massive form. With such meager prowess, you dare challenge me, Frieza? Frieza scoffed disdainfully, pointing his finger at the artificial full moon Vegeta had conjured. A flash of light erupted from Frieza's hand, a crimson beam shooting forth. Boom! The artificial full moon shattered into fragments, dispersing into a cloud of gas. Chapter 12. Vegeta's Despair. Additional content for loyal fans who support the author. Vegeta's form swiftly diminished, reverting to his original state. Trembling, Vegeta's youthful face was etched with resentment. Little monkey, do you have any tricks left? Feel free to unleash them, Frieza said with a bemused smile, watching Vegeta with keen interest. Vegeta was engulfed in despair. The planet was destroyed, nearly all Scions had perished. I, the king of the Scions, am rendered powerless. That beast, Frieza. He must be slain. Frieza, however, could not be bothered to act personally, instructing Dodoria instead. Yes. Dodoria clenched his fist, a playful smirk gracing his face. Bang. Dodoria's punch landed squarely on Vegeta's face. Vegeta grimaced, blood gushing from his nose. With dwindling energy, he was no match for Dodoria. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Vegeta cried out. Little monkey. No miracle will manifest, no matter how loudly you scream, Dodoria remarked, grinning at Vegeta. A miracle is about to unfold. As soon as Doria's voice faded, a familiar sound suddenly resonated nearby, catching Vegeta's attention. He paused momentarily, quickly searching for the source of the voice. Soon after, he beheld a familiar figure. Roger? Am I not mistaken? You are still alive? Vegeta's heart swelled with joy. Roger? I have heard that name. He appears to be the captain of the Scion Guards. Doria cast a glance at Roger. He chuckled. Captain of the Guards, is it? How foolish. You should have stealthily sought a spaceship to escape. Perhaps there would have been a glimmer of survival. Frieza sneered derisively. Insulting others is unbecoming, Roger retorted, leveling his gaze at Frieza. Oh, you seem quite confident, Frieza remarked, narrowing his eyes with a playful expression as he regarded Roger. Bang! Roger felt a surge of anger and delivered a swift kick. Frieza was utterly defenseless, sent hurtling backward. What? Sabo's expression turned markedly grim. How could this be? Dodoria's face paled even further. The battle power was invisible, completely imperceptible. What on earth was happening? Sabo was taken aback. What? So am I. Dodoria immediately pressed the button on the scouter. No battle power. How could one kick send Frieza flying? Why is this occurring? Fortunately, Frieza quickly regained his footing, though a dark imprint of a shoe marred his visage. He chuckled. I underestimated you. Frieza's face darkened. Vegeta, weren't you told to leave? Why have you returned? Roger ignored Frieza. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to eliminate Frieza at this moment. After all, Beerus was currently in slumber. In this universe, only the Supreme Kai existed. Without the god of destruction to obliterate planets, the cosmic balance would be jeopardized. An excess of planets would hasten the universe's demise. Of course, if Frieza sought his own destruction, Roger would not hesitate to extinguish him. Roger could assist in the annihilation of planets. However, the mere thought of working for Beerus left him feeling quite overwhelmed. He would rather sacrifice the life of Frieza's dog. I had left, but upon witnessing the destruction of planet Vegeta, I returned. Vegeta clenched his fists, for I had seen with my own eyes that it was Frieza who obliterated planet Vegeta. Roger, let us join forces to vanquish him. You are immensely powerful. Surely you can accomplish this. In truth, I believe it would be more fitting for you to personally eliminate him. Roger regarded Vegeta with a calm demeanor. I wish I could, but I cannot defeat him. Vegeta tightened his fists, asserting, Roger, I am convinced that you can triumph over him. Naturally, even 100 of him would not suffice to contend with me. Roger replied with a smirk. Vegeta's youthful visage remained silently fixed upon Roger. Can we refrain from boasting? 100 of them wouldn't be enough to fight? Look at you. Frieza chuckled lightly as he turned his gaze towards Roger. Upon hearing Roger's words, Frieza was nearly amused to the point of anger, and in his delight, he no longer felt any discomfort from the footprints on his face. Frieza understood the implication. Even 100 of his own kind united would not stand a chance against the Scion commander. Initially, he believed this individual possessed some degree of strength, only to discover he was merely an arrogant braggart. Scion commander, your bravado is quite significant. Frieza remarked with a light laugh, his face darkening with malice. In that case, I shall allow you to witness the terror of Frieza. The air in this vicinity grew increasingly thin. If this continues, your end is imminent. Roger sensed the change, casting a glance at Vegeta, and silently sighed. What is this? Weren't you just boasting? Even if I refrain from striking, you shan't survive for long. Frieza scoffed disdainfully, pointing his hand towards Roger. But I prefer to extinguish you myself. If a battle is to ensue, let us change our location. As Roger spoke, a staff suddenly materialized in his right hand. Chapter 13, The Angel's Cube. Swish. Roger, wielding his staff, inscribed a square within the celestial expanse. Suddenly, a vast azure square materialized in the starry sky, enveloping all present within its ethereal embrace. Let us venture forth together. Roger leaped to the uppermost edge of the cube and called out with a resounding voice. Whoosh! The cube, carrying everyone aboard, soared swiftly towards a nearby planet. All present were left speechless, including Frieza, who gazed in astonishment at Roger hovering above him. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered momentarily dazed. Who is he? Frieza inquired, astonished. Vegeta remained silent. Are you asking me? I am equally perplexed. Bang. Frieza's tail swung heavily, crashing against the pale blue wall of the cube. The cube emitted a thunderous sound. Those inside felt an immense shockwave, their ears ringing painfully from the impact. What is this thing made of? Why is it so sturdy? Frieza exclaimed in shock. He had believed that with a single swipe of his tail, he could shatter a planet, yet all it did was elicit a low hum from the cube, leaving no trace of damage whatsoever. Even now, you remain unyielding? Roger glanced at Frieza, his tone suggesting a playful challenge. Very well, let us indulge in some amusement. Whoosh. A vibrant array of multicolored flames enveloped Roger, hastening his flight with the aid of a cube. Immediately thereafter, his body began to spiral and rotate at an astonishing speed. Within the translucent azure cube, silence fell upon the gathering. Have you ever witnessed the spin cycle of a washing machine? Indeed, it resembled that very phenomenon. Roger's rapid rotation caused the individuals within the cube to be pressed against the walls due to centrifugal force. 5 minutes later, Roger maneuvered the cube to land upon a celestial body. With a sudden jolt, the cube came to an abrupt halt. Thud, thud, thud. Frieza and his companions collided one by one against the cube's walls, emitting a chorus of anguished cries. Roger gently tapped the staff upon the cube. With a resounding crack, the cube dissipated. Frieza and his cohort tumbled to the ground in disarray. Immediately, all those who had been within the cube began to retch upon the earth. Vegeta, too, felt waves of dizziness wash over him, struggling to maintain his footing. Damn it, I am one of you. At least let me go. Frieza, recovering the quickest, glared darkly, his expression alert as he scrutinized Roger. You scoundrel! Who on earth are you? Frieza exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. This is unbearable. How could anyone endure such treatment? As the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, Frieza had never encountered such indignity. It was utterly infuriating. Bang! Roger struck Frieza's head directly with his staff. Accompanied by a dull thud, Frieza's entire body was thrust into the earth, leaving only half of his head visible. It is wrong to curse, Roger chuckled. Oh dear. Frieza erupted in fury, suddenly soaring into the sky from the ground. From his elevated position, Frieza glared down at Roger, his eyes seemingly ablaze with wrath. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Frieza's anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. How could this Scion captain be so formidable? Had he truly dispatched Frieza into the earth with such ease? However, the memory of the peculiar, rapidly spinning cube conjured a wave of nausea among Sabo and the others. Meanwhile, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Roger, are you truly that formidable? Vegeta shook his head vigorously in response. You may possess great strength, but what purpose does it serve to turn me? At the very least, release me. Vegeta felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Planet destruction bomb. Frieza raised his right hand slightly, and a sphere of crimson flame suddenly coalesced at the tip of his index finger. The vibrant red flame swelled as it caught the wind, rapidly expanding to a diameter of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Lord Frieza, we are still down here, shouted Zarbon, quickly ascending into the sky. The remaining underlings, terrified, followed suit, hastily darting upwards. Let this planet vanish along with you. Frieza, unconcerned with his subordinates at that moment, waved his hand, and the planet destruction bomb plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards Roger with thunderous force. Vegeta, too, immediately took flight. Smash! Roger, however, extended his hand, bracing against the descending planet-destroying projectile. The moment the projectile made contact with Roger, it came to an abrupt halt. Frieza was left speechless. Sabo's eyes widened in disbelief. Dodoria appeared astonished. Vegeta stood in stunned silence. Was it truly that effortless to block it? How remarkably simple. After all, it was a planet-destroying projectile. How could this be possible? Frieza's expression darkened considerably. Whoosh! With a gentle wave of his hand, Roger sent the planet-destroying missile soaring past Frieza, vanishing into the vastness of the sky. Frieza's lips trembled slightly, and his expression turned rigid. Chapter 14. King of the Worlds. As the battle continued, the angelic powers showed no sign of depletion. Roger muttered in frustration, feeling a sense of monotony. How tedious it is to have spent so long playing with this insignificant ant. Perhaps I should just crush him. Roger cast a menacing glance at Frieza, who stood rigid, trembling in fear. Such a formidable opponent. However, Roger's gaze shifted to the side, where Vegeta stood. Vegeta, would you be willing to replace Frieza as the emperor of this universe? A flicker of thought crossed Roger's mind. What could this mean? Vegeta, merely a child at this moment, was momentarily taken aback. Forget it, you are still too young, Roger mused. dismissing the notion. A mere child commanding this universe would surely plunge it into chaos. Captain of the Scion Guards, do you truly believe you have bested me? Frieza quivered with rage. Glaring at Roger, his expression darkening. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from Frieza. Simultaneously, his form began to undergo a transformation. What is he attempting? Vegeta's eyes widened as he observed Frieza's metamorphosis. Oh my. In an instant, Frieza transformed into his fourth form. He has transformed. Frieza can change forms. Vegeta gasped, astonished. Captain of the Scion Guards, do you genuinely think I, Frieza, have been defeated by you? A smile spread across Frieza's face, as if this transformation had bestowed upon him a renewed sense of security. Roger's figure flickered and suddenly materialized behind Frieza. Bang! Roger gently delivered a resounding slap, which echoed with a dull thud as it struck the back of Frieza's head. With a thunderous crash, Frieza plummeted into the earth like a cannonball, leaving only half of his head visible. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they were taken aback to discover that Frieza had completely lost consciousness. Everyone stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that even in his transformed state, Frieza had been effortlessly brought to the ground by Roger, rendering him unconscious. It was no wonder that there was no commotion from Lord Frieza, buried in the earth. Roger descended from the heavens, landing upon Frieza's head. You shall remain here for a month, he chuckled, unleashing a surge of divine energy upon Frieza. Instantly, Frieza trembled slightly, then abruptly awakened, his eyes widening in shock as he shook his head. Upon realizing his predicament, Frieza erupted in fury, only to be struck by a disquieting revelation. The energy within him seemed to be sealed away by some unseen force. Let us depart. Roger advanced directly, seizing Vegeta by the neck, transforming into a radiant spectrum of light, and swiftly vanished from sight. Witnessing Roger's departure, Frieza's minions were thrown into a state of panic, hastily attempting to extricate their master. However, to the astonishment of Zebo and his companions, the earth enveloping Frieza proved remarkably solid, impenetrable to their efforts. What? How is this possible? Zebo stammered in disbelief. Who on earth is he? Dodoria echoed, equally horrified. Damn it. Frieza will surely kill him. Frieza seethed, trembling with rage. Whoosh. Roger clutched Vegeta by the neck, soaring through the starry expanse. Let me go? Vegeta lamented, feeling utterly disgraced. The proud prince of the Scions was being treated like a mere kitten. Behave yourself, Roger commanded. Vegeta fell silent, realizing he needed to reevaluate Roger's strength. It was overwhelming. How could he still consider himself the greatest among his subjects? Wait, with all the Scions perished, what right did he have to claim the title of their king? A wave of melancholy washed over Vegeta. Whoosh. Roger suddenly tore through the fabric of the void. Vegeta was taken aback, only to find a vast expanse of golden clouds appearing above him. What in the world is this place? Vegeta was utterly astonished. This is the underworld, Roger explained. The underworld? Am I dead? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. No, the dead have halos above their heads. Roger pointed to the ghosts lining up below. Vegeta glanced over, his expression shifting dramatically. Whoosh. In the next moment, a tiny green planet materialized directly in front of him. Whoosh. Just as Vegeta pondered the nature of this place, Roger descended with him onto that very planet. This planet. The gravity is the same as that of my own. Vegeta observed the ground. King Kai. Roger greeted with a smile. King Kai hurried out, momentarily bewildered upon seeing Roger. His status was too low to recognize an angel. However, he could sense the immense divine power emanating from Roger. Is this Vegeta? The little prince of the Scions? King Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 15. Apprentice Angel Melis. Who is this guy? King Kai? What is his purpose? Vegeta questioned, utterly perplexed as he regarded King Kai. King Kai. I kindly ask you to train him for 10 days, Roger requested. Huh? King Kai was taken aback. Vegeta, train diligently with him, and I shall return in 10 days. Roger said, patting Vegeta on the head. Whoosh. As Roger's voice faded, he transformed into a radiant cascade of colors, vanishing in an instant. Shortly thereafter, he soared swiftly towards Earth. During his journey, the tail that emerged behind him gradually dissipated. Concurrently, the attire he wore morphed into that of an ordinary Earthling. Just as Roger was about to enter the Milky Way, a sudden burst of multicolored flames hurtled towards him. In a flash, the entity appeared before Roger. Roger gradually came to a halt. Miles? Have you grown? Roger instantly recognized the person before him. It was indeed Miles. Yes, Roger. I joined the Galactic Police a month ago to gain some experience. Miles greeted amiably. What is your angelic power? Roger inquired. 1800, Miles replied, scratching his head. In just a month, I have only consumed 10 points. It's quite challenging, and I have no idea when I will be able to exhaust all this angelic power. Roger found himself at a loss for words. After a month of expending 10 points, he was left with so little angelic power. Gazing at his staggering total of over 700 angelic energy, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. By the way, where have you been training? Myers inquired. On planet Vegeta, Roger replied with a scowl. I heard that planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza, Myers remarked. Roger's expression grew increasingly grim. If you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute. Roger, I have heard that your angelic power has reached an astonishing 10,000. Is that true? Mel's inquired once more. Roger nodded, his expression darkening further. As long as you exhaust and transform this angelic power, allowing the realm of the true deity to transcend, you shall undoubtedly become a great archangel in the future, exclaimed Mers with enthusiasm. Roger remained silent. However, I observed that the consumption of angelic power was exceedingly slow. With your 10,000 points of angelic power, based on my rate of consumption, it would take at least a century, and that is a conservative estimate. It may well take longer. I have heard that the final 100 points of angelic power are particularly arduous to deplete. Mers seemed oblivious to Roger's fearsome gaze. Continuing to speak to himself, if that is the case, you might require a millennium to fully exhaust this angelic power. I am merely curious about how much of it can be transformed into the realm of true divinity. Nevertheless, a millennium is not an extensive period for us angels. Bang! Roger delivered a resounding slap, causing Merles to spin rapidly in place. Roger turned and walked away. It was utterly heartbreaking. With your angelic prowess diminished, you dare to flaunt it before me. Yet, my strength surpasses yours, and I shall strike you each time our paths cross in the future. Roger transformed into a vibrant array of colors, swiftly vanishing from sight. Mel's remained rooted in place for a full 10 minutes before gradually coming to a halt. He felt a sense of dizziness enveloping his mind. Gazing at the spot where Roger had disappeared, Mel's was engulfed in confusion. Why was I made to spin in circles? Could it be that such an act is a form of training? Mel scratched his head, pondering thoughtfully as he cast one last glance in the direction of Roger's departure before making his way back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Roger transformed into a radiant arc of 7 colors, hurtling towards the Earth. Whoosh! In the next moment, Roger found himself hovering above the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, silently observing the structures below. Almost immediately, his body began to diminish in size. When he glanced down again, it appeared as though he had transformed into a child of merely 5 or 6 years of age. Snap! Roger descended from the heavens, taking a deep breath. For the foreseeable future, he resolved to spend his time on Earth, hoping that a tranquil existence would allow him to expend his celestial powers. Roger contemplated. Hey, who are you? What brings you to our home? 3 minutes later, Roger heard a little girl in the distance questioning him. The girl appeared to be around 6 years old, with blue hair tied into a small braid, giving her an undeniably charming appearance. Are you Bulma? Roger inquired, gazing at the young girl. How do you know my name? Bulma asked suspiciously. I am Roger, a deity, here to undergo trials in the mortal realm. You are fortunate, for I shall reside in your home for a while, Roger candidly declared. Bulma burst into laughter at his unexpected proclamation. Roger remained silent. To be frank, how can you not believe it? You claim to be a deity? Such deceptive tricks might work on children, but do not attempt to fool me. Bulma exclaimed angrily. Are you not a child yourself? You seem to be merely 6 years old, Roger chuckled. I actually forgot. I am a child too. Bulma cradled her head in her hands, her expression one of dismay. Chapter 16, Myers. Roger, why did you transfer me? So have you agreed? Roger inquired. I have not agreed. Bulma retorted sharply. How about this? What is your wish? I can help you fulfill it, Roger proposed. What wish? Bulma pondered, glancing up at Roger. Given my family's wealth, this question puts me in quite the predicament. Roger truly wished to give that child a good thrashing. Can we cease pretending? I have never encountered an angel as adept at feigning as you. I have it. I desire an everlasting supply of strawberries. Bulma gazed at Roger, her face alight with excitement as she inquired, Can you make that happen? Roger, Bulma, that girl. Years later, her quest for the Dragon Balls is akin to an insatiable thirst for strawberries. However, by then, Bulma has matured, and in comparison to an everlasting supply of strawberries, finding a Prince Charming seems far more appealing. Things that come easily are seldom cherished, Roger remarked. You cannot transform, can you? Bulma gazed at Roger. There exists a method to fulfill your wish, Roger replied. Search in your family's storage. You may discover a golden orb. Storage? Bulma called to a robot. Did you hear that? Go find a golden orb. The robot swiftly returned from the storage, presenting the Dragon Ball. Bulma picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. It contains 2 stars. What purpose does it serve? Such an oddity. After a brief examination, she appeared to have an epiphany. You must have secretly placed this orb in the storage, right? This is a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total, each adorned with 1 to 7 stars. This particular one is known as the 2-star Dragon Ball, Roger elucidated. Dragon Ball? Can it be consumed like strawberries? Bulma revealed her crooked teeth, taking a bite of the Dragon Ball, only to exclaim, so hard. My teeth. The Dragon Balls are scattered across the globe. Once all 7 are gathered, uttering come forth. Shinran will summon the dragon, granting any wish. Your unending strawberries can be requested from Shinran, Roger stated. Are you deceiving a child? Bulma expressed her skepticism. You might explore some ancient texts. They document the Dragon Balls, Roger chuckled. 3 hours later, Bulma indeed discovered an account regarding the Dragon Balls, and she was somewhat astonished. However, she remained incredulous regarding Roger being a deity in disguise. In light of your provision of the Dragon Ball, I shall permit you to stay at my home. However, should you prove to be a villain, I shall not hesitate to act, Bulma declared, brandishing a laser gun. Whoosh. Bulma pulled the trigger, and a beam of laser shot forth. Boom. The artificial lake in the distance surged to a height of 10 meters. Did you see that? Bulma beamed with pride. This gun possesses immense power. I developed it myself. Moreover, even if you were to seize it, the trigger is equipped with fingerprint recognition. A mismatched fingerprint will not discharge the laser. That evening. What? Roger is a god, here to experience life among humans? Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, could not contain a cough, followed by hearty laughter as he adjusted his glasses. What a creative notion. Very well, if you are bored, let Roger accompany you in your play. Dr. Briefs was not at all perturbed by the presence of a stranger in his home. The Capsule Corporation was so vast that even if every Namekian were to arrive, it would still not feel crowded. The addition of someone like Roger was hardly a significant matter for the Briefs family. Thus, Roger temporarily made his residence in Bulma's home. 10 days later, Bulma declared, Roger, I am going in search of the Dragon Balls. Don't be ridiculous. How old are you? Wait until you come of age, Roger admonished. I am no longer a child. Bulma pouted, visibly displeased. You are merely 6 years old. How can you say that? Roger retorted. I want an endless supply of strawberries. Bulma insisted, sulking. I need to step out for a while, Roger stated. Where are you going? When will you return? Bulma inquired, but upon turning around, she realized Roger had vanished. With a puzzled expression, Bulma called out, Where are you, Roger? Where have you gone? 3 minutes later, she shouted, Roger, come out. I do not enjoy playing hide and seek. Roger transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, soaring into the vast expanse of the sky. As he passed by the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, the vibrant light streaked directly through Mail's chamber. Bang! Roger slapped Melis, causing him to spin rapidly in place. After 10 minutes, Melis ceased his rotation, only to find that Roger had vanished without a trace. Roger, what is the meaning of this? Why am I spinning? Melis exclaimed, bewildered. Could it be that spinning in circles is indeed a form of training? Chapter 17, Vegeta, Dare You Show Your Teeth? For the generous support of 1341-778-7741. An additional update, on King Kai's planet, the North Kai lay bruised and battered on the ground, incessantly lamenting his fate. With your level of skill, how could you possibly teach me to grow stronger? You cannot even defeat me. You are far too weak, Vegeta declared, placing his foot upon the North Kai's body. His expression cold and disdainful. Vegeta, while I may not possess your strength, I, King Kai, wish to convey that I can indeed help you become more powerful. Yet, these words were swallowed back, the king feeling a sense of exhaustion. Should this young man grow stronger, would it not spell further misfortune for himself? Having already been bested by Vegeta to such an extent, what would the future hold? Thus, King Kai chose silence, hoping fervently for the arrival of the deity named Roger. Cough, cough, Vegeta, you have gone too far. Roger arrived just in time to witness the North Kai's plight, unable to suppress a cough. Roger, you have finally arrived. Quickly, take me away from this place. Vegeta exclaimed, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Roger. Ouch, the North Kai rose from the ground, his mouth twitching in distress, looking quite disheveled. Humph, Roger, I truly do not understand why you have brought me to this planet, forcing me to train alongside this fool. I am far superior to him. Vegeta proclaimed with pride. Are you saying that in these 10 days, you have learned nothing? Roger inquired, his expression darkening. Learn what? Is it truly necessary? Vegeta scoffed. This fellow's battle power barely exceeds 10,000. Such a level is utterly disappointing. Roger's face grew increasingly darker, while the king of the universe remained silent beside him. Indeed, his strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's. Roger, take me away from here. I must confront Frieza. Vegeta proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Bang! With a swift motion, Roger struck, and with a dull thud, Vegeta's form was propelled through the entire planet, emerging on the opposite side. Vegeta ascended to a considerable height before plummeting back down in freefall. Thud! His body crashed into the earth, nearly rendering him unconscious. Whoosh! Roger soared over, his foot pressing down on Vegeta's body as he rolled across the ground. The King Kai exclaimed, "How ruthless! Who is this young man? I came to guide you in your training under the King Kai, yet here you are, after 10 days, with a mere 10-point increase in combat power." Roger, infuriated, contorted his nose in anger, continuing to trample Vegeta's body as if kneading dough, rolling back and forth on the grass. How infuriating! Vegeta bared his teeth. Dare to show your teeth at me? Roger replied with a swift slap that knocked several of Vegeta's teeth out. Vegeta fell silent. Though the King Kai's strength may not match yours, he is an exceptional teacher. Vegeta, I truly wonder who bestowed upon you such confidence. Roger admonished. Vegeta chose to remain mute, realizing that the more he spoke or glared, the more Roger rolled him around. Speak. Have you run out of words? Roger demanded. Vegeta, King Kai, how ruthless. Yet, what a thrill. Roger reprimanded Vegeta for a while, yet he ultimately did not abandon his intentions. Vegeta was, after all, the first individual Roger encountered upon his arrival on planet Vegeta, and he could be regarded as a somewhat loyal follower. Driven by a touch of selfishness, Roger did show some degree of care for Vegeta. Otherwise, he would not have taken Vegeta to King Kai's planet, allowing him to train under the king's guidance. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that they could no longer remain there. The lad had bullied King Kai to such an extent that it was hard to believe the king could teach him any skills. Yet, if Roger were to forgive Vegeta so easily, would that not diminish his own standing? Roger cast a glance at King Kai. Do speak up, won't you? I cannot continuously toss Vegeta away in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Roger sighed. King Kai's lips twitched slightly as he hurriedly responded. Bang! With a resounding slap. Roger sent the King of Worlds crashing deep into the earth. You incompetent fool! How can you fail at such a trivial task? Roger scolded. The King of Worlds was on the verge of tears. I am utterly innocent. Who have I offended? Whoosh! Roger did not linger here. Accompanied by Vegeta, he transformed into a vibrant arc of multicolored flames and swiftly vanished from sight. Whoosh! In Roger's hand, a staff materialized, emanating a healing radiance that enveloped Vegeta. Instantly, Vegeta's injuries were completely mended. Huh? My wounds are healed? Vegeta quickly regained his composure, a spark of excitement lighting up his face. Simultaneously, he noticed a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. Oh, Roger, can you heal? Vegeta inquired with delight, gazing at Roger with eager anticipation. Roger discerned that the glint in Vegeta's eyes seemed to convey a message, to swiftly inflict torment upon him, only to subsequently heal him. Chapter 18. Roger, are you a Super Saiyan? It is not advantageous for your future training to merely enhance your combat prowess through the brink of death, Roger remarked. I believe my current fighting capacity has surpassed that of Frieza. A youthful confidence radiated from Vegeta's innocent visage. Roger, perhaps I have already become a Super Saiyan. Take me to Frieza at once. I yearn to obliterate him with my own hands. Roger paid no heed to Vegeta, pondering the source of his audacity. After a moment's silence, he inquired, do you know why Frieza sought to obliterate planet Vegeta? Humph. Isn't it simply because Frieza fears the emergence of a Super Saiyan among us Saiyans? Vegeta scoffed. I am a genius warrior among the Saiyans. Perhaps I have already attained the status of a Super Saiyan. With that declaration, Vegeta fixed his gaze intently upon Roger. Roger, you are the true Super Saiyan, aren't you? He questioned. Roger shook his head. Despite your immense power, you have yet to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired, astonished. Come, allow me to introduce you to a true Super Saiyan. Roger refrained from responding to Vegeta's question. With a swift motion, he gently rotated the time ring. Roger vanished in an instant, accompanied by Vegeta. 5 minutes later, an incredibly familiar planet materialized before Vegeta. Is that planet Vegeta? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that planet Vegeta has not been destroyed? Roger remained silent as he accelerated his flight. Soon, he and Vegeta appeared directly above Bardock. Is that Bardock? Indeed. Planet Vegeta still exists. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement, though he was still a bit perplexed. Strangely, the scenery on this planet differed somewhat from that of planet Vegeta. Learn well from Bardock while you have this final opportunity, Roger remarked. With that, a sudden impact resonated. With a swift kick, Roger sent Vegeta tumbling down. After 10 days of companionship, although Bardock still yearned for his wife and children, he ultimately found a sense of tranquility. Particularly, assisting the Plantians in driving away several cosmic pirates brought him a measure of comfort. However, the realization that he was in a time 1,000 years prior filled Bardock with a sense of helplessness. The sole glimmer of hope for Bardock was the notion that, should he endure for a millennium, he might indeed reunite with his beloved wife. This thought stirred excitement within him. During these days, Bardock had developed a rapport with the indigenous people of Planet Plant, especially with a young boy named Bailey. The sight of Bailey inevitably reminded Bardock of his own son, Kakarot. At 3 years old, Kakarot had exhibited similar traits. But wait, how could Kakarot resemble this child? Yet, his innocent disposition must surely have been inherited from his mother. Bardock sighed deeply, only to find himself unable to exhale any further. Suddenly, he noticed a dark figure descending from the sky. Bang! Vegeta's body landed squarely upon Bardock's head, causing him to sink deeply into the earth. Vegeta cried out in pain. Damn it, Roger, what are you doing? He bared his teeth and stood up, visibly agitated. Upon hearing Roger's name, Bardock sprang forth from the ground. Roger, where are you? He inquired urgently. Roger paid no heed to the two individuals, hovering majestically in the air with a smile as he observed them. Prince Vegeta? Is that truly you? Bardock turned his head in astonishment upon spotting Vegeta, exclaiming, You're still alive. What about Raditz? What Raditz? Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback. Didn't His Highness take Raditz along for a mission off-world? Bardock inquired. Do you truly think that with my royal strength, I would require a burden like him on a mission? Vegeta scoffed dismissively. I would never do such a thing. It seems that Kakarot took Raditz with him. Bardock pressed further. Raditz hasn't he returned to planet Vegeta, has he? I have no idea, Vegeta replied with a huff. Even if I did know, I wouldn't share it with you. I am returning to the royal palace. Farewell. With that, Vegeta soared into the sky and departed. Bardock exclaimed, The royal palace? We are on planet Plant. Where's there a royal palace? 3 minutes later, Vegeta returned from afar. Hey, what is this place? Why is it so utterly different from our planet Vegeta? He queried, perplexed. Don't you know? Bardock glanced at Vegeta. Know what? Vegeta asked, his curiosity piqued. This is 1,000 years ago, Bardock stated solemnly. What? 1,000 years ago? You must be joking. Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Chapter 19. Transformation. Bardock becomes a Super Saiyan. Dedicated to 121305337 Ming for the additional reward. Bardock, however, wore a serious expression. Could it really be 1,000 years ago? Vegeta, sensing Bardock's sincerity, felt his demeanor darken. What's the matter? Didn't Roger inform you? Bardock regarded Vegeta intently. Roger, come out. Hurry and bring me back. Vegeta shouted emphatically. Roger dismissed the matter with indifference. Vegeta shouted several times, but upon realizing there was no response, he cast a glance at Bardock. Hey, did Roger mention that I should learn from you? Does that mean you have become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired. A Super Saiyan? How is that even possible? Bardock shook his head. Then what is there for me to learn from you? This fellow is insufferable. One day, I shall defeat him and make him bow in submission. Vegeta bared his teeth. Just then, a wave of invisible divine energy descended, forcing Vegeta to the ground. What is happening? Bardock's expression turned to one of astonishment. Why are you lying down? How infuriating. Let me go. Vegeta roared. I haven't touched you, Bardock hurriedly replied. At that moment, a spaceship appeared in the distance, descending slowly. Someone is coming. Is it that fellow named Zild? Bardock's expression grew grave. Zild? Who is that? Vegeta inquired from the ground, unable to contain his curiosity. He has arrived. Bardock spoke in a low tone. Indeed, the next moment, Vegeta beheld a figure resembling Frieza standing opposite Bardock, accompanied by two henchmen. These two henchmen, having been previously beaten by Bardock, had summoned Zild for revenge. Frieza? Is that you, Frieza? Vegeta exclaimed loudly, only to shake his head moments later. The resemblance was striking. Yet he was not Frieza. Zild cast a bewildered look at Vegeta. Whose child is this? Why is he lying on the ground? Humph. Did they attack you? Zild's expression darkened as he spoke. The two henchmen nodded vigorously, pointing at Bardock. Who are you? Zild asked Bardock. A scion, Bardock. Bardock replied coldly. A scion? Zild paused momentarily, then glanced at Vegeta, sneering, even if you have a child begging for mercy on the ground, I shall not spare you. However, if you too wish to lie down and plead for mercy like that child, I might consider granting you clemency. You are mistaken. He merely enjoys that position. But I do not, Bardock retorted with a cold laugh. Humph, a fool who knows not his fate, refusing to weep until faced with the grave. Zild rubbed his nose, his expression darkening. In the future, Frieza destroyed my planet. I shall not allow such a history to unfold again. Bardock stuttered, energy surging wildly from his body. He then charged toward Zild with great speed, his fist tearing through the void, aimed directly at Zild's face. Bang! However, Child's speed was swifter. Suddenly, Child's knee collided forcefully with Bardock's abdomen, causing blood to erupt from Bardock's mouth. Gripping Bardock's hair, Child unleashed a series of resounding slaps across his face. With a powerful kick, Child sent Bardock sprawling to the ground. At that moment, as Bardock fell, a sweetness surged in his throat, and he coughed up blood onto the earth. Bardock. Just then, Bailey rushed forward, tears streaming down his face. Get away, Bardock shouted. Hurry, I'll heal you, Bailey exclaimed, hastily pouring healing potion over Bardock. Oh, the little brat from Plant, how bold you are to treat this guy in my presence. Child's expression turned icy. You are a villain, Bailey retorted loudly. Humph, you're courting death. Child stepped forward. With a resounding slap, Child struck Bailey's oval-shaped head. The impact sent Bailey soaring into the air, leaving a trail of blood as he fell back to the ground. Bardock's eyes widened in shock as he realized Bailey was no longer conscious. Annoying little brat, Child said coldly. You will be next, Scion Bardock. Suddenly, Bardock sprang to his feet. A thunderous roar filled the air as a golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Bardock's head. His pupils shifted to a vibrant green. In the next moment, Bardock's hair stood on end, transforming into a golden hue, while a golden aura enveloped his entire being. What is happening? Vegeta's pupils constricted as he gazed in astonishment at the bizarre scene. I will not spare you, Child, Bardock declared, advancing step by step towards Child. Chapter 20. Bardock. Roger, I challenge you. Child was momentarily taken aback. How did he turn into a blonde? However, he quickly regained his composure. Do you think that just because you've changed your appearance, you can defeat me, Child? He said coldly. Bardock remained silent, resolutely stepping forward once more. Seeking death, Child scoffed, gathering flames in his fingertips, a scarlet blaze hurtling towards Bardock. With a swift motion, Bardock dispersed the blazing light before him. Immediately following this, he delivered a powerful kick that struck Zild's chest. A guttural cry escaped Zild as his face twisted in agony, and he was sent hurtling backward. The earth shook as Zild's body crashed heavily into the distant jungle, blood gushing from his mouth. In a flash, Bardock soared into the sky. Die, he declared, casting an energy blast towards Zild's location. A thunderous explosion ensued, rendering Zild unconscious as his vitality waned. Lord Zild! Lord Zild! His two subordinates hurriedly rushed to his side. You two are unworthy of life. Bardock glared menacingly at Zild's lackeys, their bodies trembling in fear as they froze in their tracks, wide-eyed at the sight of him. However, Bardock's attention turned elsewhere. A faint smile graced his lips as he gazed upward into the sky. In an instant, he transformed into a golden streak, ascending into the heavens. Seizing the opportunity while Bardock was distracted, the two lackeys hastily carried the severely injured Zild onto their spaceship, departing from Planet Plant. Humph, Roger. I knew you would be here. Bardock squinted at Roger across the way. What is this? Have you become a super scion, and now you act so arrogantly? Roger chuckled. Earlier, he had made a slight commotion to draw Bardock's attention. Had he truly wished to remain hidden, Bardock would have never located him. Return me to the era when Planet Vegeta still thrived, and I shall spare you, Bardock spoke coldly. Childish, Roger replied with a light laugh, executing a swift kick that struck Bardock squarely. The force sent Bardock crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his golden aura dissipated. Such a diminutive super scion dares to flaunt himself before me? Roger taunted, pressing his foot against Bardock, rolling it back and forth. Bardock was taken aback. I've become a Super Saiyan. How can I possibly be overpowered by Roger? Who is he truly? At that moment, Vegeta, having regained his divine pressure, approached swiftly. Observing Roger's foot pressing down on Bardock, he felt a sense of malicious delight. How amusing. Roger, you claim that his golden glow was that of a Super Saiyan? Do you finally understand now? Roger questioned. Is it truly a millennium ago? Was that individual the ancestor of Frieza? Vegeta pondered. You may interpret it that way. Roger replied with a slight nod. How did he transform into a Super Saiyan? I can't shake the feeling that it was due to his rage, Vegeta inquired once more. You shall come to understand this on your own, Roger chuckled. And what shall become of this fellow? Vegeta pressed again. He shall remain. For he is the beginning of the legendary tale of the Super Saiyan, Roger remarked with a smile. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, divine energy enveloped Roger's feet. In an instant, Bardock was ensconced deep within the earth, leaving only half of his head visible. Bardock, strive to survive. We shall meet again in 1,000 years. Roger said with a gentle smile. Shortly thereafter, Roger and Vegeta activated the temporal ring. Whoosh. Roger vanished with Vegeta. Bardock, looking utterly disheveled, struggled to rise from the ground as an overwhelming aura surged around him, golden radiance erupting from his being as he transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. Roger, take me back, Bardock bellowed, but his call went unanswered. As the golden light dissipated from his form, he delivered a heavy punch to the surface of Planet Plant. I want to go home, he declared with a somber tone. Bardock, from now on, this shall be your home, Bailey approached. Having been healed by the restorative potions during Bardock's fierce battle with Child, Bardock cast a glance at Bailey, and with a swift kick, sent him tumbling several times. Bardock, what has come over you? Bailey's parents exclaimed in shock. The inhabitants of Planet Plant quivered in fear. Was not Bardock known for his amiable nature? What had caused this sudden shift? Get lost. My home is on planet Vegeta. Bardock scoffed, transforming into a streak of golden light as he soared into the sky. P.S. Donations are appreciated. Each contribution earns an additional chapter, with no upper limit. A donation of 1,000 book coins grants 2 extra chapters. Chapter 21. Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God in the Distant Cosmos. Child lay on the brink of death. Tell my kin to watch for those who transform into golden-haired Super Saiyans. He entrusted his final words, sighing towards the heavens. Super Saiyan God. I am not willing to accept this. Thus, Child breathed his last. His followers misheard his words, believing he spoke of the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God, etching the legends of these figures deeply into the hearts of the Frieza clan. In the blink of an eye, Roger returned with Vegeta to their own era. Upon his return, Roger immediately sensed his angelic power. The events surrounding Bardock had indeed consumed a significant portion of that energy, particularly as Bardock's transformation into a Super Saiyan was influenced by Roger's intervention. Presently, Roger had 9,600 units of angelic power remaining, having expended a total of 200 points in this endeavor. Notably, he had only consumed 200 points over the past 2 years. Roger, who exactly are you? Vegeta gazed at him in astonishment. This individual could effortlessly overpower even a Super Saiyan. It was astonishing. Go find your companions, Roger said, transforming into a radiant spectrum of colors, soaring through the starry expanse. 10 minutes passed. Roger appeared in the high skies of a distant planet. Vegeta, surveying from his elevated position, cast a glance downward. Is that Raditz, the son of Bardock? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. For now, do not provoke Frieza. He is far more powerful than you can imagine, Roger cautioned Vegeta. What about Bardock? Vegeta inquired, momentarily stunned. Bardock is no match for Frieza, Roger asserted confidently. What? Even a Super Saiyan cannot contend with Frieza? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief and indignation. That depends on the kind of Super Saiyan, Roger replied with a smile. Now, go on. This time I shall spare you a kick and show you some mercy. And what about you, Roger? What are your intentions? Vegeta asked. Me? I am so powerful that I must find a way to weaken myself. Otherwise, the entire universe will face utter destruction, Roger sighed. Vegeta's expression stiffened, leaving him speechless. Can you not boast? I believe you are strong. But to claim you are so powerful that you need to become weaker? That your strength could lead to the universe's annihilation? Who do you think you are deceiving? Do you take me for a mere child? Vegeta rolled his eyes, glaring at Roger. Bang! Roger delivered a powerful kick, sending Vegeta tumbling downwards. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta's body struck the earth, leaving a substantial crater in its wake. The Saiyans below, Nappa and Raditz, were taken aback, their vigilance heightened. Did you not promise not to kick me this time and to spare my dignity? Vegeta exclaimed. Yes. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa finally recognized him. Your Highness, how could you fall from the sky? Raditz asked, bewildered, glancing up in confusion. He can't be dead, can he? Nappa cautiously patted Vegeta's back. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta rose to his feet. Are there only 4 of you left among the Scions? He surveyed the remaining 4. Damn it. The Scion King cannot be defeated. The 4 nodded in agreement. How has your conquest of this planet progressed? Vegeta inquired darkly. Your Highness, we have been battling for 10 days and have finally managed to seize control of this planet, Nappa replied eagerly. Excellent, at least you haven't disappointed me. Vegeta nodded with a sense of superiority. Your Highness, I have heard that planet Vegeta was destroyed by a massive meteorite, Nappa ventured cautiously. A meteorite? Is that what Frieza claimed? Vegeta paused, questioning. Yes, Nappa affirmed. Indeed. Vegeta did not contest this assertion. Let it be a meteorite. One day, I, Vegeta, shall surpass Roger and become the mightiest warrior in this universe. Little did he realize, he had set an unattainable goal for himself, a rival he could never surpass. Having dealt with Vegeta's situation, Roger was taken aback to discover that the consumption of angelic power had reached an astonishing 200. Why could this be? Roger felt a surge of excitement within him. After careful contemplation, it appeared that he had gained a glimmer of insight. Could it be attributed to the average level of existence among the cosmic beings? It seemed there was a possibility of this. Roger recalled that during the Power Conference of the future, the average level of the 7th universe was merely around 3, ranking second to last among all the universes. The universe at the very bottom appeared to be the 9th universe. Chapter 22, The Art of Circling as a Form of Training. What did Roger do to Vegeta? Merely enhanced his combat prowess. However, this only elevated Vegeta's individual strength. It stands to reason that the average level of the universe would not witness a significant increase. Roger shook his head, temporarily setting aside this intricate issue. In any case, he decided to observe a little longer. Whoosh! Roger transformed into a radiant arc of multicolored light, swiftly racing towards the Milky Way. As he passed by the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, where Melis was stationed, a playful smile curved upon his lips as he darted once more towards Melis's chamber. To his astonishment, he found himself grasping at shadows this time. Aha, Roger. I would never stumble in the same place twice. I sensed your impending arrival long before. Melis chuckled, gracefully floating nearby. Roger remained silent. By the way, Roger, have you seen the angel rankings that my father recently created? Mers inquired. Oh, I should refer to him as the High Priest. Calling him father seems rather inappropriate, my apologies. Are you implying that you are the direct descendant of the High Priest? I certainly hope not, Roger remarked, his expression darkening. That is not what I meant. In truth, Roger, your situation is quite remarkable. You are the embodiment of divine energy, a celestial fruit of the cosmos. Surely, you will achieve far greater success than the progeny of us mere high priests, Mers replied with a smile. Roger's complexion appeared rather unpleasing. It seemed to him that Mels was implying he was akin to a wild creature. Were it not for the knowledge that Mels bore no ill intent, Roger would have truly desired to eliminate him. Angels are but the fruits crystallized upon the divine tree of angels, and there exists more than one such tree. Roger and Merus are not of the same ilk. Much like the likes of Korin from the 8th universe, Whis from the 7th universe, and Vados from the 6th universe. The individual before us, known as Merus, is also a progeny of the Grand Priest. As for whether there are any other angels who share this lineage, Roger is unaware and finds no necessity to delve into it. Perhaps there are, perhaps there are not. It can be asserted that the descendants of the Grand Priest bear no blood relation to Roger whatsoever. Roger sometimes contemplates how the High Priest brought about the birth of Mels. Could it truly be the result of a union between the High Priest and a tree? Such a notion is rather grotesque. Roger shivered slightly, casting a sympathetic glance at Mels. Mels was puzzled by the sudden shift in Roger's expression. By the way, Roger, over the past 10 days, I have expended another 10 points of angelic power. Noticing the pallor on Roger's face, Mel swiftly redirected the conversation. Speaking of which, the Galactic Patrol has indeed been beneficial for our training. Why don't you join me? It would be perfect to have company as we explore ways to enhance our training efficiency. Roger glared. You mentioned the power of angels again. Why do you keep bringing it up when you possess so little of it? Bang! Roger delivered a swift slap, causing Mels to spin rapidly like a top. Roger transformed into a radiant arc of 7 colors, vanishing in an instant. 3 minutes later, a voice echoed from afar. Hey, Roger, Aren't you going to check the leaderboard? It was Mel's. Send it to me, Roger replied nonchalantly. All right, Mel's responded, then murmured, but why did you ask me to rotate? Fool. I instructed you to spin so you could truly experience the cosmic power, thereby accelerating your training process, Roger admonished. Indeed, that makes sense. Mel's conceded. Roger, how foolish. How could one be an angel? Feel the power of my angelic essence. Roger has already glimpsed Earth, yet he can still communicate remotely with Melis. What? The last time I saw you, you seemed to be over 9,700, and merely 10 days have passed. How have you depleted 300? Melis was utterly astonished. If I were to calculate my consumption rate similarly, I could complete my training in less than a year. Roger remained silent. Does truly spinning enhance my training speed and accelerate the consumption of angelic power? Mels inquired once more. Understand it for yourself, Roger replied nonchalantly. Indeed. If I were to disclose it, it would lose its efficacy, Mels acknowledged, expressing gratitude. Especially since my unintentional act of having you spin will deepen your comprehension of training. You are 2 years my junior, considered my younger brother. This is my way of looking out for you. Roger smiled. Mels thanked him once again. Roger suppressed a laugh. Just then, he sensed a slight tremor in his staff, realizing that Mels had sent over the angel leaderboard. Roger promptly opened the angel ranking and swiftly glanced over it. Chapter 23. The angel ranking. The angel ranking currently features only 5 standings. 1. Korin Identity, Angel of the 8th Universe Divine Realm, 752. Weiss Identity, Angel of the 7th Universe Divine Realm, 641-3. Avamo Identity, Angel of the 1st Universe Divine Realm, 544. Martinu Identity, Angel of the 12th Universe Divine Realm, 525-5. Bardock Identity, Angel of the 6th Universe Divine Realm, 410. Indeed, the offspring of the Grand Priest is remarkable. All 3 of his children grace the list. Korin of the 8th Universe leads in first place, followed closely by Weiss of the 7th Universe in second. Bardock from the 6th Universe, while slightly lagging, still secures a commendable 5th position. Roger is well aware of the values in the Divine Realm, having grasped this knowledge during his experiences in the lower realms. The Divine Realm represents the conversion of angelic power expended. At times, the conversion is substantial, while at others it is minimal, averaging a ratio of approximately 1:100. For instance, with an expenditure of 600 units of angelic power, Roger should ideally convert this into 6 points of Divine Realm. However, during his endeavors against Vegeta and Bardock, the conversion yielded greater results, elevating his Divine Realm to 10. Moreover, upon exhausting all angelic power, a significant transformation of the Divine Realm will occur. This varies among angels, with some experiencing greater conversions than others. Admittedly, compared to those on the ranking, Roger still has considerable ground to cover. Nonetheless, he undeniably possesses the highest amount of angelic power recorded in history. From the 1st to the 7th universe, angels, upon completing their training, typically achieve a maximum of around 60 points in the Divine Realm. However, these angels have existed for an exceedingly long time, and over the years, they have cultivated their Divine Realm. Roger, how much Divine Realm have you attained? Has there been a substantial conversion? Melis inquired. 100, Roger replied. Melis was taken aback, left speechless. How can it be so high? This is improbable. Do you believe me? Roger chuckled. Melis responded, can we refrain from such jest? What is the frequency of updates for the ranking? Roger asked. Every decade, I suppose, Melis pondered. It seems this list remains relatively stable, with my elder brother Korin consistently holding the top position. My third brother Weiss has pursued this spot for many years without success. Though it is impressive that my second sister has now broken into the top 5, previously rumored to only manage 8th place. Indeed. There will come a day when I too shall make the list. Roger chuckled softly, concluding the call. Roger cast a glance at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company below. Whoosh. Roger's body swiftly diminished in size, and his attire underwent an immediate transformation. In the blink of an eye, he had metamorphosed into a being that appeared to be no older than 7 years of age. Roger descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in Bulma's yard. Roger, when did you return? Bulma exclaimed, a hint of excitement evident in her voice upon seeing him. Roger had only been gone for a day. Bulma felt that the house had lost its charm in his absence. As he returned, Roger smiled and she inquired curiously. Where have you been? Just taking a stroll in outer space, Roger replied with a slight grin. You know, Roger, you may be remarkable in many ways. But could we refrain from boasting? Bulma retorted with a playful glare. 20 days later, Frieza's seal was unexpectedly broken. With a dark expression, he eliminated all his underlings present, sparing only Zebo and Dodoria. The image of the Universal Emperor must not be tarnished by these nameless minions. You two want to speak of this, will you? Frieza coldly inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Zebo and Dodoria. Zebo fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground, trembling in fear. Dodoria wished to do the same, but his bulk prevented him from getting close to the earth. Frieza stepped on Dodoria's head, applying a slight pressure. Crack! Dodoria's spine fractured, yet he did not perish. The injury was not fatal. I shall spare your lives this time, Frieza declared coldly. But you must immediately find that fellow named Roger. This time, I will ensure his annihilation. Zebo and Dodoria promptly bowed their heads, refraining from revealing to Frieza that he was no match for Roger. However, as they began their search for Roger, they soon realized the futility of their task. It was nearly impossible to locate him. Not a single clue was available. Yet, to their excitement, while searching for Roger, they stumbled upon Vegeta. Vegeta? He is with those surviving Scions? Frieza pondered briefly. Chapter 24. Bulma. I do not want a Prince Charming. Additional reward chapter for the zombie deity, Lord Frieza. Shall we capture him? Zebo queried, believing that Vegeta might provide insights into Roger's whereabouts. Proceed, Frieza nodded. Just as Zebo prepared to leave to apprehend Vegeta, Frieza interjected, Wait. If we capture Vegeta now, Roger will surely flee. Instead, let us closely monitor Vegeta's every move. I am certain that the one called Roger will eventually reveal himself. Zebo and Dodoria exchanged glances, each silently musing. Are you simply afraid to go? Perhaps this entire search for Roger is merely a facade. Although they entertained such thoughts, they dared not voice them, knowing that doing so would invoke Frieza's wrath. They were both intrigued by the identity of the scion named Roger. In truth, even Frieza harbored a sense of uncertainty and doubt within his heart. Roger, who exactly is he? Is he truly a super scion? In the time that followed, Roger remained in Bulma's home, beginning to savor the myriad of human experiences. Remarkably, this approach proved effective. While the consumption of angelic power was neither negligible nor excessive, it allowed Roger to experience the warmth that Bulma's family offered amidst the simplicity of life. In the year 749 of the Age of the Earth, 12 years slipped by unnoticed. During this span, Roger expended nearly 5,000 units of his angelic power. Simultaneously, the realm of true God, transformed through his angelic abilities, reached an impressive level of 120, nearly double the average conversion. Presently, Roger retains 5,100 points of angelic power. However, considering Goku and his youth, he resolves to take his time with the remaining energy. In fact, Roger has grown fond of Bulma's family's uncomplicated lifestyle. No, it is not merely a mundane existence. It is a life worth cherishing. The culinary delights from Bulma's household are simply exquisite. It is no wonder that Whis endeavors to safeguard the earth. Over these 12 years, Roger has indulged in the finest flavors the world has to offer. I am finally of age, Bulma exclaimed, now blossoming into a young lady, tugging at Roger's hand with a playful pout. You promised me, Roger, that you would accompany me to seek the Dragon Balls. What about your wish? Do you still desire an endless supply of strawberries? Roger has indeed grown taller, transformed into a handsome young man, shedding only the halo of his angelic form. Roger is the only yellow-skinned angel among all celestial beings. The others predominantly exhibit shades of blue. Mel's possesses a delicate lavender hue. However, skin color is of little consequence to angels. They can alter their complexion at will, provided they desire to do so. Indeed, what else could one expect? Bulma gazed at Roger and remarked, This wish has been in my heart for 12 long years. I had thought your desire was to find a dashing prince. Roger sighed softly. Upon hearing his words, Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. How annoying. I do not want a prince, Bulma retorted. Roger chuckled. Fool. Bulma muttered under her breath as she turned away. Roger pressed his forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. How could he sense that Bulma seemed to have developed feelings for him? Yet, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. After 12 years of being together day in and day out, sharing meals and living arrangements, the only thing missing was sleeping together. It was only natural for Bulma to harbor affection for him. However, Roger truly regarded Bulma merely as a sister. At least for now. He had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. Perhaps, even if he were to seek a girlfriend, he would prefer to find a celestial being, a true angel. Roger pondered whether it was time for him to depart. Go forth, seek the Dragon Balls, and commence your journey, he suggested, deftly shifting the conversation. What do you mean? Are you implying that you won't accompany me? Bulma inquired. I shall remain behind, though I will protect you from the shadows, Roger replied. You promised me. You vowed 12 years ago that upon my coming of age, you would join me in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with insistence. Very well, I shall accompany you until we locate the first Dragon Ball, and then I shall return, Roger conceded. 3. At the very least. You must assist me in finding 3. Bulma began to negotiate. 3 it shall be, Roger nodded in agreement. That's more like it, Bulma chuckled. Since you are aiding me in this quest, won't you gather all the Dragon Balls? Do you not have a wish to fulfill? For me, there exists no desire that remains unfulfilled, Roger remarked, gazing skyward. I knew you were boasting. After 12 years, your penchant for exaggeration remains unchanged, Bulma pouted. Chapter 25. A New Universe. Are there candidates? An additional chapter sponsored by the supporters of the Super Saiyan God 10. Early the next morning, Roger bid farewell to Bulma's parents and embarked on the adventure of seeking the Dragon Balls alongside Bulma. Everything felt so remarkably familiar. Little Goku, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Yamcha, the future Z warriors, materialized in Roger's mind. Yet, since Roger was by Bulma's side, scenarios such as little Goku sleeping against Bulma or Bulma developing feelings for Yamcha, as well as Bulma lifting her skirt in front of Master Roshi, were entirely non-existent. In no time, the 3 Dragon Balls were gathered together. Roger departed without a word. As agreed, 3 orbs were to be given, no more, no less. Just as Roger had left Bulma, the staff trembled slightly. The staff resided in Roger's alternate dimension, ready to be summoned at any moment. Snap! Suddenly, a staff materialized in Roger's hand. With a swift motion, the top of the staff revealed a crystal orb, which shimmered momentarily to unveil the visage of Mels. Mels, what is it? Roger inquired. Rosa has been born, Mels replied. Rosa? Your sister? Roger was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. He recalled discovering a female angelic fruit upon Mel's tree. Yes, my sister, Mels nodded gently, wiping away a bead of sweat. Why does it feel akin to an insult? Nevertheless, Rosa was undoubtedly his sister. Is Roger really cursing? Melis pondered with a slight sense of conflict. Where have you been honing your skills? Roger inquired. Let's not discuss where my angelic powers are concerned. They match yours in height, Melis replied with a wry smile. 10,000 units of angelic power? Doesn't that sound rather splendid? Roger chuckled lightly. It's exceedingly difficult to expend. After 12 years, I still have over 800 units of angelic power left. Perhaps my focus in training has been misguided, Melis reflected thoughtfully. Have you employed the method I shared for revolving in circles? Roger asked. I utilized it for the first year or two, and it yielded decent results, though it made me somewhat dizzy, so I ceased its use. Moreover, you haven't come around to spin me lately, Melis sighed slightly, as if feeling Roger lacked sincerity. What happened to the promise of spinning me when I was unguarded? Why has that ceased? Aside from your sister, Ross, have any other angels emerged? Roger questioned. None, Melis shook his head. However, prior to you, there were Krut and Sabe who ventured out for training. Krut is 30 years your senior, and Sabe is 6 years older than Krut. I have always been curious, among so many apprentice angels, once their training concludes, which universe's angel do they succeed? Roger could not help but ask. Currently, there are 12 universes, each with its own angels. Moreover, angels are immortal. So, do apprentice angels assume the roles of existing angels upon completion of their training? Are the angels of the 12 universes meant to retire? If so, does that imply there were angels who retired before them? Where have those angels gone? He inquired of Melis, knowing that as the son of the high priest, Melis possessed considerable knowledge. They're opening new universes, Melis responded. Did you not know? Roger wore a sullen expression, remaining silent. I pondered whether I should inquire further. Presently, aside from the 12 universes, a new universe is being established, which necessitates new angels. Melis elucidated. A new universe, is there a candidate? Roger inquired. Naturally, one of our trainee angels will be selected to assume responsibility for the new universe, Melis replied. Surely, there are no predetermined choices? Roger chuckled. Haha, that is indeed a possibility, Melis scratched his head. So, it is predetermined. This implies that the new universe will essentially belong to either Melis or his sister, Rose. There are indeed hidden intricacies at play. Given his father's status as a high priest, no predetermined choices. Just as Roger let out a faint sigh, a commanding voice resonated from the scepter. Suddenly, Roger noticed a flash of light on his scepter, and a turquoise apparition emerged from it. The apparition swiftly transformed into the visage of the High Priest. Father. Melis bowed respectfully at the distant headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. The High Priest maintained a stern demeanor, remaining silent. Your Excellency, the High Priest. Melis promptly altered his address. Such a lack of decorum, the High Priest admonished. Melis fell silent, lowering his head. Subsequently, the High Priest turned his gaze toward Roger. Your Excellency, Roger acknowledged. Then muttered under his breath, this eavesdropping technique is unparalleled. The High Priest shot him a glare, wiping his brow, clearly having overheard. How can a deity of the universe be described in such a sordid manner? Nevertheless, the High Priest was indeed eavesdropping, rendering him somewhat speechless. Roger. Regarding the establishment of this new universe, there are no predetermined candidates. You are overthinking it. The High Priest shifted the topic, clasping his hands behind his back, stating that just because Melis is my child does not mean he is the designated candidate for the new universe. All trainee angels are eligible to vie for this opportunity, including Sabi and Krut. Chapter 26. Who are you trying to intimidate? So, how does one compete for this opportunity? Roger inquired. The highest-ranking angel within the true God realm may enter the new universe if they so choose, the High Priest replied. However, the new universe is fraught with peril. Even angels may fall. Currently, who has the highest standing in the true God realm? Roger asked. As for the High Priest's assertion regarding the dangers of the new universe, Roger dismissed it. Fall. That is inconceivable. Who are you trying to intimidate, High Priest? In the 8th universe, Sabi holds the top position in the true God realm. Having reached a level of 180, the High Priest stated, if all goes as expected, he may be chosen to inhabit the new universe. However, the new universe remains in the throes of development, with its foundational stability still in question. It is anticipated that it will require at least 2 decades to achieve a state of equilibrium. Has the domain of the true gods reached 180 for Sabe? Roger mused quietly to himself. Should Roger wish to make a concerted effort, these upcoming 20 years could provide him the opportunity to surpass Sabe in the realm of true gods. The High Priest remarked with a smile, adding that if one possesses confidence, it would be wise to seek out suitable destruction gods and supreme kais during this time. Roger nodded in agreement. Then, I wish you good fortune, the High Priest said, a smile gracing his lips as his form began to blur. However, he soon returned. Ah, Roger. I nearly forgot to mention, Klut's domain of true gods is formidable as well, standing at 179, merely a point shy of Sabe. These two have been engaged in a subtle rivalry for some time, unlike you and Myers. But I digress. With that, the High Priest vanished completely. Roger discerned the unspoken intentions of the High Priest. Melis appeared somewhat naive, or perhaps a touch foolish. Among the apprentice angels of their cohort, it seemed that Roger stood out as the most exceptional. Let us strive together, he proposed. Melis offered a sheepish smile in response, relieved that there was no predetermined outcome. Ah, indeed, Roger sighed. But what are you still striving for? Are you certain you can surpass me? Roger replied with a smile. After a brief silence, Melis inquired, Roger, my true divine domain has reached level 20. What about yours? No need to discuss it. I fear it may dishearten you, Roger responded. It's all right. I understand that your angelic power has been depleted over the years, Melis chuckled. You must have gleaned some insight, haven't you? Take your time. If it proves too challenging, you could always seek out the Super Dragon Balls and have the Eternal Dragon assist you. Roger smiled in return. Melis, after Roger concluded the conversation, he abruptly ended the call. Regarding Roger's suggestion to seek the Dragon of God for assistance in dissipating the power of angels, while the dragon could indeed fulfill such a request, it would prove to be of little consequence in the realm of true divine transformation, which is rather inflated and ultimately ineffective. 20 years. Just 20 more years. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore the possibility of conquering a new universe. However, prior to embarking on such a venture, it is imperative to identify a suitable god of destruction and supreme kai. Who would be the most fitting candidate? Goku, with his naive disposition, hardly seems appropriate for the role of supreme kai. If he were to assume that position, he might become so consumed by training that he would lack the energy to oversee the birth of planets. Appointing Goku as the god of destruction would be even less fitting. It would be remarkable if he could even bring about the destruction of a planet. Who else could be suitable? If all else fails, should we consider Bulma as the supreme kai? And perhaps have Android 18 take on the role of god of destruction? This combination appears rather intriguing. Alternatively, should we bring Goku and his companions from GT into our new universe? Then, They could engage in a struggle against the universe of the Super Saiyan God. I wonder if I would be able to enter the GT universe. It should not pose too significant a challenge. Roger remained silent for a considerable time, as if the new universe was already under his dominion. Never mind that. For the new universe would take at least 20 years to stabilize. Perhaps he could take a moment to visit the GT universe, to see if he could persuade a few followers to join him. Roger calculated the time. According to the conventional timeline of Dragon Ball, in approximately 20 years, Son Goku would officially ascend to greatness, becoming a Super Saiyan God and mastering Ultra Instinct. Of course, due to his own existence, this might occur significantly sooner. Furthermore, one cannot help but wonder about the fate of that impetuous Vegeta. Bang! The crystal orb atop Roger's staff flickered momentarily, revealing a faint silhouette of Vegeta. Swish! Roger subsequently wiped away his concerns and chose not to check on Vegeta's situation. Let it be. Bulma's first quest for the Dragon Balls did not unfold smoothly. While searching for the final Dragon Ball, Bulma and little Goku encountered the nefarious Pilaf and his gang. Ultimately, Oolong made an outrageous wish from the Eternal Dragon, after which the dragon vanished into thin air. Disheartened, Bulma returned home. Lepin chose to remain at his own residence, opting not to accompany Bulma back to the metropolis. Little Goku ventured to Master Roshi's island, embarking on a new chapter of his life. Upon her return, Bulma discovered Roger indulging in a feast, which ignited her frustration. Roger, while I toil in search of the Dragon Balls, you are here relishing delicacies, she exclaimed in exasperation. Bulma, you lack for nothing. Why do you even desire the Dragon Balls? Roger sighed. Why not simply enjoy the present moment? Do you truly care so little that I nearly perished? Bulma shot a glare at Roger. Fear not, should you truly meet your end, I possess the means to bring you back, Roger replied with a chuckle. You. Bulma could only stare in disbelief, unable to retort. Chapter 27. Son Goku enters King Kai's planet in the year 761 of the age, on Earth. Raditz suddenly arrived to reveal Goku's true lineage. Roger stood nearby, observing the trembling Bulma. Raditz had taken Goku's son, Gohan. Subsequently, Goku and Piccolo set out to confront Raditz. In this confrontation, both Goku and Raditz perished. This time, Roger refrained from intervening, as he deemed it unnecessary. It was Goku's journey. Only through such trials could he evolve rapidly. Over the course of these 12 years, however, Roger's angelic power had been depleting at a rather sluggish pace. In 12 long years, he had expended just over 3,000 points of angelic power, with his divine realm reaching 180. Nonetheless, while Roger's angelic power had progressed, both Sabe and Krut had also advanced. Presently, their angelic powers had each reached 199. Melis had mentioned that breaking through from 199 to 200 was an arduous task. In 8 years, the new universe would achieve complete stability. During these 8 years, Roger pondered, surely his angelic power would be entirely consumed by then, wouldn't it? Roger. How terrifying. That Saiyan is utterly fearsome. Even Goku has perished. What shall we do? Bulma exclaimed, still trembling in fright. There is no need for alarm, Bulma. Roger reassured her. You say that so lightly. According to Goku's brother, 2 even more powerful Saiyans will arrive on Earth in a year. Earth may truly face annihilation. Bulma clenched her fists, lamenting her limited scientific prowess that prevented her from constructing a spaceship and her failure to discover a habitable planet for humanity. Even if we found one, those 2 Saiyans would be able to detect our location, Roger added. Can't you say something comforting? Bulma glared at Roger, frustration evident in her expression. There is no need for concern, Bulma, Roger reiterated. I'm exhausted, Roger. Do you think Goku, training in the afterlife, will be able to defeat those 2 Saiyans a year from now? Bulma still harbored doubts. Without my assistance, he could prevail. Roger gently shook his head. But the odds are slim. What do you mean? Bulma looked puzzled. You will understand in due time, Roger replied enigmatically. How mysterious. Bulma sighed, casting a glance at Roger. Never mind. After all, you are not a warrior, and you wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. Roger chuckled. Well, I am not a warrior. I am a deity. I am an angel. Yet, you do not believe it. Perhaps, in Bulma's perspective, the god of Earth is the mightiest deity of all. No, at this moment. It seems that the King Kai is regarded as the most powerful god by Bulma. In April of the year 762 of the age of the universe, Sun Wukong finally traversed the Snake Way and set foot upon the planet of the King Kai, commencing his training. What? You are a Scion? The King Kai was taken aback upon learning of Sun Wukong's identity. Moreover, The mere thought of being thoroughly defeated by that young scion, Vegeta, over 20 years ago, drove him to a state of mild frenzy. Primarily, it was the fact that 2 decades had elapsed, and he still did not know who had sent Vegeta to his realm. Furthermore, he had no idea where that deity had vanished to. Are you suggesting that those 2 scions will come to Earth? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over the King Kai. Indeed, my lord, do you know them? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Let me take a look. The King Kai's antennae twitched slightly. A minute later, he beheld 2 spacecraft approaching Earth, within which were Vegeta and, well, the bald one is of no consequence. Is it really him? The corners of the King Kai's mouth twitched as he sank to the ground in disbelief. My lord, have you seen them? Do you recognize him? Sun Wukong asked, momentarily stunned. I do not know him personally, but I have heard of him, the King Kai hastily replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, brushing off the dust from his attire, and standing up with a wry smile. Humph, I shall not divulge that I was bested by that lad named Vegeta. How embarrassing would that be? Wukong, this is no jest. One of those scions is a prince, and he was the most prodigious warrior among the scions in his time. The King Kai stated with a serious expression. Really? A prince? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Truthfully, even I would not be his match, the King Kai admitted candidly. Over 20 years ago, he had been thoroughly trounced by Vegeta during his training. As he merely attempted to sense Vegeta's energy now, a chill ran down his spine. 25 years. To what extent has Vegeta grown? Chapter 28. Vegeta descends upon Earth. Can the King Kai instruct me, enabling me to defeat him? I fear not the trials. I wish to grow stronger. Sun Wukong's expression was resolute. Are you certain you wish to battle him? He is exceedingly powerful, the King Kai remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. Yes, if I do not vanquish him, Earth shall be doomed. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. Very well. I shall impart all my ultimate techniques to you, and when the time comes, you shall give him a proper thrashing. When the King of the Worlds uttered these words, he clenched his back molars tightly. Huh? Why do I feel as though Lord King has a vendetta against those 2 scions? Son Goku pondered. You think too much. I am a deity. How could I harbor animosity towards a mere human? Ha ha ha. The King of the Worlds wiped his brow, chuckling awkwardly, then adopted a serious demeanor. Time is of the essence. In order to vanquish those 2 scions, you must exert efforts far exceeding those of others. Are you capable of this? Yes. Son Goku replied with a solemn expression. Then, I shall have a cup of tea first. The king nodded and departed to enjoy his tea. Son Goku collapsed to the ground. In the year 762 of the Age of the Universe, in November, Vegeta and Nappa descended upon Earth. The Z fighters sprang into action. In this battle, Lepin was tragically killed by the self-detonation of a vegetable creature. Krillin unleashed a powerful attack, annihilating all the cultivators. Nappa made his entrance, instilling fear across the battlefield. Kaiatsu self-destructed, and Tien unleashed his most potent energy wave, both falling in succession. Nappa, however, merely sustained minor injuries. In a bid to save Gohan, Piccolo intercepted Nappa's lethal blow, ultimately meeting his demise. Son Goku, due to a miscalculation of time by the king, arrived several hours late. Upon his arrival, witnessing his fallen comrades, his expression turned grave. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. It must be said, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. Vegeta remarked with a broad smile. Hey, Vegeta, what is this guy's battle power? Nappa inquired. Just over 5,000, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. What? Is it truly 5,000? He is merely a low-tier warrior. How could his power reach such heights? Nappa exclaimed incredulously. Quite normal, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. He even contemplated revealing to Nappa that Kakarot's father was the first generation of Super Saiyans. The mere thought of Kakarot's father, Bardock, left Vegeta feeling somewhat weary. How infuriating. Where has Roger vanished to? Could it be that he has met his demise? Furthermore, has Frieza not sought out Roger over these years? Frieza, can you truly endure this? Vegeta is perplexed. This time on Earth, Vegeta primarily wishes to ascertain the strength of the son of the first Super Saiyan. Bardock's son, Raditz, is utterly inept. The battle has commenced. Goku, give it your all. Bulma, at Kame House, is monitoring distant data through her detector. Roger was seated beside Bulma, indulging in the exquisite cuisine offered at Kame House. The demise of a few individuals was hardly a matter of great concern. If necessary, Roger could effortlessly revive them. However, such an act would bear little significance. For Tien and the others, death served as a form of training. Oolong was also feasting, devouring his meal even more rapidly than Roger. You truly can eat, the turtle hermit muttered softly. The moment was upon them. Bulma clenched her fists. Noting Goku's power level of 5,000 and Nappa's at 4,000, it seemed feasible that he could defeat him. Such marvelous technology, the turtle hermit observed. Glancing at the device Bulma wore, then at Roger and Oolong relishing their food, choosing to remain silent. The turtle hermit felt weary. This man named Roger could indeed consume an astonishing amount. It was one thing for that pig to eat so heartily, but why did Roger partake with such fervor? Moreover, he always selected the finest dishes without a hint of shame. Bulma, too, never seemed to reprimand him. It was a pity that in such a prime of life, he chose not to practice martial arts. Did he not feel embarrassed? Are you looking down on me? Roger shot a glance at the turtle hermit. Upon hearing this, Bulma glared at the turtle hermit. Why would I look down on you? The turtle hermit chuckled, scratching his head. Just days prior, he had remarked that Roger only knew how to eat. Perhaps that was indeed a sign of contempt. Old Turtle interjected. Bang! The turtle hermit struck Old Turtle on the head with his cane. Old Turtle winced in pain, retreating into his shell. You blabbering fool, the turtle hermit scolded. Enough of this, Bulma exclaimed angrily. With a sudden burst, Bulma brandished a machine gun and unleashed a barrage within the confines of the house. A profound silence enveloped the world. Goku, displaying his might, swiftly incapacitated Nappa, which brought a sigh of relief from Bulma. Goku won, she shouted with excitement. Is that true? I can't shake the feeling that an ominous presence still lingers, the turtle hermit mused, momentarily taken aback. How foolish. There's still another adversary to contend with, Bulma stated gravely. Only one has been dealt with? The turtle hermit shook his head in resignation, letting out a deep sigh. With Piccolo's death and the absence of Earth's guardian, what had become of this world? He then cast a weary glance at Roger. Even now, you continue to eat. Yet, upon reflection, the turtle hermit considered that if Goku were to lose, the Earth would be doomed. Perhaps relishing in the current delicacies was a form of enjoyment amid the chaos. He decided to let Roger be. Chapter 29, Kakarot You. A lowly warrior, for the eternal bond, additional rewards. At the battlefield, bang. Goku hurled Nappa at Vegeta's feet. He was finished. They were unwelcome here on Earth. With a calm demeanor, Sun Wukong spoke. Vegeta, save me. Nappa extended his hand with great difficulty, hoping for Vegeta's assistance. Vegeta lowered his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Nappa before turning his smile towards Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, Vegeta clasped Nappa's hand and yanked it away. Thank you. Thank you, Vegeta. Nappa sighed in relief. You think too highly of yourself, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, seizing Nappa's large hand and flinging him with force. Whoosh. Instantly, Nappa's body soared into the air. Sun Wukong, taken aback, couldn't comprehend Vegeta's intentions. Vegeta, what are you doing? Nappa shouted from above in the cosmos. Humph. I have no need for a scion lacking combat prowess, Vegeta retorted coldly. Boom. Suddenly, an immense surge of energy erupted from Vegeta's being. In an instant, a blaze of light shot skyward, racing toward Nappa. Vegeta. Nappa's pupils contracted, his lips quivering. Be careful, Sun Wukong exclaimed, hastily pulling Krillin and Gohan into the sky. Rumble. In the next moment, Vegeta's energy engulfed Nappa entirely. As the smoke cleared, Nappa had been reduced to mere remnants, utterly vanished from sight. That should serve as a warm-up, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. Cold sweat trickled down Krillin's bald head. Gohan trembled in fear, feeling entirely unease. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by Vegeta's triumphant grin and confident gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong. What a terrifying individual. He can casually slay his own kin. Krillin spoke somberly. Krillin, Gohan, you both must leave this place at once. Sun Wukong realized he was faced with a formidable adversary. Indeed, our presence here would only serve to distract you, Wukong. Krillin decisively nodded, then added, by the way, Wukong, can you fight somewhere else? Fight somewhere else. Why? Sun Wukong inquired. Battling here may cause harm to the bodies of our fallen comrades, complicating their resurrection, Krillin pondered. Resurrection? Piccolo and Dend. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Krillin, it seems Gohan is onto something, Gohan interjected. Wukong, let's set aside that matter for now. If we can defeat him, we can discuss resurrection later. Krillin clenched his fists. All right, I understand. Winning comes first, Sun Wukong nodded. Hey, what are you still lingering for up there? Bring forth the same fervor as before. You aren't contemplating how to flee, are you? Vegeta smiled slyly and inquired. Goku cast a glance at Vegeta and descended from the sky. Shall we find another location to battle? Goku spoke in a deep tone. It matters not. Wherever we go, you are destined for demise, Vegeta replied with a light chuckle. Whoosh. The two ascended into the heavens. Goku sought a secluded spot devoid of onlookers to land. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings with a calm confidence adorning his visage, while Goku wore a grave expression. What? Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Nevertheless, it is an honor for a lowly warrior like you to contend with a superlative warrior such as myself. Goku remained silent. As a scion, one is subjected to a rigorous evaluation of their warrior potential from birth. Individuals like you, with meager combat power, are dispatched to planets devoid of formidable adversaries. In essence, you have been discarded. Vegeta regarded Goku with disdain, believing him to be a castaway on Earth by his kin. Little did Vegeta know that it was Bardock who had commandeered a spaceship to send Goku to Earth deliberately. Yet, I find solace in my arrival on Earth, for it has allowed me to forge numerous friendships. Goku smiled. Moreover, even as a lowly warrior, through diligent training, I can grow stronger and one day surpass you. Let me inform you, that is a mere fantasy, Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. Bang, bang, bang. The two launched into a frenzied exchange, each strike landing with force. Kakarot, not bad. You are stronger than I anticipated. Yet, compared to me, you still fall short. Vegeta laughed lightly, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Goku while mockingly exclaiming, You truly disappoint me. Is this all you are capable of? Where has your prowess from the battle against Buu vanished? Chapter 30. Vegeta, did you grow up eating dirt? For eternal bonds, donations for more. Goku offered no reply, focusing intently on evading Vegeta's strikes. Come on, unleash your attacks. Let me experience your skills. Vegeta remarked with a smile, landing a punch that sent Goku plummeting from the sky. Thud. Goku's body flipped several times in the air before landing firmly on the ground. Vegeta, unhurried, descended onto a nearby rock, arms crossed, gazing down at Goku. Indeed impressive, Goku said solemnly. Now, I shall fight with all my might. Boom. Instantly, a surge of crimson energy enveloped Goku. Kaioken! Goku shouted with fervor. What? Kaioken? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Goku charged towards him with incredible speed. Bang! Goku's fist landed heavily on Vegeta's face. Bang! 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 Son Goku unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Vegeta. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta's body was sent hurtling to the ground. Yet, he rose effortlessly, displaying an air of nonchalance. Damn it! Goku gritted his teeth, preparing to charge once more. Wait! Vegeta commanded. Goku halted, raising his gaze to meet Vegeta's. Allow me to inquire, what is the Kaioken? Vegeta asked. Goku remained silent. The secrets of the Kaioken were not to be divulged to Vegeta. If you choose not to answer, I shall ask. Was it that fellow known as the KO who imparted this technique to you? Vegeta pondered. Is there any significance in this conversation? Goku replied with indifference. I understand now. Vegeta, not one to be easily deceived, quickly deduced, you and Raditz were slain by that Namekian, leading you to the afterlife, where you encountered the KO and trained under him, correct? Goku fell silent. How is it that you know everything? Vegeta scoffed. What can someone of the KO's caliber possibly teach you? The Kaioken? It sounds somewhat intriguing. A confident smile adorned Vegeta's face. Come on, Kakarot. Let me witness the effects of your Kaioken. On KO's planet, the KO listened intently to Vegeta's words, his expression stiffening, eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Goku, unleash your full might upon him. KO bared his teeth, clenching his fists. Double Kaioken. Goku gritted his teeth as a red aura enveloped him, charging fiercely towards Vegeta. Vegeta soared into the air. Boom. Goku launched a powerful punch from a distance. Snap. Vegeta effortlessly blocked the attack. With tremendous speed, Goku ascended, raining down punches upon Vegeta. The latter remained composed. After 3 exchanges, boom. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Goku spiraling through the air, tumbling multiple times. Bam! Another kick from Vegeta struck Goku squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Goku was propelled backward, crashing heavily against a rocky outcrop. With a resounding crash, Goku fell to the ground. Is this the Kaioken? Kakarot, it seems rather unimpressive. Vegeta chuckled with intrigue. Goku rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression growing increasingly grave. What other techniques do you possess? Unleash them, Kakarot. Vegeta teased lightly, however. If you have been training with the KO for this entire year, I can assure you, you are doomed. Triple Kaioken. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. and a torrent of energy surged forth from his being. At the Kame house, the power levels surged: 18,000, 19,000, 20,000, 21,000. Bulma's countenance paled as she beheld the numbers on the scanner. Bang! The device emitted a dull thud before shattering into pieces. Bulma gasped in astonishment. The scanner exploded? What on earth happened? Master Roshi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Bulma shook her head in bewilderment. It's normal for such a device to explode when its energy readings exceed the predetermined threshold. Roger, having finished his last dessert, dabbed his mouth with a napkin and replied nonchalantly. Master Roshi cast a sidelong glance at Roger. You make a fair point. However, you seem to be enjoying your meal rather excessively, don't you think? Wukong's power exceeds 20,000, but I wonder what Vegeta's level is? Bulma mused gravely. Perhaps over 40,000. This brat has been growing up in the worst of circumstances, Roger remarked, shaking his head in exasperation, his nose crinkling in frustration. Before Roger and Vegeta parted ways, this young man's combat power had soared to approximately 30,000. Roger took Vegeta on a journey 1,000 years into the past, allowing him to witness Bardock's transformation into a Super Saiyan. 25 years have elapsed, yet Vegeta's battle power has only increased by a mere 10,000. Has this brat truly grown up amidst such mediocrity? How utterly disgraceful. Roger felt a twinge of embarrassment in admitting his acquaintance with Vegeta. Bulma, Master Roshi. And Oolong turned their gazes toward Roger, inquiring, who are you referring to? Oolong scratched his head, pondering, are you speaking of me? Although I am a pig, I do not indulge in excrement. Chapter 31. Where has Roger disappeared? Additional rewards for the zombie deity, despite Vegeta's combat power being merely 40,000. Roger remarked that Goku would only stand a chance of achieving a stalemate if he employed the Kaioken technique at 5 times its usual strength. How do you know that the Saiyan, Vegeta, possesses a combat power of 40,000? Master Roshi inquired, perplexed. Roger cast a glance at Master Roshi without uttering a word. Why should I divulge anything to you? Who do you think you are? Nevertheless, this is rather humiliating. A being of celestial origin. And yet my combat prowess amounts to but a mere fraction. On the battlefield, Goku unleashed a triple Kaioken, charging fiercely towards Vegeta. Bang! With a swift kick, Vegeta sent Goku tumbling once more. Quadruple. Gritting his teeth, Goku summoned forth his energy. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Goku's abdomen. Goku coughed up blood, staggering to the ground. How does it feel, Kakarot? Is this the Kaioken you take such pride in? I am utterly disappointed. Vegeta gazed at Goku with a smug smile, his expression radiating triumph. With the quadruple Kaioken, even in peak condition, Goku's power level barely reached 32,000, leaving him significantly outmatched by Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta launched a kick that knocked Goku flat on his back. Subsequently, Vegeta placed his foot upon Goku, rolling it back and forth. No wonder Roger enjoys this sort of treatment. This sensation is truly unparalleled. Vegeta's face beamed with satisfaction. Kakarot, weren't you quite boastful? Care to show me more of that arrogance? As he rolled Goku beneath his foot, he chuckled at the sight of Goku's disheveled state. Isn't your father a Super Saiyan? And yet here you are, crushed beneath my heel. Vegeta momentarily reveled in his superiority. Release my father. At that moment, Gohan abruptly appeared before Vegeta, trembling as he shouted, Oh, you've returned? Vegeta chuckled. Gohan, run. Get out of here. Goku weakly implored. Spirit Slice. Suddenly, a white energy disc hurtled towards Vegeta from behind. The disc spun rapidly, seemingly endowed with an inexhaustible cutting power. Swish. Vegeta deftly sidestepped the Spirit Slice. Whoosh. The disc struck a distant mountain, cleaving it cleanly in two. This is bad. He evaded it. Krillin exclaimed in disappointment. Demon Flash. Gohan gritted his teeth, unleashing a beam of energy towards Vegeta. You must be Kakarot's son, right? That useless rat it seemed to falter only after encountering you. As Vegeta spoke, he swatted away the incoming energy attack. Instantly, the Demon Flash veered off course, soaring into the distant jungle. Boom. In the heart of the jungle, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very ground beneath. Ah, I knew you would return, Vegeta remarked with a broad smile. You must be back to witness Kakarot at his most vulnerable. How pitiful you are. I almost feel sorrow for you. At the Kame house, Goku's energy had diminished significantly. It appeared he could no longer endure. The turtle hermit spoke solemnly. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Earth is doomed? Bulma ran her fingers through her hair, casting a glance towards Roger's direction. Yet, upon looking, she found Roger absent. Where is Roger? Bulma inquired. He was here just a moment ago. Perhaps he has stepped away to the restroom? The turtle hermit replied nonchalantly. At a time like this, why concern ourselves with that glutton? Bang! The turtle hermit struck Oolong on the head with his cane. In the presence of Bulma, he refrained from bullying Roger, but with Roger absent, venting his frustration on the little pig was utterly satisfying. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Oolong protested, a large bump forming on his piggy head. You've eaten us into poverty, the turtle hermit retorted grumpily. Since Goku has been defeated, Earth is destined for destruction at the hands of the Scions. If we don't eat now, there will be no opportunity later. Oolong grunted in agreement. The pig speaks wisely. The turtle hermit pondered. Enough of this idle chatter. What are we to do now? Bulma exclaimed, slamming her palms on the table as she rose, her voice rising in urgency. At this juncture, unless we can relocate to outer space, what options do we have? Oolong shook his head in despair. Bulma, have you constructed a spaceship? The turtle hermit inquired. I have, but the nearest habitable planet would require at least 1,000 years of travel. I shan't live that long. Bulma clutched her head, gazing skyward in lament. Oh heavens, I am so striking. Cannot fate show me some favor? Chapter 32, Vegeta. You ought to change your name. Additional chapter for Momo's generous donation. What kind of logic is that? The turtle hermit rolled his eyes. At this moment, no one was concerned about Roger. Earth was on the brink of catastrophe. Who would bother with Roger's whereabouts? On the battlefield, bang, bang. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, rendering Krillin and Gohan unconscious on the ground. Poor little fellows, they cannot withstand my might, Vegeta sighed. How infuriating. Goku is utterly powerless to resist, allowing Vegeta to trample him underfoot. The quadruple Kaioken has utterly dismantled Goku's body. Goku felt as though his very organs had shattered. Kakarot. You have greatly disappointed me. The offspring of a Super Saiyan is but a shadow of expectation. Vegeta chuckled lightly, lifting his foot. Humph, I shall crush you right now. And then let the entire populace of this planet accompany you to the grave. What say you? How infuriating. I cannot move. Goku's expression darkened further. Die, Kakarot. A murderous intent flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he brought his foot down with force. Boom. The ground beneath Vegeta erupted with a resounding bang. Fissures spreading across the earth like a spider's web. What is happening? Vegeta realized he had not struck Kakarot's head. Where is he? Where has Kakarot gone? Vegeta quickly scanned his surroundings and soon spotted two figures not far away. One was Kakarot, while the other appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Vegeta dismissed the stranger with a scoff. Just another human destined for death, he sneered. I'm still alive. Goku blinked in disbelief, rubbing his blurry eyes as he gazed at the person who had rescued him. Am I mistaken? Is it you? You're Bulma's. Goku momentarily forgot Roger's name. It was hardly surprising. Roger was not a warrior and had never participated in their battles, rarely making an appearance. Given Goku's foggy mind, it was quite normal for him to forget. Moreover, Goku was uncertain whether this individual was indeed Roger. Roger slowly approached Vegeta. There was something oddly familiar about his gait. Vegeta paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of excitement as Roger drew nearer. His pupils constricted and his voice trembled. Why you are? Vegeta's lips quivered. A battle power of 40,000. Have you truly been thriving in mediocrity all these years? Roger sighed. Why you are really Roger? Vegeta could hardly contain his elation. However, as his words fell, a sudden realization struck him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Boom. The instant Vegeta bolted, an invisible pressure enveloped him. He plummeted rapidly from the sky, his body sinking into the earth, leaving only half of his head exposed. Astonishment mingled with joy flooded Vegeta. This sensation was all too familiar. It was indeed Roger. Immediately, Vegeta shook his head vigorously. Damn it, have I become so accustomed to being humiliated by him? Why do I still feel a tinge of delight? Roger, it has been ages. What brings you to Earth? I've been searching for you for quite some time, Vegeta exclaimed. Tell me about your battle power. Roger replied. A battle power of 40,000 is quite impressive. Vegeta hurriedly responded, you see, I effortlessly swept through this planet and even defeated the son of a Super Saiyan. The son of a Super Saiyan? Roger was momentarily taken aback. Kakarot. The son of Bardock is indeed the son of a Super Saiyan, is he not? You took me to meet Bardock, intending for me to one day best him. Didn't you? Vegeta asserted confidently. Unfortunately, I couldn't locate Bardock. so I had to settle for his son. Bardock's two sons, Raditz is a waste, and while Kakarot is decent, he pales in comparison to me. I wanted you to witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Roger was at a loss for words. If this continued, Vegeta would be rendered ineffectual. Thus, Roger fell silent. Boom. Roger stepped down with force, causing the very ground to tremble and dislodge Vegeta from its depths. Subsequently, Roger placed his foot upon Vegeta's form, rolling over him as one would need dough. From now on, you shall no longer be known as Vegeta, but rather as Be Rolling, Roger declared with a hint of exasperation. Be Rolling? Vegeta's expression stiffened, acknowledging the absurdity of the name. You believe your combat power of 40,000 is impressive, do you? You look down upon the Kai, do you? Today, I shall demonstrate your folly, Roger proclaimed, his staff shimmering ominously. In the following moment, a healing light emanated from the staff, enveloping Son Goku. Take care of yourself, Roger's voice echoed as he transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, vanishing into the void. Hey, Roger, what are you doing? Vegeta shouted, and I refuse to be called Be Rolling. Defeat Kakarot, or get as far away as you can, Roger's voice retorted. TCH, did I not already defeat him? Vegeta muttered, suddenly recalling something that caused his expression to change. In the distance, Son Goku trembled slightly. Son Goku was momentarily stunned, feeling his internal organs rapidly healing. In just a breath or two, he realized his injuries had completely mended. With a sudden motion, Son Goku stood up. What is happening? He marveled at his own recovery. Oh no, I almost forgot. That guy Roger can heal. Vegeta's demeanor grew tense as he swiftly flew to face Son Goku, who had indeed risen. Let us hope this near-death experience has granted him a slight boost in power. Vegeta murmured, gritting his teeth. Damn Roger, at least heal me as well. Son Goku cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, silently assessing his own physical condition. It felt as though, just as he was on the brink of unconsciousness, Roger had appeared nearby to save him. Roger? Is he a warrior? Sun Wukong found himself somewhat perplexed. On the distant planet King, the king was observing the unfolding situation. Upon seeing Roger's appearance, the king rubbed his eyes vigorously. Is it really him? Is he on Earth? The king could hardly contain his astonishment. He then fixated his gaze on Roger without blinking. Suddenly, he noticed Roger gently wave his hand. Instantly, a blinding light flashed. Oh, my eyes. The king instinctively averted his gaze, momentarily blinded, wiping the tears from his eyes. The corners of the king's mouth twitched. That divine being, does he know I am watching him? The king trembled slightly. At the battlefield. Although unaware of the changes occurring within me, my injuries had completely healed, and I felt my energy steadily rising. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes as he faced Vegeta. Shall we begin anew? Prince of the Saiyans, what was your name again? I am called Bagon. Vegeta spat after stating his name. Bagon? Sun Wukong was taken aback. I am Vegeta. How could you forget my name? Vegeta seethed with rage. King Kai Fist. Sun Wukong refrained from further chatter, unleashing his energy in a brilliant flare. Boom. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong struck Vegeta squarely in the face. This is bad. That fellow's combat power has significantly increased. I was suppressed by that Roger, causing my own power to diminish. Vegeta gritted his teeth, bravely countering. Now, after his rebirth, Sun Wukong's combat power had surged to 16,000. With a double King Kai Fist, his power could reach 32,000. Vegeta's energy expenditure was minimal. Yet after being overwhelmed by Roger, his combat power had dropped to 38,000. It could be said that Vegeta still held a solid advantage. Kakarot. You don't seem so impressive after all. Vegeta began to boast once more. However, in the next moment, Vegeta could no longer indulge in his arrogance. Triple King Kai Fist. Sun Wukong instantly elevated his combat power to 48,000. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of fierce blows upon Vegeta. Yet, the Triple King Kai Fist was no simple technique to master. Although Sun Wukong inflicted injury upon Vegeta, he too sustained considerable damage. Darn it, I, Vegeta, shall never concede defeat to you. Vegeta bared his teeth, rising once more, glaring fiercely at Sun Wukong. What a tenacious fellow. Sun Wukong widened his eyes, observing Vegeta. The Triple King Kai Fist, and yet it did not vanquish Bagon. This Saiyan Prince is indeed formidable. Whoosh. Vegeta soared into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere, and vanished from sight. Sun Wukong was momentarily bewildered. Where did he go? However, it wasn't long before Vegeta returned. Damn it, Kakarot, you shameless wretch. You deliberately shattered the moon, didn't you? Vegeta exclaimed furiously. I distinctly remember coming here on a full moon night. Moon? What moon? Sun Wukong replied, slightly taken aback. Humph. It matters not. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta conjured a glowing sphere of energy in his hand. Chapter 34. Wukong's energy surged once again. What was he planning? He had gathered an energy blast, yet his aura had significantly diminished. Sun Wukong was perplexed. Humph, Kakarot, you should regret severing your tail. As Vegeta spoke, he flung his hand, sending the energy sphere soaring into the heavens. Clenching his fist, he declared, crack. The energy sphere in the sky erupted in a brilliant golden light. Haha. Prepare to meet your demise, Kakarot. Vegeta cackled, his body rapidly expanding. Simultaneously, dark fur sprouted from his form. Vegeta transformed into a colossal black gorilla. Is this the Great Ape? The Great Ape monster? Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Kakarot, allow me to inform you that a Scion-esque transformation into a Great Ape amplifies their combat power tenfold. Vegeta grinned at Sun Wukong. Though my combat power has diminished to over 10,000, once I transform into a Great Ape, it will soar above 100,000. What did you say? Sun Wukong's expression shifted, momentarily pale. Prepare to meet your end, Kakarot. Vegeta laughed maniacally as he stomped down. Boom. The ground beneath Sun Wukong trembled violently. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong took flight. You shall not escape. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. Bang. Sun Wukong was swatted to the ground like a mere fly. Crack. Vegeta's massive hand lunged downward, gripping Sun Wukong tightly. Humph. I will crush you, Vegeta boasted, revealing his sharp fangs with a triumphant grin. Whoosh. Sun Wukong, in pain, unleashed a flickering blaze of light from his hand. Ouch. Vegeta's eyes were caught off guard, and he involuntarily loosened his grip. Sun Wukong slipped from Vegeta's grasp. Kaioken. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared behind Vegeta, aiming to seize his tail. However, Vegeta reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping lightly and sweeping his tail, delivering a fierce strike to Sun Wukong. Instantly, Sun Wukong was sent flying backwards. The earth trembled as his body crashed down, stirring up clouds of dust. Kaioken. At that moment, Krillin gathered his energy and swung the attack towards Vegeta. With a flash, the brilliant energy in Vegeta's hand obliterated Krillin's strike. Oh, the little bald one has awakened? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Magic flash. Son Gohan stealthily appeared behind Vegeta, unleashing a surge of energy. With a swift motion, Vegeta swatted away Gohan's attack. I knew you two would attempt a sneak attack, Vegeta scoffed. Dream on if you think you can sever my tail. Just as Vegeta finished speaking, he felt a sudden chill at his tail. His body trembled violently as he rapidly shrank in size. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta returned to his original form, while a severed tail lay on the ground, slightly twitching. Whoosh! Yajirobe discarded his sword and quickly hid behind a large rock. Well done, Yajirobe. Krillin laughed. You fool. Don't mention my name. Yajirobe glared angrily. You dare sever my tail. I will kill you all. Vegeta fumed with rage. Meanwhile, at the distant Kame house, upon Roger's return, he discovered that Bulma and the others were preparing to leave. Roger, why were you in the bathroom for so long? Hurry, let us board the spaceship and hope for good fortune in finding a habitable planet, Bulma urged him. It seems the honorable task of repopulating humanity has fallen to us. Master Roshi scratched his head and remarked to Bulma, and let us find a few beautiful women. Humanity cannot face extinction just yet. Indeed, Master Roshi is right. The more beauties, the better. Oolong wholeheartedly agreed. Bang! Bulma landed a punch, knocking both Master Roshi and Oolong to the ground. What I meant to say is that Roger and Bulma are more suited for the important task of repopulating humanity. Master Roshi chuckled awkwardly. Bulma glared at him. There is no need to rush from Earth. Goku may not necessarily lose to Vegeta, Roger stated. But didn't T-Goku lose? Bulma inquired. Strangely, Goku's energy seems to be increasing, while Vegeta's appears to be diminishing. What could this mean? The turtle sage gazed into the distance, sensing the energy of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, it seems we truly need not depart from Earth. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Wukong's victory appears quite promising. In Chapter 35, that person, it seems to be Roger. Bulma, do you not possess a drone? Quickly, deploy it for reconnaissance. Oolong suggested. Bulma nodded, retrieving the universal capsule containing the drone, and skillfully piloted it to the battleground. At the site of the confrontation, Vegeta, having reverted from his great ape form, was thoroughly outmatched by Sun Wukong. The surveillance footage revealed Vegeta crawling toward the spaceship. "Wukong, allow me to finish him," cried Krillin, brandishing a long blade in an attempt to eliminate Vegeta. "Krillin, spare him. I recognize my actions may seem impulsive, yet if he dares to return, I shall undoubtedly defeat him," Sun Wukong confidently declared. Gritting his teeth, Krillin cast aside the blade. Meanwhile, Vegeta managed to crawl into the spaceship. With a creak, the spacecraft's hatch sealed shut. Whoosh! Vegeta's ship tore through the void, vanishing as it ascended beyond the atmosphere. As soon as Vegeta departed, Sun Wukong coughed up a copious amount of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. "Wukong!" Krillin exclaimed in shock. "Father, what has happened?" Gohan rushed over. Concern etched on his face. "I'm fine. I will not perish. The Kaioken has left me injured. Just now, I hesitated to eliminate him. Partly because it seemed a pity, and partly due to my own limitations. My body cannot endure such grievous injuries," Sun Wukong explained with a bitter smile. "I suspect Vegeta still possesses some residual strength." "What? After all that, does he still have the power to defeat us?" Krillin questioned in disbelief. "Perhaps," Sun Wukong replied with a smile. At the turtle hermit's abode, Bulma pondered, "Wait, did that scion named Vegeta escape?" She paused, bewildered. "So, does this imply we have triumphed?" "Vegeta? That name is rather creative." The turtle sage chuckled heartily. Roger was at a loss for words. "Why was he called Big Gun Gun?" "Let's go. We need to pick up Goku," Bulma called out. Half an hour later, Son Goku was lifted onto Bulma's private plane. Master Karen even made a special trip down from Karen Tower to visit Goku. Unfortunately, the Senzu beans were depleted. At the latest, in a month, the Senzu beans will sprout again. Until then, we should arrange for Goku to stay in the hospital, Master Karen pondered. "Actually, my injuries are not that severe," Goku chuckled. "But speaking of which, Goku, I sensed your energy had once plummeted to a very low level, and then suddenly, it surged again. What could have happened?" Master Roshi inquired curiously. "Indeed, Goku, I sensed it too, but unfortunately, I couldn't see what was happening at the scene. I suddenly lost sight." Master Karen scratched his head, encountering such a phenomenon for the first time. "I don't know. I thought I was doomed. When I regained consciousness, I vaguely saw someone pulling me away from Vegeta's feet." Goku replied, "Someone pulled you away? Was it Gohan and Krillin?" "Not me. I was already unconscious at that time." Krillin shook his head. "I was also unconscious." Gohan vigorously shook his head. "A Kairob? Was it you?" Master Karen turned to a Kairob. "Me? Although I would love to claim credit for saving Goku, it wasn't me. I wouldn't foolishly risk my life at that moment," a Kairob scoffed. "That person seemed to be Roger." Goku suddenly gazed at Roger. "What?" All eyes turned to Roger. "All right. It was me," Roger said nonchalantly. The group quickly diverted their gazes. "Goku, stop joking. Anyone could have done it, but it absolutely couldn't have been Roger," Krillin asserted with confidence. Krillin's statement made sense. It couldn't have been Roger, as he was with them. Master Roshi nodded firmly. "Indeed, Roger was at the Kame house." "It couldn't have been him," Bulma added, expressing her disbelief. As for Roger's brief disappearance, everyone present assumed he had gone to the restroom or had simply been forgotten. "Actually, I was unconscious at that time and vaguely saw someone who resembled Roger, but my mind was so foggy that I even forgot Roger's name," Goku continued. "After that person rescued me, I seemed to hear Vegeta screaming over there. It seemed that person had given Vegeta a good beating." "Vegeta screaming? That person beat Vegeta?" The expressions of those present grew increasingly tense. Who could possess such strength? Apart from Goku, was there anyone on Earth capable of overpowering Vegeta? And then? Krillin inquired. "Then Vegeta shouted for a while, and I faintly heard him say, 'From now on, don't call me Vegeta, just call me Beigun.'" Goku continued, "How did Beigun come about?" Wulong stifled a laugh. "That name is quite amusing." Chapter 36, Is the King of the Worlds Asleep? Additional content for Chinmeihu's generous contribution. That name has character. Bulma burst into laughter. "However, is there truly someone more formidable than Beigun? Aside from Goku, if such a person exists, why would they hide from us?" Krillin pondered thoughtfully. "Goku must be experiencing an illusion," Wulong speculated. "It shouldn't be an illusion," Goku shook his head. "Soon after, my injuries miraculously healed, allowing me to resume battling Vegeta." "What? Your injuries healed instantly? How is that possible? Do you have any Senzu beans on you?" "I ran out of Senzu beans long ago." "Never mind. It's not worth dwelling on. It certainly can't be Roger." Krillin chuckled. After all, Roger is not a warrior. Indeed, if Roger could restore Goku's injuries, he should be able to do so now. Master Roshi gazed at Roger. Roger cast a fleeting glance at Master Roshi, pondering to himself, how naive. Do you truly believe I am a healer? Roger had no intention of treating Sun Wukong again, nor would he attempt to resurrect the deceased Z-warriors. However, his previous treatment of Sun Wukong, which enabled him to triumph over Vegeta, did indeed cost Roger 10 points of angelic power and resulted in the conversion of 2 points into the realm of the true deity. While this may seem modest, any form of expenditure and transformation is always beneficial. Roger's true god realm has reached 182. Currently, both Krut and Saber's true god realms stand at 199. It's getting close. Roger's realm of true divinity is finally catching up with them. Setting aside the mystery of how Goku has regained his strength, Krillin previously mentioned the necessity of preserving the bodies of fallen comrades, claiming there might be a way to revive them. Is that true? Bulma interjected. Indeed. Although the hope is rather faint, there is still a glimmer of possibility. Krillin nodded as he recounted the tale of Namek. Namek? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I heard it too, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Does this mean Uncle Piccolo has a chance of being revived? Absolutely. If Piccolo returns, then the Dragon Balls on Earth can also be restored, Krillin said joyfully as he clenched his fists. You all are so naive, Bulma sighed softly. It's like you're chasing a dream. How could that possibly come to fruition? Bulma, what do you mean? Krillin asked, confused. Krillin, do you even know where this Namek is? Bulma cast a sidelong glance at him. Krillin's lips quivered slightly. Allow me, I will inquire with King Kai. He must know where it is. Goku lay on the ground and began to communicate with King Kai. King Kai, can you hear me? It's Goku. Do you know the precise location of Namek? King Kai's voice echoed back. I heard you. However, I shall not divulge that information. After a moment of silence, King Kai continued, Goku, you are being unreasonable. With such a powerful deity beside you, why are you seeking me? King Kai's words did not reach Goku. They merely reverberated within his own realm. How peculiar. Has King Kai fallen asleep? Goku chuckled bitterly at the lack of a response. Do gods need to slumber as well? Bulma glanced at Goku. I have no idea, Goku replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. This is troubling, without knowing the specific location of Namek. Reviving them is merely a distant dream, Bulma lamented. Namek is located at the SU-83 coordinates of 9045 YX, Roger stated. Everyone turned their gaze towards Roger. I have seen it. Roger smiled. Krillin looked somewhat dazed. Master Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Kaio's expression was one of shock. You saw it? How did you manage that? Are you a god? It seems even the gods of Earth cannot perceive it. How did you come across that information? Krillin and Master Roshi, along with the others, gazed at Roger in disbelief. Roger, did you discover it through a telescope at home? You must have seen someone resembling Piccolo, and then noted it down. You are truly remarkable. Bulma could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed forward to embrace Roger, planting a kiss on his cheek. Roger, your reasoning is so compelling that I find myself at a loss for a counterargument. If you say so, then it must be true, Roger chuckled. I had thought you were like me, engaged solely in eating and nothing else, Wulong pondered. Roger cast a piercing glance at Oolong. This pig. Is he not blatantly insulting himself as a swine? Oolong shivered involuntarily, a sense of danger creeping over him. Wait, do not rejoice too soon, Bulma exclaimed. The crowd fell silent. The only one reveling in joy is you, for goodness sake. The coordinates are 9045 YX? Bulma felt a tinge of unease. What is it, Bulma? Krillin inquired hastily. No need to calculate. Using the spacecraft designed by Dr. Briefs, it would take at least 339 years, Roger stated. Huh, you calculated that? Bulma was taken aback. Chapter 37. The Newly Explored Universe. For the generous patron's reward, Bulma took it upon herself to run the numbers once more. Indeed, it amounted to 339 years and 3 months. Roger was correct. To be precise, it was 339 years and 3 months. Bulma displayed the figures on her calculator to everyone, forcing a smile, unless one were to achieve immortality. There is no solution. Krillin's face turned ashen. The Scions possess a spacecraft, and also, when the god visited Earth, he arrived in a spacecraft as well. You may inquire with Mr. Popo at the temple, Roger suggested. I believe Mr. Popo would know the precise location of the spacecraft. Bulma and the others stared at Roger, wide-eyed. Your reasoning is impeccable. How do you know so much? Why do we not think of it? The Scion spacecraft is relatively swift. We can save it for when Goku recovers. The Namekian spacecraft is comparatively slower and can undergo simple modifications. Then we can head to Namek, Roger commanded. Thus, let us first take Goku to the hospital and then seek out Mr. Popo at the temple. Roger, you are truly remarkable. Son Wukong could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, Roger, I never anticipated your plans to be so thorough, Krillin echoed in praise. Bang! Just as they were conversing, Oolong suddenly flew out of the window. Ah, save me! Oolong cried out, hastily transforming into a bird, desperately chasing after the plane. How did he get outside? Oolong, what on earth are you doing? I have no idea how it happened. I just suddenly fell out. Oolong returned, wiping the sweat from his brow, heart racing. If such absurdities occur again, I shall stew you. Bulma reprimanded. Oolong felt utterly frustrated. Am I sleepwalking? I'm fully awake. 10 minutes later, following Roger's advice, Bulma and the others first took son Wukong to the hospital. Subsequently, Bulma, accompanied by Krillin, made a trip to the temple. Mr. Popo led Bulma, while Krillin flew above. The three indeed found a spacecraft in an exceedingly frigid region. Roger did not linger in the past. While Bulma embarked on her quest for the spaceship, Roger transformed into a radiant arc of multicolored light, piercing through the void and materializing within the grand hall of the High Priest. Roger, I indeed did not misjudge you. Over the years, your angelic powers have been significantly depleted, and your transformation into the realm of true divinity is quite remarkable, the High Priest remarked, gazing at Roger. High Priest, I have come to inquire about the state of the new universe, Roger responded. The new universe has yet to stabilize, the High Priest replied. However, if you truly wish to see it, you may do so. Then let us take a look, Roger decided, intending to familiarize himself with the new universe first. At the very least, he thought, it would be prudent to establish a presence. With a gentle wave of his hand, the High Priest conjured a spatial passage within the hall. The passage expanded gradually, growing larger by the second. 1 minute later, Roger gazed upon the newly unveiled cosmos. High Priest, this universe appears somewhat diminutive, he pondered aloud. Indeed, the High Priest nodded in agreement. It is rather small. Are you jesting? Roger shot a glance at the High Priest. A newly established universe of such limited dimensions is quite unusual, he remarked, disheartened. The High Priest chuckled softly. It comprises merely a single clump of earth, amounting to a total of merely 10,000 cubic meters. Roger's expression was one of profound disappointment as he sighed repeatedly. This nascent universe, as per Roger's assessment, encompassed only approximately 10,000 cubic meters, with its center occupied by an object resembling a clump of earth. This clump, indeed, could not even be classified as a planet. Ahem, this clump of earth constitutes the core of the universe, the High Priest interjected, clearing his throat. Typically, newly formed universes are of such modest size. Angels must employ the divine realm to expand the universe. Roger, were you not honing your skills on Earth in the 7th universe? Generally, a single divine realm can augment a galaxy-like system. And I trust you are more aware than I of how many celestial bodies reside within a galaxy. Thus, I am capable of expanding over 180 galaxies now. Roger mused thoughtfully. However, that is still woefully insufficient, the High Priest replied with a smile. A universe must possess at least 20 trillion galaxy-like systems to be deemed a true universe. 20 trillion? I possess not nearly such a number of divine realms. Roger shook his head slightly. Moreover, will the consumed divine realms regenerate? Presently, the highest among the divine realms belongs to the angel Colin from the 8th universe, nearing 800. Yet 800 pales in comparison to 20 trillion. Theoretically, the higher the divine realm, the quicker the recovery after consumption, and the larger the universe that can be expanded simultaneously. Otherwise, how do you suppose a divine realm of less than 800 manages to sustain a universe's normal operation? I shall give it a try, Roger nodded. Wait, the High Priest exclaimed hurriedly. Roger feigned ignorance, and in an instant, his divine realm erupted forth. Layers of intangible divine power, akin to lively sprites, swiftly spread across this nascent universe. In the blink of an eye, what was once a mere 10,000 cubic meters transformed into an expansive expanse. Soon after, a small, shadowy celestial body came into existence, comparable in size to Pluto. Beyond this, there was nothing else. The High Priest, Roger, is it not said that consuming a bit of the true God realm would birth a galaxy? Why is there only this dark and desolate planet? Roger pondered. Chapter 38. O High Priest, how miserly you are. This universe is yet to stabilize, and having consumed the true God realm, it is only natural that no galaxy emerges. The High Priest covered his face, feeling weary. Well, let us consider this a keepsake. Roger nodded thoughtfully. The High Priest fell silent. It seemed to him that Roger was being deliberately troublesome. You have created such a dark and obscure planet. What are those apprentice angels to do? Are you planning to seize this universe for yourself? The high priest found Roger's antics rather mischievous. As for the true God realm being utilized to expand new cosmic space, could this boy truly be oblivious? Fortunately, having consumed a bit of the true God realm, it has now replenished. Roger nodded in satisfaction. The high priest decided to remain silent. High priest, do you think I can cultivate a realm king god capable of giving rise to life on that shadowy planet? Roger inquired. The high priest's mouth twitched slightly. Do you really believe this universe belongs to you? I prepared this for my daughter, you know? Suddenly reminded of a matter concerning the Omni King, the high priest hastily departed. He understood that if this continued, Roger might seize this universe before it fully formed. With a swift motion, after leaving, the high priest expelled Roger from the new universe and sealed the spatial passage to it. Roger scratched his head. I was merely experimenting, so why did you flee? Besides, this universe shall ultimately belong to me. Could you not have managed it sooner? Perhaps I could have even brought about its stability ahead of time. Roger shook his head. High priest, you were truly miserly. Upon Roger's return, he discovered Bulma and Dr. Briefs engaged in the modification of their spacecraft. Where have you been, Roger? Bulma inquired. I ventured to explore a new universe, Roger pondered aloud. Bulma, rolling her eyes, was weary of Roger's penchant for exaggeration. This time, I am bound for Namek. You shall accompany me, Bulma insisted, her lips pursed. 2 months? Sailing through the cosmos? Absolutely not, Roger resolutely declined. How do you know it will take 2 months? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. There is nothing in this world that escapes my knowledge, Roger replied. Bulma fell silent, wishing he would refrain from boasting. Nevertheless, she found Roger's bravado and self-assured demeanor quite charming. It was as if, even when faced with calamity, he maintained an air of nonchalance. For instance, when Goku perished, Roger seemed unfazed. Even after Goku's defeat by Vegeta, Roger remained unperturbed. Bulma reflected that although Roger was not a Z-warrior, his unwavering confidence was a rarity, second only to Goku himself. In fact, even Goku had shown signs of despair upon Raditz' arrival. I don't care, I demand your company on this journey. Otherwise, I shall perish of boredom amidst the cosmos for 2 months, Bulma declared, tugging at Roger's hand and adopting a playful demeanor. We'll see, Roger said, extricating himself from her grasp and making a hasty retreat. 2 months traversing the universe was simply too long. Roger even contemplated personally escorting Bulma to Namek. Roger has already flown past, merely 10 minutes ago. Do not leave, Bulma exclaimed loudly. Roger began to run. Come back, Bulma shouted. Roger had no intention of returning. He was running faster than ever. That evening, Bulma glared at Roger with indignation, advancing step by step, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Bulma, perhaps you should refrain from going to Namek as well. Let Krillin and Gohan handle it, Roger suggested. In truth, your presence seems rather futile. What if something goes awry with the spaceship in the vastness of space? If I do not go, who will repair the spacecraft? Over the course of 2 months, who can guarantee that it will remain unscathed? What shall we do if a problem arises? Bulma retorted emphatically. This concerns the fate of all humanity. Do you not understand? Roger, I can accompany you on the spaceship, but I must have a private room, one that can be locked from the inside. After contemplating for a moment, Roger replied. Of course, that is not an issue. Bulma nodded in delight. Then it is settled, Roger smiled. Once aboard the spaceship, he could lock the door and make his escape. Who would be the wiser? Bulma would likely assume she was merely sleeping in her room. However, at present, Roger was not preoccupied with the spaceship. Rather, he was contemplating the selection of the Kaioshin and the god of destruction. Whom should he choose? It was a perplexing dilemma. 7 days later, the spaceship was finally completed. To reassure Roger, Bulma took him to inspect the private room. In truth, it was not just Roger who had a private chamber, Bulma did as well. Naturally, Krillin and Gohan were assigned to a shared room. All right, it looks good, Roger nodded. When boredom strikes, I can simply make my escape. Chapter 39, The Destination. Namek that afternoon. Roger, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan embarked upon the spacecraft, setting their sights on Namek. With a decisive press of the launch button, Bulma initiated the journey. Hey, Bulma, we haven't fastened our seatbelts yet, Krillin exclaimed. Whoosh. The spacecraft trembled slightly before swiftly stabilizing. All right, we have exited the atmosphere and the ship is now in autopilot mode. Feel free to do as you please, Bulma announced. She had prepared 2 spacesuits. One for herself and one for Roger, though Roger chose not to wear his. Clad in her space suit, Bulma noticed Krillin and Gohan dressed casually for a trip, which stirred a sense of irritation within her. Resolutely, she returned to her cabin to change into a sporty outfit. Bang! Bulma tossed out a versatile capsule containing an array of delectable foods. Roger, help yourself, she beckoned. You truly are considerate, Roger nodded appreciatively. Krillin and Gohan could not help but glance at Roger. Among us, only Roger dares to speak to Bulma like that, Krillin murmured. Indeed, Gohan agreed with a chuckle. What are you two whispering about? Bulma inquired, catching the two in their hushed conversation. We were just saying how lovely you look today, Krillin laughed. By the way, where do you think Beijun is gone? Bulma pondered. Didn't we hear that planet Vegeta was destroyed? Perhaps they have their own base, Krillin mused. On planet Frieza 79. 18 days after Vegeta departed Earth, a small spherical spacecraft sliced through the skies, hurtling towards the launch base. It's Mr. Vegeta's spaceship. Quick, go welcome him. Bang. The spacecraft landed at the launch base, which cushioned the impact. Creak. The hatch of the spacecraft opened. Two subordinates, awaiting Vegeta's arrival, were taken aback to see him wearing a life support system over his nose. Quickly, Mr. Vegeta is injured. Take him for treatment. Vegeta was carried into the medical room and placed into the treatment apparatus. His injuries were swiftly tended to, and he soon rose to don his armor. Your scanner, sir. One subordinate presented the device with both hands. This is for you, Vegeta replied without looking back, while inwardly, he harbored his own thoughts. Roger has gone to Earth? No wonder he has eluded us for so many years. Tomorrow, I shall embark on another journey to Earth. Nevertheless, I must say, this trip has yielded quite satisfactory results. At the very least, my combat prowess has significantly improved. That detestable Roger, does he not comprehend why my growth in strength has been so gradual? Without suitable opponents, how can I expedite my enhancement? As Roger aptly noted, Vegeta's combat strength barely exceeds 40,000. 25 years have elapsed, and Vegeta's power has increased by less than 10,000. It is not that Vegeta lacks the desire to grow stronger. Rather, he has simply not encountered worthy adversaries over the years. Scions thrive when faced with formidable foes. Vegeta is akin to a high-level warrior engaged in perpetual skirmishes with weak opponents, yielding minimal experience. In truth, Vegeta considers his current progress to be commendable. As for challenging Frieza, ever since Vegeta's last encounter with him, where he was thoroughly bested, he has remained quite subdued. It is no surprise that Roger remarked that even Bardock could not contend with Frieza. Even a Super Saiyan would falter against Frieza. And Vegeta lacks the confidence to defeat him. Why does Vegeta not seek a way to transform into a Super Saiyan? He has attempted it, but to no avail. Now that he knows Roger's whereabouts, things become clearer. Vegeta ponders deeply. Hey, Vegeta. At that moment, a voice resounded from behind him. Vegeta recognized the speaker and chose to ignore them. Vegeta, you seem to have sustained quite a bit of injury. I wonder who could inflict such torment upon the proud Scion Prince. Chio-E remarked with a mocking expression, chuckling softly. Moreover, it appears that both Bardock and Raditz have perished. It seems you are the last of the Scion lineage. Vegeta remained silent. Vegeta, Lord Frieza is already aware of your unauthorized actions, Chio-E stated coldly. As a result, Lord Frieza was quite angry and initially intended to punish you. However, considering the valuable information you provided, he has decided to show leniency. What valuable information? Vegeta inquired, taken aback. If this matter is accomplished, Lord Frieza will attain immortality. Chio-E laughed heartily. What did you say? Vegeta suddenly realized something. The Namekian Dragon Balls, Chio-E said, gazing at Vegeta with an amused expression. What? Vegeta was consumed by fury. He had initially intended to seek out the Dragon Balls himself. Once he gathered all 7, he could attain immortality. With immortality, he could continuously bring himself to the brink of death and then be reborn, thereby doubling his fighting power. In this manner, he believed he would eventually surpass Frieza and Roger. The enmity he felt towards Frieza was rooted in the annihilation of his race. And he harbored no intentions of sparing Roger either. How dare you mock me and bestow upon me a nickname? When I grow strong enough, I shall have my revenge. I shall call you Roger the Rolling. Vegeta had conveniently forgotten Roger's earlier warning that such a method of enhancing one's fighting power through near-death experiences was not a sustainable solution. He transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly propelling himself towards the spaceship. Vegeta, come back here. Chio-E shouted in anger. Ignoring the call, Vegeta plunged into the spacecraft. Whoosh. The spaceship tore through the void, rapidly heading towards Namek. Damn it. Just you wait, Vegeta. Chioi fumed, boarding the spacecraft in pursuit. At this moment, Roger was peacefully slumbering within his spacecraft, the life of an angel, so leisurely and serene. However, at that instant, Roger abruptly sensed an immense divine power manifesting near his vessel. Who could it be? He jolted awake, confronted by an unfamiliar aura emanating from a deity. Roger promptly exited the chamber, erecting a barrier to prevent the loss of air from the spacecraft before activating the hatch and soaring into the vastness beyond. Meanwhile, Bulma was resting within the confines of the room. In contrast, Krillin and Gohan remained vigilant, engaged in meditation to enhance their training. Roger departed from the spacecraft, oblivious to the presence of the two individuals. As Roger just departed from the spacecraft, he beheld a distant, resplendent burst of iridescent light shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Roger gazed from afar, fixating on a girl with golden skin. Her beauty was striking, almost otherworldly, possessing a charm that could be deemed perilous to nations. Even Roger found himself momentarily entranced. A celestial angel? Roger was momentarily taken aback, swiftly sensing the angelic energy emanating from the girl. In a flash, the girl noticed Roger, who was hovering amidst the celestial expanse, and altered her trajectory, racing towards him with great speed. With a graceful sweep, the girl dissipated the multicolored flames enveloping her and regarded Roger with a serene gaze. Hello, may I inquire about the location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Do you happen to know? The girl inquired politely. You've reversed your direction. If you fly 10 minutes that way, you will encounter the Galactic Patrol space station. Roger discerned the identity of the girl. A celestial angel among the apprentices, aside from the High Priestess's daughter, Rose. Who else could it be? Moreover, Roger had only previously encountered Myers among the apprentice angels. He had yet to meet the angels Beirut and Sab. Generally speaking, once an apprentice angel has chosen a specific cosmic trial, they seldom visit others, as it is deemed unnecessary. Angels possess scepters that allow them to communicate across the cosmos. Who would casually traverse from one universe to another simply to engage in conversation with another angel? Ah, I see I've gone the wrong way, Rose remarked, scratching her head. I've been flying for several hours. Why have I yet to see the galaxy? Ah, it appears my direction is indeed reversed. Roger smiled, surmising that Ross was likely heading to the Galactic Patrol headquarters in search of her brother, Mel's. Thank you. You are a kind person. Ross expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Roger replied. I am an angel, the greatest deity in the cosmos, and my father is the supreme archon governing the divine realm of this universe. You have aided me, and I can grant you any wish you desire, Ross declared to Roger. Roger was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she was unaware of her own angelic nature? Yet, upon further reflection, this seemed plausible. After all, Roger had scarcely manifested any angelic powers or divine domain. It was entirely reasonable that C could not perceive them. Roger harbored a sense of disdain within. You are the daughter of a high priest. Is it necessary for you to flaunt your status? He questioned, feigning surprise. Really? I desire a strawberry that I can eat forever. Is that possible? The notion of an everlasting strawberry left Ross slightly taken aback. Although she was an angel, she was unable to fulfill such a whimsical wish. In truth, this request could be realized, provided one gathered 7 Super Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon. However, to laboriously collect these 7 orbs only to wish for a strawberry that could never be consumed seemed absurd. Ross believed that if her father were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly reprimand her severely. Initially, she had assumed that Roger was merely an ordinary yet powerful human, and any wish he might have would pertain to unifying the universe, acquiring planets, or amassing treasures. Who could have predicted that he would yearn for an everlasting strawberry? How about we wish for something else, considering it is currently out of season for strawberries? Ross remarked, her beautiful face adopting a serious expression. Are there everlasting apples? Roger stifled a laugh as he inquired. No strawberries in this season? Who are you trying to fool, you silly angel? We are in the cosmos. There are no seasons here. You cannot say everlasting. Ross's expression darkened, but her eyes suddenly brightened. Wait, I have an idea. How about I gift you an apple or strawberry from a planet? That would be excessive. They would spoil easily, Roger replied, shaking his head. I can preserve them for you, Ross insisted. Forget it. Just help me wish for peace in the universe, so that destruction and wars cease to exist, Roger stated. Ross responded. How is that even possible? No war? No destruction? That is simply unattainable. Would the god of destruction cease to do his job? If he refrains from obliterating planets, the universe will lose its balance, and it will self-destruct without even needing the king of all to intervene. Do you have no other wishes? Ross's demeanor shifted, becoming more anxious. How about you become my wife? Then I can have whatever wish I desire without all this trouble, Roger suggested. The entire seventh universe seemed to fall silent. I speak sincerely. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your enchanting exterior, Roger said earnestly, looking deeply into Ross's eyes. In truth, Roger's underlying sentiment was that this foolish angel possessed beauty but lacked substance. Ahem. Let us return to the matter of the everlasting strawberry. I will devise a plan. Once I find a way, I shall come to seek you, Ross declared before transforming into a dazzling array of colors and swiftly departing. Hey, wait a moment. Roger called out loudly, but Ross had vanished without a trace. Roger was eager to inform her that she had veered off course once again. Roger chuckled and shook his head, finding it rather amusing to encounter such a foolish angel. Having emerged from the spaceship, Roger decided to return to Earth to embark on a culinary journey. It is noteworthy that indulging in exquisite cuisine can also deplete angelic power and enhance the realm of the true deity. No wonder Whis has a penchant for food. Angels are indeed a fascinating species. An hour later, Rosie's arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Welcome, welcome. Mers rushed out to greet her. I heard you were training in the sixth universe. How is everything with your sister? Sister Bados has been very caring towards me, Rosie's nodded. And what about Brother Whis? Has he given you any special attention? To be honest, ever since I arrived in the seventh universe, I have yet to meet Brother Whis, Mers chuckled. How unkind. I'll find him for you. Rosie's pouted. There's no need. Brother Whis must be very busy, Mers replied nonchalantly. Moreover, an angel's training is a personal endeavor. Sometimes, discussing it too much or receiving special treatment can be detrimental. Is that so? It's no wonder that after all these years, I have only consumed a mere 1,000 points of angelic power, Rosie's mused. Consuming 1,000 points over a decade is already quite impressive, Mers praised. I, on the other hand, have only 500 left after all these years, and my conversion rate is terribly low. My true deity realm is merely 25. How pitiful. I heard Roger's true deity realm is already at 180. Humph, don't even mention Roger. He infuriates me. Rosie's exclaimed angrily. What happened? Mers inquired. I heard he planted a planet in the new universe. Rosie's fumed. He planted a planet in the new universe? Mers was taken aback. Yes. He consumed some true deity realm to give birth to a planet. Can you believe it? Rosie's pouted. Ha ha ha, why are you so upset? It's not such a big deal. Besides, our true deity realms may not even surpass Roger's. This newly opened universe is likely beyond our reach, Mers laughed. This new universe was originally prepared for me by Father. Rosie's clenched her pink fists. Oh, the Grand Priest prepared it for you? Mers was momentarily stunned. Father specially created this new universe for my birthday, intending for me to take charge after my training, Rosie's replied angrily. But then Roger claimed there was some insider knowledge. And Father couldn't show favoritism, so he decided to determine the master of the new universe based on the true deity realm. He has already planned to secretly wish with the Dragon of God in 8 years to elevate my true deity realm to its peak. Mers fell silent. The Grand Priest is truly good to you. I am his biological child. Why do I not receive such treatment? Rosie's exclaimed. But, Roger has planted a planet in the new universe. Unless he voluntarily erases it, the universe bears his mark. I will feel displeased when I take over. In Chapter 42, titled The Galaxy, No More, the character Ruasi expresses her frustration, puffing her cheeks. Mers, with a bitter smile, is at a loss for words. And look at my skin color. Ruasi's anger intensifies. Is there an issue with my skin color? Mers responds, as angels, we have the ability to alter our skin tones at will. Even our appearances can be transformed. Among us angels, it seems that only Roger and I possess yellow skin. The rest of you have blue skin. Ruasi clenches her fists. This is not a significant issue. I have purple skin. Mers chuckles nonchalantly. I have heard that Roger's angelic power is so formidable that it altered the color of my skin. Is that not correct? Ruasi inquires, gazing at Mers. That cannot be. I am 2 years younger than him. If anyone were to change skin color, it should be me. Mers shakes his head. No. You have already taken shape. It was during my development that I was affected by his angelic power, which also led to my possession of such immense angelic strength. Furthermore, if I had 10,000 angelic powers, I would not complain, but alas, I only have 999, falling short by 1. It's all his fault. It infuriates me. Ruasi's frustration escalates. Pouting, I only recently discovered this. Otherwise, I would have confronted him long ago. Haha, it's just a difference of 1 point, Mers chuckles. Brother Mers, you don't understand. A difference of 9 is monumental. Just look at the realm of true divinity. Do you truly believe 99 and 100 can be compared? They cannot, and the gap is vast. Ruasi corrects him with wide eyes. Then, are you not here to see me, but rather to find Roger? Mers, feeling weary, ceases to dwell on this matter, having grasped Ruasi's intentions. Yes, I heard he is on Earth in the galaxy? Ruasi nods. Indeed, it is quite close. We can reach it in mere seconds. Mers affirms, very well, I shall go find him. I need to confront him directly. Ruasi declares, visibly agitated. Angels should not succumb to anger, Mers advises. Who says I am angry? I want to bite him. Ruasi retorts, glaring. By the way, Brother Mers, do you have a way to obtain strawberries that one can never finish? Ruasi suddenly remembers something as she prepares to depart. Strawberries that one can never finish? That is quite a challenge. Although we are angels, such strawberries do not exist anywhere in the universe. I have heard that the 18th universe had them, but unfortunately, that universe has lost its ecological balance and no longer exists. Mers shakes his head. What about apples that one can never finish? Ruasi inquires further. Those peculiar items also originated from the 18th universe, but alas, that universe has disappeared. Mers continues to shake his head. What do you need these for? Are you lacking strawberries and apples to eat? Oh, that is not the case. Ruasi replied. This place is quite difficult to locate. I flew for over 3 hours in the 7th universe. And it was only after encountering someone along the way that I managed to find the direction here. Why didn't you contact me? Nels asked with a bitter smile. My father is concerned that I might struggle to control my angelic powers. So he sealed my scepter, Ruasi responded with a wry smile. Are you suggesting that this person pointed you in the right direction? And that is how you found me? Nels grasped the situation, thus, in gratitude. You promised him an endless supply of strawberries. He requested a wish from me. Ruasi nodded. An endless supply of strawberries is quite a tall order, dear sister. Why did you so readily agree to grant a human's wish? Mels expressed his concern. By the way, that person also mentioned that he was captivated by my beauty the very first time he laid eyes on me, Ruasi said, her cheeks flushing. This was the first time someone had confessed to her, a him. What he meant to say was that you lacked depth. Mels chuckled awkwardly. What did you say? Ruasi glared at Mels. I said nothing, Mels quickly denied. By the way, may I borrow your scepter? Help me find an endless supply of strawberries, or apples will do, to present to this person, Ruasi said as she took the scepter Mels offered, channeling her angelic power. She intended to reveal Roger's appearance to Mels. However, just as Ruasi's angelic energy surged forth, whoosh. In an instant, the entire Galaxy Patrol base was reduced to cosmic dust. Mel's pupils constricted, his expression turning grave. What have you done? He exclaimed, hovering in the air and gazing at the now vanished Galaxy Patrol, his face frozen in horror. Immediately, Mel surveyed his surroundings, his face paling further. Not just the Galaxy Patrol. You've destroyed the entire galaxy, he exclaimed. Oh no. My control over my angelic power was lacking. I didn't mean to. Ruasi sobbed, realizing the calamity she had caused. All right, I understand it was unintentional, but I suppose I must reverse time, Mel said, unsure of how to respond. To find one person, and yet obliterate an entire galaxy. No one else can match this angel's mischief. Whoosh. The scepter emitted a radiant glow as the angelic power surged, activating the time reversal skill. Oh no, my divine realm is too low. I cannot execute the time reversal. Mel's face was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 43. I have a foolish sister for perfect world. Extra rewards. What shall we do now? Perhaps I can attempt to use my angelic powers to restore the galaxy. Ruasi asked urgently. Sister, angelic powers are meant for consumption and destruction. Do you wish to annihilate the entire universe? Mels admonished. Mels reprimanded, and then his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Roger should be able to assist, given the formidable nature of his true divine realm. No, I shall handle it myself. At that moment, both individuals were startled by an unfamiliar voice resonating in the air. Suddenly, time and space twisted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the vanished Milky Way reappeared, and the Galactic Patrol headquarters resumed its prior state. Brother Vis? Is that you? Ross recognized him. What a troublesome child, Vis sighed, holding his forehead, uncertain of what to say. Ross had journeyed to the Milky Way of the seventh universe, a fact Vis was well aware of. However, he was taken aback to discover that Ross had inadvertently destroyed the galaxy. In exasperation, Vis hurriedly arrived and personally enacted a time reversal, restoring the galaxy to its former glory. Now I understand why Father chose to seal your scepter, Vis lamented. Brother Vis, your timing is impeccable. I need to find Roger. Please take me. Without my scepter, it's quite troublesome to search for him. Ross implored, gazing at Vis earnestly. And what do you intend to do once you locate Roger? Vis countered. I want him to erase that ominous celestial body of the new universe. Ross declared. What if he refuses? Vis inquired. Then I shall bite him. Ross clenched her teeth defiantly. Violence will not resolve the issue. Vis wiped his brow and shook his head. Then what do you suggest I should do? Ross glanced at Vis, feeling that this elder brother was of little help, preferring the company of Sister Bados instead. If only she had brought Sister Bados along. Vis, noticing her dissatisfaction, wiped his brow again. After a moment of silence, he relented. Very well. I shall take you to find him. But when we arrive, do not speak. I have a method to ensure he willingly eliminates that celestial body of the new universe, leaving him without any retort. Vis decided, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Really? That is splendid. Ross exclaimed with excitement. Remember, do not lose your temper. Even when faced with the most infuriating situations, maintain a calm heart. This is the essence of our angelic nature, Vis instructed Ross. Understood, Ross nodded seriously. Mels, you should join us as well, Vis beckoned. You are my brother, and it is time for you to undergo trials in my universe. I have yet to look after you. I hope that through this matter with Roger, you will gain some insight and quickly deplete your angelic powers. Yes, brother Vis. Mels nodded enthusiastically. Let us go. The three transformed into three radiant streaks of colorful light, heading swiftly toward the direction of Earth. At this moment, Roger found himself on Earth. Just a moment ago, Ruth had obliterated the galaxy, and naturally, the Earth where Roger resided had ceased to exist. At this instant, Roger felt somewhat bewildered. Roger was savoring exquisite delicacies, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to the cosmos. Roger was taken aback. However, he quickly composed himself and observed the unfolding events through the angelic staff. Roger was truly at a loss for words. It turned out that this foolish angel was responsible for it all. Roger initially intended to harness the power of time reversal, yet before he could even initiate his endeavor, he discovered that the fabric of space-time had already become distorted. Roger speculated that angels had already begun to manipulate time travel, thus sparing him the trouble of intervening himself. Roger was aware that in the seventh universe, aside from himself and Whis, there were no other angels capable of manipulating time. Mears was rather ineffectual. The divine realm was insufficient. In an instant, Roger found himself back in that restaurant. The entire Earth, and indeed the whole galaxy, appeared as though it had never vanished. Unchanged from before. Whis has arrived. Mears too. And their S. Rose? What could these three possibly want from me? Roger swiftly sensed the energies of Whis and the others approaching him at great speed. Roger sat quietly in the restaurant, savoring his meal. Suddenly, three individuals appeared before him, taking advantage of the moment when no one was around. Oh, isn't that you, Rose? Upon seeing Roger, Rose widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed to Weiss and Mels. Weiss brother, Mel's brother, he is the one who helped me. Right, Weiss brother. I want to express my gratitude by asking him to help me find strawberries that I can never finish. Weiss covered his face, unwilling to engage in conversation, while Mels wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, this foolish sister. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? Rose asked, taken aback. Rose. Who are we here to find? Mels inquired. It's Roger, of course. Rose affirmed. Weiss brother. Didn't you bring me here to thank this person first before looking for Roger? Suddenly, a tragic thought struck. The book is not yet signed. The contract's still on its way. In these uncertain times, it's unclear when it will reach the editor. Once it arrives, it must undergo approval. And with the word count being quite extensive, the additional updates from rewards will be postponed. However, during the free period, I can still manage 6 chapters daily. I will make up for the additional updates from rewards later. I must bear the consequences of my own choices. There are only 2 days left for additional updates. Chapter 44. Roger, I'll bite you. Have you ever seen Roger? Mels asked. I've seen his divine fruit, but not since he matured, Rose replied, shaking her head. Perhaps I have seen him, but I don't recall. Come, sit down quickly. Roger stifled a laugh and urged them to take a seat. Weiss had no choice but to sit down, covering his face. He truly didn't want to acknowledge that Rose was his sister. Why is she so foolish? Could it be that the moment the fruit bore resulted in Roger's angelic power scrambling her brain? Mel's felt mentally exhausted as well and plopped down, unsure of what to say. Hey, I told you I wanted to thank you. Don't worry, I'm an angel, and my word is my bond. I will help you obtain those strawberries that you can never finish, Rose declared, looking at Roger. I just remembered, there is a planet in our universe called Namek, where the inhabitants possess a magical ability to create wish orbs. Weiss chimed in with a smile. They can create these wish orbs because, long ago, they scavenged fragments of the wish star. I believe that through these wish orbs, we can find strawberries that you can never finish. Really? Then let us hurry to Namek, Rose exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. Coughing, Weiss interrupted. Oh, I came here to find Roger. Suddenly, Rose snapped back to reality. You're looking for me? Rogers feigned surprise. I am not searching for you. I am looking for Rogers. Forget it. You do not know Ross. She cast a glance at Rogers. Vis continued to cover his face. Mel's wore a bitter smile. This sister is not merely foolish. In that instant, the entire world fell silent. A fleeting moment of stillness ensued. Ross slammed her palm on the table, abruptly rising to her feet, glaring fiercely at Rogers. You are Rogers. Ross glared at him with a tempest of anger. Indeed, Rogers nodded. I shall bite you. Ross lunged at Rogers, sinking her teeth into his shoulder with fervor. Crack. Rogers' angelic power was momentarily unleashed, prompting a startled gasp from Rose, resulting in the loss of several of her teeth. She was incensed, her chest heaving with indignation. As for the shattered teeth, they quickly regenerated. The restorative prowess of an angel was indeed formidable. Yet, how could Rose endure such humiliation? Having her teeth knocked out by Roger? Why did you bite me? It's merely a tooth, yet look at my shoulder. It's bleeding, Roger exclaimed, revealing his collar to display 2 rows of bite marks, crimson blood seeping from the wounds. Shameless. Rose glared at him, incredulous. Who were you trying to fool? Bleeding? Is it so easy for an angel to bleed? Cough, cough. Rose, remain composed. Vis interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. What a bunch of troublesome children. Rose certainly is. So is Mers. Roger Weiss felt utterly exhausted. He was the epitome of a troublesome child. Upon hearing Weiss's words and noticing his knowing glance, Ross angrily sat down. Ross, look at how Roger guided you through the cosmos, enabling you to find Melis effortlessly. Otherwise, with your sense of direction, you might have searched for a month, Weiss remarked, signaling Ross to remain silent and simply listen. Initially, Ross was inclined to express her anger but was not foolish enough to miss this cue. She huffed in response, refraining from further comment. Since Roger has assisted you, you also promised him a strawberry that he could never finish, did you not? Weiss inquired again. If I had known he was Roger, I would have bidden him. Ross gritted her teeth in frustration. A promise made must be fulfilled, regardless of whether he is Roger or not. Weiss tapped his forehead, slightly regretting his assistance to Ross. All right, Brother Weiss, what do you suggest we do? I will follow your lead, Ross nodded. Then let us utilize the wishing pearl from Meek Star to fulfill the wish for an everlasting strawberry, Weiss said with a smile, looking at Roger and asking. What do you think, Roger? Roger came to a realization. Whis was indeed waiting for him here. Whis must be aware of his cohabitation with Bulma. And he knows that Bulma is on her way to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. At this moment, gathering the Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish is not an impossible task. However, he felt as though he might be outmaneuvered by Whis. There was no need for such complications, for Earth also possesses wish orbs, created long ago by a Namekian who had visited the planet. Roger chuckled, noting that the Namekian in question had long since passed away, but Whis had resurrected him, bringing the wish orbs back to existence. Why go through the trouble of heading to Namek? Oh, I wonder how that Namekian met his demise, Whis inquired with curiosity. You can find out for yourself. Roger replied with a smile. Chapter 45. Speak freely. Whis very well. Whis nodded, and projections began to appear upon the staff in his hand. The projections depicted the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa on Earth, engaging in battle. The visuals were swiftly concluded, granting Whis and his companions a comprehensive understanding of the events transpiring on Earth. So, Miss Bulma is currently en route to Namek, intending to locate the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo here. Since Piccolo and Kami are one and the same, reviving one will result in the revival of the other. Whis pondered. If I were to resurrect Kami now, Miss Bulma's efforts would be rendered futile. Roger gazed at Weiss, uncertain of his intentions. Roger chose to remain silent. Let us first examine the situation on Namek and see if Miss Bulma can successfully locate the Dragon Balls. As Whis spoke, a magnificent planet materialized above his staff, revealing Frieza and his cohorts on its surface. Is that Frieza? Melas recognized him at once. Indeed, the self-proclaimed Emperor of the Universe is also on Namek. Miss Bulma is likely facing peril, though if Roger were to accompany her, she would be safe. Whis smiled, glancing at Roger, choosing not to elaborate further. Whis, there is no need for circumlocution. Just speak plainly, Roger replied, somewhat irked. Very well then, I shall be direct, Whis said with a smile. Roger, how about we make a wager? Do tell, Roger chuckled. It seemed all this talk was merely a prelude to that very statement. Frieza is in search of the Dragon Balls, and so too are Bulma and her companions, including Vegeta. Let us wager on which of the three parties will find the Dragon Balls and fulfill their wish. Whis added with a slight grin. However, we must not intervene, otherwise, the intervening party shall be deemed the loser. And the stakes? Roger inquired. My sister, Rose, has a fondness for newly born universes. Should you lose, please erase the planet that birthed the new universe, and in addition, this new cosmos will belong to my sister, Rose. What do you think? Whis regarded Roger with a calm demeanor. Roger suddenly realized that Vis had gone through such elaborate explanations for the sake of the new universe. What if I were to win? Roger chuckled. The new universe will be yours, Rose forfeits, Vis stated. The new universe has always belonged to me. I shall not wager. Roger replied, shaking his head. Shameless. Rose glared. In truth, Roger's assertion held merit, given the current pace of his ascension in the realm of true divinity. The ownership of the new universe was indeed a trivial matter. Vis nodded in agreement and inquired of Roger, then, what is it that you desire? Perhaps I could grant you a wish from the Dragon of the Gods? Unnecessary, Roger responded, shaking his head. Do tell, what is it you wish for? Vis asked with a smile. Roger contemplated for a moment, casting his gaze upon Whis' angelic staff. A twitch of discomfort flickered at the corner of Whis' mouth as he hastily stowed the staff into his alternate dimension. This troublesome child dared to covet his angelic staff? Did he not possess one of his own? Why was he looking at me? An unsettling premonition washed over Whis. Whis, Roger mused, since we are both angels, is there truly anything in this universe that we desire, aside from a new cosmos? He smiled enigmatically. Whis remained silent. Then, it appears we have nothing further to discuss, Roger declared, rising to depart. Whis turned to Mels, exchanging a knowing wink. Use mine. My angelic staff holds little utility at the moment. Mels comprehended the unspoken message. Yours? Roger sighed. Mels felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed his angelic staff was deemed undesirable. After a brief silence, Roger reluctantly acquiesced. Is my angelic staff truly so unappreciated? Mels lamented. Very well, then. It is settled. Whis smiled gently. We are gods. There is no need for formal constraints. Regarding the Dragon Balls on Namek, 3 factions are in pursuit. The Earthlings, Vegeta, and the Frieza Force, who will ultimately achieve their wish. Roger pondered. All right, I shall go first. I choose Vegeta. I wager that he will acquire all the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish. Rosa interjected swiftly. I choose first. Rosa, that is not fair. Roger exclaimed. There should be an order. I don't care. You spoke too slowly. I chose first. Hee, Rosa exclaimed, embodying the joy of a proud little princess in that moment. Does Rosa's choice signify both of you? Roger inquired. This is a wager between you and Rosa. Her choice naturally takes precedence, Whis replied with a smile. Roger responded with a smile. Roger had just witnessed Whis transmit a message to Rose. It appeared that Whis intended to select Vegeta in hopes of acquiring the Dragon Balls and fulfilling a wish. You have put me in quite a dilemma. Whom should I choose? Roger sighed. I had initially considered selecting Vegeta. After all, he is somewhat of a disciple to me. I chose first, so you cannot select again. Rose declared triumphantly. Chapter 46. Whis, why did you choose Vegeta? With only Earthlings and Frieza remaining, I found myself in a quandary. Roger scratched his head, displaying clear reluctance. Hurry and choose, Rose urged. Very well, I select the Earthling, Roger replied. Ha ha ha, the Earthling? They are the weakest faction. I believe you would have a better chance of victory by choosing Frieza, Rose chuckled gleefully. Roger remained silent. You mentioned your intention to wager on this matter. Why not consult the Supreme Kai for a glimpse into the future? Henceforth, let it be established that the affairs on Namek shall not be interfered with by the 3 of us. Any such intervention shall be deemed cheating. If Mers and I interfere, it would be considered as Rose cheating. Whis remarked. Bulma has requested my assistance in searching for the Dragon Balls. Roger appeared displeased. I can protect Miss Bulma, but it must strictly pertain to her safety. I cannot offer her assistance in locating the Dragon Balls, or else it shall be deemed cheating. Weiss chuckled. Very well, it is settled. Roger nodded. We shall take our leave. We will reconvene once the Earthlings arrive on Namek. Weiss beckoned. Do not rush. Are there not strawberries that one can never exhaust? Roger inquired. Weiss twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. How could I forget about the strawberries? Roger. Had I known it was you, I would not have granted your wish. Rose glared at Roger in frustration. Having made the promise, one ought to fulfill it. Roger stated with an impassive expression. Aye. Rose became irate once more. Forget it. I no longer desire the endless strawberries. Roger scrutinized Rose from head to toe. What are you planning? Rose felt as though Roger could see right through her. If I serve as a servant for a day, the strawberries shall be exempt, Roger declared. No. Rose exclaimed with indignation. Cough. Regarding the strawberries, I shall devise a solution. Weiss interjected with a cough. We shall take our leave now. With a swish. Weiss grasped Rose and Mers, transforming into a vibrant arc of light, swiftly vanishing from sight. Hey, Weiss, won't you have something to eat? Roger called out. No need. While I indulge in delicacies, you remain on the sacred tree, Weiss's voice echoed from a distance. Roger shook his head. Look at how frightened you are. The culinary delights of Earth that you have missed, it may be another decade before you encounter them again. Poor Weiss. Roger chose to ignore the distractions and continued to indulge in the culinary delights of the opulent restaurant. Furthermore, he had sensed that Rose's angelic power stood at an impressive 99.99, merely 1 point shy of his own, contrary to what Mers had asserted. Both he and Rose did not possess an equal strength of 10,000. Though seemingly a trivial difference of a single point, the chasm between 99.99 and 10,000 was vast. It was akin to the progression within the realm of true divinity. The leap from 99 to 100, or from 199 to 200, represented a significant qualitative transformation. If we consider the range from 1 to 99 as comprising 99 integers, the transition from 99 to 100 encompasses more than just a solitary number. It includes values such as 99, 01, and 99, 02. When viewed through the lens of breakthroughs and advancements, the distinction becomes clearer. Thus, what do angelic power and the realm of true divinity signify? Angelic power can be likened to a unique metric of combat prowess, while the realm of true divinity encompasses various arcane celestial arts, such as resurrection, time manipulation, healing, altering appearances, and assisting in childbirth. The purpose of honing one's skills is to deplete angelic power, which subsequently transforms into the realm of true divinity. Would depleting all this angelic power result in diminished strength? Not at all. Once established, angelic power remains fixed. For instance, if Roger possesses 10,000 points of angelic power, the points spent are merely numerical. His inherent strength remains intact. Naturally, once the realm of true divinity reaches a certain altitude, it can compensate for lower levels of angelic power. Moreover, angels typically do not engage in combat. As for the wager, under conditions of non-interference, is it feasible for Vegeta to acquire the Dragon Balls? It seems the likelihood is quite slim. Although Roger's presence has incited minor shifts in history, the overall trajectory remains unchanged. This can be substantiated by the events that have transpired since Roger's arrival on Earth. Characters such as the Red Ribbon Army, Tao Pai Pai, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, Kai Atsu, and Demon King Piccolo have remained largely unaffected. The sole alteration pertains to Bulma, who has been hosting Roger. Resulting in a change in her romantic interests, she is not with Yamcha due to Roger's influence. Other matters have seen little variation. However, what perplexes Roger is why Whis would urge Rose to choose Vegeta. In the distant cosmos, Whis, Mers, and Rose soared through the starry expanse. Brother Whis, why must I select Vegeta? Can that individual truly obtain the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wishes? Rose inquired. With a mere click on the author's name, one can unveil the narrative. Chapter 47. As biting leads to affection. Additional chapter for perfect world rewards. Hehehe, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. I had previously taken an interest in Roger, who ventured to the 7th universe after reaching adulthood. He chose to train on planet Vegeta, showing great care for Vegeta. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, as planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza. In light of this, Roger specially took Vegeta to seek training from King Kai, indicating how much he valued this Vegeta. Mir smiled faintly. Indeed, Roger himself remarked that Vegeta is akin to half of his disciple. Whis, brimming with confidence, posed a question. So, who do you believe will emerge victorious in the Dragon Ball competition? Undoubtedly, it will be Vegeta, exclaimed Rose, her admiration for Whis evident. Heh, Whis laughed heartily. Rose, try not to lose your temper so easily. Angels ought not to be angry. Moreover, many matters cannot be resolved through violence. For instance, if you were to confront Roger, do you genuinely believe you could prevail against him? I can. I can bite him to death, Rose declared, grinding her teeth. One fears you may inadvertently develop feelings whilst biting, Mears murmured under his breath. What did you say? Rose retorted angrily. Mears glanced skyward, feigning ignorance. Cough, though your angelic power differs from Roger's by a mere point, there exists a chasm between 99.99 and 10,000. You are well aware that one must tread carefully at such thresholds, was coughed, continuing. However, we can reclaim that universe through a wager. Indeed, that makes sense. Brother Whis is on my side. Rose nodded in agreement. Then let us visit Lord Beerus' planet for some tea, and in a few days, we shall set forth to Namek. Whis cheerfully suggested. Brother Whis, Roger wouldn't cheat, would he? Rose expressed her anxiety. Not at all. If he were to cheat, I would notice, Whis replied with a smile. But if you were to cheat, could Roger detect it? Rose whispered, lowering her voice. Whis covered his face, wishing to remain silent. He felt weary. Truly. Even an angel experiences such fatigue at times. What a troublesome bunch they are. If I, the second-ranked angel, were to cheat over this matter, it would be utterly disgraceful. Roger lingered on Earth for another 2 days before transforming into a radiant beam of multicolored light, swiftly heading towards Bulma's spaceship. Upon opening the spacecraft's hatch and stepping inside, he found Bulma sipping juice and gazing at him. Krillin and Gohan seemed to be exhausted from their training, resting in a separate room. Roger, when did you go over there? Am I drunk? Can one get drunk from juice? Bulma rubbed her eyes, recalling that he had been asleep in the room. It was rather stuffy inside the ship, so I stepped out for some fresh air, Roger replied with a smile. Bulma, accustomed to Roger's bravado, simply shook her head and continued sipping her juice. Days aboard the spaceship had grown monotonous, leaving Bulma feeling somewhat despondent as she had lost track of time. At long last, the spacecraft arrived at Namek. During the journey, Roger had ventured out a few times, only returning just before reaching their destination. With a resounding thud, the spaceship landed on Namek. Wonderful, we've finally arrived, Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. First, I must check the air composition on Namek. If there is sufficient oxygen, we need to use our oxygen masks, which would certainly save us a considerable hassle. As she mused aloud, she caught sight of Roger, Krillin, and Gohan outside the spaceship, nearly causing her to faint. Angrily, she exited the spacecraft. Do you realize what the consequences are of leaving the spaceship without permission? Bulma scolded. Hands on her hips. Krillin and Gohan exchanged sheepish smiles. I think Bulma is upset that we set foot on Namek before she did, Krillin whispered. A brief silence ensued. So, this is Namek? There are 3 suns in the sky, Bulma observed curiously, then added, by the way. Let us quickly check if there are any Dragon Balls on this planet. Krillin promptly retrieved the Dragon radar. Beep. The radar soon displayed 7 shimmering dots. There's a response. There really are Dragon Balls. This is fantastic. Bulma cheered. Piccolo and the others can be revived. Krillin shared in her joy, and Gohan nodded vigorously in agreement. Just then, 2 extraterrestrial beings appeared high in the sky, silently watching Roger and the others. Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma fell into an uneasy silence. Aren't Namekians supposed to resemble Piccolo? Who are they? Bulma gasped, gripping Roger's arm tightly. Chapter 48. Are the Dragon Balls on Namek? For the generous rewards, an extra chapter, Roger gazed skyward and through the atmosphere above. He beheld Vis and Ross suspended in the high heavens. Mels had not arrived, presumably occupied with other matters. Cheating is for puppies, Ross communicated. It is the biting that belongs to the puppies, Roger retorted. You. Ross ground her teeth. Below Vis and Ross, at an altitude of approximately 10 meters from the ground, 2 extraterrestrials hovered, scrutinizing Roger and his companions. These pitiful creatures possess alarmingly low combat prowess. Perhaps they are merely tourists? What shall we do? Should we eliminate them? Did not Lord Frieza decree that all beings unrelated to Dragon Ball must be exterminated? Is that their spaceship? Let us first disable their vessel, preventing any escape. Whoosh! A beam of energy erupted from one of the extraterrestrials' hands. Bang! The energy beam penetrated the core of the spaceship, instantly engulfing it in a plume of smoke, rendering it utterly destroyed. Bulma, terrified, trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing against Roger. Fear not, For I am here, Roger reassured her, patting her back. Gohan, unleash your energy. These two are of little consequence. Krillin urged. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Gohan nodded. Boom. The energy surged from both of them, charging towards the two alien beings. Bang bang. Accompanied by two muffled thuds, Krillin and Gohan swiftly dispatched the extraterrestrials, each taking one down. Ha ha, victory. Well done. Krillin and Gohan exchanged triumphant high fives. Not at all commendable, Bulma exclaimed angrily. Krillin and Gohan promptly fell silent. Oh no, the spaceship is damaged. We cannot return to Earth. Bulma lamented, tears streaming down her face. Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances, with Krillin discreetly signaling Roger, imploring him to console Bulma. Roger remained unmoved. Suddenly, a spherical spacecraft descended rapidly from a distance. Was that a spaceship? It seemed somewhat familiar. Krillin's expression changed. Could it be the ship of Bu? Son Gohan trembled in fear. What? Bu has come to Namek? Bulma, filled with terror, clutched Roger tightly, wishing to merge with him. This is dreadful. What a disaster. Has Bu really arrived on Namek? Goku is still hospitalized. What shall we do? Perhaps this craft bears a resemblance to Bu's. But it is not him, Krillin optimistically suggested. Let us hope so. Bulma nodded in agreement. Just as the trio was taken aback, another spacecraft descended from the sky. Another ship. Krillin exclaimed. This is the end. Are we destined to perish in a foreign land? Tears streamed down Bulma's face. I think we should go and check on Son Gohan, he suggested, shivering. Gohan, quickly conceal your energy, Krillin urged. The two concealed their presence and cautiously moved toward the spacecraft. Roger, we must find a place to hide, Bulma insisted, pulling him behind a rock. Creak. The hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Vegeta emerged. Upon confirming Bu's presence, Krillin and Son Gohan turned pale. Vegeta wore a confident expression. Creak. The door of another spacecraft opened, and Kaiatsu stepped out. Vegeta, prepare yourself for the slaughter, Kaiatsu sneered. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Vegeta replied with a light chuckle. Vegeta, ensure your battle power is in check. Mine far exceeds yours, Kaiatsu retorted as he flew to face Vegeta. Battle power, you say? Allow me to demonstrate the new abilities I acquired on Earth, Vegeta smiled. What abilities? The ability to flee? Kaiatsu laughed lightly. No. The ability to control my battle power at will. Vegeta's smile widened, and his energy suddenly erupted forth. Boom. Kaiatsu's scouter exploded instantly. Kaiatsu's face turned ashen, his pupils constricting. How does it feel? Vegeta glared menacingly at Kaiatsu. Impossible. This cannot be. The scouter must be malfunctioning. Kaiatsu's face turned pale with fear. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Kaiatsu turned and fled. Vegeta aligned his index and middle fingers, unleashing an invisible surge of energy. Boom. With a resounding explosion. Chioi was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, utterly deceased. Humph. Such an arrogant fool. Vegeta chuckled disdainfully. I mastered the control of my power long ago under Roger's tutelage. I merely found it tedious to eliminate you, yet you insisted on accompanying death. Krillin and Son Gohan were terrified and quickly slipped away. Chapter 49. Vegeta was frightened away. What should we do? Krillin inquired. He appears to be stronger than ever. At this juncture, our only hope is to repair the spaceship and bring Goku back, Bulma suggested. However, it would take 4 months for a round trip. Krillin shook his head. By the time we return, it is likely that Beigong has already gathered all the Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wish. Who knows by then? Beigong might even eradicate Shenron or the Namekians who create the Dragon Balls. Then what do you propose? Bulma was completely at a loss. We can only remain here and try our luck, Krillin proposed. Whatever, if you wish to stay, then stay. Roger, accompany me to find a concealed location. We shall hide for the time being. Bulma contemplated and addressed Roger. Unlike you, Roger and I are different. You must be cautious and do not lead that Beigong our way. Krillin and Son Gohan solemnly nodded, producing the Dragon Radar, intending to secretly search for the Dragon Balls. Not far away, Vegeta fell silent for a moment. Frieza is also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. At this moment, I am not his match. It would be prudent to avoid him, Vegeta mused. However, once I attain immortality, I shall be able to resurrect endlessly and augment my power. Ha, at that time. What Super Saiyan Bardock, what Frieza, you shall all be beneath my feet, Vegeta thought, nearly howling at the sky, as if the Dragon Balls were already his. I sense a faint energy nearby. Is my perception failing me? Vegeta suddenly detected an exceedingly weak presence not far from him. After pondering, he resolved to investigate. Whoosh. Vegeta swiftly flew toward Roger. The energy since belonged to Bulma. Currently, Krillin and Son Gohan had honed their training to the point where they could suppress their power to zero. Roger exuded no aura. He relied solely on divine power. Naturally, he could manifest an aura if he so desired, though it was unnecessary. In contrast, Bulma, who lacked training, possessed a faint aura that could be sensed with focused attention. In an instant, Vegeta appeared directly opposite Roger and his companions, a distance of merely over 100 meters. Krillin was left dumbfounded. Gohan stood in shock. Bulma was equally astounded. The trio was bewildered, and to their astonishment, they noticed that even Broly appeared taken aback, shivering slightly. Could Vegeta remain unfazed? Could he suppress his trepidation? He was genuinely terrified. Why had he encountered Roger here? Why? Vegeta felt unworthy to face Roger. The last time they spoke, Roger had stated that he would only meet him after defeating Kakarot. Yet, Vegeta had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the inferior warrior Kakarot. With a face of dread, Vegeta gazed at Roger. He thought that if he were to meet Roger, it should be after he had fulfilled his wish for immortality. Now, standing before him, would he not be subjected to ridicule once more? Vegeta continued to tremble in Roger's presence, while Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan trembled in response to Vegeta. Both parties stood in a state of apprehension, enveloped in silence for a full 10 seconds. Roger yawned. Whoosh. Vegeta was startled, hastily transforming into a streak of white light, vanishing in an instant. Only after he had darted several kilometers away did Vegeta begin to breathe heavily, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. After a moment of stupor, Vegeta felt a twinge of confusion. Was that truly Roger? Why? Why did he not pursue me? Why? Why did you not chase me? Vegeta was utterly bewildered. This was not Roger's usual demeanor. He longed to depart from this planet immediately. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that the Dragon Balls were of greater significance. Otherwise, each encounter with Roger would leave him in a state of trepidation, tarnishing the pride of the Saiyan Prince. No, I must find the Dragon Balls. Vegeta gritted his teeth. If you wanted to chase me, so be it. It wouldn't lead to my demise. In the distance, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan stared wide-eyed, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Did Vegeta really flee? But why? I noticed that Vegeta appeared frightened upon seeing us, Krillin pondered. Yes, I observed his body trembling. Gohan nodded in agreement. Could it be that Bulma scared him away? I heard that when Lepin first met Bulma, he trembled in fear. Krillin speculated, had he known this would happen, he would have suggested that Bulma stand there when Vegeta came to Earth, thus sparing Goku any trouble. Bang! Bulma glowered, knocking Krillin to the ground with a punch. Chapter 50. Whis. Are we destined to lose? In the sky. What foolish earthlings. Rose shook her head in resignation at the scene. Did they not realize? Vegeta was frightened off by Roger. Whis glanced at Rose but remained silent. You seem rather foolish as well. Silly sister, silly sister. Ahem, did you not perceive anything? Whis coughed lightly, offering a hint. Perceive what? Rose asked in confusion. Roger frightened Vegeta away. Whis reiterated. Ah, I see it now. Rose nodded earnestly, falling silent thereafter. Whis chose not to respond. What a foolish sister. Had Roger's angelic power truly befuddled her mind? A minute later. Ah, I understand now. Roger was cheating. Rose suddenly exclaimed in realization. Whis covered his face. You only just figured it out? Were I not here to supervise, you might have wagered everything you possess against Roger, wouldn't you? Roger, come forth. Rose transmitted telepathically. Roger gazed upwards at the sky. What is it? He transmitted softly. You cheated. You frightened Vegeta away. Rose exclaimed. Thus, I have triumphed. Do not jest. I neither uttered a word nor acted in any way. He fled of his own accord. If this is to be deemed cheating, then you too, suspended in the heavens, have adversely affected the climate of Namek as well. Roger argued persuasively. Consider this. If the climate has indeed been altered, could it not also sway their dispositions? For instance, if it does not rain today because of your presence, do you not believe their quest for the Dragon Balls might be dampened? His reasoning was compelling, prompting Rose to glance at Whis. Whis chose to ignore her. After 10 seconds of silence, he proposed, let us reverse time and return to 3 minutes prior. Roger seized the opportunity to depart from the Earthlings' ranks. Agreed. Roger acquiesced without dissent. Roger pondered how Vegeta could have suddenly approached. In the authentic annals of history, Vegeta would not have taken notice of Bulma. At least, upon his arrival on Namek, Vegeta had not yet encountered Gohan and the others. It was not until several days later that Vegeta became aware of Gohan's presence on Namek. Roger speculated that his presence might have altered the course of history. In an instant, Whis activated the time loop, returning to 3 minutes prior. At that moment, Vegeta had just obliterated Chio-E and was contemplating the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Bulma exclaimed, "It's truly Vegeta. What shall we do?" Krillin observed, "He seems even more formidable than before." Given the circumstances, Bulma proposed, "We must find a way to repair the spaceship and retrieve Goku." Krillin shook his head, but it would take 4 months round trip. By the time we return, Vegeta will likely have gathered all the Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wish. Who knows? He might even annihilate Shinron or the Namekians who created the Dragon Balls by then. "What do you suggest we do?" Bulma inquired, catching sight of Roger walking away. "Hey, where are you going, Roger?" "Just to the restroom. Feel free to continue," he replied. And as the trio became distracted, he transformed into a radiant spectrum of light, swiftly appearing beside Whis and Ross. Whis acknowledged him with a nod, while Ross regarded Roger with a discerning expression. "This time I've come up. If you mention cheating again, I won't play." "It loses its allure," Roger said nonchalantly. "Instead of wasting time, I might as well expend some angelic power and transform my divine realm." "Since you've come up, it no longer constitutes cheating," Whis chuckled. "We didn't coordinate this in advance. From now on, you may interact with Bulma and the Earthlings, but you must not have direct contact with Vegeta or Frieza's faction. Additionally, your identity must remain concealed. You must continue to act as an ordinary person. Is that agreeable?" "Too many restrictions. I'm not playing anymore," Roger replied, shaking his head. "Please, don't be like that. How about I wager my angelic staff?" Ross implored. Whis, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "Silence. Are you suggesting your staff as a stake?" "Roger, reconsider. We are sincere in our intentions, aiming to make this quest for the Dragon Balls fairer, aren't we?" Whis asserted earnestly. "Fine. Given your sincerity, I shall reluctantly agree." Roger sighed, nodding begrudgingly. Whis felt exhausted, as if wrinkles were forming on his face. He resolved never to assist this foolish sister with such trivial matters again. Now, he had to be wary of Myers' staff. But wait, why did he feel a sense of impending defeat? Whis suddenly realized he must be overthinking it. As a dignified angel, ranked second among angels, how could he possibly lose to a mere apprentice? Surely, he was just overthinking. Chapter 51. This planet is quite dangerous. Roger, Whis, and Rose gazed downward in unison. They beheld Vegeta standing in place, lost in contemplation. After a moment of silence, Vegeta transformed into a streak of white light and swiftly departed from the scene. This time, he did not seek out Bulma and the others, but instead soared away into the distance. "See, Roger? You are not by that Earthling's side." Vegeta did not go to find them, nor was he terrified into trembling by your presence, Rose remarked with great satisfaction. Roger's expression was somewhat intricate. Upon witnessing this demeanor, Bulma was utterly elated, as it seemed the likelihood of Vegeta gathering the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish had significantly increased. "Hey, where's Roger? Quickly, search for him," Bulma exclaimed. Having noticed his absence, "Wasn't he just in the restroom?" Krillin inquired. The issue was that they could not sense Roger's energy. Gohan scratched his head in confusion. "Does Roger really need to avoid you when he goes to the restroom? Is your relationship that complicated?" Krillin queried Bulma. "What do you mean by that?" Bulma's countenance darkened. "My relationship with Roger is completely innocent." "Haha, just a jest, Krillin chuckled heartily. "Hurry and find Roger. We can't let him be captured by any villains." Bulma urged. "Keep your voice down. Bagun might still be lurking nearby," Krillin whispered, lowering his tone. "All right, you all take your time. I must leave now. If I suddenly vanish, there will be no need to search for the Dragon Balls," Roger remarked casually, swiftly taking refuge behind a distant mountain. "We must avoid any contact with Vegeta or Frieza's faction," Whis remarked with a sly grin. "To be on the safe side, please conceal me," Roger replied nonchalantly. "Only the Earthlings should be able to see me, ensuring that Vegeta and Frieza's people remain oblivious to my presence." "Certainly, that sounds like a prudent plan," Whis agreed. With a swift motion, a radiant light emanated from the staff in Whis's hand. An invisible divine power enveloped Roger, rendering him imperceptible to all but Bulma, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan, who could still see him. To everyone else, he would merely be an inconsequential presence. Roger chose to ignore the situation. It is perhaps better to refrain from contact. However, engaging might indeed alter the course of history, leading to unforeseen events. "Whis, you are truly a commendable individual." "Hey, I'm over here." Roger emerged from behind the mountain, calling out. "Honestly, you wandered so far just to use the restroom." Bulma sighed in relief, grateful that Roger was unharmed. "I apologize. I stumbled upon a peculiar creature and, Out of curiosity, inadvertently strayed too far, Roger chuckled. You do realize, Roger, that this planet is perilous, Bulma exclaimed. You must not be careless. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Roger replied with a smile. At times, Krillin found himself in awe of Roger's confidence, which surpassed even Goku's. Enough of your idle chatter, you two should hasten to find the Dragon Balls. Roger and I will seek a secure location nearby to conceal ourselves. And I will also call Goku to update him on our situation, Bulma proposed. All right, then, Gohan, let us depart. Krillin called out. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Gohan nodded solemnly. Bulma cautiously led Roger to a secluded cave, where she deployed a capsule to create a shelter. Whis, could you please reinforce our dwelling with your divine realm? Roger communicated telepathically. Whis understood that fortifying the shelter would not impede the collection of the Dragon Balls, as this endeavor primarily involved those two Earthlings outside. However, he pondered why it was necessary to utilize his divine realm. Whis felt slightly deprived. 5 hours later, observing Roger indulging in food and drink within the room. Both Whis and Rose became somewhat restless. They had been suspended in the air for hours, devoid of sustenance, while angels could abstain from food and drink. The tedium was overwhelming. Why don't we join Roger for a moment and perhaps procure some nourishment? Rose suggested. Cough. Based on the current circumstances, it seems we may require several more days to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, Whis mused. How about this, Rose? You remain here to oversee Roger while I attend to some matters and return shortly. Whis resolved to retreat to Roger's quarters for some respite, as he could not afford to lose face. Very well, Rose acquiesced. I shall remain on Beerus planet, vigilantly monitoring Roger, Whis affirmed. Chapter 52, The Angel's Dilemma, a reward for Zongheng's battle Demon Lord. Brother Whis, we shall prevail. That universe is mine, Rose declared. Indeed, Whis replied with a confident smile. Waving farewell to Rose. Whoosh. Vish transformed into a radiant arc of 7 colors, piercing the void and vanishing in an instant. Yasi remained suspended in the high atmosphere, feeling a twinge of solitude at that moment. Her stunning beauty rendered the entire Namekian landscape somewhat dim in comparison. Glancing down once more, Yasi noticed Roger and Bulma engaged in lively conversation within the room, surrounded by an array of fruits and desserts. A surge of indignation welled up within her. Here I am, floating without sustenance, while you indulge. An hour passed. No, I must have some too. With a swift motion, Yasi could no longer contain herself. She transformed into a brilliant cascade of colors and descended rapidly to the doorstep of Bulma's abode. Knock, knock, knock. Yasi approached the door. Bulma was startled. Why is someone knocking? Roger, what should we do? Has someone discovered us? Bulma trembled in fear. I'll go check, Roger said, already knowing who it was. Should we pretend that no one is here? Bulma anxiously grasped Roger's arm. It will be fine. Nothing will happen, Roger replied nonchalantly. Just be careful, Bulma replied softly, realizing that ignoring the door was not a practical option. What if it were Beigong or someone else? If we don't open the door, they might force their way in. Even if it's not Beigong, it could be allies of those 2 aliens we previously eliminated, capable of breaching this house. Roger approached the door, while Bulma, feeling a twinge of fear, mustered her courage and followed closely behind him. With a sudden sound, the door swung open. A surge of divine power emanated from Roger's hand, an invisible flame striking Rose at that moment. Rose exclaimed, her form rapidly diminishing. With a resounding pop, she transformed into an entirely snow-white kitten, adorably charming. You. Rose trembled with indignation. How dare you use your divine realm to change me? You claim that now you stand beside Bulma, interfering in her life. If the Dragon Balls on Earth were to grant a wish, would you not accuse me of cheating again? Roger communicated telepathically with Rose. She hesitated momentarily, seemingly conceding to his reasoning. I suppose it is more fitting for you to be a kitten, is it not? It shall not impede the search for the Dragon Balls. Roger replied with a smile. Rose gritted her teeth. Here, do you want a treat? Roger offered her a biscuit. Meow. Rose glared at him. Have you truly taken me for a pet cat? I am an angel. I am an angel. I am an angel. Come now. Since you wish to join in the fun, I am quite welcoming. Roger beckoned with a grin. Meow, Rose responded. Oh, a cute little kitten? Bulma paused, momentarily taken aback. Are there cats on Namek? Perhaps there are, Roger chuckled as he scooped Rose into his arms. Hey, you touched my chest. Rose transmitted. It's just a cat. What chest could there possibly be? Roger retorted with mild irritation. I'll bite you. Rose opened her mouth, ready to pounce on Roger. Are you willing to lose your teeth? Roger communicated. Rose immediately fell silent. Let me hold you, Let me hold you, Bulma exclaimed, drawn to the irresistibly adorable kitten. Meow. Rose bared her teeth at Bulma, her white fur bristling, displaying a fierce demeanor as if ready to fight. As an angel, it's permissible for my kind to hold me, but you, a mere human, dare to embrace me? Rose was resolute in her refusal to let Bulma hold her. So fierce. Bulma took a step back, sighing slightly. The wildness remains. Meow. Rose bared her teeth again. Who are you calling wild? All right, quiet down. There is food over there. Help yourself, Roger said, patting Rose on the head and gesturing for her to indulge. Do you truly take me for a cat? Rose glared at him. However, having seen how delectable the food was that Roger and this human had enjoyed earlier, she found herself rather tempted. Without hesitation, Rose leaped onto the table and began sampling the snacks. On Beerus' planet, Vados gazed at the staff in his hand, where Rose's kitten form was projected, covering his face. Vados was at a loss for tears. Upon reflection, if the new universe were truly entrusted to Rose, would she be capable of managing it well? Over an hour had passed when Bulma heard a knock at the door. Bulma, open up. It's Gohan and me. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. Bulma hurried to answer the door. Upon opening it, she found not only son Gohan and Krillin, but also an unfamiliar child. The child possessed green skin and two antennae protruding from his head. Could this be a Namekian? He bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. Bulma gazed at the Namekian child in astonishment, while the boy timidly hid behind Krillin. Chapter 53. A Secret Unveiled. Additional chapter for generous supporters of the fearsome Demon King. This is Dandy, Krillin introduced with a smile. This is Bulma. Although she might seem a bit fierce, there's no need to be afraid. She is one of us. With a swift motion, Bulma delivered a punch that knocked Krillin to the ground. Dandy gasped, truly intimidated by her ferocity. Once inside, Krillin continued, Dandy, this is Roger. Dandy appeared bewildered, staring at what was merely a chair. Do Earthlings even name their chairs? He was unable to see Roger, as only those who arrived from Earth could perceive him. For instance, Son Goku and Piccolo, upon their arrival, would also recognize Roger as Earthlings. Hello, Dandy chuckled awkwardly, addressing the chair. Roger remained silent, chuckling softly. He genuinely believed you were merely a chair. Iris burst into laughter. Through the dragon radar, Gohan and I discovered a nearby Dragon Ball, where we encountered Dandy and the Namekian Krillin discussing with Bulma. The current situation reveals that apart from that troublesome Bagong, there exists another group in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, and their leader is likely even more formidable than Vegeta. The two individuals we previously observed must belong to this group, Gohan added. Do not inquire about my capabilities. Both Roger and I are ordinary individuals. It is already quite remarkable that we have accompanied you to Namek. What do you propose we do? Bulma inquired. There are quite a few of them, at least 3 whom I cannot confront directly, Krillin sighed. What I mean to say is, we should repair the spaceship and leave this place as swiftly as possible. Let them fulfill their wishes, and then we can return. Do you genuinely believe that if they achieve their desires, they will wait for you to gather the Dragon Balls? Bulma chuckled. If they are as malevolent as you suggest, they may very well obliterate the entire planet upon realizing their wishes. This is quite a conundrum. What shall we do? Krillin was utterly at a loss. Are you implying that Namek is on the brink of catastrophe? Dandy's expression shifted. Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma nodded in solemn agreement. How could this possibly be happening? Dandy's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. After a moment of silence, he declared, I must take you to meet the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder? Who is that? Krillin asked. Bewildered. He is the one who birthed us, and also the creator of the Dragon Balls, Dandy explained. Birthed? How does that work? Bulma questioned. By laying an egg, which then hatches, Dandy replied, casting a curious glance at Bulma. So, your Namekians do not have distinctions of gender? Bulma asked in astonishment. What are male and female? Dandy was puzzled. What a dull race to lack gender, Bulma remarked, astonished, before feeling relieved that she was not a Namekian. Otherwise, life would be exceedingly mundane. Iris. How do you suppose angels reproduce? Roger inquired curiously through telepathy. Perhaps in a manner akin to Earthlings? Otherwise, why did you choose to train on Earth? Iris responded nonchalantly. Like Earthlings? Is that true? Are you suggesting that if we were to have children, they would also be angels? Roger queried, somewhat perplexed. Aren't angels born from the angel tree? If they can reproduce, why is there a need for the angel tree? Honestly, children born from angels are not angels themselves. Iris rolled her eyes at Roger. Not angels? What are they then? Surely they are not mere mortals? Roger asked. Certainly not ordinary beings. Their powers are likely comparable to those of the Kaishin, Iris clarified. Understood. Roger nodded. Wait, you just mentioned having a child with whom? Rose suddenly reacted. You, Roger chuckled. I. Rose gritted her teeth in frustration. Krillin had already made arrangements to meet with the Grand Elder of Planet Namek. Gohan. You stay here to take care of Bulma and Roger, while Dandy and I go to meet the Grand Elder, Krillin proposed. Gohan nodded in agreement. Dandy looked utterly confused. Taking care of Bulma is one thing, but why must we tend to a chair? What is so special about it? Dandy silently gazed at the chair, which appeared quite ordinary in material. Come on, Dandy, follow me, Krillin beckoned. While their detectors are down, we should hasten our departure. All right, Dandy agreed. Whoosh. The two transformed into streaks of white light, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, upon revealing his formidable combat prowess, Vegeta frightened Dodoria to the point of trembling. Vegeta, if you spare me, I will reveal a secret, Dodoria hastily declared. Oh, are you implying that the secret is regarding how Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta? Vegeta responded with a light chuckle. No, certainly not. Dodoria shook his head vigorously. You have already witnessed Frieza's annihilation of Planet Vegeta, thus, it is hardly a secret. Chapter 54. The Awakening of Beerus, for the patron who rewarded with a donation. You say, Vegeta scoffed. This secret pertains to Frieza's wish this time, Dodoria explained. Oh, is it not for immortality? Vegeta paused momentarily. Indeed, Frieza's initial intent was to wish for immortality, Dodoria nodded. However, he weighed the pros and cons and concluded that even if he were to attain immortality, upon encountering Roger, he would likely still be at a disadvantage. Though he may be invulnerable to death, being sealed away or left in a half-alive state would be akin to a fate worse than death. Frieza does have a point, Vegeta smiled and inquired. So, have you found Roger yet? Not yet, but Frieza mentioned that someone should be able to locate him, Dodoria replied. Someone can find him? Vegeta murmured, contemplating. It seems Frieza is still unaware that Roger is on Earth. Vegeta, have you ever heard of the God of Destruction? Dodoria suddenly asked. God of Destruction? I seem to have some recollection, Vegeta pondered. It is said that Lord Beerus is the most powerful deity in this universe. In a measured tone, Dodoria conveyed his thoughts, albeit with a tinge of regret, as it appeared that Lord Beerus was ensconced in slumber. Should one succeed in rousing Lord Beerus, even the mightiest Super Saiyan, or the divine Super Saiyan, would find themselves at his mercy. The God of Destruction? Beerus? Suddenly, a figure emerged in Vegeta's mind, a creature resembling a feline that had once graced planet Vegeta, even trampling upon the former king. Was this being truly formidable? Indeed. It was the God of Destruction, Beerus, Dodoria affirmed. Thus, Frieza's intention this time was to awaken the dormant God of Destruction, Beerus? Vegeta chuckled softly, expressing mild disappointment. If this was the secret Dodoria had to unveil. As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace enveloped his countenance. Wait, Vegeta, allow me to finish. Dodoria, taken aback, retreated hastily, adding, there is another secret. Vegeta smirked, gesturing for Dodoria to proceed. While it was Lord Frieza who obliterated Planet Vegeta. Do you know who orchestrated it from the shadows? Dodoria inquired suddenly. Could it be? Vegeta's expression darkened. Indeed, it was the God of Destruction, Lord Beerus. Dodoria declared with a hearty laugh. You Scions have provoked the most powerful deity in the universe. It would be wise for you to resign yourself to fate. If Lord Beerus were to awaken, do you think that individual named Roger could continue his arrogance? Lord Frieza has refrained from striking you these years solely due to Roger's protection. Wake up, Vegeta, your era has come to an end. As Dodoria spoke, he gradually ascended into the sky. Farewell, Vegeta. Await the judgment of the strongest deity, he proclaimed with a grin. Humph, the God of Destruction? Vegeta scoffed, raising his gaze towards Dodoria. In an instant, Vegeta vanished, reappearing behind Dodoria. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Dodoria crashing to the ground like a cannonball, creating a significant crater. In the next moment, Vegeta placed his hand upon Dodoria's back. You are mistaken, Dodoria. I am a Scion, a race forged for battle. What does it matter, even against a god? Vegeta stated coldly. With a thunderous eruption, energy surged from Vegeta's hands, piercing directly through Dodoria's heart. Humph, the arrogant Dodoria has met his demise, Vegeta mused. Previously, Dodoria mentioned that Earthlings had also ventured to Namek. While he deemed it unlikely, should they indeed arrive, it might present an opportunity for them to convey a message to Roger regarding the God of Destruction. After a brief moment of contemplation, Vegeta muttered to himself, over there, I sense two distinct energies. I shall investigate. Whisk. Vegeta transformed into a radiant beam of light, swiftly soaring towards Krillin and Din. As Krillin and Din traversed their path, they abruptly sensed the formidable aura of Vegeta approaching them. Alarmed, Krillin exclaimed, "Oh no, it's Vegeta. We must hide at once." Startled, he hastily concealed his energy and descended alongside Din. Has the energy vanished? Vegeta mused, momentarily taken aback. A glance revealed a distant Namekian village, which brought a smile to his face. Is that a village of Namekians? Perhaps the Dragon Balls are present. I must hasten to fulfill my wish for immortality. Even if Beerus awakens, I, Prince Vegeta, shall surpass Roger and defeat Beerus. Chapter 55. Roger, do you know him? With a swift change in direction, Vegeta descended into the village. 20 minutes later, he had annihilated all the Namekians in the village and discovered a Dragon Ball within a chamber. Humph. Is this the Dragon Ball? I expected it to be hidden away, yet it lies in such a conspicuous location. Vegeta scoffed, recalling that 7 Dragon Balls were required to grant a wish. I shall conceal this Dragon Ball to prevent Frieza from succeeding. With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta tossed the Dragon Ball into a nearby lake. Meanwhile, during Vegeta's quest for the Dragon Balls, Krillin and Din finally encountered the Grand Elder of Namek. The Grand Elder assisted Krillin in unlocking his latent energy and gifted him a Dragon Ball. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, Krillin swiftly made his way towards Bulma. However, a sense of pride began to swell within him. Upon sensing Krillin's energy, Vegeta rapidly pursued him, unaware to Krillin. Before long, Krillin arrived at Bulma's doorstep, clutching the Dragon Ball he had received from the Grand Elder. "Bulma, Gohan, I'm back," Krillin exclaimed joyfully. "Look what I brought." Bulma, alongside Roger, rushed out to greet him. "Is that a Dragon Ball? How wonderful!" Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Though the Namekian Dragon Balls are quite large. Indeed, Krillin chuckled, scratching his head. This is a promising start. We might actually make our wish come true. By the way, where's Gohan? Gohan took the Dragon Radar to search for the Dragon Balls. He should be back soon. Bulma pondered. Really? Our luck is turning. Krillin laughed heartily. Once Gohan returns, I'll take him to meet the Grand Elder. The Elder can guide us in unlocking our latent energy. I am now several times stronger than I was on Earth. Ah, here comes Gohan. Bulma pointed towards Krillin's back. When Krillin turned to glance, sensing Vegeta's aura, his complexion paled, and he trembled in fear, realizing it was too late to escape. Whoosh. Vegeta landed beside Krillin, a faint smile playing upon his lips. "K. Krillin?" he stammered, eyeing Vegeta apprehensively. Bulma, equally terrified, turned pale, clinging to Roger for support. "Why is he here?" she wondered. "What did you call me?" Vegeta's expression darkened. "I didn't say anything," Krillin replied, bewildered. Bang! Vegeta kicked Krillin to the ground. Immediately, he began to roll Krillin's body across the earth. Krillin thought to himself, what peculiar pastime is this? Look, rolling you across the ground makes you resemble a yo-yo. From now on, I'll just call you Yo-Yo. Vegeta grinned as he gazed at Krillin's head. Krillin felt tears welling up. "If you hand over the Dragon Balls, you may spare your lives," Vegeta scoffed, casting a peculiar glance towards Bulma. Presently, aside from Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin, no other humans could perceive Roger, rendering Bulma's clinging to him rather strange. Bulma was trembling in fear, seemingly hovering above the ground like a ghost, which struck Vegeta as unsettling. Nonetheless, he dismissed it as perhaps just a manifestation of fear peculiar to Earth women. "You want to kill us?" After posing the question, Krillin immediately regretted it, thinking, "Why did I ask that? By the way, I need to inquire about something. Where is Roger?" Vegeta removed his foot, scrutinizing Krillin and then glancing at Bulma. Roger, Klin, and Bulma appeared somewhat bewildered. The two of them turned their gazes toward Roger. Does Roger know Vegeta? However, Roger was clearly right in front of Vegeta. What do you mean by asking that? Krillin and Bulma exchanged puzzled glances. He hasn't come? Vegeta observed their expressions, shaking his head with a sigh. Is he here or isn't he? Krillin was further perplexed. Let me rephrase the question, Vegeta said with a light chuckle. What about Kakarot? Goku? Krillin stammered, reluctant to respond. Never mind. If you manage to get in touch with Roger, please relay this message. The strongest god of destruction, Beerus, is likely to awaken. With a quizzical look at Bulma, Vegeta uttered this statement and, with the Dragon Balls, transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly vanishing from sight. Bulma was left in a daze. Krillin was bewildered. The two of them gazed skyward, watching as Vegeta disappeared. Then, they turned their attention to Roger. Roger. Do you know him? Bulma inquired, fixing her gaze on Roger. Chapter 56. I bow to no one but Roger indeed. I know him. In fact, you could say that Vegeta is somewhat of a half-student of mine, Roger replied, nodding and speaking candidly. When it comes to boasting, I bow to no one but Roger. Krillin chuckled, releasing a long breath. The Roger that Vegeta mentioned must not be the one we know. Can he truly not see that Roger is standing right here? That makes sense, Bulma nodded in agreement. He genuinely cannot see me, Roger responded. As Roger finished speaking, the little cat, Rose, bared her teeth, poised to bite. Your baring of teeth is futile. To speak the truth is to elicit disbelief, Roger chuckled. Rose rolled her eyes, realizing that these two earthlings were indeed incredulous. A sudden thought struck her. These two earthlings were rather foolish, regardless of what Vegeta had said. How could they so readily relinquish the Dragon Balls they had fought so hard to obtain? Bulma, hands on her hips, demanded an explanation. Bulma, it is fortunate that we were not killed by him, Krillin replied with a wry smile. Suddenly, Bulma burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Krillin inquired, puzzled. A yo-yo? Bulma remarked, observing Krillin's head. Hey, that's uncalled for, Bulma. Krillin exclaimed angrily. A yo-yo is flat, Bulma pondered, and Krillin. I suddenly feel your head is rather flat as well. Bulma, Krillin shouted, cradling his head in vexation. What do you think, Roger? Bulma giggled. Roger nodded, while Sis wore a foolish grin. Look, even the cat is smiling, Bulma remarked with a smile. A cat? When did we acquire a cat? Krillin asked, taken aback. Roger maintained a calm demeanor. It seemed that Vegeta harbored some reluctance towards the name Bagon. He would need to take the time to solidify this delightful nickname. Moreover, Bagon mentioned that Beerus was about to awaken, perhaps sooner than expected. As for Beerus's awakening, Roger dismissed it, considering that with Beerus's meager abilities, he could easily send him flying with a mere slap. In the distance, Vegeta suddenly sensed an aura ahead, which vanished in an instant. Come out. I know you are nearby. If not, I shall raise this area to the ground. Vegeta searched, but found nothing, growing increasingly impatient. He prepared an energy blast, ready to unleash it. It's me. Don't attack. Gohan, trembling, emerged, having hidden the Dragon Ball. You? Kakarot's son? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled, after all. It was only natural for that earthling to appear on Namek. Did you see Uncle Krillin? Did you kill him? Gohan exclaimed in shock. Do you want me to kill him? Very well. I shall deal with it yo-oh shortly, Vegeta replied with a light laugh. A yo? Gohan scratched his head in confusion. Tell me, does his head not resemble a yo-yo? Vegeta inquired, gazing at Gohan. Gohan nodded vigorously. Who would dare to deny it? To refute such a claim now would surely invoke Vegeta's wrath. Is Uncle Krillin's head really that flat? Vegeta questioned, eyeing the dragon radar in Gohan's left hand. Huh? Gohan glanced down in panic. This is a watch. Humph. I wonder how such crude technology made its way to Namek, Vegeta scoffed. Suddenly, Vegeta's knee struck Gohan's abdomen with great force. Gohan doubled over, expelling bile and collapsing to the ground. Go back and inform Kakarot that once I gather all the Dragon Balls, I shall personally annihilate him on Earth. Vegeta laughed heartily before vanishing in a flash of white light. Gohan glanced at the Dragon Ball he had concealed, feeling a slight sense of relief. 3 minutes later, Gohan returned to Bulma's residence, clutching the Dragon Ball. Gohan? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. You didn't encounter Vegeta? Gohan hurriedly recounted his encounter with Vegeta. Gohan, you were fortunate. Does that mean Vegeta is unaware that you possess a Dragon Ball? Krillin remarked with a smile. Gohan nodded vigorously. Oh no. We must move quickly. Vegeta is already aware of our location. If he finds us again, we are in grave danger. Krillin proposed. Bulma and Gohan found no fault in his suggestion. The four of them, along with the cat, swiftly relocated from their previous residence. Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma conferred about their forthcoming plans. Roger stood outside with the little cat. Miss Rose, taking in the fresh air. Boredom seeped in as they pondered the progress of their Dragon Ball collection. It seemed that at least 6 or 7 more days would be required to gather them all. Miss Rose let out a yawn. Roger remained silent. Yet his heart brimmed with delight. The power of the angel had been significantly depleted. Roger, how much of your angelic power remains? Asked Ruth. I still have 1,500 left. Replied Roger. What? Just a couple of days ago, you had over 1,900. Ruth exclaimed, gazing at Roger in astonishment. Chapter 57. A Call from the 11th Universe, additional chapters sponsored by Ha Ming-Shing. What of it? I am a genius, Roger chuckled. Then what about your divine domain? Ruth inquired further. It stands at 199, Roger responded with a smile, pondering whether Sabui and Crud had managed to elevate their divine domains to 200. I recall when I last saw you a few days ago. Your divine domain was at 182. Ruth remarked. Do you think I am as idle as you? I came to Mike Star for training, and what about you? Roger replied with a grin. Feeling exhausted, Ruth chose to remain silent, for her divine domain was merely 10. Ruth, Mike Star is rather dull. Shall we explore somewhere else? Roger suddenly suggested. Where to? Ruth asked, taken aback. Just as they were conversing, Roger's staff, stored in a different space, trembled slightly. Whoosh. Roger conjured forth the scepter. Is it the 11th universe? A moment of surprise flickered across Roger's face. Indeed, it was not long before a voice emanated from the scepter. Just the voice, devoid of any visual. This time, the scepter served as a means of auditory communication. Greetings. Roger, this is Crut. Do you have something to discuss? Roger inquired directly. Crut, also an apprentice angel, was 30 years Roger's senior. Naturally, 30 years is but a fleeting moment in the realm of angels. I heard that Ross has ventured to the 7th universe, and Mel's is also there. You have chosen to train in the 7th universe as well. It seems quite lively over there, haha, Crut chuckled heartily. Do you wish to join? Roger asked candidly. Indeed. I would like to visit and see if I can gain any insights. Crut's voice carried a hint of anticipation. For matters such as these, you should consult Whis. He is the angel of the 7th universe. Is it of any use to ask me? Roger replied with a smile. You are correct, Crut acknowledged. However, if you find yourself feeling bored, you are welcome to come to the 11th universe for some leisure, and we can explore that new universe together. Roger suddenly realized. It was for the new universe once again. I feel utterly bored, Roger replied. Crut, it depends on my mood. Perhaps it will pass soon. After Roger spoke, he abruptly ended the call. Another apprentice angel for the new universe. You may seize it for yourselves. What do you need me for? Roger shook his head and cast a glance at Rose. How about we visit the 11th universe? He suggested. Humph. Are you trying to deceive me into leaving so you can cheat quietly? Rose glared at Roger, pouting. I'm not going. Suit yourself. I shall go alone. Roger replied with a smile. Go ahead. Rose thought to herself that Roger could never venture to the 11th universe. It made no sense. Why would he want to go there? Moreover, wouldn't he stay behind to watch over me? If I were to cheat, who would he complain to? Take good care of Bulma for me, Roger said as he prepared to leave. Are you seriously suggesting that an angel should act as a bodyguard for a mere human? Don't be ridiculous. I refuse. Rose shook her head vigorously. Do you think the Grand Priest knows that you destroyed the galaxy last time? Roger chuckled softly. Rose's expression shifted. Don't tell my father. Can't I just look after Bulma for you? She said, pouting, clearly irritated. If the Grand Priest found out about the galaxy's destruction, he would undoubtedly reprimand Rose harshly. Although a small galaxy might not matter much to the Grand Priest, the fact that it was destroyed due to her inability to control her angelic powers would be a serious issue. Are you truly going to the 11th universe? Rose inquired. I'm off, Roger declared, transforming into a radiant spectrum of light, piercing through the void, and swiftly vanishing from sight. Hey, come back. Change me back first. Rose shouted after him, but Roger had already flown away. Fuming, Rose exclaimed. Weiss, did you hear that? She resolved to seek Weiss's assistance. I did, Rose. What is it? Weiss's voice quickly replied. Please change me back. My divine realm is too low to revert on my own, Rose lamented, expressing her frustration. I can't assist from a distance. Just wait a moment. I'll be there, Weiss sighed, suddenly feeling exhausted. 10 minutes later, Weiss appeared beside Rose. With a flash, the flames from Weiss's staff enveloped Rose, and in an instant, her form grew and transformed back into that of a celestial being. Ah, Rose exhaled, relieved to return to her original state. Rose, how about we go to Beerus's planet for some tea? Waiting here ISNTA solution, Weiss suggested. Brother Weiss, do you think Roger really went to the 11th universe? Rose asked, puzzled. He is indeed heading in the direction of the 11th universe, Weiss confirmed with a nod. What could he possibly want there? Rose wondered, somewhat confused. Perhaps he wishes to meet with Crut. Didn't Crut contact him? Weiss speculated that Roger's true divine realm had reached 199, presumably wishing to compare himself with Crut. It is only natural, after all. As Father had mentioned that only the highest angels of the true divine realm could take over a new universe. Given the pace of Roger's progress in the true divine realm, he should secure the first position without a doubt. Although Weiss expressed this, an unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. It seemed that Crut was destined for misfortune. That universe was prepared for me by Father, Rose remarked, her face clouded with displeasure. Do not worry, Rose. Once we triumph in this contest, Roger will have no words left to say, Weiss replied with a smile. All right, I trust you, Brother Weiss. Rose nodded. Then let us depart and return in a few days, Weiss called out. Whoosh. The two transformed into a radiant spectrum of light and quickly vanished from sight. Not long after Weiss had departed, Bulma opened the door. Roger, where have you gone? She called softly. He hasn't gone to the restroom again, has he? Krillin speculated. Honestly, how can Namek be so unsafe that he has to run so far just to relieve himself? Bulma retorted with annoyance. Bulma, have you made contact with Goku? How is he? Krillin inquired. We've established contact. Goku has consumed a Senzu bean, his injuries are fully healed, and he is already on his way. Expected to arrive on Namek in 5 days, Bulma replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Goku is coming? Krillin exclaimed, filled with joy. Gohan gazed into the distance, eagerly anticipating his father's arrival amidst the vast starry sky. Roger was enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors as he swiftly soared towards the direction of the 11th universe. Roger had indeed contemplated a journey to the 11th universe. However, now that Clut has extended an invitation, he shall seize this opportunity to take a glimpse. Roger's true divine realm has reached 199. Perhaps it would be quite meaningful to deceive Krut. Since there is nothing else to occupy my time, it will still take Bulma and the others several days to locate the Dragon Balls. Bang! Roger pierced through the void, departing from the 7th universe. Swish! Roger plunged headlong into the 11th universe. Roger extended his senses and effortlessly detected the distant presence of an angelic aura. 15 minutes later, beneath Roger, a colossal planet emerged. A celestial body boasting a level of technological advancement far surpassing that of contemporary Earth. Oh, is this the planet of Pride? Roger paused momentarily, casting a contemplative gaze upon the orb. As he scrutinized the planet, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Who are you? What brings you to our world? Inquired a man adorned in crimson attire, distinguished by 2 pointed ears and a flowing white beard. Roger recognized him. It was Tuapa. I haven't summoned you. So step aside. Roger waved his hand dismissively. How audacious of you to command my departure. Do you have any notion of whom you are addressing? Tuapo's anger flared. Bang! Roger unleashed a formidable aura. With a resounding thud, Tuapa crashed into the proud planet's surface like a cannonball. With a muffled sound, Tuapo's body sank deeply into the ground, leaving only his head visible. Who am I conversing with? Roger asked, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at Tuapa. So powerful, he managed to bury me without even lifting a finger. Who is this person? Cough, cough. Roger? At that moment, a voice behind Roger interrupted with a cough. Roger turned around with a smile. Although he had never encountered the apprentice angel, Krut, he instantly recognized him, for a unique aura of angelic essence radiated from Krut. Of course, the voice also gave him away, as they had just spoken on the phone. Krut donned a uniform strikingly similar to that of the Proud Team, with azure skin and alabaster hair, embodying the quintessential angelic visage. However, Krut possessed a rather peculiar appearance, particularly due to his prominent nose, which occupied a significant portion of his face, rendering him somewhat comical in appearance. Krut, Roger acknowledged with a slight nod. Roger, you truly are a man of action, arriving so swiftly. Krut greeted warmly. Come, let us retire to my abode. In an instant, the two transformed into beams of vibrant light and departed the scene. Torpo, I am still buried beneath the earth. Will you not release me? Before long. Krut and Roger materialized in Krut's residence on Proud Planet. Upon reaching adulthood, I chose to reside on Proud Planet in the 11th universe, honing my skills here. I have come to regard this place as a second home, Krut remarked, as his attire transformed into garments befitting an angel. Simultaneously, a halo appeared above his head, and he grasped his staff firmly in hand. Chapter 59. The Eruption of Angelic Power, an additional chapter in gratitude for the generous support of 1510-241-4209. Roger nodded. Speak your mind. Haha, Roger, you are indeed refreshingly straightforward, Krut chuckled. Then I shall be direct. I am 30 years your senior, having trained for an additional 30 years. My true divine realm has reached 199, tantalizingly close to 200. Furthermore, Sabe's true divine realm also stands at 199. We are quite comparable, and we have been subtly competing to see who can elevate their true divine realm first. Roger smiled and nodded, casting a sidelong glance behind him. Since they had arrived, what was the point of hiding? Sabe, Roger chuckled. As his words faded, another angel emerged from behind. Sabe was a plump trainee angel with a side-parted hairstyle, his strands as white as snow and skin a pale blue. Truly, Roger was known as the mightiest of angels. Sabe stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor, donned in angelic attire, holding a scepter, and adorned with a halo. Roger, let us speak plainly, Krut addressed him. Sabe and I are determined to claim the new universe. Indeed, whether it is I or Krut who obtains the new universe, we shall have no objections, Sabe concurred. Though Sabe did not articulate the latter part of his thought, Roger grasped the underlying implication. It was clear that the new universe belonged to the two of them, and if he were to acquire it, they would be displeased. So, if I were to attain the new universe, would you have objections? Roger inquired with a smile directed at the duo. Indeed, we would, Sabe replied earnestly. The High Priest has decreed that the ownership of the new universe belongs to the highest-ranking trainee angel in the realm of true gods. 8 years hence, among the 5 of us trainee angels, whoever holds the highest rank shall be the possessor of the new universe. Krut continued, addressing Roger. Now you have created a dark planet in the new universe, thus seizing the initiative. What do you propose we do? Indeed, Krut speaks truth, Sabe echoed in agreement. You too, are you here to hold me accountable? Roger smiled coldly. Roger, we are but 2. How could we possibly hold you accountable? Krut chuckled. Indeed. How could we speak of accountability? Sabe nodded. However, on certain matters, I believe the use of force would be more appropriate. Krut's lips curled into a slight grin. I too believe that resolving matters through force may prove more straightforward. After all, there is no first in literature and no second in martial prowess, Sabe concurred. So, are you two planning to join forces against me? Roger remained seated, not rising from his place. This. Smack. In Roger's hand, a scepter suddenly materialized, and a blue halo blossomed above his head. Just a moment, as Krut's lips quivered. Boom. Roger would not wait for them. The adversaries were 2 in number. Having resolved to resort to violence, was it not prudent to strike first? In an instant, an overwhelming surge of angelic power erupted from Roger, transforming Krut's chamber into mere dust. Wait, Roger. Krut exclaimed in alarm, hastily unleashing his own angelic power in defense. Sabe, equally astonished, joined in the effort to resist. Boom. The clash of angelic forces resonated, producing a sound that echoed through the heavens and sent shivers through the netherworld. The entire Pride planet disintegrated, akin to a fragile soap bubble, instantly reduced to cosmic dust. Crack. Subsequently, centered around Pride planet, the entirety of the 11th universe, with its myriad planets and galaxies, swiftly crumbled into grains of sand. Krut's expression turned exceedingly grim, while Sabe's eyes widened in shock. Bang! Roger launched a kick, striking Clute squarely in the chest. With a gasp, Clute expelled a spray of golden blood. Bang! Roger swung his scepter, striking it against Sabe's head. Although Sabe did not bleed, he felt a sudden dizziness, as if the world around him was spinning, and before his eyes, a multitude of tiny stars began to shimmer. Whoosh! Roger aimed his scepter at Krut's head. You two truly believe you can unite against me? Roger scoffed. Krut's face was exceptionally grim as he coughed, glancing at the devastated 11th universe in the encroaching chaos. Roger, you misunderstand my intent, he said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, you have misinterpreted us, Sab chimed in, shaking his head vigorously. Krut clarified. Many matters cannot be resolved through violence. What Sab and I propose is not a challenge to you. Correct, we harbor no intention of confronting you. Moreover, as the heir of the Archangel, your power is extraordinary. Not even seasoned angels could match your strength, let alone us, mere apprentice angels, Sab added. Who is it that suggested resolving issues through force? Roger chuckled. You truly misinterpret us, Roger, Krut sighed, covering his forehead. What we mean is that we can each select the mightiest human warrior from our respective universes to engage in combat. Chapter 60. Zeno, where has the 11th universe gone? Indeed, I share that sentiment, Sab said, wiping his brow and nodding earnestly. Roger squinted slightly, his face etched with skepticism. You cannot defeat us. And now you claim you seek humans to fight? Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? Kurt, we are angels, he continued. And as long as we do not unleash our full power in battle, we shall possess eternal life. Surely, you do not think it necessary for us to engage in conflict with ourselves, do you? Is there any need for us to challenge you directly? Kurt reiterated his point. Indeed, there is no necessity for direct confrontation among us angels. Why should we? Sabe nodded in agreement. Roger's expression softened slightly, indicating for the two to continue. At that moment, chaos swirled around him, as if the universe had vanished into the abyss of disorder. Roger, what Sabi and I propose is this. We shall each select a human warrior from our respective universes to engage in combat. The victor will claim dominion over the new universe. Plut seized the opportunity, adding, of course, considering the current overall strength of the 7th universe is rather low. We can afford to wait. After all, it will take 8 years for the new universe to stabilize. At that time, I will choose a human from our universe. And you will choose one from yours, and we shall contest in 8 years. What do you think? Indeed, Roger. You may also train the chosen one from the 7th universe, Sabi interjected. What if you lose? Roger inquired. If we are defeated, we shall relinquish our claim to the new universe, Plut replied. Indeed, I too shall withdraw, Sabi nodded in agreement. That is insufficient, far from enough. Roger shook his head. What do you mean? Plut asked, perplexed. The new universe rightfully belongs to me. Only if you win shall you gain the right to claim it. Roger waved his finger dismissively. If you lose, you must present something of equivalent value. Indeed, Roger speaks true, Sabi nodded. Plut glared. Which side are you on? I've heard the core of the 11th universe is a ruby, Roger mused. Plut's heart sank, his expression shifting. If you deliver the ruby to me, I shall entertain you properly, Roger stated earnestly. Plut and Sabi exchanged glances. What? Do you have objections? Roger asked. Ahem. It is true that the core of the 11th universe is a ruby, but it is currently embedded in the nose of a certain deity, Plut lamented. Roger, are you suggesting I remove that deity's nose as a wager? For an angel, this should not pose a significant issue. The question is whether you are willing to undertake it, Roger replied coolly. Moreover, do you not aspire to victory? You may not lose, should you win. There would be no need for the core. Plut fell into contemplation. It seemed Roger had a point. Very well, then it is settled, Sabi nodded in agreement. What do you mean settled? You stand there and skate. What about your 8th universe? Plut glanced at Sabi before turning back to Roger. Are you not sending one warrior? One wager for one warrior. Thus 2 warriors require 2 wagers, Roger smiled. Indeed, only one warrior shall engage, and that warrior will be from the 11th universe. Our human from the 8th universe shall not partake in the battle. Saber hastily distanced himself from the situation. He opted for an internship in the 8th universe, where the core of the universe is represented by a 9-tailed fox, currently sealed within the tail of the god of destruction, Ligil. Ligil possesses 2 tails, one of which houses the core of the 8th universe. Saber is uncertain as to which tail contains the core. Should he face defeat and one tail be removed, would it necessitate the removal of the other as well? A prominent god of destruction without a tail evokes a rather vivid image in Saber's mind. What if the god of destruction, Vimid, from the 11th universe were to lose his nose? It seems a carrot could serve as a suitable substitute. Plut suddenly realized that Saber was quite cunning. This fellow often feigns innocence while harboring mischievous intentions. In the realm of the god of destruction in the 11th universe, Vimid and the angel, Margarita, found themselves perplexed, gazing at the vanishing universe. They exchanged bewildered glances. What transpired? Is Lord Zeno about to erase the universe? Vimid's complexion turned momentarily pale. Margarita, I am on the verge of disappearing. Please take good care of my lovely companions. Get lost. Margarita shot him an exasperated look. In the Zeno Palace, the disappearance of the 11th universe left even Zeno momentarily speechless. What is happening? Chapter 61. Sister admires such dashing little angels. Ahem, Lord Zeno. It's those 3 troublesome Supreme Kai who are exhausting me. You 3 are truly insufferable. Haha, is it Roger and his companions? Zeno covered his face in disbelief. Deciding to let them be, the vanished universe could be restored through time reversal, and they should be aware of that. The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. However, regarding Vimid from the 11th universe claiming that the universe was erased by him, I refuse to take the blame for that, declared Zeno darkly. Supreme Kai, should I erase him to vent my frustration? Lord Zeno, Vimid's nose is a wager among those 3 troublesome children. Causing his nose to vanish seems far more entertaining than simply erasing him, the Supreme Kai replied with a smile. You make a valid point, Zeno nodded in accord. In the realm of the god of destruction in the 11th universe, Vimid suddenly felt discomfort in his nose and rubbed the ruby on the bridge of it. Margarita cast a glance at Vimid and sighed softly. Subsequently, a brilliant light emanated from the staff in Margarita's hand. Whoosh! Margarita employed her divine ability of teleportation, instantly relocating Roger and his companions to the Void Realm. In the next moment, light surged anew from her staff. and the fabric of the 7th universe began to twist and contort. The 11th universe reverted to its state from 3 minutes prior, before its destruction. As Makalita exhaled in relief, she noticed Roger casting a glance in her direction, accompanied by a playful wink. What was happening? Why had the 11th universe vanished so suddenly? Wei Mei, bewildered, pondered this oddity. How could such a thing occur? Ah, this is rather intriguing. I do fancy clever and charming little angels, Makalita mused, a smile gracing her lips. What little angel? What are you talking about? Wei Mei inquired, scratching her head. Dear Wei Mei, perhaps you should pay closer attention to your own nose, Makalita remarked with a knowing glance. In the realm of nothingness, who from the 11th universe is to engage in battle? Roger inquired curiously. Is it that white-bearded fellow I buried beneath the earth? His name is Topo, but he is not the mightiest of the 11th universe. We have a human named Jiren, who we intend to send into the fray, Krut candidly responded. In his view, Jiren's prowess had already surpassed that of certain gods of destruction from other universes, and thus, there was no harm in revealing this information. Let the humans of the 7th universe train diligently. Give them 8 years, or even 100. Can they truly surpass Jiren? Such was his confidence, and a smug expression adorned Krut's face. Roger, feel free to choose anyone you wish, as long as they are human from the 7th universe. Deities do not count. Krut proclaimed, brimming with self-assurance. The 11th universe is no more, and yet, we are to compete? Roger chuckled. Krut and Sabe. Just moments ago, a clash among Roger, Krut, and Sabe had unleashed their angelic powers, resulting in the 11th universe being reduced to cosmic dust. As Roger had stated, the 11th universe was indeed no more, and Jiren had vanished alongside it. However, Sabe and Krut had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. All around them lay an expanse of chaos. Well then, let us rewind time, Krut suggested. It seems more than 3 minutes have elapsed, Roger said, scratching his head, realizing he had been too engrossed in conversation. Krut's expression darkened, while Sabe was left utterly speechless, ready to flee at any moment. The time rewind could only revert to 3 minutes prior. Now that time had exceeded that mark. Any attempt to rewind would merely return to the moment of the 11th universe's disappearance. Unless one sought the Grand Priest's intervention to employ the Great Wheel of Time and reincarnation, salvation for the vanished 11th universe seemed unlikely. However, Krut believed that approaching the Grand Priest at this juncture would likely result in severe repercussions. Enough with the fright, you two. The universe has long since been restored, Roger remarked with a smile. Roger was acutely aware that the entire 11th universe had vanished, and as the angel of that universe, Makalita could not simply stand by and do nothing. Moreover, Roger observed that after the universe's disappearance, Makalita utilized time reversal, restoring the timeline to 3 minutes prior. Additionally, Makalita was cognizant of the events that had transpired and promptly employed her divine domain to transport Roger and his companions to the Void Realm. Makalita herself was quite vexed. It was utterly outrageous. If you wish to engage in combat, do so in the Void Realm, but do not obliterate the universe in the process. Truly? I was taken aback, sighed Krut. Krut now understood that he had been moved to the Void Realm by Makalita. The ever-scheming Sabi, now relieved, cast a sly glance at Roger. Roger, from the 7th universe, who do you intend to send into battle? Sabi inquired. Chapter 62. The candidate you put me in a difficult position regarding our universe's inhabitants. Not to mention Jiren. Even Topo could extinguish them with a mere finger, Roger remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Well, I have never been one to bully others. Come, let us visit the 7th universe. Krut clutched his chest, where he had been struck. Rendered speechless, Sabi scratched his head, still feeling a twinge of pain. Have you forgotten how you bullied others? Whoosh. Roger transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, piercing through the void and swiftly advancing toward the 11th universe. Clute and Sabe followed closely behind, deliberately maintaining a distance from Roger. Sabe, how cunning you are! Do you intend to gain entry into the new universe without lifting a finger, relying solely on your cleverness? Clute exclaimed with wide eyes. Am I not putting in effort? Sabe replied with a smile. What have you done? Clute inquired. I have allowed Roger to select the candidates first. This matter is of utmost importance. Sabe responded. That is unnecessary. With Jiren in the fray, victory is assured, Clute chuckled confidently. Clute, you may be unaware, but there exists a formidable creature in the 7th universe known as Majin Buu, renowned for his immense strength and remarkable regenerative abilities. As well as a repertoire of magical powers, Sabe conveyed telepathically. Additionally, Majin Buu possesses exceptional learning capabilities. Should Roger choose him and train him adequately, Jiren might not secure an effortless victory. Unless we also intensify Jiren's training, we will have little time for our own development. Oh, Majin Buu? I have not heard of this beast, Clute remarked, momentarily taken aback. I made a point to investigate, Sabe added with a grin, and besides Majin Buu, there is another individual of considerable strength. Who else? Clute's composure began to waver. This individual was exiled by Roger a millennium ago and exists on the same timeline as us now. Driven by his obsession for his wife and children, he transcended himself and is known as the Super Saiyan God, Sabe transmitted. Although he may not currently match Jiren's prowess, he is not far behind. If this Super Saiyan God were to enter the battle, we would need to exercise caution. A Super Saiyan God? Such a being exists in the 7th universe? Clute's expression shifted dramatically. However, rest assured, since Roger exiled him, he undoubtedly harbors great resentment toward Roger, Sabe remarked with a smile. It is unlikely that Roger would choose him. To be on the safe side, I suggested that Roger finalize his selection first. As long as it is not one of those two, we can proceed with peace of mind, allowing Jiren to grow on his own. Speaking of which, Roger has mastered the power of the angels to such an extent, Clute sighed softly, casting a glance at Roger ahead. Indeed. It is fortunate that we did not confront him directly. Otherwise, we would have been thoroughly defeated. Sabe nodded in agreement. Why do angels require training? The energy expended not only transforms into the realm of true divinity but also enhances their mastery over angelic power. Currently, Roger has expended over 8,000 units of angelic energy, far surpassing Sabe and Clute in his control over it. As they spoke, Roger, accompanied by the 2 apprentice angels, arrived in the 7th universe. I have given it considerable thought during the journey. I have decided to select him to combat Jiren. Roger pointed towards a spacecraft racing through the cosmos in the distance. Kurt silently gazed at the vessel. Through the windows, he observed a young man engaged in rigorous training, clad in an orange suit. The youth was performing the most rudimentary gravity exercises. What a primitive form of training. Kurt attempted to sense the individual's power. Goodness, this level is unparalleled. Even a mere fart from Jiren could obliterate him. With such strength, one could hardly believe this person had trained for 8 years. Even a millennium of effort might not render him a match for Jiren. A wave of secret delight washed over Kurt. Indeed, this individual appears to possess considerable potential. Kurt nodded, though his expression remained inscrutable. He is the one. If it were Majin Buu or that Super Saiyan God, I would have to exert myself greatly to instruct Jiren. Indeed, I too perceive his potential. Sabe concurred immediately. You all place me in a difficult position, Roger lamented, shaking his head with a sigh. Roger, what do you mean? Why is it difficult? Kurt inquired. Surely, if there is a dilemma, do not hesitate to articulate it. Sabe added, nodding. In truth, there exist numerous formidable beings within the 7th universe, such as Bardock, who, during my exile, trained for a millennium and ultimately became an ancient Super Saiyan God. His power is now comparable to Jiren's, albeit slightly inferior. However, with proper guidance, he could easily overpower Jiren. Roger appeared genuinely troubled, sighing deeply as he spoke. Kurt's expression stiffened, while Sabe's countenance shifted with concern. Chapter 63. The individual named Son Goku seems somewhat simple. As an angel of the 7th universe, even in an apprentice capacity, how could Roger be unaware of Bardock? Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, Bardock was indeed exiled to the past by Roger. This implies that, from the moment Roger cast Bardock into exile, an ancient Super Saiyan God emerged in their current era. Yet, due to various other reasons, Bardock missed the opportunity to save planet Vegeta, as well as his wife and children. Selecting Bardock felt rather unchallenging. Roger shook his head. Kurt felt a flicker of excitement, stifling a chuckle. Sabe's lips quivered slightly, though he remained silent. In truth, there is another potential candidate, such as the sealed Majin Buu, who also represents an excellent choice. Roger pondered thoughtfully. Clute's previously improved demeanor once again darkened. Sabe, on the other hand, could only manage a wry smile as he scratched his head. I have a great fondness for the nine-tailed fox from the 8th universe, Roger remarked, casting a glance at Sabe, who shuddered involuntarily. Tell me, if I were to choose Sun Wukong from this spaceship to challenge Jiren, would you consider parting with the nine-tailed fox for me? Roger inquired, fixing his gaze on Sabe. Part with it? Absolutely not. Sabe retorted without a moment's hesitation. You merely wish to select a human warrior and expect me to relinquish the core of the universe? Who do you think you're fooling? How shameless can you be? Am I that foolish? Fine, Then I shall choose Roger, he sighed. If you select Sun Wukong and manage to defeat Jiren in 8 years, I may contemplate gifting you the nine-tailed fox, Sabby declared, gritting his teeth resolutely. Deal. Roger replied eagerly. Sabby's lips twitched in disbelief. Is that it? We are gods. No agreements need to be signed. In 8 years. I shall bring Sun Wukong to meet you, Roger stated. Very well, we shall take our leave for now, Clut nodded slightly. Until we meet again in 8 years. Sabby replied with a friendly smile. With a swift whoosh, Clut and Sabby transformed into 2 vibrant streaks of light and vanished without a trace. The one called Sun Wukong is far too weak, Clut laughed heartily. However, he is the son of the ancient Super Saiyan god, Sabby added. Clut fell silent, glaring at Sabby as if to question why he had not mentioned this earlier. Rest assured. The ancient Super Saiyan god named Bardock did not pass on his genes to his son. The boy possesses merely the genetics of an ordinary Saiyan, Sabby assured confidently. Moreover, how many years did Bardock train? How many years can Sun Wukong possibly have trained? Furthermore, Bardock harbors an unwavering desire to reunite with his wife and child. Does Sun Wukong share such sentiments? You are correct. I observed that Sun Wukong appears rather naive, as if he had suffered a fall during his childhood, Clut reflected. Indeed, how could a child who fell on his head ever stand a chance against Jiren? We are assured of victory, Sabby chuckled. Roger will surely be defeated. Thus, let us adhere to our customary agreement. Whoever possesses the higher domain of true divinity shall take control of the new universe, Clut nodded. Not I. Roger has chosen Bardock. That ancient Super Saiyan god, Sabby scoffed. You ought to take the time to see just how powerful this Bardock truly is. What do you imply? Clut raised an eyebrow slightly. I require 20 more domains of true divinity than you, meaning that if my true divinity domain is 908 years from now, it will count as 920, Sabby stated, laying out his terms. Clut rolled his eyes. 3 years to reach 900 domains of true divinity? You truly are boastful. 10 it is. Krut articulated the conditions, and Sabes readily acquiesced. Observing the figures of Krut and Sabes fade into the distance, Roger's lips curled into a smile. With the cores of the 8th and 11th universes in hand, the expansion of the new universe could proceed swiftly, circumventing considerable territory in the realm of true deities and sparing him 2 millennia of labor. Moreover, Melis's scepter was a splendid acquisition, poised to enhance the prowess of his god of destruction significantly. It would be prudent to also secure Whis' scepter, thus obtaining the staff of the Supreme Kai as well. But how to cleverly procure Whis' scepter? In the 7th universe, Sun Wukong's spaceship surged forward, tracing an arc through the cosmos. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong intensified his training. At that moment, his eyes caught a glimpse of 2 brilliant beams of 7-colored light shimmering in the distance. Peering out of the spaceship window, Sun Wukong marveled. Who is that person adorned with a halo? They bear a striking resemblance to Roger. He gazed out in astonishment. Whoosh. Roger transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors and swiftly departed. Had he flown away? Sun Wukong felt a tinge of surprise, followed by a vigorous rubbing of his eyes. Could it be that my recent training has been excessively rigorous? How could it possibly be Roger? Isn't he merely an ordinary individual, akin to Bulma? Furthermore, even if Roger were a warrior, how could he manifest in the vastness of outer space? Sun Wukong scratched his head and yawned, resolving to grant himself a proper night's rest. 5 days later, on Namek. Presently, Vegeta possessed 1 Dragon Ball, while the Earthlings held another, and Frieza commanded 5. Vegeta encountered Zarbin, and in a moment of impulsive decision, he feigned defeat, allowing Zarbin to best him and subsequently take him to Frieza. In an effort to extort the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from Vegeta, Frieza instructed his subordinates to escort him to the medical chamber. Upon his emergence, Vegeta stealthily pilfered the 5 Dragon Balls left aboard Frieza's spaceship. Frieza, incensed, commanded Zarbin to retrieve the stolen orbs. Chapter 64. Has Vegeta assembled the Dragon Balls? Zarbin, trembling in fear, transformed into a frog-like visage, scouring the skies for Vegeta's location. Sensing that Zarbin and Frieza were at a considerable distance, Vegeta soared forward and delivered a mighty kick, toppling Zarbin to the ground. Subsequently, Vegeta placed his foot upon Zarbin's head, rolling him along the surface. You scoundrel! This cannot be. How could I possibly be bested by you? Zarbin exclaimed. Do you truly believe I am not your match? I merely pretended to lose in order to surreptitiously acquire the Dragon Balls. Vegeta chuckled slyly at Zarbin. The color drained from Zarbin's face. Too cunning. With no hesitation, Vegeta crushed Zarbin's skull underfoot and gathered the 6 Dragon Balls scattered about, soaring into the sky with elation. Ha ha. Vegeta, have finally collected all the Dragon Balls. He laughed exuberantly. I am on the brink of achieving immortality. Just you wait, Frieza. I shall bring about your demise. And as for you, Roger, who dared to nickname me, prepare for my wrath. On Beerus' planet, Brother Whis, look. Vegeta has gathered the Dragon Balls. Lus exclaimed, gazing at the projection on Whis' staff. Her heart swelling with joy for Vegeta. After such a long wait, victory is finally at hand. How splendid. Come, let us observe, Whis replied, carefully stowing away his staff. Equally pleased for his sister. I told you so. In human terms, Vegeta is akin to a favored child of destiny, destined for the Dragon Balls to fall into his hands. Indeed, Brother Whis, you are remarkable, Lus nodded vigorously. Once Vegeta fulfills his wish, Roger shall have no further claims. Ha ha ha, indeed, Whis smiled, meticulously securing his staff, as he and Lus transformed into a brilliant arc of colors, swiftly advancing towards Namek. By the way, where's Roger? Where has he gone? Suddenly, Ruasi inquired. Let me take a look, Whis responded, hesitating for a moment before retrieving his staff. Lately, I have felt a certain unease regarding this staff. It seems that someone has taken an interest in it. Whis scratched his head, convincing himself that he was merely being overly cautious. Suddenly, a burst of light emanated from the staff. Instantly, the image of Roger materialized within the crystal orb atop Whis' staff. Roger, Vegeta is about to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. You must hurry to Namek, Whis urged. Has he gathered them so soon? Very well, I shall arrive immediately. Roger, currently savoring delectable dishes on Earth, waved his hand in acknowledgement. All right. Let us convene on Namek. Whis nodded and carefully stowed away the staff. I won. Ruasi exclaimed, joyfully raising her fist in triumph. On Namek, Vegeta, with the 7 Dragon Balls in his possession, swiftly appeared at the village where he had previously landed. The last Dragon Ball is hidden in the lake. It would be quite the challenge for Frieza to locate it. Vegeta chuckled softly. With a splash, Vegeta dove underwater, his face alight with exhilaration. However, after searching for an extensive period, he could not find the elusive Dragon Ball. How is this possible? I distinctly placed the Dragon Ball here, he murmured to himself, perplexed. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in Vegeta's eyes. That brat, Kakarot's son. What he holds is not a watch. Vegeta declared with certainty, anger boiling within him. That insufferable little rascal. How dare he deceive me? With a burst of fury, Vegeta soared into the sky, racing towards Bulma's residence in search of Krillin and the others. Upon landing, he found no trace of Gohan and the others. Damn it! They have already moved. Vegeta fumed, his rage palpable. In a flash, he returned, glancing at the Dragon Balls on the ground. Vegeta dug a hole to bury one of the Dragon Balls, keeping only one with him as he settled in a secluded valley, silently attuning himself to the energy signatures of Krillin and Gohan. In the sky, Whis and Ruasi exchanged glances. Whis, Ruasi, did you not say that Vegeta had gathered the Dragon Balls? Roger inquired. Whis chose silence, while Ruasi bit her lip, visibly discontent. I was so pleased for your victory. In truth, I also hoped that Vegeta could obtain the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. After all, he is somewhat of a student to me, Roger sighed. Ruasi shot him a glare. I can't believe you. You wretched angel. Suddenly, she recalled, I remember now. A human on Earth did indeed acquire a Dragon Ball, which I overlooked. Ruasi smacked her forehead, remembering that during her transformation into a cat, a human had indeed retrieved a Dragon Ball. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Where have you been all this time? This is all your fault. Whis exclaimed. Roger, you have transformed me into a cat, and now my mind feels utterly befuddled. Rose glared at Roger, baring her teeth. Whis covered his face, unwilling to engage in conversation. You certainly know how to concoct excuses. Brother Whis, Roger even touched my chest. Rose complained. Whis replied, my silly sister, can such words be uttered so casually? He concealed his face once more. At that time, you were a cat. It does not count, Roger argued persuasively. Whis covered his face again. What does Roger mean? Does he intend to make further physical contact? Chapter 65. The Grand Elder in a small thicket quite distant from Vegeta's location. Gohan and Krillin were consuming their provisions. Gohan, not far ahead lies the residence of the Grand Elder. Given that we are so far from Vegeta, he should not be able to sense us, right? Let us fly with all our might and immediately pay our respects to the Grand Elder. Krillin suggested, and considering the time, Goku should be arriving shortly. Gohan nodded gravely. Whoosh. Krillin and Gohan transformed into 2 streaks of white light, soaring into the sky. rapidly heading towards the Grand Elder's abode. Meanwhile, Vegeta, patiently sensing their auras, suddenly detected their positions. Whoosh! Clutching a Dragon Ball, Vegeta swiftly pursued the direction of Krillin and Gohan, accelerating to his utmost speed. High above, Rose's excitement caused her body to tremble. Wow, Vegeta's speed is astonishing. At this rate, he will catch up to those two Earthlings in less than 2 minutes. Rose was utterly exhilarated. Indeed, if Vegeta catches up to the Earthlings, he should be able to ascertain the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball. Weiss nodded lightly. However, the situation appeared dire as Roger's expression subtly shifted, yet he inwardly chuckled dismissively. Even if he catches up, what of it? Below, Vegeta's speed was remarkable, and indeed, in less than 2 minutes, he had already spotted Krillin and Gohan ahead. This is bad. It's Vegeta. I have grossly underestimated his speed. Krillin's face turned exceedingly grim. Gohan, too, was stricken with fear, his complexion paling. Gohan, the residence of the Grand Elder is atop that mountain. You must seek his guidance for the latent energy at once. I will hold him off, Krillin declared decisively. Uncle Krillin, please be careful, Gohan urged, nodding. Hurry, Krillin urged. Whoosh! Gohan quickened his pace. Krillin, however, spread his arms wide to intercept Vegeta. Vegeta, wait a moment, Krillin called out. Ah, a yo-yo, Vegeta chuckled lightly. You are the ones who stole the Dragon Balls, aren't you? Dragon Balls? Which Dragon Ball? Krillin was taken aback, scratching his head. Are you referring to the one Gohan found? Is that your Dragon Ball? Hand over my Dragon Ball at once. I might consider sparing your lives, Vegeta declared, his demeanor darkening. This Gohan probably has no idea it belongs to you. In that case, there's no issue, Krillin chuckled lightly. What is that over there? Vegeta's attention was drawn to a structure atop the mountain, emanating an immense energy. Wonderful. Gohan's latent combat power has been unleashed, Krillin exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Whose energy is that? Is Kakarot arriving? Vegeta paused momentarily. In a flash, Vegeta soared over Krillin's head, darting toward the Grand Elder's abode. The next moment, he was astonished to see Gohan emerge from the room, exuding a remarkable aura. However, Vegeta did not regard Gohan's current level of energy as particularly significant. What surprised him was that upon entering that house, Gohan's power had suddenly surged considerably. In fact, Gohan's energy had reached the intensity he possessed when he traveled to Earth. Hey, Vegeta, wait up, Krillin called out as he hurried to catch up. Who are you calling Vegeta the Rolling Stone? Vegeta shot back, delivering a swift kick that sent Krillin tumbling to the ground. Vegeta then turned his gaze toward the seemingly unremarkable house. To his astonishment, another figure emerged, a Namekian strikingly similar to Piccolo. Get lost. You are not welcome here, Nail said coldly, fixing his gaze on Vegeta. Do you have a death wish, Namekian? Do you know to whom you are speaking? Vegeta's eyes glimmered with menace. Humph. Nail scoffed in response. Hey, everyone, stop arguing. The Grand Elder sent me to inform you that a terrifying presence is approaching Namek. Dend exclaimed as he rushed forward, raising his voice to alert them. The Grand Elder? Vegeta glanced at Dend, then raised his head, silently extending his senses. Who could it be? It wouldn't he happen to be Goku, would it? Krillin asked, climbing back to his feet, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. But it's not just one person. Gohan's expression shifted slightly. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? A total of 5 energy signatures? Could it be the Ginyu Force? Vegeta pondered, taken aback. Frieza has summoned the Ginyu Force? The Ginyu Force? What is that? Krillin inquired. Listen carefully, the Ginyu Force is Frieza's most formidable team, consisting of 5 extraordinarily powerful individuals, Vegeta replied, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. With my current abilities, I am certainly no match for them. However, as long as I possess my immortality, I can easily defeat them. P.S. The forthcoming updates will be fewer. Yet each chapter will encompass an additional 500 words, essentially maintaining a similar frequency of updates as before. Chapter 66. The Dragon Balls have finally been gathered. A note at the outset. From this chapter onward, each chapter will be 2,000 words. Indeed, there were 5 exceedingly malevolent auras. Nara nodded slightly. Immortal? Krillin was taken aback. Indeed. Hand over your Dragon Balls swiftly, allowing me to attain immortality. Rest assured, even if I fulfill my wish, I shall not harm you, Vegeta hastily assured. Krillin remained hesitant. Do you wish for Frieza to grant the wish? Vegeta exclaimed, hurry up. If Frieza's wish is realized, this universe shall be doomed. And even Roger may not stand a chance against him. Roger? What on earth? Krillin looked utterly bewildered. Hurry, time is of the essence. Vegeta urged. I am not called Hurry. Krillin scratched his head, perplexed. Does my head resemble a yo-yo? He also expressed some reluctance. But if your wish is granted, our desires will. The Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes, Naru interjected. Krillin turned to Naru in astonishment. Very well, Vegeta, you must uphold your promise. Krillin gritted his teeth and made a decision. Of course, I am a man of my word. Vegeta beamed with pride. Gohan, let us proceed. Krillin called out. Whoosh. 3 beams of white light soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards Bulma's location. Roger, sob, you want to be devoured by a monster, will you? Bulma huddled in a crevice at the foot of a mountain, sitting on a small stool, appearing quite pitiful. High above. You might wonder how the 3 wishes are to be calculated? What if the Earthlings also have their wishes granted? Roger inquired. Naturally. The first to fulfill their wish shall be deemed the victor. Ross replied without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, Ross is correct. Whis nodded in agreement. It is possible that Yo-Yo might wish to fulfill his desire first, Roger chuckled. That is impossible. Ross shot Roger a disapproving glance, almost scoffing. Would the Yo-Yo dare to fulfill his wish first? If the Yo-Yo were to make his wish first, wouldn't Vegeta simply eliminate him? Krillin? Bulma looked slightly confused, wondering why Vegeta was also present. Upon hearing Bulma's reference to him, Vegeta's eyes flashed with intensity. Bulma quickly fell silent. Bulma, quickly, hand me the last Dragon Ball. Krillin called out. What is it? Has Goku arrived? Bulma asked, and what about Roger? As she spoke, Bulma promptly handed the Dragon Balls to Krillin. We'll discuss this later. Krillin replied. Whoosh. The trio soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards the location where Vegeta had stored the Dragon Balls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan arrived at their destination, 5 miniature spaceships descended from the heavens, landing nearby. Hurry, grant me immortality, Vegeta urged. Just then, the Ginyu Force appeared before them with astonishing speed. Damn it, so close. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Krillin's mouth twitched, and his body shivered as he sensed the overwhelming presence of the 5 adversaries. Gohan, pale with fear, struggled to maintain his composure. The Ginyu Force consisted of 5 members, Captain Ginyu with a battle power of 120,000, Jeice with a power of 48,000, Birdo with 49,000, Goldo with 15,000, and Rikum with 50,000. Hee, Vegeta, long time no see, Ginyu grinned at Vegeta. What you hold in your hands are the Dragon Balls, aren't they? 7 in total, how convenient. Vegeta snorted in disdain. High above, damn. Those 5. I shall annihilate them. They are such an obstruction. Whis observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, reminding Ribrian, remain composed. As an angel, one must maintain equanimity. Your fiery temperament will greatly affect your future training. But, Whis, I am extremely angry, Ribrian retorted, puffing up in frustration. When angered, try to recall joyful memories. It may help you regain your tranquility, Whis advised. Ribrian pondered deeply, her delicate chin resting in her hand, then cast a glance at Roger. Hey, Roger, let me take a bite, she grinned mischievously. Roger paid no attention. Just a little bite, and I would be delighted. Whis revealed a set of pearly white teeth. Roger extended his arm and rolled up his sleeves. Ruasi was taken aback. Is Roger truly so benevolent? Suddenly, Ruth recalled the moment when she had bitten down on Roger's shoulder, causing her tooth to chip. A sense of unease washed over her as she gazed at Roger's outstretched arm, hesitant to take a bite. Remove the power of the angel, Ruth demanded. Do you think me a fool? Roger chuckled. You. Ruth exclaimed, her anger flaring. You intend to ruin my teeth again. Whis covered his face, feeling exhausted by these 2 troublesome children. Below, the battle between Vegeta and the Ginyu Force had already commenced. Boom. Vegeta's aura exploded forth, as if he were in a realm devoid of adversaries, swiftly appearing amongst the ranks of the Ginyu Force. Bang! With a single kick, Vegeta sent Goldo's head flying. A punch obliterated Birdo's heart, and a beam pierced through Rikum's chest. In less than a second, Vegeta effortlessly dispatched 3 foes. Jeice, positioned at a distance, miraculously managed to evade the onslaught. Stunned, he had just contemplated attacking Vegeta moments before. Captain Jinyu's eyes widened in shock, while Krillin looked on in disbelief. Gohan trembled slightly, feeling the weight of Vegeta's prowess. Indeed, Vegeta is extraordinarily formidable, Krillin exclaimed. Pa. Vegeta spat, casting a scornful glance at Captain Ginyu and Jeice. I never imagined you would grow so powerful, Vegeta, Ginyu remarked with a soft chuckle, adjusting the scouter over his eyes. Let me see, a battle power of 68,000, truly beyond my expectations. What? A battle power of 68,000? How is that possible? He is merely a scion. G's face turned ashen with fear. It's normal. Perhaps his body has undergone mutations, Jinyu replied with a smirk. Those 3 unfortunate souls have met their end, and now I must intervene personally. Chapter 67. Goku arrives on Namek, Captain. Give it your all. G's clenched his fists. Jinyu smiled coldly and stepped forward. Vegeta. That one named Jinyu is no match for you, Weiss mused. It seems that even though we have gathered the Dragon Balls, our wishes will not be easily fulfilled. It is all that Jinyu's doing, Ruth said angrily. Boom. Vegeta's aura surged wildly. Without delay, he charged towards Jinyu. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks upon Jinyu. After 3 exchanges, Jinyu landed a punch that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. A battle power of 68,000? Is that all there is to it? Jinyu sneered. With such meager skills, you dare to challenge Lord Frieza? Utterly delusional. Vegeta trembled, his face as pale as a sheet. Geez, you stay behind and eliminate them. I shall deliver the Dragon Balls to Lord Frieza, Jinyu declared, moving to take control of the 7 Dragon Balls. Whoosh. The enigmatic Jinyu has flown away with the Dragon Balls, leaving Gohan seething with fury. First, let us deal with this red-faced brute, Krillin said, his head throbbing with anxiety. Gohan nodded in agreement. A minute passed, and Jissa relentlessly battered Krillin and Gohan, their vitality waning dangerously close to the brink of death. Jisoo approached, seizing Vegeta by his hair, taunting him with a mocking smile. Oh, Vegeta, weren't you quite formidable just a moment ago? Why not display that prowess once more for my amusement? The atmosphere grew dire. Vegeta's demise appeared imminent. Whis shook his head, sighing heavily. Someone approaches. He remarked with a slight smile, gesturing toward the distance. With a swift whoosh, a spaceship descended from the heavens, landing upon the terrain of Namek. Another visitor from Earth? Whis pondered, momentarily taken aback. Creak. The spaceship's hatch opened, and Goku stepped out, radiating energy. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of white light, darting toward Vegeta and the others. How swift. This Earthling possesses incredible speed. Whis observed, his eyes widening. He remained silent, a foreboding sensation creeping upon him. Especially since the arrival of this individual clad in orange attire intensified his unease. What could be so special about this Earthling? Jisoo, now alert, realized the gravity of the situation. Goku appeared beside Gohan in an instant, administering a Senzu bean to him, then offering another to Krillin. Release him, Goku commanded coldly. Oh, and who might you be? Jisoo retorted, refraining from ending Vegeta's life, as he was already on the verge of collapse. He kicked Vegeta aside and turned his attention to Goku with a smirk. Krillin. Goku beckoned. How curious. The little one and the bald fellow seemed to have fully recovered. What is going on? Jisoo expressed his confusion. Krillin approached, and Goku patted his head, lost in thought. Goku, you've changed. What are you doing? Inspecting my head at a time like this? Krillin exclaimed, exasperated. Goku remained silent. I'm not a yo-yo. Krillin protested, glaring. A yo-yo? Goku replied, momentarily perplexed. Oh, I see. If that Jinyu fellow didn't kill you, perhaps he is not entirely malevolent. What? Krillin looked at Goku in bewilderment. By merely touching your head. I gleaned some insights into the happenings here. Goku smiled. Wait, when did you acquire such a peculiar skill? Krillin asked, astonished. All right. Let us give that Jinyu a Senzu bean. He is on the brink of collapse, Goku suggested, producing a Senzu bean and handing it to Krillin. Yet, Krillin hesitated. Go on. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. That Earthling named Sun Wukong, that move resembles a power from the divine realm. Ruosi expressed her surprise. Has he trained with the King of Worlds? Was turned to inquire of Roger. Indeed, Roger nodded. I can tell that he harbors a considerable amount of energy within. The previous Captain Jinyu may not be his match, was contemplated softly. After Krillin administered a Senzu bean to Vegeta, Vegeta leaped from the ground. Bang! With a single punch. He knocked Jissa to the ground, placing his foot upon Jissa's head. You were quite the show-off just now, Jisoo, Vegeta remarked coldly, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Jisoo trembled in fear. Hey Vegeta, don't kill him. Sun Wukong implored, unable to bear the sight. Die? Vegeta grinned wickedly, pressing down with his foot and crushing Jisoo's skull. Sun Wukong turned his gaze away in distress. Kakarot, your timing is impeccable, Vegeta chuckled lightly. But you are still too naive. I admit your fighting power has indeed increased significantly, Yet with such strength, you are no match for Frieza. Begrudgingly. I have trained to this level. How could I possibly not contend with Frieza? Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Try calling me begrudgingly again. Vegeta shot back angrily. Haha. I'm just accustomed to it. Sun Wukong scratched his head. High above, Whis and Ruosi remained silent. Though they were angels, they had not anticipated that Frieza would gather all 7 Dragon Balls. As angels, they could certainly utilize the time rings to predict future events. But that would strip the experience of its intrigue. Moreover, employing the time rings would affect a different temporal dimension, which might not be the same as the present one. Initially, they believed Frieza was about to grant a wish, only to discover that the fool could not even summon the eternal dragon. After all this effort, did you achieve nothing? Is this truly the so-called emperor of your universe? Ruosi shook her head. Whis remained silent, pondering Frieza's foolishness. Did you not research before collecting the Dragon Balls? Now, with all 7 before you, you find yourself unable to realize your wish. Yet perhaps it is for the best. Had Frieza succeeded, this match would have ended in a draw. Wouldn't that be preferable? Whis suddenly questioned the validity of his own thoughts. The current dilemma lay not in winning the match, but in contemplating a stalemate. What a conundrum. Could I possibly lose to Roger? Could my calculations have gone awry? That shouldn't be the case. Whis tapped his forehead. If only he had sought the King of Worlds for a time ring to glimpse into the future. Lord Frieza, have you fulfilled your wish? Captain Jinyu inquired. No, there has been absolutely no change. Frieza shook his head. What could be the reason for this? Jinyu was equally perplexed. Could it be that in order to fulfill a wish, the positioning of the Dragon Balls was essential? Or perhaps the sequence in which they were arranged? Frieza clenched his fists and, adjusting the scouter perched upon his brow, murmured darkly, Damn it, I need to find someone to inquire. Chapter 68 Vegeta. Who is this Roger you speak of? Jinyu hastily interjected. Then I will immediately command Jisoo to cease. No need for that, Frieza replied with a slight smile. There are 2 energy signatures at a location very far from here. An area we have not yet explored. They must be the surviving Namekians. Lord Frieza. Allow me to fetch them, Jinyu offered eagerly. I wish to interrogate them personally. Frieza chuckled. Keep a vigilant watch over the Dragon Balls for me. Rest assured, my lord. I shall safeguard the Dragon Balls with utmost diligence, Jinyu vowed with a bow. Whoosh. Frieza ascended rapidly towards the Elder's location. Jinyu cast a glance at the 7 Dragon Balls resting on the ground. Has Jisoo's energy signature vanished? Could he have been slain? Jinyu scratched his head and examined the scouter. After a moment's contemplation, he dug a hole and concealed the Dragon Balls. I am truly clever, even if they come in numbers. They will be unable to locate the Dragon Balls. Jinyu mused. I shall investigate what has transpired with Jisoo. In the distance, Has Frieza's presence receded? Is Jinyu the only one left here? Krillin remarked, sensing the energy. Whoosh. Vegeta hastily departed the scene. Let us go as well, Goku declared, soaring into the sky. The 2 parties met midair. What? Vegeta, your injuries have healed? How did you manage that? Jinyu expressed his astonishment. Kakarot, this one is yours to handle, Vegeta grinned. Darting past Jinyu towards Frieza's spaceship, Be Goku. Wait a moment. Goku called out. Be Goku? Is that Vegeta's new moniker? Quite amusing, Jinyu chuckled heartily. Hey, Be Goku. It's futile for you to go. Lord Frieza has already taken the Dragon Balls. Vegeta bared his teeth, his body slightly quivering. Yet he chose to ignore the comment. Let him be, Jinyu mused lightly, observing Goku with keen interest. Let us deal with you first. Gohan, Krillin, you 2 should vacate this area. This individual is far stronger than I anticipated, Goku said calmly. The 2 promptly distanced themselves from Goku. As Goku revealed his combat power before Captain Jinyu, the latter's expression shifted to one of unease. An astonishing combat power of 180,000. Indeed. It surpasses my expectations, Jinyu remarked coldly. My instantaneous explosive power is even greater than this. Sun Wukong maintained a calm demeanor. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Jinyu pierced through his own chest. Blood cascading down. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the motive behind such self-harm. The exchange. Jinyu did not waste words with Sun Wukong. He extended his arms, and a surge of white energy rapidly emerged, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with such velocity that evasion was nearly impossible. Bang! Jinyu's white blaze struck Sun Wukong, and their bodies were exchanged. Rosie pondered. This individual named Sun Wukong is far too careless, indulging in excessive chatter. He should have eliminated Jinyu directly, much like Vegeta did from the outset. Coughing, Rosie added, We are angels. You shouldn't constantly speak of destruction killing, or death. Whis felt a headache coming on. It seemed Rossi's visit to the 7th universe had indeed led her astray. Whis remembered how Rosie used to behave, though a bit foolish. She used to be more cautious with her words. Whis glanced at Roger, attributing the shift in Rossi's demeanor to the young man's influence. "I haven't said anything." Roger feigned innocence. "Are you blaming me? Your sister has gone astray, and you hold me responsible? I cannot rest easy without swindling your angelic staff." But how to deceive Whis into relinquishing his staff? Having exchanged bodies, Jinyu initially believed he would possess an impressive combat power of 180,000, only to find himself sorely mistaken, with a mere 20,000. This paltry strength rendered him no match for the combined might of Gohan and Krillin. In a panic, Jinyu fled towards Vegeta. "Kakarot? What is happening?" Vegeta paused momentarily, taken aback. "Be cautious. He has swapped bodies with me," Sun Wukong shouted from behind. "What? A body exchange?" Vegeta was momentarily stunned, then a sinister grin spread across his face. "Hehehe, so you were Jinyu now." Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage upon Jinyu. Reveling in the thrill, it was exhilarating. He had never anticipated that pummeling this character would be so satisfying. He mused, perhaps striking Roger would be even more entertaining. Roger wore a grim expression. "I shall deal with you later. For now, I must secure my victory first." "Exchange," Jinyu bellowed, aiming at Vegeta's form. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. However, Goku, overjoyed, swiftly positioned himself in front of Vegeta, obstructing the exchange beam. In an instant, Goku and Jinyu reverted to their original bodies. Thus, Jinyu remained that repugnant creature. Vegeta mused as he cast a glance at Jinyu. Jinyu gritted his teeth, wincing in pain. "Exchange." Without delay, Jinyu directed the exchange beam towards Vegeta once more. At that critical moment, Goku seized a passing frog and tossed it into the air. Jinyu's eyes widened in shock as he completed the exchange with the frog. Transformed into the amphibian, Jinyu hopped away, shedding tears. As for any further exchanges involving Bulma, they were non-existent. Roger could never allow Jinyu and Bulma to switch places. The very thought is rather unsettling. "Bring Kakarot with you. I shall provide him with treatment," Vegeta stated with an air of indifference. Under Vegeta's direction, Goku was sent to the healing pod aboard Frieza's spaceship. The treatment would take approximately 40 minutes, Vegeta informed them. "He won't drown, will he?" Krillin murmured softly. "You should don battle suits as well," Vegeta remarked, tossing 2 suits to Krillin and Gohan while casually inquiring. "Has Roger not arrived?" "Roger?" Krillin paused momentarily as he donned the battle suit, appearing somewhat perplexed. "Haven't you met Roger? You once asked us to inform him that Beerus was about to awaken." Krillin was genuinely baffled by Vegeta's demeanor. "Never mind, judging by your bewildered expression. It seems he hasn't come." Vegeta shook his head. "Who is this Roger you speak of?" Krillin inquired after a moment's contemplation. "You are not acquainted with him." Vegeta chuckled lightly, a sudden realization flashing through his mind as he smacked his forehead in epiphany. Vegeta pondered, how could Roger possibly associate with these Earthlings? It made no sense. The last time Roger appeared on Earth, he might have merely been a passerby. Otherwise, why would the expression in the eyes of the yo-yo be so vacant when he mentioned Roger's name? Yes, that must be it. "Fool, quickly seek the Dragon Balls." Rose fretted, feeling distressed on Vegeta's behalf. Whis remained silent, his demeanor as stoic as ever. "What a brutish angel," Rose exclaimed in frustration. "Vegeta, why are you inquiring about Roger?" "Rose, they cannot hear you. It is futile to speak." Whis sighed, weary of the situation. "I must express my thoughts, or I shall be unsettled." Rose clenched her fists tightly. "Rose, you must remain composed. An angel's tranquility should not be disturbed by trivial matters from the outside world." Whis lamented, genuinely concerned for his foolish sister. If this situation continued to develop, she might require tens of thousands of years of training to achieve true enlightenment. Fortunately, Vegeta did not let Rose down. "By the way, where are the Dragon Balls? Don't you possess a Dragon Ball radar? Check to see if they have been taken by Frieza." Vegeta suddenly turned his gaze toward Gohan. Gohan hesitated. "What? At this stage, do you still intend to deceive me? Do you truly believe I would mistake that for a wristwatch?" Vegeta's expression darkened. I will check," Gohan stammered, startled, as he hurriedly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar from his pocket. "Gohan." Krillin wished to prevent Vegeta from realizing his wish, but it was too late to intervene. Gohan pressed the button on the radar, exclaiming, "The Dragon Balls are nearby." Gohan was filled with exhilaration. "Let us go find them," Vegeta commanded. The trio descended to the ground where the Dragon Balls lay and unearthed them. "First, grant me immortality," Then you may wish for the remaining 2 as you please. Vegeta seized Krillin by the collar, hoisting him off the ground and threatening, "If you dare play tricks on me, I shall end his life." With that, Vegeta kicked Krillin aside and grasped Gohan by the hair. "Gohan, release him." Krillin erupted with fury. Bang! Vegeta struck Krillin to the ground with a swift blow. "I have stated clearly, grant me immortality first, and I shall release you. Is my request not sufficiently clear?" Vegeta spoke coldly. "All right, I agree. Krillin hurriedly nodded in compliance. "Ha ha ha, at last, my wish is about to be fulfilled." Vegeta silently exulted. "Wow, I shall win." Rosies joyously circled around Roger. Ahem. It was truly not easy, Whis sighed in relief. In a crucial moment, Vegeta proved to be quite reliable. Rosie smiled. "In truth, this is also attributable to Roger's guidance." Whis smiled slightly. "Roger, you have taken on an exceptional student," Rosies cheerfully remarked as she leaned closer to Roger. Roger remained silent. "Laugh, laugh, soon you shall weep. Come forth, Shenron." Ken was calling out loudly towards the 7 Dragon Balls. Yet, the Dragon Balls showed no sign of response. "What is happening?" Vegeta inquired. "Strange. What is going on?" Ken scratched his head, similarly perplexed. "You dare to play tricks on me? Do you believe I want to eliminate Kakarot's son this instant?" Vegeta aimed his hand at Gohan's head. Wait, let me try again," Ken exclaimed, waving his hands frantically. "Come forth, Shenron, grant our wish." However, the Dragon Balls still remained unresponsive. "Vegeta, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The Dragon Balls here are different from those on Earth," Ken hurriedly explained. "Listen to me. When 7 Dragon Balls are gathered on Earth, simply uttering 'Come forth, Shenron, grant our wish' will summon the dragon, allowing us to make a wish. The Earth's Shenron can only fulfill 1 wish." Vegeta remained silent. "On Namek, Shenron can grant 3 wishes. Our desire is quite simple, merely to revive our fallen companions," Ken stated. "Our wishes do not conflict. We wish to make our wish swiftly and depart from this planet." "Uncle Ken, perhaps the incantation to summon Shenron on Namek is different," Gohan speculated. "TCH." Vegeta forcefully threw Gohan to the ground. It was evident to Vegeta that these 2 were not lying. "Gohan, you must immediately seek the Elder and inquire about the method to make a wish," Ken suggested. "Understood," Gohan nodded. "Damn it." Vegeta gritted his teeth, frustrated that his wish was slipping away. In the skies above, Whis remarked, "Such a waste of emotion." Rose sighed heavily, feeling disheartened, and couldn't he help but ask, "Brother Whis, how exactly does one make a wish?" "I just checked. It requires the Namekian language to summon Shenron," Whis replied, feeling overwhelmed. "What? The Namekian language to summon Shenron? This concept is rather peculiar," Rose lamented. 3 minutes later, Gohan encountered Dandy in midair. "What? Summoning Shenron requires the Namekian language? No wonder we couldn't call forth Shenron," Gohan realized. "The Elder sent me to assist you in making your wish," Dandy confirmed. "Gohan, we must hurry. The Elder is nearing his end." With that, the 2 swiftly flew towards the spacecraft. Roger's right hand gently unfurled, and the staff in his grasp suddenly materialized. "Roger, what are you doing?" "No cheating allowed." Iris observed him with a hint of perplexity, unable to fathom the purpose behind his summoning of the staff. Was he indeed attempting to cheat? Vis cast a glance at Roger but remained silent. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Vis heightened his vigilance. Snap! Roger gently tapped the crystal orb atop his staff. Soon, the silhouette of a person materialized within it. "Roger? What brings you here?" Mel's inquired politely. Upon witnessing the connection between Roger and Mel's, Vis and Ross felt a slight wave of relief wash over them, as long as there was no foul play. All was well. "Mel's, make your way to Namek, and do remember to polish the staff," Roger instructed. "What do you mean?" Mel's replied. A look of confusion etched on his face. "All right, let us set off quickly." Roger concluded the conversation, leaving Vis to cover his face. Roger's intention, are the Earthlings about to fulfill their wishes? Whis quickly glanced down at Vegeta and the others. To his astonishment, he found Vegeta sitting on the ground, lazily yawning against the support pole of the spaceship. "Hey, what are you doing sleeping now?" Rose exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 70. Mel's, where is my staff? "Wake up, Bubbles," Rose urged. In the next moment, Whis and Rose watched in disbelief as Krillin dashed over to collect Gohan and Dend, secretly clutching the Dragon Balls and slipping away while Vegeta slept. "How cunning these Earthlings are," Whis remarked with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps their first wish would be to grant Vegeta immortality? Rose still held onto a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Dend shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls. reciting the incantation in the Namekian language. Whoosh! A golden radiance emanated from the 7 Dragon Balls. In an instant, 7 beams of light converged and soared into the sky. Bang! The golden light transformed into a plump green dragon, the guardian deity of Namek, Purunga. Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I can grant any 3 wishes, Purunga's voice resonated. How magnificent the Namekian dragon is! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing up at the colossal creature. Hurry and make your wish. Vegeta is about to wake up, Gohan urged urgently. Upon hearing Gohan's words, a flicker of despair washed over Rose's eyes. She realized that her final flicker of hope had been utterly extinguished. The Earthlings had no intention of allowing Vegeta to fulfill his wish. The first wish is to resurrect everyone who was killed by Babidi and his minions, Krillin quickly declared. Din uttered the wish in the Namekian language. No. Only one person can be revived at a time, Din shook his head. Only one person? The true dragon is rather stingy, Krillin scratched his head. What should we do? Who should we resurrect? Gohan was completely at a loss. Hurry, didn't you discuss this beforehand? The elder is running out of time. Din was sweating profusely. Din, let Uncle Piccolo be revived. Gohan quickly explained, if Uncle Piccolo is revived, Earth's guardian will also return, and the Dragon Balls will be restored. All right, Din nodded. Looking up at Purunga, ready to make the wish. I understand. Grant Vegeta immortality, Purunga suddenly interjected. Huh? Din was bewildered. Gohan's eyes widened in shock. Krillin was dumbfounded. Dragon? What do you mean by that? Can't you understand us? Purunga, I haven't made my wish yet. Dante hastily exclaimed. However, Purunga paid no heed to him. The crimson flames within its dragon-like eyes erupted. With a resounding boom, a vibrant red blaze arced through the air, striking the slumbering Vegeta. He trembled all over, as though jolted by an electric shock. In the next moment, Vegeta awoke with a start, confusion etched across his face. What has happened? My body feels so strange. He glanced around, and upon looking up, he realized that darkness had enveloped the sky. What is going on? The sky has suddenly turned dark? Vegeta was perplexed. This planet has 3 suns. Night should not fall. Bewildered, he caught sight of Purunga shimmering in the distance. Vegeta's pupils constricted. Is that the dragon they spoke of? Enlightenment struck him instantly. With a swift motion, Vegeta surged towards the dragon's direction. He landed beside Krillin and the others with a thud. How dare you fulfill your wishes while I was asleep? Vegeta growled, seizing Krillin by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Krillin, still in a daze, could only stammer. Do you all wish to perish? Vegeta shouted, his eyes glinting with menace. Vegeta, your wish has been granted, Purunga interjected. You are now immortal. Krillin scratched his head in disbelief. What did you say? I am immortal. Vegeta paused, then released Krillin and examined his own body. Upon inspection, Vegeta indeed found that he felt somewhat different. Yes, you are immortal, however. My abilities are limited and I cannot grant you true immortality, but I can ensure your limbs can regenerate, Purunga stated, looking down at Vegeta. Not true immortality? Just the ability to regenerate? Vegeta asked, slightly taken aback as he gazed up at Purunga. Purunga nodded. To what extent can it regenerate? Vegeta inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Within your body lies a heart core the size of a fingernail. It is not a heart. As long as this core remains intact, you can regenerate, Purunga explained. You may seek your heart core at your own pace, and with each regeneration, I believe you will find it. Heart core? Vegeta pondered. Slightly stunned. State your second wish. You have 2 wishes remaining, Purunga continued. Purunga, I did not make a wish, Dondi interjected, looking bewildered. Someone else has already made a wish, Purunga replied. What? Who was it? Dandy was taken aback, while Krillin scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Sun Wukong anxiously searched for the presence of the 4th individual. Roses, oh roses, sighed Weiss, covering his face. It was my wish. I possess such strength. Ha ha ha. I have triumphed. I have triumphed. Rose laughed heartily. Weiss fell silent, wiping the sweat from his brow. How exhausting. This foolish sister. Such underhanded tactics are not to be encouraged. Roger wore a stern expression and remained silent. Suddenly, Miles rushed in with great speed. Did Ross win? How wonderful. Upon hearing the news of Ross's victory, Miles couldn't help but feel a surge of joy for her. Vis continued to cover his face, contemplating an escape. Miles, may I borrow your staff? Roger inquired. The staff? What about yours? Miles was momentarily taken aback but did not object. He retrieved the staff from the other realm and handed it to Roger. Is it clean? Roger asked. Huh? Why does it need to be cleaned? Miles was slightly puzzled. Never mind, I'll do it myself. With a flicker of flame in his hand, Roger revitalized Miles's staff, rendering it as good as new. Swish. Roger directly stored Mel's scepter within his own alternate space. Mel's was left astounded. What does this mean? Very well, this matter ends here, Roger announced. Mel's was once again bewildered. What does it mean that it ends here? Where's my scepter? Why did you take my scepter? Hey, Roger, give me back my scepter, Mel's implored. Mine. Roger merely uttered 2 words. Chapter 71. Mel's, do you wish to reclaim your scepter? Huh, what do you mean by yours? Mel's inquired, turning to look at Weiss. Weiss covered his face, remaining silent. He could not afford to lose face in this situation. Mel's then glanced at Ross. Ross lowered her head, also silent. She was aware that she had cheated. Ross understood that her actions were wrong. Yet this angel acted in such a manner. I simply wanted Vegeta to fulfill his wish first. Roger, bite me. Rose silently pleaded, though deep down she felt a sense of guilt. Therefore, let Mel's staff go to the devil. After all, it was not hers. Suddenly, Rose thought, I am truly clever. The world around them fell into a hush. Silence lingering for several seconds. Ahem, brother Mel, the staff is merely a trifle. Once my staff is unsealed, I shall gift you mine. Rose chuckled, patting Mel's shoulder. What does that mean? Mel was still perplexed. Brother Mel, it's just a staff. I can have my father make you another one. Come now. Let us not dwell on it. Rose reassured him. Mel felt tears welling up. That was my staff, the one I nurtured for 28 years, and now it's gone? I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, a realization struck Mel. He remembered that in this contest, losing meant surrendering one's staff. This implies that Weiss and Rose had lost, right? If they had won, why did they tacitly accept the matter of the staff? But why did Rose claim victory? Mel felt like crying. You guys are unbelievable. I came all this way just to deliver the staff, didn't I? Rose, thank you for helping Baegun realize his wish. Roger smiled, patted Rose on the shoulder, and turned to leave. All was well. All was well. All Roger desired was the scepter, indifferent to who first fulfilled their wish. Moreover, as Weiss remarked, Baegun could be considered half a disciple of his. Now that Baegun possesses the ability of core regeneration, it is indeed a fortuitous development. Whoosh. Roger transformed into a radiant spectrum of light and swiftly vanished. Rossi's expression stiffened, and her lips quivered slightly. I suddenly recalled that Vegeta seemed to be half a student of Roger. Rosie was utterly petrified. Whis gazed at the nearly disappearing Roger with a complex expression. Rosie was on the verge of tears. After all this time, did it ultimately benefit Roger? Mel's face was a canvas of frustration. My staff. Whis also wore a look of resignation. Since they had lost, what else could they do? Should they stoop to deceit as well? Whis could not afford to lose face. After all, he was an angel who had lived for millions of years. Yes, one must not disgrace oneself. Angels possess dignity. To Whis, Roger, Mel, and Rosie were merely troublesome children, akin to newborns. Stay composed. I must remain calm. Whis reassured himself, striving for tranquility while observing Rosie, who was preparing to wipe her tears, and Mel, who bore a pained expression. Rossi's tears fell due to her own shortcomings. Mel lost his staff because of himself. They were both, one a brother and the other a sister. Whis sighed internally. No, I must find a way to retrieve the staff. Heart core regeneration? Vegeta pondered thoughtfully. The second wish. Quickly, let Uncle Piccolo be revived. Dandy hastily shouted his wish to the dragon in Namekian. Very well, this wish can be granted. Porunga nodded, his eyes shimmering with a crimson light. With the second wish fulfilled, Piccolo, who had been training under the Kai, was resurrected. Kai, can't you even discern who made the first wish? Piccolo inquired. The Kai, frowning, remained silent. Why should it concern you whether I can tell? Who could it be? Can't even the Kai see it? Piccolo mused quietly. Get out. You have been revived. Hurry and leave my planet. The Kai bellowed. Hey, Kai. I want to go to Namek. You need to contact Gohan immediately. Piccolo insisted. Go to Namek? You have just been revived. Stay here on Earth and behave yourself. The Kai replied with a glance, though. If you can manage to contact Gohan on your own, then be my guest. Piccolo's expression froze. State your final wish. The Dragon Porunga addressed Krillin and the others below. The third wish. Dandy urged. The third wish? What should we do? Who should we revive? Gohan was completely at a loss. How about we let Goku return? Krillin suggested, since Piccolo had already been revived. They could rely on the Dragon Balls of Earth to bring them back next. Gohan nodded gently. Then, Dandy, please hasten to restore Goku, Krillin urged. Dandy nodded and uttered 2 words in Namekian. Whoosh. The colossal body of Purunga trembled abruptly before disintegrating. Bang, bang, bang. Purunga transformed into 7 stones that plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the surface of Namek. What is happening? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. The Grand Elder has passed away. Dandy said, lowering his head. Uncle Krillin. Quick, look. Gohan's face turned pale instantly. Krillin and Dandy turned to follow Gohan's gaze, trembling in fear. Vegeta, sensing a powerful aura nearby, turned to look. At this critical moment, the Dragon Balls turned to stone, rendering your wishes void. Frieza stood atop a mountain, a murderous intent evident in his gaze as he surveyed the gathered crowd. I, Frieza, have never been so mocked. Today, none of you shall escape. You must perish. With a swift motion, Frieza descended from the sky, landing before Vegeta and the others. Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy hurriedly sought refuge. Frieza, even if you hadn't come, I would have sought you out, Vegeta replied, his face beaming with confidence. You wish to find me, Vegeta? How unexpected, Frieza chuckled lightly. Whis observed the unfolding events, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. Brother Whis, I think I should return. Beerus pouted, visibly displeased. A loss is a loss. My staff is gone. And my new universe is also lost, Beerus lamented, feeling despondent. It is time to return to Universe 6. Remaining here is simply infuriating. Wait a moment, Beerus, Whis advised. Then turned to Meruz, inquiring, Meruz, would you like to win back your staff? Chapter 72, Whis, long time no see. Can it be won back? Meruz asked eagerly. The staff of an angel serves significant purposes. To put it plainly, it primarily enhances divine abilities or amplifies angelic powers. For instance, if one possesses 100 units of angelic power, utilizing the staff could boost it several times over, potentially into the tens or even hundreds of times, depending on the staff's nurturing. Meruz's staff, having accompanied him for a relatively short time, could enhance his strength by about 5 times. In contrast, Whis' staff had been with him for eons. Roger did not acquire Vis's scepter and remains uncertain about the extent to which his power could be amplified. However, he estimates that it would be at least 50-fold. Roger contemplated the prospect of bestowing Mel's scepter upon the supreme Kai of his universe, while offering Whis' staff to the god of destruction of his realm. The mere thought filled him with delight. Behold, the battle below is about to commence. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Whis inquired with a serene smile. Brother Whis, do you imply that we should continue wagering with Roger? Mel's comprehension dawned, realizing this was no mere gamble. It was a quest to reclaim one's scepter. Whis corrected Mel, wiping the sweat from his brow. With the heart of regeneration and the unique physique of a scion, I believe Vegeta should be capable of defeating Frieza, Rose speculated. And you, Mel? What is your perspective? Whis asked. Rose's assertion bears truth. I too believe Vegeta holds a slight advantage, Mel nodded. Although Frieza's current strength surpasses Vegeta's significantly, I can discern an immensely powerful energy concealed within Vegeta, far exceeding that of Frieza. I am certain Roger will also perceive this. Otherwise, why would he have nurtured Vegeta? Whis' confidence was restored, and he smiled. What do you suppose Roger will think? Roger also believes that Vegeta will emerge victorious. Is that so? Guessed Ross. But Ross, since you are a girl, you should make your choice first. He won't object. Whis chuckled. Brother Whis, are you placing your authority on the line? Ross hesitated and asked. Brother Whis, be cautious. That is the staff you have cultivated for countless millennia. Is it appropriate? Mers, with a hint of insincerity, advised, it matters not. For an angel of my caliber, the staff is merely an external possession. Whis laughed heartily, yet he tightly gripped the staff, gritting his teeth as he said, Mers, brother, I must win back that staff for you. Indeed, Brother Whis, I shall heed your words, Mers nodded. A glimmer flickered within the crystal orb of Whis' staff as he summoned Roger, who promptly appeared beside Bulma. Roger, where have you been? Bulma glared at Roger with an exasperated expression. This is quite a lengthy tale. I first ventured to Universe 11, where I engaged in a wager with the angel there. And then I relished a delightful stay on Earth for several days before returning to Namek. Roger spoke candidly. Roger, are you unharmed? Surely, you haven't injured your head. Have you? Bulma gently touched Roger's forehead, finding it cool to the touch. Well, never mind. Please refrain from speaking nonsense and do not wander about. This planet is extraordinarily perilous. Roger chose to remain silent, unable to trust the truth even when it was presented to him. I shall step away for a moment. Please be cautious here. This planet is exceedingly perilous. Bulma reiterated once more before hastily making her way to the restroom around the corner. At that moment, Roger sensed a subtle vibration from his staff. The staff in his hand began to materialize. Whis, it has been quite some time, Roger greeted, waving his hand. Indeed. It has been far too long. We had only just parted ways, did we not? Roger replied with a hint of exasperation. Calm yourself. Ahem. Roger. Frieza has emerged, the Emperor of the Universe. Tell me, if Frieza were to engage in battle with your former pupil, Vegeta, who do you think would emerge victorious? Whis inquired with an amused smile. Roger's eyes sparkled momentarily. Whis, do you still dare to wager? Roger was contemplating how to persuade Whis into relinquishing his staff, when unexpectedly, Whis presented himself and spoke these words. Was there any significance in this? Roger sighed softly. Whis, we are angels, regardless of who triumphs or falls. It is of no consequence to us. Their existence has a negligible impact on the balance of the universe. We angels remain neutral, do we not? Such reasoning was compelling that I found myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Why waste words with him, Brother Whis? Ruth interjected, seizing the staff from Whis's grasp and addressing Roger. Hey, Roger, I ask you, do you dare to gamble? Oh, what do you mean, pick? Roger chuckled, inquiring about Brother Whis's staff. If you lose, you merely need to return Brother Merce's staff, Ruth declared emphatically. Whis protested, silly sister. Are you attempting to exchange my staff for Merce's? What a disadvantageous deal. Moreover, you must also venture into that new universe to eliminate it and withdraw from the contest. Whis quickly added, Ruth, this transaction is indeed quite favorable. My staff is incomparable to Merce's. My staff can amplify strength by 100-fold. What use do I have for your staff? Even if I wield it, I cannot achieve such an enhancement. I still prefer my own cultivated staff. It feels more natural. Roger replied, shaking his head. Merce, you cherish your own cultivated staff, yet you should return my staff to me. An angel's staff, nurtured with care, possesses a greater amplification potential. When transferred to another angel, its effectiveness diminishes. For instance, Whis's staff can enhance his strength by 100-fold. But if it were in Roger's possession, he could only harness a maximum of 50-fold, which would still be quite remarkable. Of course, continued cultivation could restore it to 100-fold, but initially, it holds little significance. Only a staff nurtured from the ground up yields the best results over time, achieving even greater heights. If one were to exchange for another angel's staff, such as Whis's, it might plateau at 100-fold without further enhancement. However, Roger's own staff can continue to grow, potentially exceeding 100-fold. Well then, I shall take my leave, Roger said, waving his hand. Not so fast, Roger, Whis interjected hastily. Just say what you desire. Aside from my staff, you may request something else. Chapter 73, Whis's staff. Whis, you put me in quite a predicament. Roger sighed gently. In truth, I have no use for your staff. Angels prefer using their own, as it feels more intuitive. Even if I were to acquire your staff, elevating my power by 50-fold, I am already formidable. What significance lies in being excessively powerful? Would you not agree? Merce, you truly have a way with words. Your strength derives from your angelic power. Is your divine domain truly formidable? Ves ceased to speak, curious to ascertain what Roger truly desired. If Roger had no intention of gambling, he would likely terminate the conversation outright. In truth, possessing Mel's staff held no substantial value for Roger. However, he mused that there is a saying among humans, willing to bet, willing to lose. A loss signifies defeat, and what is rightfully mine remains mine. Just because I share a good rapport with Mel's does not mean I should return the staff to him. Mel's, do you agree? If I were to return the staff to you, would you feel comfortable accepting it? Huh, no need for that. A loss is a loss, Mel's chuckled. Ves remarked. You are remarkably straightforward. He felt a twinge of unease. If Roger continued to persuade him, Mel's might also be led astray. Clearing his throat, Ves signaled for Roger to get to the point. While it may be acceptable to mislead Rose and Mel's, do not attempt to deceive me. Very well, under these circumstances, I shall grant you the opportunity to reclaim the staff, Roger declared. As for relinquishing my claim to the new universe, that is merely a fantasy. My condition is this. Should you prevail, you will acquire the staff that Ves has nurtured for millennia. Should you lose, you must return Mel's staff and simultaneously eliminate that murky transaction regarding the new universe. Ves hastily agreed. Hold on. Before you agree, let us discuss the terms of the wager, Roger inquired. Who will emerge victorious in the battle between Vegeta and Frieza? Ves inquired with a smile, glancing at Krillin and Gohan below. Ah, and there is a third party, the Earthlings. Of course, you may also choose the Earthlings. Roger shook his head dismissively, casually asking, "By the way, are you referring to that Krillin?" Essentially, anyone raised on Earth qualifies as an Earthling, including that scion named Goku and his son, Gohan. VES replied with a grin. This implies that three factions will soon engage in battle: Frieza, Vegeta, and the Earthlings. Roger pondered aloud. However, Vegeta is currently allied with the Earthlings, right? Indeed, they are presently united, VES confirmed. Yet, should he defeat Frieza, he might align himself with the Earthlings. You make a valid point, Roger nodded, then graciously extended, "You may choose first. I have afforded you this opportunity. Should you make an erroneous choice, do not blame me." A smile graced Roger's face. Naturally, had Whis' faction opted for a human from Earth, Roger would have simply chosen not to partake in the vast cosmos. However, since Whis had presented the opportunity, he found it impossible to decline. "We ultimately decided on Vegeta, confident in our eventual triumph." Whis chuckled, initially intending to let Rose speak first, but was pleasantly surprised by Roger's generosity. "You are going too far," Roger remarked with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head in resignation. He was acutely aware that Bagong was half his student, yet he still chose him. Moreover, Bagong possessed the ability for hardcore regeneration, significantly enhancing his odds. "Hee. Come at me if you dare," Rose teased, grinning. Roger merely chuckled, choosing not to respond. "Roger, which side do you choose?" Vis inquired. "Who else could I possibly choose? Do I have any options left?" Roger exhaled deeply, and then suddenly asked, "By the way, Vis, what are the criteria for achieving ultimate victory? Death, surrender, or being so grievously injured that one can no longer fight? All constitute a loss," Vis replied. "Then I choose Roger," he added thoughtfully. "Roger, why not continue choosing Earthlings? They have been your lucky stars, helping you in previous competitions," said Ruosi with a cheerful smile. "All right, I'll heed your advice and select the Earthlings," she responded. Roger nodded in agreement. Ruosi was taken aback. "You are so obedient. I hardly know how to challenge you. I merely mentioned it in passing." "Ruosi, this is your decision. I shall grant you this favor. If you were to lose after such a choice, how embarrassing would that be for me?" Roger chuckled. "Humph, I certainly will not lose." Ruosi pouted and huffed. "Roger, just like before, to prevent any cheating, you must remain invisible. Only the Earthlings can see you, Vegeta, Frieza. And even that Namekian will still be unaware of your presence," was added. "Moreover, considering Bulma is merely an ordinary person and will not influence this battle, you may continue to protect her." "Then let us await the outcome," Roger said nonchalantly, ending the call and turning to face the bewildered Bulma. "Roger, you are utterly astonished." Bulma, did you witness all of this? Now you are aware of my true identity, aren't you?" Roger smiled faintly. Roger had no intention of concealing anything from Bulma. Thus, during their recent conversation, he did not deliberately evade her inquiries. "Are you truly all right?" Bulma asked, hastily approaching Roger and scrutinizing his physique with great care. In a moment of concern, she even lifted the collar of his shirt to peer inside, and then proceeded to unfasten his trousers. Roger hurriedly protected his trousers, exclaiming, "As an angel, how could I allow just anyone to gaze upon me?" "What are you talking about, Bulma?" Roger queried, his expression curious. "But Roger, why are you conversing with a stick?" Bulma inquired, gently patting Roger's head, her face adorned with a look of bewilderment. Roger slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the conversation with Whis, who had deliberately concealed their images and voices within the realm of true divinity. To Bulma, it appeared as if Roger were merely conversing with a stick. "A stick? Have you mistaken the angel's staff for a mere stick?" Roger was no longer inclined to discuss the matter. "By the way, has Wukong arrived on Namek?" He shifted the topic, inquiring about Wukong's arrival and whether he had grown stronger. Bulma's eyes brightened momentarily, tears of joy welling up as she exclaimed, "So we can go home now? That's wonderful. I have truly had enough of this planet. If you truly wish to return, I can take you back. It would only take about 5 minutes." Roger replied with a smile. He thought Bulma's presence on Namek served little purpose now. If she desired to go home, he would not mind escorting her. "Oh, boasting again." Bulma shot him a glare, then continued, "However, Roger, if you were to train as well, you could undoubtedly surpass Krillin, and perhaps even Tien." "Very well. Say what you will." Chapter 74. Vegeta's immortal body. The ground of Namek trembled slightly, prompting Bulma to cry out and seek refuge in Roger's embrace as the battle commenced. Roger gently held Bulma, gazing up at the verdant sky. Vegeta, who had just charged towards Frieza, was met with a devastating energy blast that obliterated half of his body. Below his waist, he was entirely gone. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Is this all the power you possess, yet you dare to challenge me, Frieza? How naive you have become, Frieza taunted, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What a pity, with a single strike, I have extinguished you. And I have yet to satiate my vengeance. Krillin trembled in fear, while Gohan's complexion turned pale as he clung tightly to Dende. This Frieza is utterly terrifying. We're doomed, Krillin stammered, his lips quivering. You are correct, Baldy. You will be next, Frieza smirked. But fear not. I shall not eliminate you so easily. I intend to flay your skin and pull your tendons, torturing you thoroughly. I cannot swallow this bitter resentment otherwise. Just as Frieza's words faded, a blast of energy struck his scouter, causing it to emit a resounding explosion. It shattered and fell from Frieza's eyes. Surprised, he turned to see Vegeta, who was now hovering above the ground, despite only having half a body. Humph, Frieza, you were too careless, Vegeta said, having just destroyed Frieza's scouter with his own hand. Little monkey, you still live? I did not anticipate your resilience, Frieza sneered. Keep laughing. Just watch, Vegeta chuckled softly. Suddenly, Vegeta's lower body began to visibly regenerate, restoring him to his former self at an astonishing speed. Frieza's expression froze. Is this the core regeneration that Porunga spoke of? Krillin marveled, gazing in astonishment at the restored Vegeta. How incredible! Gohan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Does this mean we might still have a chance at victory? Krillin responded, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Son Gohan nodded, and Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. An immortal body. Frieza seemed to realize something, incredulously asking, Ha ha ha, Frieza. You finally understand. Vegeta laughed heartily, his joy evident. Hey, Vegeta, you're not wearing pants, Krillin whispered, pointing at Vegeta. Vegeta's smile froze. His newly restored body was indeed without clothing. How terribly awkward. Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Krillin and the others, proclaiming, How dare you gaze upon this royal form of mine? Perhaps I should eliminate you all to keep this secret? Just as Vegeta contemplated whether to dispose of Krillin and his companions, he felt a sensation around his waist. Looking down, he was startled to find that his attire had miraculously reappeared. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. Could it be that the core of life could regenerate clothing as well? Never mind, it was of little importance. High above, he could finally open his eyes. Rossi, I have replaced your battle suit with a new one, Whis stated. Yet, Rossi replied with a serious tone. Indeed, I am an angel, but I am also a woman. As Rossi opened her eyes, she suddenly recalled something at the moment Vegeta was about to regenerate, hastily shutting her eyes again. Mers, Rossi remarked, your reasoning is quite profound. However, when you bit Roger, did you not mention being a woman? You claimed to let Roger touch your chest. Why did you not assert your femininity then? Your thoughts are quite intriguing. What? An immortal body? Did you make a wish through the Dragon Balls? Frieza's expression darkened. Humph, you were correct, Frieza. Vegeta replied with a slight smile, waving his hand, causing Krillin, who stood to his left, to be sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Uncle Krillin, Gohan exclaimed, alarmed. If you dare call me begrudger again, it won't merely be a fall, Vegeta warned coldly. Krillin, wiping sweat from his brow, managed a bitter smile. Hee, begrudger? That has quite a name. Who came up with it? Frieza burst into laughter. Enjoy your laughter while you can, Frieza. Soon, when I transform into a Super Saiyan, you will have ample reason to laugh, Vegeta declared, his aura surging wildly. With a powerful thrust, Vegeta charged at Frieza, unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks. Moments later, he struck Frieza squarely in the face, following up with a powerful kick that sent Frieza crashing to the ground. Pa! Vegeta spat, offering Frieza a contemptuous smirk. Frieza, unfazed, stood up. Impressive, Vegeta. I didn't expect you to have grown this strong, he remarked, sniffing. Transform, Frieza. Show me the form you took when you battled Roger. I wish to see it, Vegeta demanded coldly. Back then, Frieza's narrowed eyes glimmered with infinite rage. The battle with Roger was a profound humiliation in Frieza's life. Roger? What on earth is that? Krillin wore a perplexed expression. From their conversation, it seemed that Roger had once battled Frieza long ago. Gohan speculated that the Roger they were referring to was not the one they knew, urging not to conflate the two. Krillin pondered for a moment and chuckled. Indeed. The Roger we know is merely an ordinary individual. Gohan offered a gentle smile and nodded softly. Isn't Roger a chair? Dandy suddenly interjected, his confusion palpable. Klin and son Gohan exchanged bewildered glances at Dandy. What are you saying? What chair? Roger is merely a chair. It is rather amusing. Son Wukong and Krillin exchanged glances, both pondering whether Dandy had lost his mind. They silently agreed to disregard Dandy's absurdity. What chair? Dandy, your imagination knows no bounds. Vegeta, if you seek your demise, I shall unveil the terror of Frieza to you. Frieza gently unleashed his energy, shattering his battle armor and instilling fear into the hearts of Krillin and his companions, who trembled like timid souls at the mere destruction of armor. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance and snorted. Chapter 75. Ross, what did you just say? Be gone, Vegeta. What does transformation mean? Krillin inquired. Some extraterrestrials can enhance their combat prowess through transformation during battle. It is as simple as that. Much like my transformation into a great ape on Earth. Vegeta offered a nonchalant explanation. I am different. I possess an excess of energy that I intentionally compress into my current form to prevent excessive energy loss. Frieza chuckled softly. Watch closely, Vegeta. As Frieza's words fell, his body began to swell. In an instant, Frieza's height surged beyond 2 meters, causing Vegeta's expression to shift ever so slightly. 25 years ago, Vegeta witnessed Frieza's transformation. Yet he was oblivious to the concept of energy sensing at that time. Back then, Frieza had merely reached his 4th transformation. Now, through the sensing of energy, Vegeta could distinctly perceive the terrifying aura emanating from Frieza. This was no ordinary growth in size. Krillin trembled, his lips quivering in fear, while Sun Wukong was equally horrified, his legs weakening beneath him. Humph, my current combat power exceeds 1,700,000. What do you think, Vegeta? I, Frieza, am eager to see how I will obliterate your immortal self. Frieza sneered. With a slight lift of his hand, an immense wave of energy was released, expanding outward from Frieza's core. Krillin hastily ascended into the sky, and Sun Wukong swiftly protected Dandy as they soared upward. TCH. Vegeta gritted his teeth, slightly levitating. Frieza's figure flickered and vanished from sight. In an instant, Frieza appeared directly in front of Krillin, his horn piercing through Krillin's chest. Krillin's eyes widened in shock, blood pouring from his mouth as he felt the rapid drain of his vitality. Well, that resolves one issue, Frieza chuckled. Vegeta, see how considerate I am? I've eliminated the bald-headed one who called you names. How splendid. One Earthling has perished. Ross could not contain her cheer from high above. Mers, Beb, exchanged glances with Whis, signaling him to advise Ross. Cough, cough. Ross, as an angel, it would be wise to refrain from speaking of death. It could significantly impact your future trials. Mers, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, I must share this delightful news with Roger. However, Rose ignored him, questioning his sanity. Do you not wish to reclaim your scepter? The demise of the Earthlings is a splendid occurrence. How joyous it is. This brings us one step closer to ultimate victory. Desiring to communicate with Roger, Rose suddenly realized that she was without the scepter. Brother Whis, may I borrow your scepter? She implored. There's no need to inform Roger. He should already be aware. Whis, weary, remarked, is it truly worth such excitement over the death of but one Earthling? He shook his head. Frieza tossed Krillin to the ground, where his body rebounded slightly before he collapsed, looking utterly defeated and on the brink of death. Krillin! Son Gohan roared in fury, his energy surging as he delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's chest. Frieza, surprised, spat out bile, with a series of ferocious blows. Son Gohan unleashed a dazzling display of energy. This boy's power is astonishing. Vegeta observed, a slight smile breaking across his face. Ah, fortune smiles upon us. After Gohan's assault, he gasped for breath, yet Frieza swiftly reappeared directly in front of him, leaving Gohan momentarily speechless. Little one, that attack was commendable, but alas, it is insufficient, Frieza declared, slapping Gohan hard across the face. Gohan let out a pained cry as he crashed to the ground, his neck already broken. What is the point of bullying such a weak child? Vegeta lamented, somewhat disappointed, having hoped Gohan might prove more effective. Ha ha ha, yet another has fallen, Rose exclaimed with glee. Whis remained silent, and Mers, too, refrained from speaking. Let her revel in her joy, Whis thought. Brother Whis, I must inform Roger of this splendid news. May I borrow your scepter once more? Rose insisted, brimming with excitement. No need. Roger has arrived, Whis replied with a smile, perhaps feeling a tinge of impatience himself. With 2 Earthlings now deceased, only Goku, who was still recuperating, remained on their side. That individual, Goku, possesses considerable strength. Yet his fighting prowess has been surpassed by Vegeta. Engaging Frieza would only lead him to certain doom. Mers chuckled, while Whis covered his face, amused. Mers has finally succumbed. Wait, did I not also say someone had died? He pondered aloud, exhilarated by the thought. Has my state of mind become so chaotic? Whis briefly lost his focus. What delightful news has you so elated? Roger asked as he approached, eyeing the trio. The earthling you selected is on the verge of death. To have perished already, ha ha ha. As Ruosi joyfully contemplated clapping her hands, her smile abruptly froze. Below, the Namekian approached Krillin, and a brilliant white light emanated from his hands. In that instant, Weiss and the others were astonished to witness Krillin's previously pierced chest rapidly healing. Could this Namekian child possess healing abilities? Ruosi's composure wavered as she recalled that indeed, Namekians had such extraordinary powers. Weiss slapped his forehead, while Myers expressed a hint of disappointment. Quickly, Dandy has healed Krillin's injuries. Subsequently, Dandy moved to treat Son Gohan's wounds as well. I thought I was going to lose. I was so afraid, Roger sighed, deliberately retrieving Myers' staff and dusting off the remnants of wine that had settled on it. Myers stiffened, looking painfully at his staff. That's mine, return it to me. He watched helplessly as Roger stored his staff in a different dimension. By the way, Ruosi, what did you just say? Roger inquired, gazing at her. Chapter 76. Bagong's frantic surge in combat power. Ruosi, with her bright and expressive eyes, grinned at Roger. I must say, Bagong's combat power has significantly increased. Keep it up. Defeating Frieza relies on you. Roger replied with a smile, his gaze unwavering. The battle between Vegeta and Frieza raged on. After a few exchanges, a flash of light from Frieza's hand cleaved Vegeta in two. Yet, Vegeta swiftly regenerated, restoring his body to normal. As Vegeta rejuvenated, a flash of light from Weiss' staff revealed a set of combat attire that adorned Vegeta. Satisfied, he patted the attire and smiled lightly, then swiftly obliterated the other half of his body into dust. Roger did not interfere with Weiss transforming Vegeta's outfit. After all, it was merely a standard combat suit of minimal defense against Frieza. Had Weiss conjured a suit with formidable protective capabilities, Roger would have noticed immediately. Humph, Frieza, I told you, I am immortal, Vegeta declared with a confident smile. Frieza's expression shifted, revealing his unease. Immortal? Now that's quite troublesome. Following Vegeta's recovery, his combat power surged to approximately 1.5 million. He had surpassed Frieza. Weiss chuckled softly. Now it's my turn to attack. With a cold scoff, Vegeta swiftly darted directly opposite Frieza, causing Frieza's pupils to constrict and his complexion to change. Boom. A torrent of energy surged from Vegeta's hands, enveloping Frieza in its embrace. Humph. It's time to see the outcome, Vegeta beamed, as Bagong grew stronger. How does this happen? Krillin whispered, quietly inquiring of Son Gohan. It seems that each time I recover from death, my energy increases, sometimes by several times, Son Gohan pondered, equally perplexed. What? Why does this occur? Krillin was utterly astonished, utterly bewildered. I have no idea, he said. Gohan shook his head. However, it is quite surprising that Dandy possesses the ability to heal. Krillin patted Dandy on the head, who responded with a goofy grin, a look of complete confusion on his face. Is Roger not a chair? After Vegeta's Big Bang fell silent, Frieza's figure gradually emerged. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Had Frieza transformed again? Jorith was somewhat astonished, not expecting another transformation. Whis cast a glance at Frieza, noting that his power level had surpassed Vegeta's once more. Jorith, feeling a surge of determination, wished to engage directly. Vegeta, having undergone multiple rebirths, could indeed surpass Frieza. Whis, however, was unperturbed. You are correct, Whis, Jorith nodded. I possess some knowledge of Frieza. He indeed has one more transformation left. Meruz interjected, and both Whis and Jorith turned towards him. Frieza has another transformation? Why did you not mention it sooner? What? Another transformation? Vegeta's expression shifted. Frieza had now assumed his third form, distinct from his appearance during the battle with Roger. So, you have one more transformation. Vegeta clenched his fists. Indeed. My current form is called the third transformation, Frieza replied with a smirk. Did you not enjoy witnessing my transformations? Here, allow me to demonstrate. Now you have seen it. Humph, and what of it? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Are you not aware? I, Vegeta, am drawing ever closer to the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Do not jest. That is merely a legend, Frieza scoffed. Very well, I have grown weary of this. I shall return to my true form, my fourth transformation, and let you experience the full extent of my power before obliterating you into oblivion. I wonder if you can still revive. Frieza's gaze flickered, noticing the already recovered Krillin and Gohan, momentarily taken aback. How did these two brats recover? They were on the brink of death. A flash of energy erupted from Frieza's hand, piercing through Gohan's chest before he could react, causing him to collapse. So fragile, Frieza sneered. Tremble, for you shall witness my final transformation, my true form. It is your good fortune. A surge of immense energy emanated from Frieza, overwhelming the atmosphere of the planet. During the transformation, he noticed the Namekian tending to Gohan's injuries. Oh, so that is the case? Frieza realized. Upon sensing Frieza's overwhelming aura, Vegeta's expression soured. Grabbing Krillin by the collar, he suspended him in midair like a yo-yo. You must immediately release energy to pierce my heart, now. Vegeta commanded. Huh? Why? Krillin was taken aback, glancing at Gohan. In moments of near death, a Saiyan's power could amplify significantly. The effects of self-sacrifice were unpredictable. So that is the reason? But with your power level so high, I cannot penetrate it. Krillin scratched his head. And I do not go by yo-yo. Dare to utter another word? Vegeta's anger flared. I will minimize my energy. Hurry. The energy of Frieza surged once more, as a formidable force emanated from Krillin's hand, piercing directly through Vegeta's heart. Excellent. Vegeta chuckled. Suddenly, his heart began to heal at an astonishing rate. Again, Vegeta urged. Ha! Krillin unleashed another energy wave, once again penetrating Vegeta's heart. Not enough, Vegeta exclaimed. Wow. Krillin released yet another energy wave, striking Vegeta's heart once more. Vegeta returned to normal, delivering a swift kick that sent Krillin flying. The effect is rather lacking, Vegeta muttered. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Frieza. At this moment, Frieza had completed his transformation into his fourth form, although the increase in power was somewhat mediocre. It was sufficient to contend with Frieza. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Frieza's current battle power stood at 3 million, while Vegeta's was 2 million, a considerable disparity. Whis spoke gravely, no worries. Vegeta will regenerate and upon rebirth, his power will double, surpassing Frieza. Jis appeared somewhat amused, yet Whis silently glanced at Frieza, choosing not to elaborate further. Frieza lightly raised his hand, a crimson flame flickering from his fingertip, swiftly passing by Gohan. Chapter 77. Frieza, you truly are boastful. The vivid flame struck Dandy directly, who had no time to react and was instantly obliterated. Now, those two won't be able to recover, will they? Frieza mused, rubbing his nose. TCH, Frieza. What skill is there in picking on those of inferior strength? Vegeta replied coldly. So this is your true form. To think you once fought Roger in this state. And yet he was no match for you. I merely did not take him seriously, Frieza retorted, though Vegeta could sense the deceit in his words. This allowed Vegeta to gauge the true might of Roger. Huh. Gohan let out a furious roar, charging towards Frieza with renewed vigor ignited by Dandy's demise. However, no matter how hard Gohan tried, he could not land a blow on Frieza. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin also launched an attack, but Frieza effortlessly dodged. In the next moment, Frieza vanished without a trace. What? He's disappeared? Gohan and Krillin looked around frantically, searching for Frieza's figure. Over there, Vegeta exclaimed, having spotted Frieza's location. Hehehe. Frieza chuckled, his form flickering again before vanishing from sight. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his face paling. What? Vegeta, are you not able to track my movements? The moment I exert a little genuine effort, you can no longer see me? The voice of Frieza echoed behind Vegeta, causing him to shudder involuntarily. His expression growing increasingly grim. This time, I shall obliterate you into nothingness. I am eager to discover whether you truly possess immortality. Frieza scoffed, placing his hand over Vegeta's heart. A luminous flame surged from Frieza's palm, penetrating Vegeta's heart. A crimson spark flickered at Frieza's fingertip, striking Vegeta's body, compelling him to ascend into the sky against his will. Damn it! Vegeta's body trembled uncontrollably. Farewell, Vegeta. Frieza grinned maliciously, tightening his grip. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta was transformed into a mist of blood in the heavens above. Instantly, his flesh and blood began to descend slowly. Krillin stood frozen in shock, while Gohan trembled in fear. Goku, are you not yet ready? You too, your days of bliss are at an end. Prepare to meet your demise. Frieza remarked with a sinister smile directed at Gohan and Krillin. Fortunately, the core remains unharmed, Whis sighed in relief. I must admit, Vegeta's luck is rather remarkable. Whis smiled faintly as he continued. Had the core been damaged, Vegeta would have perished. Meruz wiped the sweat from his brow, equally alarmed. If Vegeta died, Meruz would lose his staff. Furthermore, he would have to sacrifice the powers cultivated over millennia through Whis. As Meruz pondered, he noticed Roger once again displaying his staff, examining it intently. That's my staff, Meruz winced. Could you refrain from showcasing it in my presence? I was contemplating that if my new universe's Supreme Kai were to wield this staff, it would be somewhat dissonant to maintain its original form, Roger mused. Ah, I shall transform this staff into a suit of armor to provide the Supreme Kai with protection. Cough, cough. Whis interrupted. Let us conclude this wager first. Roger. How you choose to alter the staff is entirely your prerogative, but we are still engaged in a bet. Vegeta, upon his rebirth, may very well attain power surpassing Frieza. Perhaps? Naru's felt a weight in his heart. Did even Whis lack absolute certainty? Could it be that my staff is truly destined to become armor? Naru's felt on the verge of tears. Vegeta's core rapidly surged with flesh and bone, and soon he regained his original form. A flash of light emanated from Whis' staff, revealing a new suit of armor that appeared alongside Vegeta's resurrection. Vegeta gasped for breath, still shaken as he glanced at Frieza. That was far too close. Is it truly impossible to kill you? Frieza inquired, bemused. Vegeta wasted no words. He charged forward with a heavy blow, striking Frieza squarely in the chest. Frieza coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face momentarily paling. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta unleashed a ferocious assault, each punch landing with resounding impact. Vegeta's power surged to 3.8 million, surpassing Frieza by a margin of 800,000. Was pondered aloud. I can sense that Frieza still harbors a considerable amount of energy within. Whis fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, which Frieza managed to block with his hand. Humph. Vegeta snorted, a faint smile gracing his lips as he intensified his energy. Frieza slid backward, leaving indents on the ground. Frieza, you're not so formidable after all. Vegeta remarked with a slight grin, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Humph. Vegeta, you truly have surprised me. To push me, Frieza, to such an extent is indeed unexpected, Frieza conceded, rubbing his nose. But do you genuinely believe you can defeat me? That is mere folly. Vegeta scoffed. Frieza, I refuse to be swayed by superstition. I am curious to see if every time you are reborn, your power doubles and exceeds mine. Frieza observed Vegeta with keen interest, his own aura steadily intensifying. What? Vegeta's expression shifted to one of alarm as he felt Frieza's overwhelming presence, his body trembling involuntarily. Now you understand my fear, don't you? Humph. In my battle with Roger, I merely refrained from unleashing my full power. You truly boast, Frieza retorted. An invisible pressure descended, causing him to kneel. Hey, Roger. You cheated. Whis quickly interjected. You foolish girl, I am assisting you. Can't you see? Roger sighed. Chapter 78, The Limits of Vegeta. Oh, indeed, I wagered on Vegeta. Whis scratched his head, suddenly realizing. Who are you calling a foolish girl? Whis covered his face, choosing silence. Naru's pretended not to notice. Seeing Frieza suddenly kneel left Vegeta bewildered. You were just boasting with unwavering confidence. How is it that you kneel in the next moment? What does this mean? Gohan's expression was one of shock, while Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. How peculiar. Roger's imposing presence came swiftly and departed just as quickly, merely to chastise Frieza. After obtaining Whis' staff, settling scores could wait. What are you doing? Frieza exclaimed in terror, rising to survey his surroundings. If you plead for mercy, I might spare your life. Just a few heads will suffice. Vegeta chuckled. Boom. Frieza directed his hand at Vegeta, and with a deafening blast, Vegeta's form was instantly reduced to a mist of crimson. Soon after, Vegeta's body began to regenerate, but before he could fully recover, Frieza unleashed another surge of energy. And with another explosive sound, Vegeta was obliterated once more. Vegeta reformed again, flesh and bone coalescing, when boom, Frieza's energy flickered ominously, and Vegeta was once again shattered into a cloud of blood. Fortunately, his core remained intact each time. Roush gasped, realizing the resilience of the core was several times that of his physical body, making it difficult to destroy. Whis remarked on the situation. Yet Roush still felt a cold sweat forming. Vegeta had been destroyed 6 times and reconstituted 6 times. On the last regeneration, Frieza did not intervene. Instead, he watched with a smirk. Whis too observed Vegeta, his expression tinged with pessimism. Could it be that he has reached his limit? Roush exclaimed, disbelieving. It's impossible. I can sense a vast reservoir of energy within him. Mels, with a hint of concern, replied, at this stage, he has indeed reached his limit. It's akin to our true divine realm, where one encounters a significant hurdle at 99. Roger smiled knowingly while Whis silently shot him a glance, acknowledging the truth in his words. This is dire, Whis realized, noting that Vegeta's combat power was now around 5 million. In fact, after Vegeta's 4th explosion and recovery, his power had peaked at this level and no further growth was evident. Conversely, Frieza's combat power seemed to exhibit only half of its potential. Even so, Whis calculated that this half was no less than 60 million. 5 million against 60 million was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Vegeta was undeniably no match for Frieza. We had underestimated Frieza while simultaneously overestimating Vegeta. Mels, covering his face in despair, chuckled bitterly. Realizing his staff was unlikely to be reclaimed unless Roger showed great mercy. However, observing Roger's evident attachment to his own staff, Mels doubted he would ever return it. Fortunately, the only glimmer of hope for Whis and the others was that if Vegeta could not defeat Frieza, the fate of Earthlings was even bleaker. Roger, shall we consider this a draw? Continuing to watch holds little significance, as it seems Vegeta will not be able to surpass his limits in the near future. This was the conclusion reached by Whis and Roger. Roger cast a glance at Weiss, remaining silent. A draw? Jay, do you still aspire to win? Rose asked, gritting her teeth. It is not a matter of aspiration. Victory is assured, Roger replied with a faint smile. That juggler and that hybrid scion? Can those two truly defeat Frieza? No, it is not them, Rose responded, and Roger chuckled softly. Roger is waiting for that scion named Sun Wukong, isn't he? Weiss inquired with a smile. Roger nodded. Go ahead and boast. Even a scion like Vegeta, who possesses the ability to regenerate infinitely, stands no chance against Frieza. How can you expect that Earth-raised scion to fare any better? Ross shook his head, remarking that Sun Wukong seemed to lack significant power compared to Vegeta. Indeed. Even if Sun Wukong were to heal completely, his battle power would barely reach 3 million at best. Mels nodded, acknowledging that since Roger wished to continue the comparison, they should wait and see. Whis smiled, suggesting that perhaps Vegeta might suddenly grasp something profound and experience a monumental breakthrough. At that moment, Vegeta was enduring a brutal beating at the hands of Frieza, unable to retaliate. What a joke. You may be immortal, but your suffering brings me joy. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta? Frieza taunted as he ensnared Vegeta's neck with his tail, delivering relentless punches to his back, repeatedly shattering his heart. Vegeta continued to spew blood, simultaneously regenerating his heart through his scion abilities. However, with each act of regeneration, Vegeta tragically realized that his energy was dwindling. Having lost the ability to double his energy upon near-death rebirth, he found his strength being gradually depleted. Krillin and Gohan trembled in fear. Wanting to flee but unable to do so, forced to watch helplessly as Vegeta suffered. You are welcome to join the fray anytime, Frieza beckoned with a sinister smile. Suddenly, a flash of orange light illuminated the scene, and a figure appeared. Krillin and Gohan were overjoyed. Oh, another has arrived. Frieza observed with keen interest as he regarded Sun Wukong. Release him. Sun Wukong commanded coldly, seeking confrontation. Frieza scoffed, and as a surge of energy flickered in his hand. Sun Wukong wasted no time in executing the Kaioken technique. He struck out, deflecting the energy Frieza had launched at him, then dashed forward. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Sun Wukong's approach, involuntarily releasing Vegeta. With a powerful blow, Sun Wukong landed a fierce punch squarely on Frieza's face, causing the tyrant to stumble and fall, a mark left from the impact. What? Vegeta gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Kakarot, how could he possibly have knocked Frieza down? How is this even possible? Ross exclaimed, bewildered. Wasn't his battle power 3 million? How has it suddenly soared to 60 million? Enough, Frieza chuckled lightly. If I were to unleash my full power, not just Roger, but even the god of destruction would be beneath my heel. Chapter 79, Ross is a mountain. The North Kai is the Kai. Whis smiled gently, finding nothing particularly surprising. Sun Wukong had trained under the North Kai for a time, mastering the Kaioken technique. What Sun Wukong had just employed was the 20-fold Kaioken, forcibly elevating his battle power by 20 times. What? 20 times? Ruasi widened her beautiful eyes, urging not to panic. Sun Wukong's limit is the tenfold Kaioken. The 20-fold exceeds the capacity of his body. Observe, his physique is already injured. Weiss chuckled as Ruasi and Myers glanced down. Indeed, Sun Wukong was gasping for breath at his location. Just moments ago, he had landed a significant blow on Frieza, leaving an indelible mark upon his visage, yet he himself appeared utterly fatigued. Ah, Roger, it seems you placed all your bets on Sun Wukong's Kaioken. Ruasi remarked with a playful pat on Roger's shoulder. Let me tell you, even that scion named Sun Wukong, if faced with Vegeta employing the 20-fold Kaioken, would merely achieve a power level of 100 million. Conversely, I estimate Frieza's combat prowess to be around 1.2 billion. Are you suggesting that Sun Wukong is destined to fail? Roger turned to cast a glance at Ruasi. Is that even a question? He retorted. prompting a huff from Ruasi. Ruasi, when will your scepter be unsealed? Roger inquired. What are you planning? Ruasi regarded him with suspicion. I warn you. Do not covet my scepter. I was merely asking. No need to be alarmed, Roger replied with a hearty laugh. Even an inquiry is unacceptable, Ruasi exclaimed in irritation. Myers chimed in. Ruasi, did you not promise to gift me the scepter once it is unsealed? Why do you regard it with such importance? Myers seemed on the verge of tears. By the way, I have heard that the core of the sixth universe resembles a Dragon Ball, hidden within the eye of Kampa, Roger mused. What do you intend to do? Ruasi's vigilance resurfaced. I still believe that Sun Wukong will triumph over Frieza. What are your thoughts? Roger asked with a smile. I shall not reveal that to you. Ruasi huffed. You have one final opportunity to wager on the core of the sixth universe. Who will emerge victorious? Sun Wukong or Frieza? Roger smiled. Ruasi immediately declined. Do you take me for a fool? You expect me to wager again? Dream on. Roger fell silent. Having learned not to be easily deceived. That attack was quite commendable, but it was merely that. Frieza, with a dark expression, glared at Goku, Gohan, and Krillin. You two, take Bulma and Roger and leave this planet immediately. Goku spoke in a grave tone, finally realizing the true terror of his adversary, Frieza. Roger? On this planet? Frieza exclaimed in surprise. What? You know Roger? Goku replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Roger is here, so be cautious, Frieza. Krillin nodded vigorously and called out to Gohan, Gohan. We must leave quickly. Staying here would only hinder Goku. Let's frighten him with Roger, although the Roger we know is not the same as the one he knows. Gohan did not object, and the two quietly began to retreat. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Frieza sneered and launched an attack on Krillin and Gohan. Employing a 20-fold Kaioken, Goku gritted his teeth and once again activated the 20-fold Kaioken. Young Goku unleashed a torrential assault of super energy waves upon Frieza, releasing a massive Kamehameha that engulfed Frieza within its power. Goku, too, was nearing his energy limit. Damn it, how can Kakarot possess such immense energy? Vegeta thought to himself, watching Goku with a clenched jaw. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Vegeta. Is it the Kaioken? He pondered, staring intently at Goku with a stern expression. Kakarot, tell me. Does your 20-fold Kaioken truly amplify your battle power by 20 times? Yes, Vegeta, Goku affirmed, but my limit is only 10 times. 20-fold is simply unbearable. As he spoke, Goku nearly collapsed. At that moment, the smoke in the sky dissipated, gradually revealing Frieza's figure. This monster, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, while Goku widened his eyes in disbelief. Roth, what other tricks do you possess? Vegeta inquired, turning his head. Well, I do have a secret technique. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, but if this doesn't defeat him, then all hope is lost. However, it requires time to gather. Could you help me stall for a minute? Vegeta, gritting his teeth, responded, just do as I say. Speaking of which, I had planned to use this technique when I first arrived on Earth. Sun Wukong smiled at Vegeta and raised his spirit bomb. He began to gather energy for the spirit bomb. What is happening? Weiss observed as Sun Wukong concentrated energy into the spirit bomb. Upon a glance, Weiss understood. It was indeed a technique of the KO, condensing the life force of beings from a planet into a colossal energy sphere. Sun Wukong intended to collect the life energy from Namek and the surrounding planets to deliver a devastating blow to Frieza. Is there any hope? Rosa's voice trembled slightly. No chance, Weiss said with a faint smile. There are hardly any beings on Namek and the nearby planets, so the life energy that can be gathered will be considerably limited. If this were a planet like Earth in the Milky Way, gathering a substantial amount of energy would be enough to annihilate 100 Friezas. Rose let out a long sigh of relief. It's good to hear there is no chance. Frieza, if you perish, then the game is over. Weiss also felt a sense of relief within. Roger, shall we continue? Even the spirit bomb cannot vanquish Frieza. Rose approached Roger with a playful smile, exhaling a fragrant breath. Roger lowered his head and cast a profound glance at Ross, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. What do you wish to express? Ross inquired. Are you aware of the 3 great realms of existence in this world? Roger suddenly posed a question, leaving Ross momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by changing the topic? The first realm is to see the mountain as a mountain. The second realm is to see the mountain as not a mountain, and the third realm is to see the mountain as still a mountain, Roger elaborated. What does that signify? Ross asked, still in a state of confusion. Regrettably, I have only just comprehended the second realm. The mountain is not a mountain, Roger sighed. What does it mean to see the mountain is not a mountain? Ross inquired with curiosity. Just then, Ross noticed Roger's gaze directed towards her collar. With a gasp, Ross quickly tightened her clothing and shot an angry glare at Roger, feeling a surge of frustration. You, she stammered. Roger, your actions are quite excessive. Weiss holds his head in silence. Silly sister, why do you always provoke Roger? Can't you just be well behaved? Chapter 80. Be gone, you will perish. Yet I shall continue to roll on. I shall bite you. Ruth rushed forward, seizing Roger by the neck and biting down, even if her teeth were to shatter. This angel must vent her anger. It is utterly infuriating. Ruth's teeth were indeed broken, but soon they regrew. As for the playful tussle between Ruth and Roger, Weiss and Melis feigned ignorance. Are you two becoming more like a couple? At that moment, under Vegeta's frenzied assault, Son Goku finally gathered the spirit bomb. Vegeta, enough. Frieza's furious shout pierced the air as he delivered a punch that penetrated Vegeta's body, exiting through his back. A flash of energy surged from Frieza's hand, striking Vegeta, causing him to tremble violently. Humph. While I may not be able to kill you, I can seal you away, rendering your existence a living hell. Frieza unleashed a torrent of energy, which rapidly enveloped Vegeta like layers of impenetrable seals, leaving only his head exposed. Vegeta, Son Goku exclaimed in deep concern. Kakarot, hurry. Is it not ready yet? Vegeta urged, his eyes flashing with intensity. It's done. The spirit bomb is finally complete. Son Goku's face lit up with joy. However, hesitation soon washed over him, for Vegeta was perilously close to Frieza. If the spirit bomb were to descend, Vegeta would undoubtedly perish. What should I do? Hurry, Kakarot. I cannot die, Vegeta shouted, though his expression bore traces of despair. Having approached immortality, he still suffered such torment at Frieza's hands. It was unbearable for Vegeta. Oh, what is that? Frieza's gaze turned grim as he noticed the spirit bomb floating ominously in the sky. Kakarot. I have already realized my wish for immortality through the dragon. Vegeta cried out, trembling, tears streaming down his face. Kakarot, kill him for me. Use the power of a scion to obliterate him. Forgive me, Vegeta. Son Goku gritted his teeth, casting aside all hesitation. He understood that allowing Frieza to react now would render their efforts futile. With a swift motion, Son Goku directed the spirit bomb to crash down. The speed of the spirit bomb was tremendous, closing the distance to Frieza in the blink of an eye. This is bad. Frieza's pupils constricted sharply, and cold sweat broke out across his forehead. In a desperate attempt, he raised both hands to shield himself from the spirit bomb. However, its descent was relentless. The spirit bomb plummeted like a sun unleashed, crashing down upon Frieza. Simultaneously, it struck Vegeta, shattering his body into fragments as the seal enveloping him disintegrated under the onslaught of the spirit bomb. Hey, Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in shock. The spirit bomb continued its relentless drop. With Frieza in its grasp, it slammed into the surface of planet Namek, causing the entire planet to tremble violently as if heralding the end of the world. Myris and Whis stood in silence, for Vegeta was no more. The only hope for reclaiming a semblance of balance lay in the demise of Goku. Then, at least, it would result in a draw. Although such an outcome would not restore Myris's staff or erase the new universe's existence, it would safeguard the staff that Whis had nurtured for millennia. A tie, Whis shouted. Indeed. It appears to be a draw, Myris affirmed, having sensed that Frieza remained unharmed and concealed within him was a formidable energy. Thus, while the spirit bomb possessed tremendous power, it had not inflicted fatal damage upon Frieza. There was still a glimmer of hope for Goku and his companions. Roger, eager to lift your spirits for a moment, mentioned, by the way, Baiana has passed away. I intend to bring his soul back. This should not be against the rules for this wager, right? Roger glanced at Weiss, inquiring. It does not count, Weiss affirmed with a nod. Go ahead. Ruasi readily concurred, much to Roger's surprise at her prompt agreement. What are you staring at? We placed all our bets on Baigong, and now he's gone. Ruasi seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Roger understood. Baigong is indeed quite troublesome. However, as long as Roger is happy, that suffices. Looking to the right. How many treasures has he acquired because of Baigong? The Staff of Mels and the Staff of Vis. Though, the Staff of Vis will require a bit more patience. In the meantime, let us bring Baigong over. This little rascal has undoubtedly grown up in a rather unsavory manner. Roger transformed into a radiant arc of 7 colors, soaring gracefully across the celestial expanse of the underworld. Line up, one at a time, do not rush. A little spirit shouted through a megaphone at a throng of pale, ethereal souls. Above Vegeta's head hovered a luminous halo, while his form below resembled that of a wispy specter. So, I am indeed deceased. Vegeta grimaced in frustration. How infuriating. Wasn't I supposed to be reborn? After a moment of contemplation, he mused, oh, that towering figure over there must be King Janemba? If I were to vanquish him, would I then be resurrected? Vegeta rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The spirits surrounding Vegeta, upon hearing his intention to eliminate King Janemba, hurriedly distanced themselves from him in fear. However, the next moment, Vegeta's composure began to wane. Where is my energy? How maddening. Is it possible for energy to dissipate upon death? Vegeta's eyes widened in despair. Look. A shooting star, a vibrant meteor. The underworld also witnesses meteors. At that moment, Vegeta heard some spirits exclaim in astonishment. He looked up and indeed saw a familiar arc of colorful light. What is happening? Roger halted midair, surveying the scene from his lofty vantage point. Vegeta, is that you? Have you also succumbed to death? Vegeta's countenance reflected a mixture of astonishment and delight, astonished that Roger had indeed perished, yet delighted at the prospect of companionship in the afterlife. Vegeta, you have truly disappointed me, Roger sighed, descending from the heavens and delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta sprawling. Subsequently, Roger placed his foot upon Vegeta's head, causing the spectral form beneath to contort and deform against the ground. The multitude of specters in Q stood frozen in terror, bewildered by the sheer ferocity displayed. Who is this fearsome individual? Vegeta, did you truly believe that your demise would allow you to evade my wrath? Roger continued to torment Vegeta. Chapter 81. Vegeta. Can you withstand this? The king of hell, Yama, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Silence. This individual is not to be trifled with, he admonished urgently. Not to be trifled with? Who is he? The staff of the underworld, including the infamous Oxhead and Horseface, gazed in disbelief, gradually shifting their sympathy towards Vegeta. It appeared that even in life, he had been subjected to such treatment, and now, in death, he was still not spared. Roger tumbled over Vegeta for a moment, his anger subsiding significantly. His frustration stemmed from the fact that he had granted Vegeta numerous opportunities, yet the latter still failed to defeat even a single Frieza soldier. The staff in Roger's hand burst forth with radiant flames, striking Vegeta with overwhelming force. In an instant, Vegeta's ghostly form began to transform rapidly. Within the blink of an eye, his corporeal body was restored. However, Roger did not resurrect Vegeta, but merely crafted a new physical form for him, accompanied by a splendid new battle armor. My energy, it's restored? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, his body revitalized. How did you accomplish this? Yama. I shall take this individual with me. Roger called out to the king of hell from a distance. Feel free to do as you wish, and take care. Yama responded promptly, rising to bow respectfully. Let us depart, Roger commanded, and with a wave of his hand, he guided Vegeta into the sky, leaving behind a trail of dazzling, multicolored flames as they vanished in an instant. Vegeta, taken aback, was left in astonishment, as were all the spirits present. Who is this divine being? Even Lord Yama shows him such reverence, Vegeta thought, staring at Roger in disbelief. Who are you? He stammered. Do you have a penchant for punishment? Roger replied with a nonchalant smile, eliciting Vegeta's immediate wariness. Are you going to throw me around again? Vegeta retorted, his tone laced with defiance. Go play with that bouncing ball instead. Hey, Roger, where are you taking me? Vegeta inquired after a moment of silence. Back to Namek. Roger replied calmly. Soon, someone will come to challenge you. Endure it. Of course, it will serve as a form of training for you. The more you endure, the more it may benefit you. Who is it? Vegeta asked, momentarily puzzled and then suspicious. Is it Frieza? Haha. Roger shook his head, and shortly thereafter, he transported Vegeta back to Namek. Vegeta quickly spotted 3 individuals hovering high in the sky above Namek, all clad in matching attire, though in varying colors. The woman's outfit was pink, the tall figure's was dark red, and the short one's was dark gray. Each of them had a halo of light hovering above their heads, a sky blue glow. Vegeta glanced at the golden halo above his own head, contrasting it with the 3, whose halos encircled their heads as if offering them protection. Who are they? Vegeta could not help but ask. Vegeta. Rosie snapped, glaring at him with a furious expression, her face a thunderous shade of anger. You worthless fool. It's all your fault we lost. It was understandable that Rosie's was furious. Try calling me Vegeta one more time. Vegeta roared in rage. It was one thing for Roger to call him Vegeta, but for a woman to address him as such was utterly unacceptable. Then, in the next 3 minutes, Vegeta finally comprehended the meaning behind Roger's earlier words. Can you endure punishment? Vegeta was soundly thrashed by Rosie's. Roger, do not hinder her, otherwise she shall become frantic. Disturbing her state of cultivation, suggested Weiss. Indeed, Miles echoed in agreement. Upon reflection, it seemed true, since Rose's arrival in the 7th universe. She appeared to have seldom experienced joy. Delivering a decisive blow to Vegeta had served as a form of release. As you mentioned, Vegeta is somewhat my student. Witnessing him being so brutally battered by her, what do you propose we do? Roger inquired with a grim countenance. Suddenly, Rose, who was in the midst of overpowering Vegeta, paused, her ears perked up in alertness. She swiftly flew back, nonchalantly addressing Roger. "Bay, come here." Roger beckoned to Vegeta, who approached unsteadily, his body a tapestry of wounds. The degree of his injuries was indeed severe. Roger sighed. "Very well, I shall not extort you, if you grant me the heart of the 6th universe. We shall consider this matter settled. Is this what you call not extorting me? How sinister. You have assaulted your student and now demand the heart of the 6th universe. Treating your student as if he were a deity? Moreover, he is not even truly your student, merely half of one," Rose retorted vehemently. "Do remember to securely hide the heart of our universe," Miles whispered to Weiss. Weiss's eyes slightly widened, and he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With a flourish, Weiss summoned a radiant light from his hand, immediately healing Vegeta's injuries. "Having inflicted such damage upon a future god of destruction, do you not feel any remorse?" Roger asked. "Enough of this talk. I am weary. It is time to surrender the heart of the 6th universe." He extended his hand. You, how dare you dream?" Rose exclaimed angrily. "I shall not give it to you." "Very well, then, hand over the ever-plentiful strawberries," Roger replied. "That I can agree to." Rose shot him a furious glare. "Now, let us put this matter aside for the moment and see how Goku is faring," Roger called out. Rose pondered seriously, feeling as though she had been outmaneuvered by Roger from the very beginning. Surely, he did not intend to acquire endless strawberries from the outset, did he? What is that? Kakarot and Frieza? Vegeta observed as he glanced down. Goku was gasping for breath, his energy depleted to its limits. Goku, Krillin, and Gohan returned. Having witnessed Goku's spirit bomb and Frieza being struck by its immense force, leaving a profound crater in the ground, the surrounding waters surged violently into the pit, creating a tremendous cascade. Krillin and Gohan hastily assisted Goku to his feet, and the three exchanged knowing smiles. "Is Frieza dead?" Krillin inquired. "With such a massive spirit bomb. If he were alive, I would be at a loss," Goku chuckled. Gohan nodded in agreement. Frieza should be finished. It is a pity that Bay, in supporting Frieza, was also consumed by the spirit bomb. Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he turned to Krillin, pondering, isn't he supposed to be immortal? While the dragon of planet Namek cannot grant eternal life, it possesses the ability to regenerate the body. Krillin scratched his head, deep in thought. Perhaps even the spirit bomb's formidable power would be beyond Vegeta's capacity to regenerate. In Chapter 82, titled Transformation, Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, Vegeta hovered high above. His gaze fixated on the projection emanating from Roger's staff crystal ball, his nostrils flaring in fury. "These three scoundrels dare to discuss me," he fumed. "And truly, are you three imbeciles? Are you incapable of sensing Frieza's presence? Hey, fools! Frieza is still alive," Vegeta shouted, though his words fell on deaf ears. Rashi cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, questioning, "Who exactly are you?" Vegeta glanced at Rashi, then at Whis and Merus. "Roger did not inform you?" Vegeta shook his head. "Then, I shall not divulge anything either." Rose scoffed. "Let us depart. We can leave this planet in my spaceship. It will take merely 7 days to return to Earth." Goku managed a weary smile. "By the way, Bulma and Roger are still on this planet. Let us summon them as well," suggested Krillin. "Krillin, why did you tell Frieza that Roger was on this planet when you fled?" Goku could not help but inquire. "Let us discuss this on the way. We should leave first," Krillin chuckled. Suddenly, however, his expression froze, and his complexion turned pale. "Krillin, what is wrong?" Goku asked anxiously, following Krillin's gaze. Goku's expression shifted drastically, his eyes narrowing. "Frieza!" Goku exclaimed in shock. "Did you see that? Frieza is still alive. Roger, shall we continue?" "This time it's a stalemate," Rose said with a smile. "A stalemate, you say?" Roger replied with a slight grin. Goku's energy was depleted. Could a miracle truly occur? Whis also pondered what Roger was clinging to, recognizing that Frieza still possessed considerable strength. Although his energy had not returned to its peak, he still boasted a fighting capability exceeding 100 million. What remained for Goku? His combat power had dwindled to around 100,000. Wish genuinely could not fathom why Roger chose to persevere. Could a miracle really manifest? It seemed implausible. Goku could not win. Humph, Kakarot is destined to be defeated. Vegeta observed, his emotions complex. He wished for Kakarot to vanquish Frieza, yet simultaneously hoped for Frieza to eliminate Kakarot. Gohan, Krillin, we must leave immediately with Roger and Bulma. Goku commanded solemnly. Why yes? Krillin stammered in response, trembling. Gohan was so frightened that he shook uncontrollably, his face ashen. Do you truly believe that I, Frieza, am doomed? How naive, Frieza sneered. Although Frieza still drew breath, he bore an injured eye and a severed tail. The earlier energy blast had made him acutely aware of the threat of death. A crimson flame flickered in Frieza's hand, piercing through Krillin's body. Frieza exerted control over Krillin, lifting him high into the air. Krillin was on the verge of losing control, drenched in cold sweat. Frieza, cease this! Goku shouted vehemently. Humph! Frieza scoffed, unwilling to relent, as he slowly tightened his fist. Goku! Krillin cried out from above. In an instant, Krillin transformed into a mist of blood, exploding in the air. Goku's face went pale, his pupils constricting in horror as he helplessly witnessed Krillin's demise. Humph! Next will be your son, Frieza grinned malevolently. I will crush you all one by one. Only then can my fury be quelled. The only regret I have is that Vegeta has perished. Krillin gasped. And Goku trembled all over. In the distance, a golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens. What is happening? Rose's eyes widened in astonishment as Goku's energy surged rapidly. Whis' expression shifted in disbelief. How could this be? Rose was taken aback. This scene felt strangely familiar. Vegeta pondered, I will not spare you. As Goku spoke, his hair suddenly spiked upward, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the entire sky seemed to dim, and golden lightning rained down. A golden aura enveloped Goku, appearing as if it were ablaze, illuminating the vast expanse around him. He has transformed. Rose was utterly shocked. What kind of transformation is this? Whis also appeared contemplative, his expression reflecting alarm. His energy has completely restored, and furthermore, his combat power has escalated by approximately 50 times. Meru's eyes widened in astonishment, casting a sympathetic glance at Whis' staff. Whis' pupils constricted, gripping his staff tightly, fearful of it being taken from him. Suddenly, Whis recalled his earlier encounter with Goku, a sense of unease washing over him. Whis covered his mouth, speechless. Did you say 50 times? Vegeta, having overheard Meru's words, couldn't help but inquire. Meru glanced at Vegeta, but chose not to respond. I understand now. It must be the Super Saiyan. That rascal Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. Whis wiped the sweat from his brow, while Rose gazed intently at him. This is dire. It seems Whis' staff has little hope now. The three, all angels, could easily discern whose strength surpassed the others. Whis. Perhaps even Frieza may unveil a miracle as well, Rose reassured. Perhaps, Whis chuckled awkwardly, his face stiff with tension. What kind of transformation is this? I remember that Saiyans could only become giants. Frieza's expression darkened as he silently observed Goku, deep in thought. Frieza, I am enraged, Goku bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that struck Frieza squarely in the face. Frieza let out a howl as he was sent flying. How infuriating. Frieza rubbed his face and extended his finger, shooting a beam of crimson light towards Goku. Goku's golden aura shimmered, allowing him to evade the attack. What? He dodged it. This is impossible. Frieza was bewildered, the red flame in his hand flickering ominously as Goku effortlessly sidestepped the assault. Humph, if you had been hit, you would have been finished. Frieza chuckled nervously. Try hitting me again, Goku replied nonchalantly. What did you say? Frieza's composure faltered as he coldly remarked. This predicament is of your own making. In Chapter 83, Bulma, you seem to have lost your wits. Frieza concentrated a crimson flame at his fingertips and unleashed it toward Roger with fervor. Goku, however, did not flinch. A dull thud echoed as the fiery blast struck Goku squarely on the chin. His head tilted back slightly, yet a faint smile lingered on his lips. Frieza's expression stiffened, his countenance growing increasingly sinister. You mean to tell me this won't kill you? Who on earth are you? Do you still not understand? Goku replied coldly. To defeat you. I have traveled from Earth as a Saiyan, transforming into a Super Saiyan fueled by my rage. I am a Super Saiyan. What? A Super Saiyan? Frieza trembled with disbelief. Damn it. Kakarot. Vegeta, too, was trembling all over. Why should this be? I am the most gifted warrior among the Saiyans. I have experienced rage as well. Why can I not transform into a Super Saiyan? Whis, shall we continue? Goku's victory seemed inevitable. Roger chuckled softly, while Whis remained silent, having discerned that, purely based on energy intensity, Goku had surpassed Frieza. Brother Whis, we must see this through to the end. Who knows, a miracle might yet occur. Rose huffed. Ah. I shall heed your words, Rose, Whis replied, his demeanor lightening with a chuckle. Brother Whis, your laughter is rather difficult to endure, Rose remarked, unable to contain herself. Whis thought to himself how he wished he could simply swat Rose away with a single hand. Is my laughter so troublesome because of you, my ungrateful little sister? A Super Saiyan, you say? I would rather take my own life than allow you to kill me, Frieza sneered coldly, gathering an energy orb in his hands. Do as you will, Goku stated, casting a glance at Frieza. However, the one destined to perish is you. I, Frieza, can survive in the vacuum of space. Can you science? Frieza beamed with malevolence. What? Goku paused, sensing an ominous foreboding. Farewell, Namek. Frieza cackled, hurling the energy orb toward Namek with great force. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the very core of Namek. The ground fractured, the earth trembled, dust and debris swirled, and a tempest arose, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. Roger transformed into a cascade of vibrant colors, swiftly appearing beside Bulma. At present, the entire Namek planet was beset by tremors. Bulma found herself in a mountainous region, with stones plummeting from the heavens. The peril she faced was immense, rendering her pale and gasping in terror. Although Whis had fortified her dwelling through the realm of the gods, she had regrettably stored it away. Roger's arms encircled Bulma's waist as they soared into the sky. Bulma was taken aback. Who was holding me? As she turned her head, she beheld Roger, the one embracing her. Roger? Am I seeing things? The astonishment washed over her. She had considered many possibilities, yet never once imagined it would be Roger. Yes, it is I, Roger affirmed with a nod. You can fly? Bulma inquired, her astonishment palpable. When did you learn to fly? Bulma, didn't I mention? I am a deity traversing the human realm for training. Yet you chose not to believe me, Roger chuckled lightly. Oh, Roger, you become breathless when they call you plump. Bulma lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Roger earnestly. I know you are formidable. It's perfectly natural for you to practice in secret. Surely, you aspire to defeat Goku one day, don't you? Hee. I must admit I admire your approach. You wish to protect me, to safeguard your beloved, am I correct? Roger hesitated. Roger originally intended to take Bulma to meet Whis and the others. However, he felt that Bulma was rather foolish. He thought to himself, how embarrassing it would be to bring someone so silly to meet Rose. Roger had no choice but to embrace Bulma, floating high in the air, creating a distance from Rose. In truth, not everyone is destined to become a warrior. I understand your feelings, but I do not wish for you to suffer severe injuries or even face death because of this, Bulma said with concern. As long as you possess this determination, I am content. As for the matters of battle, let Goku and the others handle them. With that, Bulma gently rested her head on Roger's shoulder, and in that moment, she felt a profound warmth. Roger, in pursuit of his clandestine cultivation, embodies a certain determination. This man, typically carefree and indifferent to many matters, nonetheless strives and perseveres for his own aspirations. Women are drawn to men who exhibit diligence. A woman's affection is not contingent upon a man's wealth. Even in the absence of riches, one can endeavor and toil to fulfill their ambitions and dreams. Take Bulma, for instance. Does she lack for anything? Certainly not. She is abundantly fortunate. Bulma's affection for Roger stems from his composed demeanor, coupled with his secretive dedication to self-improvement. Yet, one might ponder whether Roger's efforts are indeed for Bulma's sake, as she perceives. Roger sighed wearily. Bulma, I am a deity, an angel, the greatest god in this universe. As he spoke, the angelic attire manifested around him. Simultaneously, a cerulean halo appeared above his head. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Roger with wide eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she burst into laughter. Roger, you don't have to try so hard to amuse me, she chuckled, her eyes sparkling. I've seen angels before. Don't they have a pair of white wings? And isn't the halo supposed to rest atop the head? How is yours growing around it? Please, if you're going to pretend to be an angel, at least make it somewhat believable. You make a compelling point. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Roger conceded. Indeed, the image of an angel was precisely as Bulma had described. An angel, after all, is adorned with a pair of ethereal white wings. Roger, without wings, I can still soar. Shall I roast my wings to consume them? In truth, it is not merely Bulma who harbors such thoughts. If Roger had not encountered Dragon Ball or met Whis, he too would envision angels as Bulma describes. However, the angels in the Dragon Ball universe defy Bulma's portrayal. Huh, is there nothing more to say? Bulma gazed at Roger. Let us not pretend we don't know each other. Roger sighed, recalling how he had previously mocked Ross for her naivety. How has Bulma become so foolish as well? Chapter 84, Frieza, Dragon, Awakened Beerus. What do you mean? Bulma inquired, perplexed. This planet is on the verge of exploding. I can send you back to Earth, Roger proposed. Exploding? What has happened? Bulma asked in astonishment. Frieza has damaged the planet's core. In 5 minutes, it will erupt and be reduced to cosmic dust, Roger replied. Then we must hasten back to Earth. But how do we return? Our spaceship is broken, Bulma exclaimed. Never mind, soon the dragon from Earth will transport you back, making it simpler, Roger said. At that moment, he sensed that the Dragon Balls on Earth had been gathered, and they were preparing to summon the dragon to fulfill their wish. As Roger was accustomed to, once the dragon from Earth appeared, the wish was to resurrect all those who had been slain by Frieza and his minions. After the dragon's wish was granted, the skies above Namek suddenly darkened. Roger, look, that plump fellow is quite ugly. Bulma pointed towards the distant Purunga, addressing Roger. Is that the dragon of Namek? Roger inquired. Why is it appearing now? Bulma could not help but ask. The appearance of the dragon from Earth, which granted its wish, triggered the emergence of this dragon as well. Roger replied with a smile. How do you know this? Bulma looked up at Roger. I have been resurrected? Vegeta stared at the vanishing halo above his head, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, the battle between Goku and Frieza raged on. As the sky darkened, Frieza immediately spotted the dragon of Namek. Is that the dragon? Frieza exclaimed with excitement, swiftly soaring towards the dragon's direction. Dragon, awaken the destroyer god Beerus. Goku intended to intervene and halt Frieza, but upon hearing Frieza's wish, he was momentarily bewildered. What does this mean? The destroyer god Beerus? Awaken? Goku was perplexed. Isn't Frieza seeking immortality? Goku pondered, considering that if Frieza truly possessed the ability to regenerate, it would pose a significant threat. Yet, Frieza was requesting the awakening of someone named Beerus. Who was Beerus? Bolanga disregarded Frieza. However, a young Namekian child beside Bolanga spoke in the Namekian language. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Dondi. Wasn't I supposed to have killed him? What is happening? He soon grasped the situation. Allow these two to remain, while the rest should head to Earth, Bolanga inquired. And Frieza's expression darkened ominously. Yet, little Goku wore a beaming smile. At last, he could unleash his full potential. In the next instant, all the humans present vanished in the blink of an eye, including Vegeta, who, under the influence of the dragon, was also transported to Earth. Bulma had similarly departed. Thus, only Sun Wukong and Frieza remained on Namek, alongside 3 angels hovering above. Sun Wukong and Frieza commenced their fierce melee. As the battle progressed, Sun Wukong's strength far surpassed that of Frieza. Brother Whis, do you think we are doomed? Asked Rosie's on the verge of tears. Whis pondered. You two should observe closely. Although Sun Wukong currently holds the upper hand, regrettably, he possesses a kind heart. This implied that Brother Whis believed Sun Wukong might not deliver a fatal blow to Frieza, as Melis inquired. Indeed, Whis affirmed with his current prowess, Sun Wukong could easily obliterate Frieza, yet he refrains from doing so. Melis and Rosie's evidently recognized this as well. So, we still have a glimmer of hope. Whis said with a smile. If we can endure for 5 more minutes, no, now it's 4 minutes, this planet will explode. What do you think will happen when the planet detonates? Frieza can survive in a vacuum, but Sun Wukong cannot? Melis responded swiftly. In that case, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly perish? Rosie's eyes sparkled with concern. Indeed. Our agreement with Roger stipulates that the loss of life or the inability to continue fighting constitutes defeat, Whis remarked, a smile gracing his face. Melis and Rosie's were immediately filled with excitement. Yes, Frieza might not necessarily lose to Sun Wukong. At that moment, the angels wisely refrained from speaking of demise, as their words were overlooked by the trio. However, Rosie's remarked, Brother Whis, it seems Frieza is attempting to awaken Beerus. What could that possibly mean? Whis covered his face with his hand, exclaiming, Rosie's. Suddenly, Rosie's felt perplexed by Frieza's apparent foolishness. Does he not realize how formidable Roger is? With Beerus's meager skills, defeating Roger would be a miracle. You all possess remarkable patience. There is no need to watch further, for Sun Wukong is destined for victory. Roger chimed in with a grin as he flew over. Humph, The outcome is still uncertain. Do not celebrate prematurely. Rosie's pouted, shooting a glare at Roger. Very well. Let us wait a while longer. Roger's expression remained calm. Moments later, Frieza was cleaved in half by the energy blade he had unleashed. Whis, Merus. And the others fell silent. Help me, please. Help me. Frieza pleaded desperately. Goku coldly replied, You have taken countless innocent lives. When have you ever saved them? Please. I beg you. Frieza gasped, his breath growing faint. Infuriated, Goku's heart softened, and he infused a portion of his energy into Frieza's body. From this day forth, I hope you will refrain from committing further misdeeds. With that, Goku turned to leave. I am the mightiest being in the universe, only I, Frieza. Frieza, filled with rage, unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Goku. Goku glanced back silently. You fool. He scoffed as radiant energy erupted from his hand, effortlessly reflecting Frieza's attack back at him. Frieza was engulfed by Goku's energy wave. Remarkably resilient, he has not perished yet, Whis observed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as the planet Namek began to explode. Merus pondered. Goku cannot return to his spaceship, can he? Huh. He is doomed. Rose exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Whis sighed deeply, slightly bowing his head as he handed his staff to Roger. Brother Whis, what are you doing? We have not lost yet. Rose urged, flustered. Rose, a loss is a loss. What is there to argue about? Whis replied with a gentle smile, polishing his staff before storing it in a pocket dimension. Thank you. Then farewell, Roger waved, suddenly recalling something. By the way, where are my strawberries? That can wait. I never said I would give them to you now, Rose retorted, exasperated. Having already seized Whis's staff, don't forget to bring them to me later. Roger waved his hand, transforming into a cascade of colorful flames before vanishing. Whis, Merus, and Rose exchanged glances, each reflecting the gravity of their loss. The staff that Whis had nurtured for millennia was gone, as was the one Merus had cultivated for 28 years. Rose's new staff was also lost. For a long while, they remained speechless, allowing the debris from planet Namek's explosion to swirl around them, even as Goku's spaceship soared past, unnoticed. I previously mentioned that after years of training, I truly do not require such an exquisite staff. I can simply ask my father to craft another, Whis reassured. Merus, this wager has also served as a trial for you. Have you learned anything? I have learned of the greed inherent in angels, Merus contemplated, responding thoughtfully. Let us depart. It is time to return, Whis beckoned. Brother Whis, Brother Merus, I shall not accompany you. I am returning to the 6th universe. Rose bid farewell. Very well, hurry back. Whis replied. Weiss nodded, offering no dissent to his foolish sister's hasty departure. If she lingered, it was conceivable that Roger might abscond with the heart of the 6th universe. Indeed, not just the heart of the 6th universe, but perhaps even the heart of the 7th universe could be in jeopardy. Farewell, brothers, Rose waved, transforming into a radiant spectrum of light as she soared into the distance. Hey, Rose, you're headed in the wrong direction, Weiss remarked, feeling a sense of fatigue. Am I really? Rose scratched her head. On their return journey, the two brothers exchanged glances, suddenly realizing their lack of a scepter had diminished their flying speed. Huh. You'll get used to it, Weiss chuckled awkwardly. By the way, dear brother Weiss, have we securely hidden the heart of the 7th universe? Melis whispered, lowering his voice. Fear not, it shall not fall into Roger's hands, Weiss reassured him with a nod. Why should I be concerned about the heart of the 7th universe? It should be a matter of common sense. I must be overthinking things. Upon acquiring Weiss's staff, Roger immediately stored it within a realm beyond. Subsequently, he transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, soaring back to Earth. Roger had already devised a plan. He intended to craft Weiss's staff into a scholarly ensemble for the god of destruction of the new universe. As for Mel's staff, it would be fashioned into a formidable armor, enhancing both defensive capabilities and combat prowess. This armor could be bestowed upon the god of creation of the new universe. Thus, both the god of creation and the god of destruction would be equipped splendidly. Next, he contemplated the agreements made 8 years later with Sabe and Krut regarding the cores of those two universes, which would serve to expand and refine his new universe. The mere thought of it filled Roger with immense satisfaction. When Roger returned to Earth, the Namekians had just recently arrived via the Dragon Balls. Alongside the resurrected Namekians, Vegeta and Bulma were also present. This is Earth. The Grand Elder began to speak. As the numerous Namekians turned their gaze towards him, the Grand Elder continued, I have little time left, so I shall briefly recount the events that transpired on Namek. Upon hearing his words, The Namekians expressed their sorrow over the destruction of their home. Wait, where is Roger? Bulma inquired, looking around but failing to spot him. What? Are you suggesting that Roger has been on Earth all along? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Bulma's voice. Begorgor? Bulma was taken aback. Who are you referring to as Begorgor? Vegeta's expression darkened. Isn't Roger just a chair? Dandy was still perplexed by this matter. What nonsense is this? Roger is a chair? Bulma felt overwhelmed. Just then, Roger approached from a distance. Roger, how wonderful! Bulma exclaimed as she leapt into Roger's embrace, relieved. I was beginning to fear that the dragon had led you astray. Great Elder, you have quite the way with words. What do you take Barunja for? Is he Roger? Has the chair cultivated itself into a sentient being? Dandy gazed at Roger without blinking, his heart racing. Vegeta too fixed his unwavering gaze upon Roger, pondering the nature of the relationship between this Earth woman and Roger. Could she be his beloved? And who was that woman who had struck him? Was she also his paramour? Vegeta contemplated. Perhaps Roger had a penchant for such company, and there was nothing particularly strange about it. Simultaneously, Vegeta felt a twinge of disdain. Just moments ago, he had nearly resolved to eliminate this Earth woman to silence her. Had he truly succeeded in slaying this Bulma? Vegeta shuddered at the thought. He was certain Roger would have exacted a dreadful vengeance upon him. Yet, Vegeta found himself perplexed. How was it that he could traverse the underworld with such ease? I must conduct a thorough investigation. I, Vegeta, shall remain on Earth. First, I will discreetly uncover Roger's true identity. Secondly, I shall ascend to become a Super Saiyan. One day, I shall overpower Roger. I, Vegeta, will exact retribution upon all who have wronged me. Vegeta's heart raced, his expression shifting constantly. In Universe 6, on the planet Kampa, Rosa, do not weep. What has transpired? I shall take charge, Bardock consoled. Ever since Rosa returned from Universe 7, she had been inconsolable, crying incessantly. Kampa was taken aback. Was this truly the same resolute little angel? Why did she seem so victimized? Could she really possess angelic powers as high as 9,999? Kampa was bewildered. Rosa merely sobbed, offering no explanation. Bardock, at a loss, attempted to contact Whis to inquire about the situation. However, when she called, no one answered on Whis's end. What on earth was going on? Bardock, perplexed, then used her staff to reach out to Marus. Yet, he too did not respond. Bardock was filled with confusion. What were they both up to? Just as Bardock was lost in her thoughts, she felt Rosa tugging at her sleeve. Bardock turned to Rosa. Sister, it is futile. They have lost their staffs, Rosa sobbed. Lost their staffs? What do you mean? Bardock was taken aback, looking utterly bewildered. Rosa recounted the entire series of events in detail. You have truly acted recklessly, Bardock exclaimed, her nostrils flaring in frustration. To gamble with the angel's staff. It would be one thing to lose, but to actually lose it. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Rosa pouted, looking utterly wronged. Does father know? Bardock inquired. It seems he is unaware. Ruasi scratched her head. Let's set this matter aside for now. I have an abundance of tasks at hand, and I must contemplate how to reclaim the scepters for the two of them. Bardock pondered. Sister, are you also going to gamble? Please don't. Do you really want to stake your scepter? Ruasi hurriedly advised. Silly sister, how could I possibly lose? I am not like those two foolish brothers. In my angelic divine fruit, there is no such word as loss. Bardock affectionately stroked Ruasi's long hair. Under Bulma's arrangements, many Namekians temporarily resided in her home. Big Gun had not arrived, and seizing the opportunity while Roger was absent, he slipped away to find a place to cultivate. After some time, the esteemed Elder Muley of Namek ascended to power, resurrecting the Dragon Balls, which brought back the deceased Krillin, Tien, Chaos, and Yamcha. Simultaneously, Goku was also revived. However, the dragon revealed that Goku had not actually died, much to the delight of Bulma, Gohan, and others. Subsequently, the Namekians relocated to a new planet with the help of the dragon. Roger continued to linger at Bulma's home, indulging in culinary delights. One day, he suddenly sensed a tremor from the scepter in the alternate dimension. Great Priest, are you looking for me? Roger called out. Roger, come here for a moment. The High Priest's face bore no expression. Surely, you do not wish to reclaim the scepter I won, do you? Roger inquired directly. The High Priest was momentarily taken aback. What scepter? I sought you out to discuss matters concerning the new universe. We shall speak of that upon your arrival. The High Priest smiled, not probing further about the scepter. After a moment's contemplation, Roger decided against hesitation and agreed. Immediately, he transformed into a radiant arc of multicolored flames and soared towards the High Priest's temple. Upon seeing Roger, the high priest simply uttered, "Is the new universe stable?" Roger responded, "It will take another 7 years and 10 months for the new universe to attain stability." The high priest remarked, "So, you summoned me for a reason." Roger, becoming wary, replied, "Naturally, there must be a rationale." The high priest, perplexed by Roger's demeanor, inhaled gently, "It pertains to the new universe, which has encountered issues." "What problems does the new universe face?" Roger furrowed his brow. "Have you heard of the demon realm?" The high priest inquired. Roger shook his head, acknowledging that his understanding remained superficial. Even the tales of the Dragon Balls from a past life were merely sketched over in the context of the demon realm. Roger speculated that the realm mentioned by the high priest could not possibly be the realm of King Depura. Cough. Regarding the issues of the Lawn realm, it would be prudent for you to fully exhaust your angelic power and master it to perfection before delving deeper into its mysteries, the high priest stated, leaving his words hanging before shifting the topic. "You are quite shameless," Roger remarked, with a gentle wave of his hand. The high priest conjured a circle in midair above the temple. Within this circle lay a shadowy world, the very realm that the high priest had stepped into first. Roger followed closely behind. Roger observed that the heart core of the new universe retained the appearance of a clod of earth, while the dark, planet-sized orb he had conjured, resembling a miniature king planet, had begun to revolve slowly around the heart core. Something felt amiss. Roger suddenly sensed the emergence of an almost imperceptible fissure near the core of this new universe. "What is that?" he inquired, pointing at the crack. "A cosmic nexus." The great temple pondered. "It could potentially be the realm I mentioned to you, or perhaps the dragon realm. The universe has yet to stabilize. It is difficult to ascertain at this moment." Roger nodded slightly. "If it were the dragon realm, it would be inconsequential. However, if it were connected to the vast realm, managing this universe would become exceedingly challenging." The high priest chuckled softly, turning to face Roger. "I surmise that the likelihood of this rift linking to the vast realm is approximately 80%, and it is situated near the core of the universe, posing a significant threat to this nascent cosmos. Especially since the new universe has only just stabilized, and the core is not yet capable of shifting, the danger is amplified." "How perilous is it?" Roger pondered. "If it indeed connects to the demon realm, and should the demon race invade, I can only say it would be exceedingly perilous, even angels may fall." As the high priest spoke these words, he sighed deeply, leaving further thoughts unspoken, instead gazing silently towards the rift. Then, the high priest cast a profound glance at Roger, the expression in his eyes seemingly asking, "What say you? Do you still desire this universe? This fissure could very well lead to realms of great peril. It would be prudent for you to retreat swiftly. This new universe is intended for my daughter. What business do you have in this affair?" Roger remained unperturbed. "Am I, a majestic angel, to be intimidated? Great high priest, might I inquire if the angelic staff could mend this fissure?" Roger pondered. "The angelic staff?" The great high priest was momentarily taken aback. Roger nodded. "Roger, the angel's staff is a painstaking creation. I must forewarn you that attempting to mend this fissure with the angel's staff carries a considerable risk of destroying the staff in your possession. I shall not exert the effort to forge another angel's staff for you." The high priest is weary. This lad is truly infuriating. "Do you genuinely believe that crafting an angel's staff is a trivial endeavor? Have you mistaken the high priest for some inexpensive laborer? It would be prudent to clarify these matters sooner rather than later. We do not wish for this young man to repeat his previous antics, acting rashly and leaving us in an untenable situation." "It matters not. It is not my angel's staff." Roger grinned, and the high priest was momentarily taken aback. "Not your angel's staff? Are there others?" Although the high priest is the supreme deity of the Dragon Ball universe, he cannot constantly monitor Roger and Whis. The high priest has his own affairs to attend to, such as sipping tea, reading the news, and perusing his mobile phone. Of course, there are also significant tasks that Roger remains unaware of. Chapter 87. High Priest. "Mel's father does not wish to harm you." In Roger's hand, a staff suddenly materialized. The high priest's gaze flickered momentarily, and he discerned that this staff did not belong to Roger. Rather, it resembled that of the high priest of Melis. "Might I inquire if the staff possesses the capability to mend the fissure?" Roger gestured, clearing his throat. "This is Melis's staff, is it not?" "His staff is incapable of repairing the rift, given that it has been nurtured for too brief a period. Furthermore, in your possession, its power would inevitably diminish." The high priest observed Roger's staff intently, yet was perplexed as to how Melis's staff had found its way into Roger's hands. Too brief a nurturing period? Roger scratched his head, retracting Melis's staff, and curiously asked, "How long must a staff be nurtured to mend this fissure?" "At least 10,000 years." The high priest responded with a smile. Now, be on your way. It would be best for you to withdraw voluntarily. Have I not made myself sufficiently clear? Roger quietly produced the staff of Vis, causing the high priest's pupils to constrict and his smile to freeze. It is said that this staff has been nurtured for countless millennia. I believe mending that fissure should pose little difficulty. With the staff in hand, Roger gestured towards the cosmic rift. Although I cannot harness the staff's full potential, I am confident in my ability to repair this fissure. What do you think, High Priest? The High Priest fell silent. How did Vis's staff end up in Roger's possession? Was it lent to him? Yes, it must have been borrowed from Vis. But why would Vis lend this young man the staff? The High Priest felt he could not even convince himself. Subsequently, he became increasingly unsettled. To use a staff that has been cultivated for millions of years to mend this fissure seems somewhat excessive, Roger murmured. The High Priest chuckled awkwardly. I shall ponder alternative solutions for this fissure. I appreciate your efforts, High Priest. Roger inclined his body in a respectful bow. The High Priest wiped his brow. From your words, it seems the new universe is already yours. Are you not planning to relinquish it? However, the High Priest was not yet in the mood to discuss matters concerning the new universe. He needed to understand how the staffs of Vis and Melis came to be in Roger's hands. Well then, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Roger stated. Very well, the High Priest nodded. Roger transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors and swiftly vanished, wiping the sweat from his brow. He pondered whether Whis and Mears had faced the consequences. Surely, they wouldn't meet their demise at the hands of the Grand Minister, would they? Do not blame me. I harbor no desire to flaunt. It is your father who has traversed my world, the planet Beerus. In an instant, a green figure appeared upon the planet. Esteemed Grand Minister, Whis promptly bowed in reverence. Today, I am not the Grand Minister. I am your father, the Grand Minister replied with a stern countenance. Yes, father. Whis responded, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. And the scepter? The Grand Minister inquired directly. Whis chuckled awkwardly, eliciting a deeper frown from the Grand Minister. You still find humor in this? Whis scratched his head, left without further words as the Grand Minister vanished, leaving behind a new scepter. Without a scepter, an angel is akin to being without a mobile device. Communication becomes a cumbersome endeavor. Armed with the new scepter, even without prior nurturing, basic communication and video capabilities could be established. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Mears was preparing to embark on a mission. Just as he stepped onto his spaceship, he sensed a presence materializing beside him. A wave of unease washed over Mears, heightening his vigilance. He detected an extremely dangerous signal in close proximity. Who is it? Mears quickly scanned his surroundings. A green figure materialized behind him. Turning around, he exclaimed, Ah, is it the Grand Minister? Mears bowed deeply. Today, I am not the Grand Minister. I am your father, the Grand Minister stated with a grave tone. Yes, father. May I inquire what instructions you have? Mears asked respectfully. Do you understand how difficult it is to forge a new scepter? The Grand Minister queried. Indeed, it is a complex matter, and only you, father, possess the ability to create a scepter, Mears replied. Knowing this, do you still wish to wager the scepter? The Grand Minister inquired further. You are aware of this? My brother Whis and I believe we shall emerge victorious, Mears responded with a sheepish smile. Shall emerge victorious? The Grand Minister's expression darkened. After a brief silence, he continued. Since your birth, I have never held you. Come, let me embrace you. The Grand Minister beckoned. Ah, that is rather embarrassing, Mears chuckled, his face flushing. What? Are you unwilling? The Grand Minister narrowed his eyes. Mears hesitated but reluctantly approached. The Grand Minister enveloped Mears in a warm embrace. Since you and your siblings were born, I have never laid a hand on them. We are angels. We are not like humans, the Grand Minister said softly. Mears felt a pang in his heart. Whis has lived for countless years. He would lose face if he were to fight. And as for Vis, being a girl, it would be inappropriate to strike her. Perhaps I should discipline you instead, the Grand Minister remarked. Ah? Mears' expression stiffened. Am I truly your biological child? Why did you strike me? Mels felt a surge of tears. It is said that on this day, Mels was viciously beaten by the High Priest. Fortunately, the Grand Temple proved to be somewhat benevolent, for after administering the punishment, they bestowed upon Mels a new staff of authority. Roger had not returned to Bulma's home for long when he noticed Vegeta approaching. He was seated comfortably in a lounge chair, sipping coffee, and felt no inclination to address the insufferable Vegeta, exclaiming, Father does not wish to engage with you. Roger, are you aware of Frieza's intention behind collecting the Dragon Balls? Vegeta inquired. No need to ask me. Just state your matter directly, Roger replied nonchalantly. He aims to awaken the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta stated solemnly. Roger, you are indeed powerful, but you may not comprehend the sheer strength of Beerus. It would be wise for me to remain cautious. Fortunately, Kakarot has already dealt with Frieza, so there is no need to worry about Beerus awakening. Speaking of gods of destruction, would you be interested in becoming one? Roger glanced at Vegeta. Chapter 88. Vegeta, would you like to become a god of destruction? What do you mean? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. The god of destruction of the new universe. Just express your interest, Roger said, growing somewhat impatient. To offer you the position of god of destruction is a mark of respect. Why the unnecessary chatter? Simply put, your primary duty would be to maintain the balance of the universe, with the occasional task of destroying planets, Roger elucidated. Why you want me to become a god of destruction? Who exactly are you? Vegeta stammered, his body trembling. Calm down. It's not that monumental, Roger shook his head. Is it really as simple as just destroying planets? Vegeta ceased his inquiries, his eyes gleaming. Destroying planets? That's something I'm adept at. If you are agreeable, I will provide you with a piece of equipment that can amplify your strength tenfold. With time and synergy with the equipment, your power could potentially increase to 100-fold. And if perfected, it could continue to rise, Roger stated. Such equipment can elevate my power tenfold? That is akin to the transformation into a great ape. Vegeta pondered. Once you stand on equal footing with Beerus, do you think you would still fear his awakening? Roger chuckled. Equal footing with Beerus? Vegeta shivered at the thought. Such a notion was beyond his wildest dreams. Could he truly stand alongside a god of destruction? Roger, can you truly become a destroyer? Vegeta reevaluated Roger's true identity. Setting aside the matter of his equipment for the moment, crafting would require time, and once it was complete, he would naturally seek Vegeta out. After uttering these words, Roger gestured for Vegeta to leave. However, Vegeta remained steadfastly by Roger's side, showing no intention of departing. What is it? Roger inquired, taking a sip of his coffee. Becoming a destroyer is a matter for the future, but I must grow stronger now. Please, train me. Vegeta implored, gritting his teeth. Transform into a Super Saiyan first. Then come to me, Roger replied without turning around. Can I truly become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, already feeling disheartened, instinctively believed he lacked the ability. Thinking only the Bardock family could achieve it. I could take you back 1,000 years to witness the first Super Saiyan. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Roger retorted darkly, casting a glare at Vegeta. Roger, I have experienced anger, yet I find myself incapable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. I am at a loss as to why this is the case. Vegeta, taken aback, hastily replied with a forced bravado. What has incited your anger? Roger chuckled softly. Perhaps it is my vexation at you that has stirred my ire? Vegeta felt a sharp pang in his heart and fell silent. How did Roger come to know this? Oh, it suddenly dawned on me that there seems to be a prerequisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Roger lifted his head, as if recalling something. What? What prerequisite? Vegeta was taken aback. It seems one must possess a tranquil heart, Roger replied after a moment's contemplation. After all, Roger had spent 100,000 years atop the angelic tree and had forgotten many things. Furthermore, Roger was not a Saiyan and had no need to transform into a Super Saiyan, so these intricacies were easily forgotten. Yet, suddenly, Roger recollected, a tranquil heart? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. What does that entail? Simply put, it means to embrace a greater sense of humanity, such as familial bonds, friendships, or love. Roger chuckled. Vegeta, go engage in a passionate romance. Perhaps that will lead you to find your tranquil heart. He waved his hand dismissively. Really? Vegeta felt a twinge of doubt regarding Roger's reliability. As soon as Vegeta uttered those words, he sensed a tremendous pressure surging toward him. Vegeta felt his body grow heavy, and he was promptly sunk into the earth. Are you questioning me? Roger barked. Vegeta was left speechless. Get lost. In a flash, Vegeta bolted into the sky, eager to escape. Wait, come back. Roger seemed to have suddenly remembered something. However, Vegeta dared not return. To Vegeta's surprise, this time, Roger did not pursue him. If I go back now, wouldn't he that invite trouble? Vegeta thought, accelerating his flight. He was convinced that Roger, likely enjoying his coffee, wouldn't he be in the mood to chase him. Seeing Vegeta flee, Roger shook his head. That poor child. I had intended to inform you that concentrating energy on the back might also facilitate the transformation into a Super Saiyan, thus negating the need for romance. Roger gazed in the direction where Vegeta had vanished, slightly shaking his head. Was that Vegeta I just saw? Bulma mused, observing the white flash disappear on the horizon. Her expression one of perplexity. What is he up to? Suddenly, Bulma realized something and hastened toward Roger. Upon finding him safely reclining in a chair, sipping coffee, she breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Vegeta was coming to cause you trouble. You scared me. Trouble? Bulma, you were overthinking it. Roger smiled. He came to seek my assistance. Roger, you truly possess the gift of gab. In the year 764 of the 157th age of the ether, nearly a year has elapsed since the cataclysmic explosion of Namek. Through the trials of this year, Roger has once again expended 1,000 points of angelic power, allowing the realm of the divine god to finally transcend the threshold of 199, reaching a remarkable height of 210. However, only 500 points of angelic power remain. Should Roger deplete these final 500 points, he will attain perfect mastery over the angelic power, simultaneously enhancing the realm of the divine god. On this particular day, the telephone at Bulma's residence suddenly rang, and Roger, conveniently nearby, picked up the receiver. Hello, is this Bulma? This is Krillin, he said. I am Roger, he added. Roger. Trouble looms. Frieza yet lives and is on his way to Earth. Goku's spacecraft trails behind him, Krillin exclaimed. You must inform Bulma to gather the Dragon Balls in advance. If Goku cannot return in time, he will have to beseech Shenron for his relocation. It is imperative. Frieza's demise is certain this time. Should Goku refrain from killing him, others will undoubtedly intervene. Roger chuckled and abruptly ended the call, leaving Krillin bewildered, holding the phone, and pondering why one would not adhere to conventional logic. Chapter 89. Is Shenron intoxicated? Frieza soon descended upon Earth, accompanied by his father, Cold, and a multitude of underlings. Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha all stood in sheer terror, their faces ashen. His power is overwhelming. When will Goku return? Piccolo stated gravely. We must buy some time. I will call Bulma to assist in collecting the Dragon Balls, and then we can use Shenron to bring Goku back. Krillin scratched his head, recalling that it was Roger who took the call, asserting that someone would come to deal with Frieza. What does Roger mean by that? Tien Shinhan inquired. Enough. Roger is merely an ordinary individual. What does he truly understand? Piccolo retorted, let us proceed. With that, Piccolo soared into the sky, followed by Krillin and the others, all heading towards Frieza. In the distance, Frieza commanded, spread out immediately and eliminate every inhabitant of this planet. At that moment, someone suddenly appeared directly before Frieza. Frieza glanced over and remarked, who do I see before me? Is that not Vegeta? You have returned to life? How rare indeed. Frieza grinned at Vegeta. Frieza. Your demeanor brings me great amusement. Vegeta laughed heartily. Frieza, having endured significant damage from Goku on Namek, had transformed many parts of his body into mechanical forms. Even the healing chamber could not restore Frieza's physical state. This must be King Cold. Vegeta addressed King Cold. King Cold, I have a little brother, he said, pointing at King Cold. King Cold swiftly dispatched this little brother into a mist of blood. Vegeta, spare me your idle chatter. Have you come to meet your demise? Frieza sneered. Have you forgotten how you perished on Namek? If I were in your shoes, I would find a place to hide. Yet here you are, voluntarily seeking death. Frieza, relish your laughter while you can. Soon enough, it will be your turn to weep. Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. When Piccolo and the others arrived at the scene with Vegeta, they were momentarily taken aback. Is that truly Vegeta? Piccolo pondered. How could he be here? I thought he had already departed from Earth. Krillin scratched his head. Vegeta has likely been diligently training. He aspires to surpass my father one day, Gohan remarked. By the way, there is something I do not quite understand. Krillin gazed at the distant Vegeta, pondering. Didn't he the wish entail reviving those killed by Frieza and his ilk? But was T Vegeta slain by Goku's spirit bomb? Why has he returned? Uncle Krillin. I have just realized. Gohan scratched his head, equally enlightened. Could it be that the dragon was inebriated? Krillin speculated. Perhaps the dragon was impressed by Vegeta's performance and chose to revive him. Gohan conjectured. Did I perform poorly? Why was I not revived? Must I make a separate wish for that? Is it because my head is not round enough? Krillin fretted. The dragon truly shows bias. However, judging by Vegeta's demeanor, it seems he intends to challenge Frieza, Tien Shinhan observed. He appears quite confident, Krillin added. Uncle Krillin, do not forget that Vegeta possesses the ability to regenerate. Gohan reminded him. Is that what the dragon referred to as immortality? Piccolo inquired. Both Krillin and Gohan nodded in agreement. Then pray tell, why did the dragon grant Vegeta immortality as the first wish? As of now, Piccolo remains perplexed, utterly unaware of the circumstances at hand. Krillin shakes his head. remarking that this is a mystery beyond comprehension. Strangely, Vegeta appears to have attained immortality, or rather, a regeneration of his core, akin to an everlasting existence. Uncle Piccolo, should we assist? Gohan inquires. Let us observe for the time being, Piccolo replies, though he harbors hope that Vegeta can endure until Goku returns. Vegeta, your confidence is remarkable. Have you forgotten how I bested you on Namek? Frieza observes, intrigued, while Vegeta retorts, Frieza, I witnessed you being utterly overpowered by the Super Saiyan Kakarot. With a flick of his hand, Vegeta dismisses Frieza's attack, a crimson beam aimed at his heart, effortlessly. Oh, Vegeta, I underestimated you, Frieza admits, momentarily taken aback before smirking coldly. Watch closely, Frieza, Kakarot is not the only Super Saiyan. There is also me. A sinister smile curves Vegeta's lips as a brilliant golden aura envelopes him, his hair transforming to a radiant gold. Simultaneously, an overwhelming energy surges forth from him. What? Is this what Piccolo meant by a change in appearance? Krillin gasps, astonished. Such immense energy. Tien remarks gravely. This is the Super Saiyan. My father transformed like this. Gohan exclaims, his astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless. Super Saiyan? Is this truly a Super Saiyan? Cold sweat drips down Piccolo's face. Frieza, witnessing Vegeta's transformation, is instantly gripped by fear. Frieza. I have endured unimaginable trials to achieve this form, Vegeta snaps, baring his teeth. I, the prince of all Saiyans, am now in a relationship with a woman from Earth. What is happening? Vegeta, what are you saying? Krillin asks, baffled. Vegeta's body appears to tremble. What do you mean by being in a relationship with an Earth woman? Tien interjects. Piccolo looks utterly bewildered. In a relationship? Does Vegeta have a girlfriend? Krillin exclaims, astonished, for this behavior is uncharacteristic of Vegeta. Why would he tremble over a relationship? Piccolo questions, puzzled. Is this a joke? Tien speculates, while Gohan remains confused. Frieza, perish? Vegeta declares. Suddenly appearing directly in front of Frieza. He places his hands upon Frieza, energy surging forth as a slight smirk graces his lips. This is not good. Frieza's expression darkens ominously. Chapter 90, Preview of the Tournament from Universe 11? A brilliant radiance erupted from Vegeta's hand, followed by a resounding explosion. When the dust settled, Frieza lay utterly shattered, lifeless in that very moment. Everyone stood in stunned silence. King Cold, you are next, Vegeta declared with a beaming smile, causing King Cold to tremble in fear. How terrifying. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Vegeta showed no mercy. With a single punch, he obliterated King Cold's head. As for Yulot, he turned his gaze towards Frieza's minions, who were left quaking in their boots, begging for mercy. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed his energy, annihilating Frieza's subordinates without a trace. So much for the Emperor of the Universe, he scoffed disdainfully. In a flash of golden light, Vegeta appeared beside Krillin, who looked on in horror at his astonishing speed. Vegeta kicked Krillin to the ground, stating coldly, try calling me Baldy again. Krillin trembled. Did I say that? Suddenly, Vegeta vanished in a blur. 5 minutes later, he descended into Bulma's yard, standing quietly beside Roger. Well done, you did not disappoint me this time, Roger remarked with a slight smile. Vegeta silently scrutinized Roger, contemplating whether to challenge him now. His base battle power was significantly greater than Kakarot's, surely he could prevail against Roger. However, he decided to hold back for now, waiting until he was certain he could best Roger before making his move. Having come to this resolution, Vegeta settled down considerably. Roger, the advice you gave about dating was indeed accurate. After spending some time with that woman, my anger transformed into the power of a Super Saiyan, he nodded. Well, it was merely the defeat of a single Frieza, nothing to boast about. Roger mused, reflecting on the absence of gifts from anyone. With Frieza's arrival on Earth, they had lost the Staff of Whis and the Staff of Merus as well. Yet, it seemed they had acquired new staffs, bestowed upon them by the Grand Priest. However, given the choice, they would not dare to wager their new staffs again. Roger pondered where the core of the 7th universe had vanished. Could it be that, like in most universes, it resided within the Destroyer God? Perhaps he should take a moment to summon Beerus. Then, he could inquire with Beerus about restoring the core of the 7th universe. However, it seemed that confronting Beerus posed quite the challenge at present. With the current strengths of Goku and Vegeta, attempting to challenge Beerus would only result in a swift defeat. Roger contemplated for a moment before retrieving his staff and initiating a voice call with Krut from the 11th universe. Roger, what brings you here? Krut's voice resonated immediately. Vegeta cast a glance, astonished by the remarkable nature of the staff. What have you been occupied with lately, Krut? Roger inquired. Haha, what else could it be? Just my training, Krut replied with a chuckle. This challenge of breaking through the barrier of 199 in the divine realm is quite arduous. Roger sighed in agreement, indeed. There is no shortcut to overcoming such a hurdle. Krut smiled. However, I feel I am nearing my goal. Within a month, I shall surpass 199 and ascend to 200. What of Sabe? Has he reached 200 yet? Roger responded. Sabe is likely in the same boat as I am. He too should achieve it within a month. Although he may either surpass me or fall behind by mere days. Krut laughed. Oh, I surpassed that mark 3 months ago, now residing at 220 in the divine realm. Roger pondered. Then Krut abruptly terminated the call. Was he merely boasting? Or attempting to wound my pride? In the 11th universe, after Krut ended the call, he remained silent for a protracted period, gritting his teeth before dialing Sabe. He relayed Roger's situation to Sabe. Impossible. He broke through the barrier of 199 3 months ago? I find that hard to believe. Sabe expressed skepticism. He has no reason to deceive us. Let us venture to the 7th universe. The truth will reveal itself. If he were lying, it would only serve to humiliate himself, Krut replied. 7 years are needed for the new universe to stabilize, perhaps at that time. Our divine realm will surpass his. Regardless, do we not have a wager? Do you truly believe that fool named Sun Wukong can defeat Jiren? Sabe laughed heartily, recalling a year prior when Whis and Meru's staffs were bested by Roger, leading the Grand Minister to reprimand Meru's. Oh, such an occurrence escaped my notice. Sabe feigned surprise. Consider this, Sabe. Could it be that Roger's rapid advancement in the divine realm is due to his acquisition of Whis' staff? Krut speculated without concern for Sabe's feigned ignorance. That is a possibility, for Whis' staff has been nurtured for millennia, Sabe acknowledged. Should we engage in earnest discussions with the angels of our respective universes to secure their staffs? Krut inquired with a grin. Are you seeking your own demise? Do not drag me into this. Sabe's complexion turned pale. Is acquiring an angel's staff such a simple task? Only the angel Whis from the 7th universe is foolish enough to wager his own staff, which ultimately fell into Roger's hands. Now he must be utterly bewildered. Our universe's angel, Korin, is exceedingly astute. Zebe remarked, indeed, our universe's Macaulay wall is not easily deceived. Clote expressed a hint of disappointment, lamenting that he should have chosen the 7th universe instead, where the angel Whis appears to be rather Navi. How did he end up as the 2nd in the angel rankings? In truth, since we cannot procure the staffs of the angels from our respective universes, why not devise a method to seize Whis' staff from Roger's grasp? An idea suddenly struck Zebe, and he smiled as he proposed it to Clote, who brightened at the thought. For instance, we could organize a preview match, a minor contest preceding the battle between Jiren and Sun Wukong, suggested Sabe thoughtfully. A preview match? I find that feasible, but I fear Roger may not agree. Clote nodded, albeit with a tinge of concern. Moreover, even if he consents, what if he sends Bardock or Kid Buu to fight? Can our team triumph over them? Kid Buu's strength is average, but Bardock is indeed formidable, Zebe replied. After some contemplation, he had an idea. Let us not restrict him from using Bardock. If he chooses Bardock, we shall let 3 of our fighters engage, each in one bout. If he does not select Bardock, he may proceed with a single fighter. We shall first reach out to him and gauge his opinion, making adjustments as necessary. Chapter 91. You make it difficult for me. Are there no humans in your universe stronger than Jiren? Clote inquired. The overall strength of our universe is high because the humans of the 8th universe are quite powerful. However, we lack a top-tier warrior like Jiren, replied Chebe with a sigh. The strongest among us is only equivalent to your universe's Topo at level 30. Nonetheless, we have around 70 individuals with similar prowess in our universe. Thus, aside from Jiren, it seems Topo is our only viable combatant, Clote mused. We shall decide on the fighters later. For now, let us contact Roger and see what he says, Sabe chuckled. Immediately, Sabe and Clote initiated a video call through their staffs. Roger, observing Clote and Sabe in the crystal ball, greeted them with a smile. Vegeta lingered there, unwilling to depart, and Roger did not particularly urge him to leave. Clote, how could you be so ungracious as to hang up on me? How rude. Roger scolded with irritation. After uttering this, he abruptly terminated the call with Clote. Vegeta's eyes widened. Indeed, Roger is meticulous to such an extent. How imposing. I merely mentioned that my divine realm had surpassed 199, and he cut the call. Sabe, do you think that was appropriate? Roger grumbled. Haha, indeed. It was quite ungracious. Shouldn't we reconnect him and have him apologize? Sabe laughed. Who is being ungracious here? Who truly lacks authenticity? You have surpassed 199. There is no need for such ostentation. At this moment, Sabe feels a pang of heartache and contemplates severing the call. After a while, Clute connects, his visage appearing, and he offers an apology to Roger. What is there to fear in apologizing? For the sake of Weiss's scepter, we have endured. You two have made quite the commotion. What is the matter? Roger inquires. Cough, cough. Roger, we are merely two individuals. How can this be described as a commotion? Clute chuckles awkwardly. Indeed, only two of us. Sabe responds, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu as if he has encountered a similar dialogue before. Clute ponders for a moment and says, Enough with the pleasantries, let us get straight to the point. What is it? If there is nothing, I shall hang up. Roger, growing impatient, replies, I have but 500 points of angelic power remaining. I am quite busy and do not wish to linger in idle chatter with you. If you allow me some tranquility, I can continue to expend my angelic power. Clute and Sabe exchange a glance across the cosmos, both enveloped in silence. Time, too, seems to stand still. Clute, 30 years Roger's senior, possesses an angelic power of 7,000, having undergone 59 years of trials, with a significant portion consumed, yet still retains over 1,000. Sabe, 27 years older than Roger, boasts an angelic power of 6,500, having trained for 56 years, with 1,500 still intact. In contrast, Roger is left with merely 500. Are we to live in such dire straits? Moreover, did you not initiate contact with us? How is it that you now expect to engage in conversation? Clute and Sabe feel weary. Why the silence? Roger asks. Clute responds, It stings deeply. What do you expect us to say? Roger, your experience among us is indeed remarkable, truly a testament to your genius, haha. Clute offered a compliment, but, before Roger could respond, swiftly changed the topic. Roger, in 7 years, we shall witness the contest between Jillian and Sun Wukong. I believe we should engage in meaningful exchanges. Perhaps we could attain greater insights. Don't you agree? Clute's assertion held merit. We should indeed converse more frequently. After all, last year, we didn't even make a single phone call. Sabe chuckled. You make a valid point. Roger nodded slightly and inquired, How shall we communicate? Will you come here, or shall I visit your location? I conferred with Sabe. A simple exchange may lack significance. Why don't we consider a preview match? Clute proposed. Clute quickly explained to Roger what a preview match entails. Before Roger could interject, Sabe eagerly responded, In 7 years, Jillian and Sun Wukong will face each other, but 7 years is quite a stretch. While it may not seem substantial to us, we cannot simply squander this time idly, can we? Clute smiled faintly, having already devised an eloquent response. Thus, I propose we engage in a preview match. The essence is that, aside from Jillian and Sun Wukong, we select 1 to 3 individuals from our respective universes to challenge one another. What do you think? How dull? I find it unappealing, Roger retorted without hesitation, shaking his head. I assumed you had something more substantial in mind. After all this discussion, it boils down to a mere preview match? How uninspiring. What if we added some stakes? Sabe laughed. What stakes? Do you possess anything of value to wager? Roger glanced at the two, contemplating. The core of the universe is the focal point 7 years hence, that cannot be compromised. We still have the scepters, Clute remarked. You possess scepters? Roger's expression shifted slightly. Roger, what expression is that? Sabe inquired. Do you dare? It is said that Melis was suspended and given a thorough examination. Roger sighed. Gores, that is the divine minister's own. A mere examination is of no consequence. We are not his kin, so it is no great matter. Clute, with an air of indifference, remarked, Regardless, I have no use for your scepters. I already possess the scepter of Vis, one nurtured over millennia. Roger lamented, That scepter of ours is of little utility. Our primary focus is on communication. As for the scepters, they are merely for amusement. Ha! Are they not? Clute chuckled. You do not intend to exchange your scepters for Vis's, do you? Roger suddenly fixed his gaze upon the two, his expression darkening as he questioned. Clute's face stiffened while Sabe let out a dry laugh. You have guessed correctly. How shameless of you. Roger's countenance grew even darker. Ha! Impossible. We would never. Clute hastily refuted. Indeed, we would never. Sabe echoed. You may use your scepter and Melis's as collateral for Vis's scepter, which has been nurtured for countless years. Since it is already in your possession, why would we covet it? Clute glared. You did not say that before. You intended to obtain Vis's scepter. What use do we have for Roger and Melis's scepters? Sub-A winked at Clute, implying he had it under control. You put me in a difficult position, Roger sighed. Well, since we have come this far, I shall indulge you in a game. Chapter 92, Broly. So Roger, do you believe we should select 3 individuals, or just one? Clute inquired. One would suffice. More participants would merely create a commotion, Roger suggested. Very well. It is settled then, Clute rejoiced inwardly. If Roger were to select 3 individuals, one would undoubtedly be Bardock. However, aside from Bardock, the others from Universe 7 are exceedingly weak. As Kakarot put it, even a mere fart from Jiren could obliterate a group of them. In 3 days. Let your people come to Universe 7, Roger commanded. Very well, 3 days it is. Kakarot promptly agreed, and Roger concluded the conversation, pondering whom to choose. Roger cast a glance at Vegeta, who immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Choose me. I am a Super Saiyan, far more powerful than Kakarot. Roger paid no heed to the matter. Given the current prowess of Vegeta and Goku, they were certainly no match for the formidable opponents of the 11th universe. However, engaging in combat with Vegeta and the warriors from the 11th universe would serve as a valuable experience for him. After all, he couldn't possibly forfeit all 3 matches. Losing one would be of little consequence, as the competition was structured as a best of 3. It would only be fair to grant them some semblance of respect. Otherwise, if these two ceased their participation after 7 years, acquiring the essence of these 2 universes would become a far more arduous endeavor. A candidate swiftly emerged in Roger's mind. Roger was acutely aware of the reasons behind Kakarot and Sabe's decision to engage in a 3-person battle. Their sole concern lay in selecting Bardock, the ancient Super Saiyan god who had thrived for a millennium. Presently, in the 7th universe, aside from Bardock, there truly existed no other formidable human fighters. Not to mention Toppo. Even the likes of Tiz would find themselves outmatched against the current prowess of Goku and Vegeta. Roger had already contemplated his choices. Vegeta, do you wish to participate? Roger inquired. Humph. From their tone, it seems they hail from another universe. I am already the strongest in this universe. Engaging in a contest with beings from another realm shall be an amusing endeavor, Vegeta replied, his face radiating confidence. Focus on your training. We shall gather here in 3 days, Roger said, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. Subsequently, Vegeta plummeted into the earth, the weight of his own delusions of grandeur sinking in. The strongest in the universe? Do you truly believe that? You may take your leave, Roger waved dismissively. With a snarl, Vegeta shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Yet, he could not shake the lingering dread. He was fortunate not to have impulsively challenged Roger. That man was terrifying. A mere tap on his shoulder had rendered him powerless, burying him deep within the ground. Who exactly was Roger? And what of the Grand Minister they spoke of? Vegeta's mind was a whirl of curiosity and confusion. It seemed our universe was designated as the 7th universe, but what of those 2? What universe did they belong to? Ah, it matters not. In 3 days, I shall witness it all, he mused. Roger transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, vanishing into the horizon of the desolate planet, Wampa. The environment of this celestial body was exceedingly harsh, frequently ravaged by fierce storms, with the sky perpetually shrouded in dust and sand. On this planet, only 2 individuals remained, surrounded by an array of colossal monsters, whose sizes dwarfed these 2 by several folds, even hundreds of times over. 30 years had passed. 30 years. A middle-aged man, his hair graying and a tail sprouting from his back, sighed deeply towards the heavens. Beside him stood a spirited young man. At 30, he was not particularly young. Yet for a Saiyan, whose appearance solidifies early on, the signs of aging were still distant. Broly, we must devise a means to escape this planet, Paragus insisted, clenching his fists. Broly nodded slightly, momentarily captivated by the vibrant light in the sky. What is that? Paragus queried, having also noticed the kaleidoscopic flame. Feeling a sense of wonder. In his 30 years on this planet, he had never encountered such a mesmerizing phenomenon. His astonishment grew as the colorful flame suddenly swooped down towards them. What is happening? Paragus' expression shifted with concern. The radiant light flickered before darting away again. Broly, launch an attack, he commanded urgently. However, to Paragus' dismay, by the time his words echoed into the air, the multicolored flame had completely vanished from sight, disappearing into the vastness of the sky. Such speed. Paragus was taken aback. Broly remained silent, a trait his father had come to expect, especially since the unfortunate incident involving his friend Ba-Sir, which had left his son brooding. What a joke. How could one befriend a monster? Broly. Let us go hunt, Paragus instructed. Life on this planet was unbearably monotonous, with sustenance limited to insect eggs. Paragus was thoroughly fed up with this existence. Yet, for the sake of survival, enduring hardship was a small price to pay. Daily hunting was an essential task for both Paragus and Broly, for they needed to survive. Broly? Huh? Where is he? Paragus glanced at the spot where Broly had just stood, only to realize that he had vanished. Paragus gritted his teeth. This rascal must have run off again. He did not dwell on it for long. Fortunately, the tracker was still operational. He promptly activated it, only to feel his expression harden. Broly was nowhere to be found. The tracker displayed no signal from him at all. What was happening? Hey, Broly, where are you? Paragus called out loudly. However, Broly could no longer hear him. At this moment, Broly had already ventured into the vast expanse of the starry sky under Roger's guidance. With a look of bewilderment, Broly gazed around the infinite cosmos and quietly turned towards Roger. Hello, Broly, my name is Roger, he said with a smile. Broly remained silent, his demeanor cautious as he scrutinized Roger. Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions, Roger reassured him. When Saber and Krut mentioned a three-person competition, Roger had already considered Broly as a potential candidate. In 3 days, I will show you what the legendary Super Saiyan truly is. Where are we going? Broly finally spoke. I will take you to a better environment to live in, Roger replied with a smile. What about my father? Broly pondered for a moment before inquiring. We will not bring him, Roger answered directly. Once you grow stronger, you can find a spaceship to bring your father back. Broly's eyes brightened, and he nodded gently. Soon after, Broly focused his gaze and arrived at a pale blue planet. Roger led Broly, transforming into a radiant spectrum of colors as they descended onto the surface of the planet. Roger produced a universal capsule and casually tossed it aside. Instantly, the capsule transformed into an abundance of delectable dishes, amounting to a grand total of 40 culinary delights, akin to an open-air buffet. Broly, come and enjoy a feast, Roger beckoned. Upon seeing the spread, Broly appeared momentarily taken aback. Is this food? He inquired. Yes, indeed, it is food. Help yourself, Roger affirmed with a nod. Broly leaned in, inhaling the enticing aromas, and then, no longer hesitant, he began to devour the sumptuous spread with his hands. In less than half an hour, all 40 dishes were completely consumed by Broly. Roger, you are truly a wonderful person, Broly exclaimed, feeling satiated and having savored some of the finest delicacies the world has to offer. Gradually, he became more familiar with Roger, appreciating his kindness. Ah, it's really no big deal, just a bit of food, Roger chuckled, releasing a gentle aura. 30 seconds later, 2 figures materialized directly in front of Roger, one male and one female. The man bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. Roger, indeed, it is you. I have awaited this day for so long. I never imagined that you would also be on this planet. Bardock gazed at Roger with immense excitement. Bardock, you are still alive? Roger feigned surprise. You should leave this place. There are many matters I wish to discuss with Roger. Bardock addressed the Bardock beside him. You must not engage in a fight. You cannot defeat him, Kine hurriedly remarked, and after speaking, she obediently flew away. Humph. Bardock smiled lightly, his face adorned with confidence. He truly wished for his wife to witness his prowess. However, his power was so formidable that he feared accidentally harming her, thus he sent her away. This Bardock seemed distinctly different from the one he once knew. Kine, pondering, softly muttered, Didn't he expect this, did you, Roger? I have lived for over 1,000 years. I finally found planet Vegeta. At the moment of its explosion, I saved my beloved Kine. Once Bardock saw Kine flying far away, he coldly fixed his gaze upon Roger. Speaking in a deep tone, this day, I have awaited for eons. To you, it may seem but a fleeting moment, yet to me, it has spanned a millennium. This Bardock was indeed the one whom Roger had banished 1,000 years prior. Since the Bardock Roger exiled existed on the same timeline, as long as Bardock was alive, he would manifest in his timeline. In other words, this Bardock had already lived for a millennium. For humanity, 1,000 years is an eternity. Of course, for angels, 1,000 years is merely the blink of an eye. Have you attained eternal youth through the dragon? Roger inquired with a smile. Oh, you are aware? Bardock paused momentarily. Humph, knowing is of little consequence. I indeed acquired eternal youth through the dragon of Namek. I cannot perish. At the very least, I cannot age. I must reclaim my beloved, retrieve my son. As for the other Saiyans, I have no obligation to save them. At the moment of planet Vegeta's explosion, I only saved my wife, Kine. Bardock, it seems you have truly turned against yourself, Roger mused. Bardock's expression faltered, seemingly realizing, it appears I have indeed compromised myself. Roger, you have caused my family to fall apart and made me endure a millennium of solitude. I cannot forgive you. Bardock declared, his aura gradually expanding. I have trained for 1,000 years. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, I am more than capable of defeating you. Roger, what is wrong with him? Broly could not help but inquire. The story is lengthy, but to put it simply, he is furious and seeks to challenge me to combat. Roger lowered his voice. Combat? I will handle this. I was just lamenting the lack of opportunity to repay Roger. Who knew that such a chance would present itself so swiftly? Be cautious. He is immensely powerful, having trained for 1,000 years, Roger warned. I am formidable as well, Broly replied with a slight smile, confidence radiating from him. Very well. I place this task in your capable hands. Roger nodded solemnly as Broly stepped forward. Who are you? Stand aside. This does not concern you. Bardock paused momentarily, glancing at Broly. Roger is my benefactor. If you wish to challenge him, you must first pass through me. Broly retorted coldly, how childish. Bardock scoffed dismissively, his aura flaring. With a swift motion, Bardock struck Broly, sending him hurtling backward. The impact resonated as Broly crashed heavily into the mountain behind him, causing it to crumble and dust to billow into the air. You are oblivious to the danger. Bardock sneered before turning his attention back to Roger. Next will be you. Roger. Bardock charged towards him. Just as Bardock's attack was about to connect with Roger, Broly soared in from the distance, delivering a powerful punch that collided with Bardock's fist. Without hesitation, Broly unleashed a barrage of punches, each strike connecting with Bardock, leaving him momentarily astounded. Who is this brat? How can he possess such immense energy? It seems he lacks combat finesse, yet his raw power compensates for it. Damnable! Bardock growled, intensifying his energy. He launched a kick that landed squarely in Broly's abdomen, only to be astonished as it felt akin to striking solid metal. Broly appeared unscathed, causing Bardock to lose his composure. Seizing Bardock by the hair, Broly delivered a series of stinging slaps, reddening Bardock's face. You are far too arrogant. Bardock seethed, retaliating with a fierce punch to Broly's chest. At that moment, Bardock's body radiated golden light, his hair standing on end as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Bardock's transformation, Broly's eyes widened in surprise. What is this change? He can transform as well. Humph. You think you are the only one capable of evolving? Chapter 94. Roger, do you know of the God of Destruction? After transforming, Bardock's power far surpassed that of Broly, who was soundly defeated. With Bardock laughing triumphantly, you think you can challenge me? He then cast a discerning glance at Roger. However, just as Bardock felt a surge of pride, an overwhelming energy enveloped Broly once again. Simultaneously, Broly's aura turned a brilliant white, and his physique expanded significantly. Broly seized Bardock's head, violently grinding it against the earth. Following this, he grasped Bardock's ankle, mercilessly slamming him against the ground, prompting Bardock to scream in agony. Broly relentlessly pummeled Bardock with a series of fierce punches, causing blood to erupt from Bardock's mouth. Enough! Bardock shouted, overwhelmed and in a state of desperation. Suddenly, a crimson glow radiated from him, and as he transformed, his hair took on a dark red hue, standing tall and surrounded by dark crimson flames. In this new form, Bardock launched a powerful kick that sent Broly flying, his body crashing deeply into a mountain, rendering him motionless. Bardock then turned to Roger with a cold, indifferent expression. Roger, I truly did not anticipate that you would enlist such a formidable ally. Bardock chuckled softly, yet he is still quite young. Have you witnessed my transformation? This is known as Super Saiyan God. Indeed, it should possess the prowess akin to that of Super Saiyan Blue. Roger nodded slightly. Bardock's Super Saiyan God differs somewhat from the transformation of future Goku. Bardock's incarnation features dark red hair, styled upright, resembling that of a Super Saiyan, albeit with a deep crimson hue. In contrast, Goku's Super Saiyan God boasts bright red hair, without the upward styling. What is this Super Saiyan Blue you speak of? Bardock seemed momentarily taken aback. It is nothing. You need not concern yourself with it. Roger replied with a smile. Roger, are you familiar with the God of Destruction? Bardock chuckled lightly. Allow me to be candid. I have been engaging in combat with the manifestations of the God of Destruction using my mental prowess during this period. My strength has reached a level comparable to that of the God of Destruction. You? Comparable to the God of Destruction? Roger sighed. Now that's quite a boast. Roger discovered that Bardock was indeed more boastful than himself. No, he was not boasting, merely speaking the truth. while Bardock's words were mere bravado. Defeat Broly first, he thought. As the staff in Roger's hand materialized, Bardock was momentarily taken aback, for he had seen this staff before, and it appeared to possess extraordinary powers. Instantly, he became vigilant. What astonished Bardock, however, was that the crystal sphere atop the staff projected an image. In that image, a figure enveloped in a dark crimson aura obscured his face, while opposite him knelt a middle-aged man with a tail and white hair. What is this? Is that a scion? Bardock pondered, utterly bewildered. Broly, look. Your father. Roger called to the nearly unconscious Broly. Broly lifted his dazed eyes and glanced over. Father? Is that really him? Despite his loss of rationality, Broly still recognized the father he had lived alongside for 30 years. Then, within the projection, the figure engulfed in red flames pointed a hand towards Broly's father. Broly's pupils constricted. Boom. A brilliant crimson light erupted. In that instant, Broly was horrified to see his father's upper body obliterated by the figure across from him. His father's legs crumpled to the ground, the boots shattered. A surge of fury ignited within Broly's mind, and his energy erupted like a volcano. Boom. A golden radiance enveloped him, casting a glow that obscured the entire sky. Broly's hair stood on end, his face contorted with rage. Super Saiyan? Bardock, previously puzzled by the meaning of the image, now felt the overwhelming power emanating from Broly, turning pale with shock. What? He is a Saiyan? Bardock exclaimed in disbelief. What left Bardock even more astounded was Broly's furious approach, hurtling towards him with incredible speed. This was dire. Bardock could distinctly sense the boundless, terrifying energy radiating from Broly. He quickly braced himself for battle. Yet, how could Bardock withstand the fury of Broly's strike? Broly's fist struck Bardock's chest with tremendous force. Bardock coughed blood, his facial muscles twitching, and his complexion paled momentarily. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle upon the earth. At present, Broly was only slightly stronger than Bardock. However, as the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly grew more powerful with each passing moment. 10 minutes later, Bardock could no longer endure. His energy was faltering. In the ensuing period, Bardock was thoroughly beaten by Broly until he reverted from the state of Super Saiyan God to his normal form. Broly did not relent. The staff in the hands of Irage erupted with flames, striking Broly. Instantly, the previously expressionless visage of Broly underwent a rapid transformation. His eyes flickered, soon returning to their usual appearance. However, Broly's transformation remained intact, his left hand firmly grasping Bardock's throat, the veins on his forehead bulging, fury ablaze. You killed my father. I shall not spare you, Broly declared coldly. Bardock, struggling to speak, managed to utter, when did I ever kill your father? Yet, with Broly's grip tightening around his neck, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Broly, he did not slay your father. You must have misinterpreted the situation. You may be experiencing a hallucination, Irage suggested. A hallucination? Broly paused, momentarily taken aback. With a gentle wave of his hand, Roger summoned the image of Paragus within the orb atop his staff. Behold. He remains on the planet Wampa, engaged in battle. Roger chuckled as Broly casually released Bardock, who then collapsed softly to the ground. Are you convinced now? Roger approached, playfully nudging Bardock's shoulder and rolling him over, grinning as he asked, how about you wait until I recover and then challenge me? Bardock bared his teeth defiantly. I am not convinced. Why should I submit to you? You've merely seized an opportunity that was handed to you. If it weren't for Broly, would you have been able to stand over me? After a millennium of training, how could I possibly be defeated by you, Roger? Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge. But this Broly is truly formidable. Who is he? Chapter 95. Beerus, you truly are a nuisance. Humph. Your time is up, Roger. The God of Destruction has arrived. Although merely a projection of the God of Destruction, it is more than sufficient to eliminate you. Suddenly, Bardock's expression shifted to one of delight as he smiled coyly, gazing proudly at something behind Roger. Roger turned to glance over his shoulder, where he beheld a shadowy figure that bore a resemblance to Beerus, coalescing into form behind him, its face swiftly directed toward their vicinity. Roger quickly discerned that this ethereal apparition was indeed a manifestation of Beerus's bifurcated self from his dreams. What is a bifurcated self? You may ask. In simple terms, it can be understood as a unique form of doppelganger of Beerus. Roger glanced at Beerus's doppelganger, recognizing its strength to be roughly equivalent to 30% of Beerus himself. Currently, Broly had expended most of his energy, and even if he possessed his peak power, he would still stand no chance against the God of Destruction's manifestation. Bardock, with a playful smile, looked at Roger and remarked, I have battled against the god of destruction doppelganger several times. We share a mutual respect and a commendable relationship. Who do you think you would assist? Bardock. Considering the state I've reduced you to, do you still have the inclination to discuss such matters? Roger sighed, releasing the Super Saiyan god. The doppelganger of Beerus then spoke, prompting Roger to turn away, choosing to ignore Beerus. You are quite audacious, aren't you? To disregard me, Beerus the Destroyer? Beerus was momentarily taken aback. A smile plastered across his face as he regarded Roger. Roger had no time for idle chatter. As the angelic attire manifested around him, a faint blue halo of light adorned his head. Beerus's expression stiffened, his pupils narrowing in disbelief, his smile frozen. Did you leave on your own? Or shall I assist you on your way? Roger turned his head, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Beerus was taken aback. I just remembered, I forgot to take a shower before leaving. Farewell. With that, Beerus's form began to waver and soon vanished entirely. Bardock, you fool. Is forgetting to shower truly a matter of concern? Roger chuckled, his angelic attire reverting to ordinary clothing. This transformation left Broly momentarily speechless, unable to articulate his surprise. Bardock, however, remained oblivious, his face pressed firmly to the ground, only able to perceive the scene below, entirely unaware of Roger's metamorphosis. See? Your only ally has fled. Roger remarked with a smile. Bardock fell silent. Well then, I shall not make things difficult for you. Releasing Bardock, Roger's staff flickered with light. Striking Bardock and lifting his foot away. Bardock was momentarily stunned, his face a mixture of shock and joy, and he sprang to his feet. Is my energy restored to its peak? Bardock exclaimed, feeling the surge within him, his gaze intense. Roger's staff glimmered once more, casting a beam upon Broly, who, slightly taken aback, also sensed the transformation within himself. Bardock, I grant you a chance to defeat me, Roger beckoned with a smile. Bardock clenched his fists. Come on then, unleash your full power. Let us settle our grudges in battle. What do you say? Roger inquired, his demeanor cheerful. All right. You've said it. Don't regret it. Bardock replied, his body enveloped in deep crimson flames, his hair standing on end, transformed into a brilliant red. Then, Bardock launched himself forward, an onslaught of boundless energy directed straight at Roger. Roger merely extended a finger, effortlessly blocking Bardock's attack. Bardock was left dumbfounded, as was Broly. Now, it is my turn to strike, is it not? A subtle smile played on Roger's lips. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Roger unleashed an invisible yet formidable force that struck Bardock squarely on the head. Bardock let out a howl, propelled backward, his body crashing into the earth, leaving behind a deep trench in the ground. As Bardock regained his composure, he found himself enveloped in a radiant aura, having returned to his usual state. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, visibly shaken by the overwhelming strength he had just encountered. Why was Roger so powerful? Who was he truly? Shall we continue? Roger inquired with a smile. Bardock, taken aback, wore a pale expression, rendered speechless. To be honest, I only utilized 1/1,000,000th of my power, Roger sighed softly. Bardock retorted. Broly, are you kidding? 1/1,000,000th of your strength? Who do you think you're fooling? Roger gently shook his head. You see, to speak frankly. How is it that no one believes me? Bardock, you are facing me. Had it been someone else, with your attitude, you would not have survived this long. Roger said nonchalantly. Bardock felt an overwhelming shock, rendered speechless. He realized that if Roger wished to end his life, it would be as effortless as a mere finger blocking his most powerful strike. How could he possibly contend with that? I have trained for 1,000 years. Bardock pondered. Who exactly is this Roger? In truth, you need not be disheartened. Despite your millennium of training, your weakness stems primarily from the inadequacy of your opponents. Scions only grow stronger in the presence of formidable foes. Roger remarked casually. Of course, surpassing me seems unlikely, doesn't it? Is a god of destruction's division so feeble? Beside them, Broly nodded vigorously. Did you not see how that cat was frightened away? Roger simply changed into another set of clothing. Bardock, do you wish to become stronger? Roger smiled. Bardock remained silent, his eyes flickering, seemingly acknowledging his desire to grow stronger and to surpass him. Come, let me take you to a certain place. Roger chuckled. And with a gentle sweep of his staff, a transparent flying cube encased Bardock, setting off. Roger led Broly, propelling the cube, which transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, soaring into the sky. Are you planning to exile me again? A thought crossed Bardock's mind as his expression shifted. Exile you? Do you truly believe returning to the past comes without a cost? Roger cast a glance at Bardock. Reflect on this. If I were to send you back in time, what would you gain? Bardock fell silent, as it seemed that aside from a touch of solitude, his gains were indeed significant. Yet, he regretted not knowing the current circumstances of his two sons. The spaceship Bardock had acquired from planet Vegeta was now damaged, and the technological level of the planet he currently resided on was rather primitive, leaving him unable to depart. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the fate of his sons. Did you deliberately exile me to nurture my strength? Bardock appeared to have come to a realization. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. You have finally grasped it. Roger nodded, a subtle smile gracing his face. Who would take the time to nurture you without reason? I exiled you purely as a form of punishment. If you wish to view it that way, there is nothing I can do. Roger refrained from engaging in deceitful banter. Where are we headed? Bardock inquired. Roger offered no response, hastening his pace. On planet Beerus, the deity emitted a violent sneeze, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that annihilated several celestial bodies in an instant. Weiss, taken aback, swept his staff, rendering Beerus unconscious. My lord Beerus, what has transpired? It is nothing. Your reckless destruction is quite troubling. Weiss sighed, expressing his exasperation. Chapter 96, Bardock. At last, I have found you, Kakarot. 10 minutes later, Roger, accompanied by Bardock and Broly, hovered above the Earth. A spacecraft streaked through the sky, crashing onto the terrestrial surface and leaving a substantial crater. Is that a Scion spacecraft? Bardock's eyes slightly flickered, momentarily stunned. Roger smiled silently, believing that some matters should be comprehended by Bardock himself in due time. In the next moment, a familiar silhouette emerged from the spacecraft. The visage, the hairstyle, everything was so recognizable. Kakarot. Was it not Kakarot? Bardock trembled slightly, his eyes glistening with moisture. He had found him at last, finally located Kakarot. How wonderful! Inside the miniature spacecraft sat Sun Wukong, who had returned victorious from the battle on Namek. 1 year later, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha waited him eagerly. Initially, they had anticipated a confrontation with Frieza, at least serving as cannon fodder. Of course, Chaos was absent, deemed too weak. Now, they were waiting for Sun Wukong, having vaguely heard Frieza mention that he would arrive in 3 hours. The situation was rather precarious. Bagong had transformed into a Super Saiyan and was present on Earth, which seemed to be in a state of unrest. As they awaited Wukong, they wished to inquire about his plans. Should they eliminate Bagong? However, Bagong had yet to commit any malevolent acts, making such a course of action seem inappropriate. Yet, it seemed that if they waited until Bagong did something wrong, it might be too late. Ah, everyone is here, Sun Wukong exclaimed, clad in attire from the Ardrat star. He surveyed the warriors present and scratched his head, questioning. Who defeated Frieza? Could it be Vegeta? Piccolo and the others nodded in agreement. Is it truly Vegeta? Has he also transformed into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked in astonishment. You already know, Wukong, Krillin retorted. Such a powerful aura, even from afar, could be sensed. Sun Wukong chuckled. Vegeta is indeed remarkable. I thought I was the only Super Saiyan. Now, Wukong, you should consider whether to eliminate Vegeta. His presence poses a threat to Earth, Piccolo interjected with a scoff. He hasn't done anything wrong, has he? Sun Wukong shook his head. We'll see if he commits any wrongdoing. Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on him. I won't allow him to wreak havoc on Earth. By the way, Wukong, how did you escape from Namek? We all believed you had perished, Yamcha inquired curiously. Haha. I too thought my demise was inevitable. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon a miniature spacecraft, and, after pressing random buttons, it activated, Sun Wukong explained with a smile. Later, the spacecraft landed on Ardrat, where I got along well with the inhabitants, and they gifted me a new outfit. Why didn't you return sooner? Krillin asked. Well, I learned a new skill on Ardrat, Sun Wukong replied with a grin. With a mysterious smile, Sun Wukong revealed his new skill, teleportation. He grinned proudly as little Wukong suddenly vanished. Soon, Sun Wukong reappeared, sporting a new pair of sunglasses, his vitality intact, and accompanied by companions, filling him with joy. Bardock smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief as the resentment he harbored towards Roger over the years dissipated. Bardock had discovered his purpose, and with his son safe, he found solace. Roger observed Bardock's noticeable power enhancement, recognizing that a shift in his mindset had occurred. Bardock's strength now surpassed Broly's if they were to engage in battle. Broly might face a severe defeat. However, Roger pondered about Broly's current prowess. I recall you taking me to that peculiar planet where Kakarot and Frieza were. Did he manage to defeat Frieza? Bardock inquired with curiosity, I sensed from their words that it seemed Vegeta was the one who vanquished Frieza. Does it truly matter who defeated Frieza? Roger retorted with a chuckle. Ah, it seems it is no longer important, Bardock replied with a laugh before adding. I sense a powerful aura over there. It must be Vegeta. What about Raditz? Is he also on Earth? Raditz is dead, Roger stated. What? How could that be? Bardock's expression darkened in shock. In simple terms, Raditz came to Earth, urging Kakarot to assist in off-world killing. Kakarot, being inherently kind-hearted, was reluctant, leading to their confrontation. And ultimately, both perished, Roger explained. Off-world killing? Kakarot is a scion. How could he become so gentle? Bardock furrowed his brow. The Kakarot of today, or rather, Sun Wukong as he should now be called, had found a planet named Earth that he vowed to protect for life, with limitless potential ahead of him. Roger smiled slightly. Ah, the Dragon Balls. I could gather all 7 Dragon Balls on Namek and resurrect Raditz. Bardock did not absorb this information. Instead, he contemplated silently for a moment. Bardock. Would you like to go see him? Roger inquired. There's no need. My presence might disrupt his tranquil life. Perhaps we shall meet again when the time is right. Bardock smiled. Then let us depart, Roger replied with a grin. Roger, accompanied by Bardock and Broly, descended upon Bulma's residence. Goku? Why are you clad in such peculiar attire? Bulma exclaimed upon seeing Bardock, her expression one of bewilderment. No, this is not Goku. The atmosphere felt distinctly off. Bulma, this is Bardock, Goku's biological father, Roger chuckled, offering a brief introduction, but advised her not to disclose this to Goku just yet. Goku's biological father? Bulma gasped in astonishment, pulling Roger closer as she inquired. But didn't Goku's father die? Weren't the Scions only meant to have sent Goku and a few others? I saved him, Roger replied. Bulma rolled her eyes. Yet her curiosity was piqued. How did Goku's biological father even find Roger? Roger, he won't attempt to forcibly take Goku away like Goku's brother, will he? Bulma queried in a hushed tone. Chapter 97. Bulma, quickly bowed down to me. Roger laughed heartily. Besides, Goku has transformed into a Super Saiyan now, hasn't he? The most formidable warrior in the universe. His father's abilities must be rather average, right? After all, Bardock couldn't even defeat Frieza back in the day. Feeling somewhat reassured, Bulma glanced up at Roger. You do have quite an extensive circle of friends, don't you? I find you more enigmatic than I had imagined. You can't possibly be a deity, can you? Bulma, you've finally come to understand. Now, quickly bow down to me. Roger beckoned. Bow down? Not a chance. Bulma shot back, her eyes wide. I've encountered deities before. I was even kicked into a pit by Launch back in the day. Talk about humiliating. Roger recalled what Bulma had said regarding a particular event during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. In the aftermath of his rebirth, a fierce battle erupted between Piccolo and Son Goku. The overzealous Piccolo unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, intent on leveling the surroundings and eliminating Son Goku in the process. At a critical juncture, Tien Shinhan utilized a Kakarot to create an opening in the ground, allowing everyone to take refuge below. Meanwhile, the celestial deity lingered above, hesitating to descend, until Lan Shi gave him a forceful shove into the hole. Explaining the intricacies of such divine matters on Earth was exhausting. Roger waved his hand dismissively. In Universe 11, Krut was conversing with Bei using a staff. What use do we have for Roger and Myers' staffs? Their cultivation time does not even compare to ours. Krut expressed his dissatisfaction. Do you really think Roger would trade his staff for ours? Krut questioned. Would you do the same? Bei retorted, prompting Krut to fall silent. First, we must win Roger's staff and Myers' staff, Bei suggested with a smile. If it were you, would you prefer to use your own staff or Vui's staff? While Vui's staff has been cultivated over millennia, it is not my original staff, so naturally, I would choose my own and nurture it over time, Krut pondered. However, there are moments when using Vui's staff could save considerable time. If we manage to acquire Roger's staff, do you think he would be willing to exchange it for Vui's? Bei asked with a grin. What if Roger refuses? You cannot predict his moves. He is the type to make explosive plays right from the start, Krut replied, shaking his head, feeling uncertain. As far as I know, Vui's lost his staff because he initially gambled with Myers' staff. To save face for his brother and sister, he was reluctantly forced to part with his own. Confidence radiated from Bei as he smiled and responded, if Roger were to lose both his and Myers' staffs, do you think he would not seek to restore his honor? He would undoubtedly consider Vui's staff as an enticing prize. Your reasoning holds some merit, Krut nodded, impressed. You are quite clever. 3 days later, Vegeta arrived in a rush. Bardock, Vegeta's eyes widened as he spotted Bardock beside Roger. "Greetings, Your Highness," Bardock greeted with a smile. "Humph, I never expected you to still be alive." Vegeta chuckled lightly, but then suddenly recalled something, his body stiffening slightly. You wouldn't happen to be that individual exiled 1,000 years ago, would you?" "Indeed, that would be me," Bardock confirmed with a nod. Vegeta fell silent. This individual was originally a scion, and after training for a millennium, one could only wonder how formidable he had become. "Roger, how did he manage to summon Bardock?" Vegeta cast another glance at Broly, inquiring about the identity of this formidable presence. "Where did he emerge from?" "To put it succinctly, 2 individuals will soon arrive with 3 companions, engaging you in one-on-one combat. I shall refrain from elaborating on the need for you to perform admirably. Should you emerge victorious, rewards await you. Bardock, if you triumph, I shall resurrect Broly for you. However, should you falter, I can either bring your father here or return you to the planet Wampa, where I will construct a paradise for you, complete with mountains, rivers, and exquisite delicacies." Upon hearing this, their excitement escalated beyond measure. Roger seemed to have struck a chord with them. He then cast a glance at Vegeta, remaining silent. "What about me?" Vegeta inquired through clenched teeth. "You should give it up. You are simply too weak," Roger replied, shaking his head. Vegeta trembled with rage. "Are they truly formidable?" he pressed, gritting his teeth. "I am a Super Saiyan, and I believe Bardock is as well. Is there anyone in this universe stronger than a Super Saiyan?" "Vegeta, I do not wish to discourage you," Roger chuckled softly. "Roger, do you mean to say that their strength has surpassed that of me, Vegeta?" Vegeta lightly raised his brow. Roger, growing impatient, emanated an invisible pressure. "You speak far too much." A dull thud reverberated, and at that moment, Bayanda felt his body sink into the earth, his head deeply embedded, leaving only a small tuft of his spiky hair visible, resembling a dark wildflower swaying in the breeze. Bardock and Broly were fiercely ruthless. A mere disagreement led to entombing a person. About 10 minutes later, the figures of Jabei and Keet transformed into a radiant arc of rainbow light, descending with 3 human warriors into the courtyard where Roger resided. Roger cast a casual glance at the 3 human warriors before him. 2 hailed from the 11th universe, their familiar faces belonging to Toppo and Dispo. The third, however, was a warrior from the 8th universe, known as Zaku. Zaku bore a striking resemblance to the race of Sabin, and on the surface, his strength seemed to hover around a mere 30. It remained uncertain whether he possessed the ability to transform. "Roger, are we to engage in battle here?" Sab inquired, although this was a private courtyard. It resided within the bustling city of Fanhua. A moment's carelessness could result in the city's destruction, leading to complications if another celestial realm were to obliterate it. Furthermore, utilizing the true God domain to mend such devastation would necessitate reaching the daunting threshold of 199. Both Sab and Krut seldom invoked the true God domain, wary of encountering greater obstacles during a breakthrough. "Fear not, we shall craft a barrier, allowing them to fight within its confines, thus avoiding any issues." Roger chuckled softly, effortlessly conjuring the Staff of Weiss. Upon sighting the staff, both Sab and Krut were enveloped in a fervent admiration. It was indeed a relic nurtured over countless millennia. Merely gazing upon it stirred profound emotions within them. Chapter 98. Do not cease, you too. The divine realm, concentrated upon Roger's scepter, coalesced into an invisible barrier that surged into the skies above. "What brings you two here?" Roger inquired, turning his gaze toward Chebe and Krut. Krut paused, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. "What are we here for? Aren't we meant to compete? How could you forget so easily?" In contrast, Sabe felt a sudden chill in his heart, sensing an ominous turn of events. "Though I am the host of this competition, do you truly have the audacity to let me exhaust the divine realm alone? We must take action swiftly. Otherwise, when will we be able to establish this barrier? Do you intend to allow their battle to devastate not only the Earth but the entire galaxy?" Roger scolded vehemently. "You old fool." Sabe and Krut exchanged fierce glares, their nostrils flaring with indignation. "How shameless of you. You wield Weiss's scepter. Surely it could amplify the divine realm by at least 50 times, could it not? To create this barrier, Roger would only need to expend a mere point of the divine realm, and with Weiss's scepter, it could be magnified 50-fold. Sufficient for these human warriors to engage in a fierce struggle. Are you truly unwilling to expend even a fraction of the divine realm?" However, having reached this point in their discourse, Sabe and Krut had no choice but to summon their resolve and produce their scepters. Ricket released 0.05 points of the divine realm, while Sabe, being more astute, only released 0.01 points. Roger, the most parsimonious of the trio, barely relinquished 0.00001 points of the divine realm. Roger's scepter received yet another enhancement, now boasting an additional 0.005 points. Have you two not eaten? Roger exclaimed. At this rate, it will take us 2 days to complete the barrier. Kakarot and Sabe, you ought to put in more effort. What do you suggest we do? Your true domain has already surpassed the threshold of 199. Are you still concerned about depleting your energy? If we overexert ourselves, it will hinder our breakthroughs. At this moment, the human warriors from both sides were scrutinizing one another. Are there only 2 of you? I thought there were 3, Tispa inquired, glancing at Bardock and Broly. The third individual has yet to arrive. Tardiness is not favorable. Trope couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, let us introduce ourselves. I am Trope, this is Tispa. And he is Zaku. As Trope stepped forward amicably, he extended his hand toward Bardock and Broly. However, Bardock and Broly were transfixed. Their gazes fixated on the ground beneath Trope's feet. The audacity of this fellow to tread upon Vegeta's head was evident. Noticing their reluctance to shake hands, and their continued fixation on his feet, Trope glanced downward himself. He too felt a peculiar softness beneath him. The black grass was quite comfortable. The flora on this planet truly possesses its own unique characteristics. Trope chuckled heartily. Roger surveyed Broly and then Bardock. These two are quite foolish. They show not a hint of reaction. Roger swiftly communicated with Broly, instructing him on the necessary actions. Broly paused for a brief moment before quickly responding. Hey, what have you done, Whitebeard? Just as Roger was laughing and conversing, Broly suddenly let out a loud roar. Broly, calm down. What could possibly warrant such a commotion? They are guests from afar, do you understand? Roger turned to Broly and exclaimed, But Broly, he trampled Vegeta. Broly's expression shifted, and he stammered, hearing Broly's words. Roger's demeanor grew increasingly unsettled. Without hesitation, Roger swiftly retracted the realm of the true God. You two must not halt. I need to witness the deeds he has wrought. Roger instructed Sabe and Kakarot. Sabe's countenance darkened slightly, and the two reluctantly began to gradually release the realm of the true God. At this juncture, withdrawing the realm would undoubtedly affect the barrier, jeopardizing the completion of the formation. Such a misstep could result in the loss of a portion of the realm of the true God. Roger had lost a small portion of the true God domain, yet it was not insurmountable. He could certainly recover. However, Sabe and Kakarot had reached a critical juncture in their breakthrough, and minimizing losses was of utmost importance. What have you done? Roger strode ominously towards Tuapa. I did nothing. Tuapa stammered, bewildered. Look beneath your feet. Broly interjected sharply. Roger nodded in satisfaction. Broly was quite astute. Such matters were easily comprehensible. Beneath my feet? Tuapa's confusion deepened. Hurry, lift your foot. Broly barked in frustration. Sui Jia's countenance darkened, revealing a hint of displeasure. Tuapa, frightened, lifted his foot. He recognized Roger. Was he not the very deity who had once buried him deep within the earth? Tuapa understood that he was no match for him. It was best to avoid conflict. He is my student, currently absorbing the essence of the earth for his cultivation. You must excavate him quickly. Roger commanded Tuapa, Daisaipa, and Zaku. Who do you think you're fooling? Can you truly fabricate such tales? Sabe and Kakarot lamented, feeling utterly humiliated. Soon enough, Vegeta was unearthed from the ground by Tuapa and the others. I truly apologize for your suffering, Roger expressed with evident remorse. Vegeta remained silent, his expression dark. He had heard everything while buried, and his thoughts were clear. Roger, just wait. One day, I will decisively defeat you. This debt must be settled. For now, since I cannot best you, I will bide my time and avoid provoking you. I sincerely apologize. I had no idea you were cultivating below, Tuapa hastily apologized. Vegeta's expression darkened further. Are you an imbecile? Has your brain migrated to your arm? You actually believe that? Hey, you too. Have you not yet completed the barrier? Roger addressed Vegeta and Kakarot. Sabe and Kakarot retorted. Since when did constructing the barrier become solely our responsibility? Are you not the host? Cough, cough, let us collaborate. It will expedite the process, Sabe suggested. I suppose it would be wiser to head to Beerus planet. It is sturdier and will save us the trouble of building a barrier, Roger pondered aloud. Kakarot exclaimed. Where have you been? We have already constructed half the barrier, and now you propose we go to Beerus planet? How utterly absurd. Chapter 99. The destination, Beerus planet. After much contemplation, I believe that fighting on Earth is ultimately not the most suitable choice, Roger mused. What? Beerus planet? That is the realm of the god of destruction. Bardock was somewhat taken aback as Sab and Krut fell into a momentary silence, their faces reflecting a struggle. Then, the two swiftly absorbed the released divine realm. At this point, any recovery, however small, would be better than losing everything. Sab, Krut, you are divine beings, aren't you? It's merely a fragment of the divine realm. Is it really so difficult to reclaim? Roger sighed, waving his hand gently. Instantly, the barrier dissipated into nothingness. Sab and Krut inhaled deeply. We barely managed to retrieve 10%. How pitiful. What further exacerbated their dismay was the sudden realization that the three human warriors they had brought were now gazing at them with inquisitive eyes. Let us depart, Roger commanded, his staff igniting with a brilliant flame, conjuring a cube out of thin air. Step inside. We shall find a suitable venue for our competition. Broly and Bardock entered first, followed closely by Bayanta. Soon after, the trio of Torpo entered the transparent cube as well. Come on, join us. Do you wish to go separately? Roger beckoned, adding, Rest assured, I shall release the divine realm this time and will not rely on your powers for flight. Sab and Krut were infuriated. We do not utilize the divine realm for flight, but rather the power of angels. How shameless. They muttered under their breath, the most unprincipled angel is undoubtedly you, Roger. After a brief hesitation, Sab and Krut ultimately stepped into the cube. Let us embark, Roger declared, as the cube transformed into a dazzling spectrum of colors and set off. 10 minutes passed. Roger skillfully maneuvered the flying block to land on Beerus' planet. Is this truly the realm of the god of destruction? Bardock glanced around, unsure of its authenticity. Perhaps it was merely a fade. Vegeta scoffed at the notion of a god of destruction being formidable. Broly innocently inquired, but Bardock and Vegeta chose to ignore him. How foolish of you to pose such a question. Whis, my apologies for the interruption, but we would like to borrow your venue for a competition, Roger announced loudly. It seemed no one was around. Roger scratched his head, wondering if Whis had intentionally stepped out to avoid them. Roger, you've even given Whis a headache. You truly are something, Clert chuckled, wearing a smile. Am I really that terrifying? Roger sighed, closing his eyes briefly to sense his surroundings. Indeed, Whis was absent from Beerus' planet. In fact, even Beerus had been taken away by Whis. Roger found himself at a loss for words. I merely brought people here for a competition. You fled. And that was one thing, but why take the god of destruction with you? Without him, we could engage in a more unfettered manner. The entirety of Beerus' planet could serve as our arena, enhancing the enjoyment of battle, rather than confining our skirmishes within the barriers we constructed on Earth. Wouldn't you agree? Roger pondered this, realizing that it was indeed valid. Fighting on the arena necessitated the establishment of boundaries, but now, with the entire realm of the god of destruction as our limit, that would truly signify combat. However, the structures here, though robust, are not indestructible. If Whis and Beerus were to return, would they hold us accountable? Clut expressed his concerns. You raise a compelling point. I should inform Whis to avoid any potential blame later on. Roger retrieved Whis' staff to make a call. Clut and Sabby felt a sense of fatigue. Are you provoking him by using Whis' staff to communicate? Minutes passed without a response. I suppose I shall leave a message. Roger shook his head and left a note for Whis. Whis, I borrowed Beerus' planet for a competition with Sabby and Clut. You can monitor it later. He concluded. That should suffice. There will be no repercussions, right? Clut asked anxiously. None at all. My relationship with Whis is quite amicable, Roger assured him. Clut nodded, relieved. Sabby smiled. Roger then telepathically contacted Bardock and the others. You are free to destroy the structures here, but once the competition concludes, I shall have you suspended as punishment. Of course, should you lose, the consequences will be far graver. Roger issued a preliminary threat, ensuring they would not falter. Bardock and his companions were well aware of Roger's prowess and dared not voice any objections. They swiftly surveyed the surroundings, meticulously memorizing the locations of the buildings on this planet, aiming to avoid damaging them to prevent retribution. Now, Clut, please elucidate the rules of the competition, Roger prompted. Clut explained that they would employ a lottery system. You are the red team, and we are the blue. Each team possesses numbers 1, 2, and 3, and battles will be conducted based on matching numbers. In total, there will be 3 matches, with the first to win 2 being declared the victor. Clut succinctly laid out the grouping scheme and then elaborated on the competition rules. The battlefield is this planet. Stepping out of bounds or surrendering results in a loss. And killing an opponent counts as defeat as well. The notion of boundaries is particularly relevant here. as Beerus planet is not a conventional planet, but rather an irregularly shaped celestial body. For those present, should one truly step out of bounds, they might plummet into the vastness of space, potentially leading to dire consequences. However, the likelihood of such an event is minimal, as the planet is quite expansive. Clut emphasized the necessity of clarity to avoid unforeseen complications during the competition. The rules of the competition had been prearranged by Krut and Sabe in consultation with Roger, who did not oppose the drawing of lots, which commenced swiftly. The lineup for the blue team was as follows: Zaku, Tispo, and Torpo, while the red team comprised Bardock, Broly, and Vegeta. Torpo versus Vegeta? Per Vegeta, it seems he is destined to lose. TCH, I never anticipated my opponent would be that guy. What a disappointment. Vegeta scoffed, a hint of disdain evident in his voice. You two need not transform just yet. I'll allow you to do so when the time comes. Roger addressed Bardock and Broly, thinking to himself, if they needed to transform to handle Zaku and Tispo, it would be utterly humiliating. He intended to reserve his transformation for later use, especially concerning Broly. If he displayed overwhelming strength, Sabe and Krut might hesitate to engage, and who would then provide him with valuable items? And what about me? Vegeta inquired. It is not your turn to enter the fray. Frankly, I never expected you to win. I merely brought you along for the experience, Roger sighed. I am a Super Saiyan. How can you speak of me as if I am weak? Meanwhile, Sabe and Krut were discussing the prospects of victory. Excellent. Let Bardock win the first match. After all, he is the ancient Super Saiyan god, exceptionally powerful, and the weakest among them. Zaku stands no chance against him. Thankfully, he is not paired with Torpo. Krut, unconcerned about the first match, offered a cheerful analysis. The outcomes of the second and third matches are inevitable. We shall triumph. Those two, Broly and Vegeta, seem rather formidable. However, we must not underestimate Broly. Sabe cast a cautious glance at Broly. Do not fret. Tispo is exceedingly powerful, his speed rivaling that of light. Is Broly truly his match? Krut wore a confident expression. In any case, you all must give it your utmost effort, Sabe encouraged. And Torpo, along with the others, nodded in agreement. The first match, Bardock versus Zaku. Within mere seconds of their entrance, Bardock, without even transforming, achieved victory with overwhelming superiority. Sabe and Krut, having anticipated this outcome, were unconcerned. The second match, Broly versus Tispo. The expressions of Sabe and Krut turned serious. We must win this second match at all costs. If we lose here, there will be no need for the third match. Broly, huh? I possess speed comparable to that of light. Tispo grinned widely, revealing his formidable prowess. Broly, however, maintained a stoic expression as he regarded Tispo. Let the match begin, Vegeta proclaimed loudly. With that, Tispo moved at an incredible speed, leaving a series of afterimages around Broly. Broly scanned his surroundings, his head swiveling back and forth. TCH. This fool. Vegeta gritted his teeth. You need to sense his energy. As he observed the trajectory of Tispo's movements, Bardock interjected. Are you suggesting he can discern his opponent's actions with clarity? Vegeta furrowed his brow, for even he could not catch a glimpse of Tispo's form. Vegeta could only sense his opponent's location through their aura. Bardock fell silent. You can't see him? How pathetic. And you call yourself a prince? Tispo's speed surged once more. Torpo cheerfully encouraged, go for it. Zaku felt a pang of guilt for losing the first match and could only cheer for Tispo. Rest assured, Tispo will triumph. The opponent is nothing remarkable. Torpo laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Broly, you can't even match my speed. How do you expect to defeat me? Tispo cackled. Just as he was laughing, Broly sprang into action. He soared into the air and pressed his massive hand against Tispo's head, who was moving at breakneck speed. What? Tispo exclaimed in astonishment. Broly slammed Tispo's head forcefully into the ground. In the next moment, Broly rubbed Tispo's head against the surface of the planet Celis, before delivering a powerful punch to Tispo's waist. Tispo held in pain. Subsequently, Broly seized Tispo's ankle, tossing him around with ease. Fortunately, Broly managed his strength well, causing only fissures in the ground without demolishing any structures. With another heavy blow, Tispo spewed blood and collapsed to the ground, his complexion turning pale. Do you concede? Broly asked indifferently. What did you say? You want Tispo to concede? Who do you think you are? Tispo sprang to his feet, filled with indignation as he glared at Broly. Do not worry. He is not yet using his full power, Torpo reassured, chuckling as he patted the shoulder of the worried Zaku, encouraging him to relax. Broly, you have thoroughly provoked me. I will unleash all my energy. Tispo scoffed. and a surge of energy erupted from him, enveloping him in a faint purple mist. With a thunderous crash, Tispo collided with Broly's chest, sending Broly flying. His body pierced through Beerus's palace, emerging on the other side. Tispo ascended rapidly, his form flickering, and appeared directly above Broly. He delivered a powerful kick downwards, striking Broly, whose body crashed into the palace like a cannonball. Tispo aimed his hand at Broly, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. As Broly rose, he faced the incoming blasts, striking them away with his hands. In that instant, Tispo's figure flickered again, appearing behind Broly. "Broly, you've fallen for my trick." Tispo burst into hearty laughter, a brilliant flame radiating from his hand, engulfing Broly in its fiery embrace. The overwhelming energy caused a corner of Beerus's palace to collapse instantly. Dust and debris swirled around, filling the air. "I have triumphed," Tispo declared, floating in midair and announcing his victory with a grin. However, just as his words lingered in the air, a figure shot up from the ground. "What?" Tispo's composure faltered as Broly's fist struck him with immense force. Following that, Broly delivered another blow, sending Tispo soaring through the air. Each time he descended, Broly would strike him upward again. Minutes passed, and with a powerful kick, Broly sent Tispo crashing down like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily on the vast ground, unconscious. This fellow turned out to be surprisingly formidable. Vegeta realized he needed to reassess this Broly. Chapter 101. Wagering with the realm of the true gods. Breathing heavily, Broly gasped for air, his breaths appearing somewhat unstable. It was not due to a lack of energy. Rather, it was the absence of transformation that hindered him. He found the fight unsatisfactory, believing that if he transformed, he could easily turn this rabbit into a roasted meal. Kakarot was taken aback. "Sabe, are you astonished? Tispo lost? How could this be possible? Just a hair's breadth away." If only Tispo had persevered a little longer, he might have defeated Broly. "You truly put me in a difficult position. Look, you insist on presenting me with your staffs." "I feel quite embarrassed," Roger remarked, though he subtly stepped forward to collect the staffs from both parties. Despite their reluctance, Sabe and Kakarot had no choice but to watch helplessly as Roger took their staffs from their hands, feeling a pang of regret. Roger placed the two individual scepters into an alternate dimension. Kakarot pressed Sabe into a state of bewilderment. "Your speed in seizing the scepters is remarkable. Those are ours. Is this what you call having no shame?" he exclaimed. "There is no need to continue the ensuing match. We have already triumphed in 2 contests." With a smile, Roger remarked, "In that case, I shall escort them back." After Roger finished speaking, he made a gesture as if to leave. "Hold on a moment, I have a suggestion." Jubei quickly interjected. "The competition has concluded, and I have acquired the scepter. You are being too courteous, having come all this way." "Allow me to treat you to a meal," Roger stated. "The meal can wait," Jubei replied with a forced smile. "Look at Roger. There are only 2 remaining participants. We can't let them just stand idle, can we? How about letting them compete as well?" Jubei referred to Torpo and Vegeta. With 2 victories, Roger had already claimed victory. Is that truly necessary? Roger shook his head, finding the idea of watching them compete utterly tedious. "We could use the divine realm as a wager," Jubei suggested. Gritting his teeth, Kakarot immediately pulled Jubei aside and erected a barrier to prevent Roger from overhearing. Of course, Roger had no intention of listening. It was simply unnecessary. "Have you lost your mind, Jubei? You dare to wager the divine realm?" Kakarot exclaimed. "Kakarot, do you believe that with our current divine realm, we still hold the advantage?" Bei asked nonchalantly. "Though I am reluctant to admit it, I must concede that Roger is indeed a genius in this regard." Kakarot sighed softly. Thus, they proposed that each of them relinquish 10 points of their divine realm to reclaim the angelic scepter. "What do you think?" Jubei inquired, looking at Kakarot. "Your reasoning seems sound." Kakarot contemplated seriously. It was indeed feasible, considering that both he and Jubei had been left behind by Roger in terms of the divine realm. Catching up would be a formidable challenge. After all, as he progressed, Roger would also advance. Even if he trained for 30 more years, he would still find himself outpaced. And Kakarot had given up hope of surpassing Roger in the divine realm, at least for the next decade. Perhaps in the future, it would be possible. Therefore, they agreed to each stake 10 points of their divine realm as a wager, intending to win back the scepter first. However, they could not guarantee that the high priest would create new scepters for them. The thought of being without a scepter in the future sent a shiver down Kakarot's spine. "All right, I agree." Kakarot struggled for a moment before nodding gravely. The 2 of them dismantled the barrier and approached Roger with smiles. "Roger, we have come to an agreement. Each of us will wager 10 points of the divine realm, along with a little performance. What do you say?" Jibei proposed. Bardock, Broly, and B. We shall take our leave, Roger replied, uninterested. 10 points of the divine realm? Are you trying to insult me? Roger spoke, as a flying cube materialized from his staff, shimmering in the air. Why are you leaving? Don't be anxious. Roger, why must you leave? Please do not go, exclaimed Krut, filled with anxiety. You have taken our scepter. Yet you still intend to depart? Roger inquired, his demeanor suggesting an inclination to reach out. Startled, Krut instinctively recoiled, fully aware that he could not match Roger's strength. Roger, we certainly did not mean it that way. Sabe stepped forward with a hearty laugh and advised. You must think that a total of 20 points in the true divine realm is rather low, right? This is quite negotiable, so please don't leave just yet. I enjoy conversing with astute angels. Roger nodded in satisfaction and said earnestly, I shall not make it difficult for you. If each of you contributes 100 points to the true divine realm as a wager, I might consider playing with you once more. Of course, even if I were to play, I must deliberate carefully. Do you take me for a fool? After all the effort I put into winning the scepter, would I simply allow you to reclaim it? Sabe and Klut's expression shifted uneasily. You truly dare to demand that? They exchanged glances, hesitating. 100 points in the true divine realm is indeed quite substantial. Roger continued, you might want to reconsider your stance. Transferring points in the true divine realm incurs a cost. If you two were to lose and forfeit 200 points, I could only absorb a maximum of 100 points. As you mentioned earlier, if each of you only puts forth 10 points, I would merely absorb 10 points. Do you truly believe I, Roger, am lacking in just 10 points? Sabe fell silent, and Crest remained equally reticent. Upon reflection, 10 points indeed seemed scarcely significant. Roger, grant us 2 minutes to deliberate together. No problem with Saberdell. Roger nodded. But I advise you to know when to quit. Do not overindulge, for the realm of true divinity is hard-earned. Is it merely the loss of a staff? What a trivial matter. After about a century, if the high priest is in a good mood, he might gift each of you a staff. So you still have a chance. What is Kloop but a staff? How insignificant. You truly speak without understanding the weight of the matter. How many staves do you possess? Can you not return our staff? Of course, although both harbored these thoughts, they could not openly admit defeat. To sulk over a loss would be a disgrace to the angels. They were all deities, and such dishonorable behavior was beneath them. This time, they decided not to set up barriers and communicated directly, considering whether to offer 100 points of true divinity. Chapter 102. Vegeta, have you ever encountered a Super Saiyan? Uedre. I have discussed with Clute, and 100 points is truly excessive. How about this? We shall each contribute 50 points of true divinity. You need only return our staff. Even if you win, you shall still acquire 50 points of true divinity. Begue gritted his teeth, seriously addressing Roger. 50 points of true divinity could expand 50 star systems in the new universe. You truly put me in a difficult position. Roger sighed. Very well. You may first express your intentions on how you wish to proceed. Roger intends to observe what these two individuals are up to. If it involves pitting Toru against Vegeta in battle, then it would be best not to proceed. Roger does not believe that the current Baigun can defeat Toppo. That would merely be an invitation to suffering. If we are to engage in competition, it must be a fair one. Sab smiled gently and explained, it's rather simple. Did not Broly just secure victory over 560? Let Toppo challenge both Broly and Vegeta next. How does that sound? This arrangement is indeed quite equitable. On the surface, Roger appeared to hesitate. Roger, look, they have both arrived. We must allow them to engage in a match, don't you think? Furthermore, I noticed that Broly is eagerly rubbing his hands together. He clearly has not fought in a while. Saber chuckled as he encouraged Bardock, who also seemed restless. Roger pondered for a moment. Well, I truly did not intend to take away your authority. I shall grant you this opportunity. After a brief struggle with his expression, Roger reluctantly consented. All right, it is settled then. Saber sighed with relief. Excellent. Our authority is intact. What? You want me to battle alongside this fellow? Vegeta expressed his reluctance. I am a Super Saiyan. I wish to challenge this individual on my own. Despite his discontent, Vegeta dared not contradict Roger openly. Broly. You can observe from the sidelines while I take the lead, Vegeta instructed Broly, who nodded in agreement. Very well, let the match continue. The rules remain unchanged. Torpa shall challenge Vegeta and Broly. Krut called out, Torpa, showcase your true prowess. Do not embarrass me. Understood, Master Krut. Torpa replied with a confident smile as the match commenced. Broly, make sure to watch closely as I demonstrate how to handle this opponent. Vegeta proclaimed with confidence. charging fiercely towards Torpa. Caught off guard by Vegeta's boldness, Torpa swiftly countered with a powerful palm strike. With a resounding impact, Vegeta was sent crashing to the ground. Torpa showed no mercy, stepping on Vegeta's back, and with a sickening crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed. "My apologies, I may have been a tad too forceful," Torpa remarked, lifting Vegeta from the ground by his head. "I hope you don't perish," aware that with the angels present, as long as he did not execute an instant kill, Vegeta would survive. Torpa deemed it not an act of murder. Vegeta had lost the ability to fight. Like tossing aside a rag doll, Torpa hurled Vegeta at Broly's feet, sneering with interest. "Let us engage in combat. I am somewhat surprised you managed to defeat Tiz." Observing how easily Torpa had subdued Vegeta, Saber and Krut applauded in delight. Indeed, Torpa lives up to his reputation as the god of destruction. His strength is truly extraordinary. "Look at you." Broly glanced down at Vegeta. Vegeta grimaced, rapidly healing his broken bones through regeneration, standing defiantly. "Oh, you have quite the resilience," Torpa remarked lightly. "But even if you can recover, what difference does it make? You will still be thoroughly defeated by me." "Humph, keep laughing," Vegeta retorted coldly. "Have you heard of the Super Saiyan?" "Super Saiyan? What is that?" Torpo had never heard of an existence beyond a single universe. Who could possibly comprehend the essence of a Super Saiyan? As the golden aura enveloped Vegeta, he underwent his transformation. His energy surged remarkably, a truly wondrous sight. Torpo chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, "Well, this is what a Super Saiyan is. You're doomed. You have provoked the one person you should never have crossed." Vegeta pointed to his own nose with a thumb, a smug expression on his face. "This fellow can transform?" Krut was momentarily stunned. His power had increased 50-fold, impressive indeed. Even Jinbei was taken aback. Alas, the foundation was too weak. Regardless of how much strength was enhanced, it paled in comparison to Torpo's immense power. Krut sighed in contemplation. Roger remained silent, aware that Vegeta could never triumph over Topo. If the current Vegeta were to defeat Topo, that would indeed be a matter for concern. Bang! Vegeta transformed into a radiant golden beam, hurtling towards Topo, unleashing a flurry of frenzied punches and kicks. Topo effortlessly countered his assault. Moments later, Vegeta was left gasping for breath, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. "Is this your attack?" "I'm thoroughly disappointed," Topo remarked, shaking his head disdainfully at Vegeta. Trembling, Vegeta finally recognized the vast chasm between him and Topo. This adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing even Frieza. With a sudden and forceful punch, Topo struck Vegeta squarely in the face. Vegeta let out a cry, sent flying backward, colliding heavily towards Broly, who extended his hand to catch him. "Damn it," Vegeta thought, feeling his energy deplete to its very limit. Yet he found himself utterly helpless. "Allow me," Broly stepped forward. Vegeta, without uttering a word, quietly moved towards Broly. Topo's expression turned serious. Anyone capable of easily defeating Dispo was certainly formidable. My previous skirmish with that rabbit was far from satisfying, this time. "I shall unleash my full strength." Broly smiled, eager to engage. Topo wore a confident grin. Boom. Broly's body expanded, enveloped in a golden aura, his hair rising dramatically as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. An overwhelming surge of energy emanated from Broly. "What? You can transform too?" Topo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is he also a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta was astonished. "No," Roger replied, shaking his head. Vegeta, puzzled, looked at Roger. "Isn't that a Super Saiyan? Are you trying to fool me? Do you think I'm a mere child?" "That is a Super Saiyan. That is the legendary Super Saiyan," Roger smiled. Vegeta paused, momentarily lost in thought. What was this legendary Super Saiyan? Wait, this title seemed familiar. Perhaps his father had mentioned it once, though the details eluded him. Kurt was equally astonished by Broly's transformation. Even Sabe's expression betrayed his shock. "By the way, let me share something with you all. Prior to this, Broly fought against Bardock. Can you guess who won?" Roger's face bore a playful smile. Kurt exclaimed, "You shameless angel. It's you. Bardock, care to share?" Roger beckoned towards Bardock. "Broly is indeed incredibly powerful. I am no match for him," Bardock admitted. Bardock candidly expressed his bewilderment towards Krut. In truth, at the moment Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan, both of them could distinctly sense the immense surge of energy emanating from him. They were acutely aware that TP was likely to face a severe beating. "Greetings, Roger. Your audacity is astounding. You are fully aware of your formidable strength, yet choose to feign hesitation." Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Broly surged forward with astonishing speed, delivering a relentless assault upon Topo. Moments later, Toppo found himself in dire straits, enveloped in a dark violet aura as he summoned the power of a god of destruction, crafting a destructive sphere aimed at Broly. However, Broly effortlessly seized the sphere, clapping his hands with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the destructive energy, under Toppo's watchful gaze, was violently crushed by Broly. Toppo's eyes widened in disbelief as Broly firmly grasped his head and forcefully slammed it into the ground. In a swift motion, Broly seized Toppo's ankle, mercilessly striking him against the earth from various angles. By the time Broly relinquished his grip, Toppo had succumbed to exhaustion, severely injured. Vegeta, his lips trembling, was utterly flabbergasted. He had never anticipated the astounding might of this Broly. Kefla, gritting her teeth, concentrated to conjure a radiant orb of 7 colors, representing 50 points of Divine Realm energy. She then entrusted this energy to Roger, transforming into a dazzling beam of light and vanishing from sight. This was a significant loss for Kefla. She wished to leave this sorrowful place behind. Likewise, Zabe, wearing a pained expression, gathered a sphere of colorful energy to present to Roger. Farewell, Zabe waved at Roger, grasping Toppo as they prepared to depart. Remember us in 7 years, Roger called out, prompting Zabe to stumble slightly, nearly losing his balance. Without looking back, Zabe transformed into a vibrant beam of light and disappeared swiftly. Roger promptly absorbed the Divine Realm energy released by the two, totaling 100 points. However, upon transformation, only 50 points became his own Divine Realm energy. Nevertheless, Roger felt immense satisfaction as he had increased his Divine Realm by 50 points, a commendable enhancement. His Divine Realm now stood at 260 points. Roger rested his chin on his hand, lost in quiet contemplation. Have I gone a bit too far? He murmured softly. Indeed, you have, Vegeta exclaimed with fervor. Having discerned that Roger had bested those two unfortunate souls and gained quite a few possessions in the process, Vegeta was now buried deep in the earth, leaving only his head above ground. Why did you answer number 7? Roger glared. Vegeta remained silent, while Bardock silently rejoiced, relieved that he had not spoken or made any movements. Broly also felt fortunate for his slow reactions, otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. What if they refused to play with me after 7 years? Roger lamented, feeling overwhelmed. I am counting on you all to present the cosmic heart to me in 7 years. He pondered whether the price of 50 points in the Divine Realm was truly worth such turmoil, realizing he needed to reflect on his actions. Neither Lanbei nor Krut anticipated that Roger was troubled over the 50 points he had acquired in the Divine Realm. This time, it was indeed a significant loss. Not only had he lost his staff, but he had also forfeited 50 points in the Divine Realm. The two were left in despair, exchanging no words as they approached Universe 8. Suddenly, Krut halted. Sabe, let us cancel the wager for 7 years, he sighed. Sabe, that bet is our last chance. Krut retorted, unwilling to concede. We will surely win it back. Do you not have faith in Jiren? Krut contemplated whether Jiren could possibly overpower that fool named Son Goku. He should be able to, right? But uncertainty clouded his mind. We underestimated him this time. We must thoroughly investigate this Son Goku, Krut stated resolutely. How can we investigate? We have lost the staff, Krut lamented, on the verge of tears. Sabe was equally perplexed. Indeed, without the staff, what can we do? I recently observed this Son Goku, and his strength is not much different from that of Vegeta, perhaps even inferior. Sabe pondered aloud, do you really believe a fighter of such caliber can defeat Jiren, who has trained for thousands of years? Are you certain that this Son Goku is merely on par with Vegeta? Krut asked, filled with trepidation. Absolutely, Sabe affirmed solemnly. If that is the case, even if he had 7 years, or even 70, he would certainly not be Jiren's match. Krut responded confidently. Very well, let us fight. 7 years from now, we shall reclaim our honor. Sabe nodded vigorously, and the two exchanged tearful farewells. Roger, accompanied by Bagon, Bardock, and Broly, returned to Earth. Broly, tell me, do you wish to remain on planet Vampa or live here on Earth? Roger inquired. After much contemplation, Broly replied, I have come to prefer planet Vampa. Despite its harsh environment, I have grown accustomed to the rhythm of life there. After reflecting for a moment, Broly resolved to return to planet Vampa. Roger, please assist me in creating a sanctuary on that planet. Chapter 104. Beerus, Whis, your tipper seems to be growing. Not a problem, Roger responded without objection. Then turned to Bardock and said, please wait here for a moment. I will first accompany Broly. Bardock nodded. Roger, accompanied by Broly, transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, vanishing into the vast expanse of the starry sky. Who exactly is he? Vegeta could not help but inquire. Bardock glanced at Vegeta, remaining silent. What? You don't know either? Vegeta pressed on. Perhaps? Bardock chuckled lightly, leaving Vegeta momentarily speechless. Indeed, it matters little who he is. Your Highness, all I know is that he is extraordinarily powerful. A pinnacle I aspire to surpass. Bardock smiled slightly, looking at Vegeta. I trust your Highness shares this sentiment? You are correct. He is indeed the benchmark we must strive to exceed, Vegeta affirmed, and the two fell into silence. On planet Wampa, Broly had been absent for 3 days. Paragus searched the entirety of Wampa without discovering a trace of Broly. Father, I have returned. Just as Paragus felt the weight of despair, a voice suddenly resonated from the sky. Broly, where have you been? Paragus joyfully questioned. Haha, someone took me away for a little tour of another planet. Broly replied with a hearty laugh. A tour of another planet? Paragus pondered in confusion. By the way, father, I have something to show you. Broly beckoned. What is it? Paragus asked, taken aback. Right, it's this. Broly revealed a universal capsule in his hand. Paragus eyed Broly skeptically, then glanced at the capsule. Is this boy truly my son? When did he become so loquacious? Broly was never one to speak much. What has changed? And what exactly is this object in your hand? Father, just press this and toss it away, and it will transform into. Watch closely, Broly exclaimed, casually tossing the capsule into the air. As the capsule soared, a colossal insect appeared, opening its gaping maw and swallowing the capsule whole. A muffled thud resonated from within the creature. The insect paused for 2 seconds, then, with a crunch, swallowed the capsule, bewildered for another 3 seconds. What a peculiar food, both delectable and unpalatable. What is going on? The giant insect burrowed into the solution and disappeared. Broly stood in astonishment. Broly, what was that? Paragus inquired. That is our paradise. Broly nearly wept. Paradise? What are you talking about? Paragus asked, puzzled. That thing can transform into a 33-story skyscraper, each floor featuring a different style of cuisine. Enough to sustain us for 3 years. Broly's expression grew increasingly grim. Moreover, as long as we inject energy into the building, it will remain intact. At least the monsters on this planet cannot destroy it. What nonsense is this? Paragus was bewildered, urging Broly to explain thoroughly what had transpired. After 3 days apart, Paragus sensed that his son had undergone a profound transformation. Broly, with nothing to conceal, immediately recounted the events of the past few days to Paragus. Paragus fell silent. Are you implying that a man named Roger brought you to a planet rich in resources and promised to take me to this place called Earth? Paragus inquired, finally grasping the situation. Father, after much contemplation, I find myself more fond of planet Vampa. I have developed a bond with this world, which is why I requested Roger for a sanctuary here. Broly responded with a nod. And the paradise? Paragus's expression darkened. Eaten by the insects, Broly replied. Paragus's countenance grew even more somber, enveloped in a heavy silence. Are you suggesting that we can no longer reach Roger? He questioned. Indeed. It seems we can only await his contact or his return, Broly acknowledged. Uncertain of how to reach Roger. Broly realized that Roger had not provided him with any means to do so. Yet, being somewhat naive, Broly had not thought to inquire. Broly, since you were very young, I have never held you in my arms. Come here, let me embrace you, Paragus said, gazing at Broly. Is that appropriate? It feels rather embarrassing, Broly stammered, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. On that day, it was said that the insects of planet Vampa were astounded by the formidable human who endured a severe beating from his father without daring to retaliate. Observing Broly being punished through his staff, Roger shook his head, lamenting that unfortunate child. You were given a capsule, yet the insects devoured it. Weren't you clever before? Roger chose not to return to assist Broly, as he felt that Broly had already received what he needed. Should Broly require his help in the future, he could seek him out then. For now, Roger found no immediate need for Broly. Allowing Broly to remain on planet Vampa was beneficial, as it provided him with an opportunity for further training. On Beerus planet, was escorted Beerus back to their domain. Upon witnessing the disarray of Beerus Palace, was covered his face, suppressing laughter. Hey, Lord Beerus, wake up. Your palace is in ruins. Wish struck the still slumbering Beerus on the head with his staff, effectively rousing him from his dreams. Beerus blinked his bleary eyes and shook his head, pondering. I just had a dream, but what was it about? I can't quite remember. However, I believe I dreamed of a version of myself training in the mortal realm. He scratched his head, but his thoughts were interrupted as he widened his eyes in alarm. Wait, my palace. Whis, what happened? See for yourself, Whis replied, using his staff to project a recorded image. Why is this footage so choppy? Beerus squinted at the screen. Discomfort by the poor quality. Just try to make sense of it. Why all the fuss? Whis shot a weary glance at Beerus. The staff he was currently using had not been cultivated for long, lacking the ease of his previous one. Beerus looked curiously at Whis, who was usually cheerful. Why do you seem more irritable after I merely took a nap? Chapter 105. Beerus, the Apprentice Angel. Such audacity. Is that rabbit responsible for this mess? Beerus exclaimed. It is the Apprentice Angel, Dispo, from Universe 11, Whis sighed. Why would they come to my planet? Beerus inquired, puzzled. Our universe's Apprentice Angel, Roger? Along with the Apprentice Angel Saber from Universe 8 and Krut from Universe 11, have chosen our planet for their combat training, Whis explained. 3 Apprentice Angels. How bold. Beerus fumed. Lord Beerus, please do not be enraged. You cannot defeat them, Whis stated candidly. Beerus regarded Whis thoughtfully. You make a valid point. But what about my palace? It was said that on this day, Beerus personally visited the proud planet of Universe 11 and sent Dispo fleeing in terror, his screams echoing throughout the entire planet. 10 minutes later, Roger returned to Earth and Bardock and Vegeta promptly stood up. Vegeta, why are you still here? Roger glanced at Vegeta, inquiring. Did you not instruct me to wait here? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. I told Bardock to wait here, not you. Roger, with a hint of annoyance, retorted, Humph. Do you think I wish to remain? Vegeta scoffed, and in a swift motion, Roger propelled himself into the air, delivering a kick that sent Vegeta flying. Have you made a decision? Are you planning to resurrect Raditz? Roger asked Bardock, who nodded in affirmation. After years of longing, Bardock wished for his wife and son to exist in this world. The death of Raditz still weighed heavily on his heart. I can facilitate Raditz's revival, Roger stated. Nodding towards Bardock. How do you intend to bring Raditz back? Will you venture to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon? Bardock questioned. Do not concern yourself with the method of resurrection, Roger replied with a smile. However, I must forewarn you. Your youngest son, Kakarot, is on the brink of death. Bardock's pupils dilated, and his expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? He immediately grew anxious, questioning if Vegeta was the cause. No, Roger shook his head. Then what is it? Bardock pressed urgently. Kakarot has contracted a viral heart disease, which is currently in its incubation period. Approximately 3 months from now. Symptoms such as angina will manifest, and within 6 months, it will culminate in a catastrophic outbreak. The situation will be irreparable, not just on Earth, but throughout the universe. In essence, he has a maximum of 6 months to live, Roger candidly revealed. In this timeline, due to the relationship between himself and Bulma. Vegeta and Bulma did not end up together. Consequently, Trunks ceased to exist. Without Trunks, there was no one to travel from the future to provide Goku with the antidote for the viral heart disease. Furthermore, the onset of Goku's heart disease would occur even earlier than during the time of the androids, predating the events of Trunks' era. The last time Roger beheld Sun Wukong, he discovered that the latter had contracted viral heart disease. In approximately 6 months, would Sun Wukong meet his demise? Bardock's expression grew increasingly grim. You have aided me. And in return, I can assist you with one matter, resurrecting your eldest son Raditz or curing Sun Wukong's viral heart condition. The choice is yours. Roger stated with a hint of indifference. You can treat Kakarot's viral heart disease? Bardock inquired, astonishment evident in his gaze. Roger nodded, dismissing the gravity of the ailment. It is merely heart disease. Let alone treating the heart. I could even replace Wukong's heart if necessary. It merely requires a slight expenditure of divine energy. I am not lacking in divine energy, Bardock replied, recalling that 2 dear friends had gifted him 50 units of divine energy. Can the Eternal Dragon heal Kakarot's affliction? He asked. The Eternal Dragon is not omnipotent, as you are undoubtedly aware. This illness is beyond even its capabilities, Roger remarked with a smile. Bardock knew well that the Eternal Dragon had its limitations. For instance, 960 years ago, he had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, wishing to return to this era. Yet the Eternal Dragon was unable to fulfill that desire. Fortunately, the dragon could grant eternal youth, a wish Bardock had made. Bardock found himself in a dilemma. Silent as he weighed his options. Raditz and Kakarot were both his sons. It was a difficult choice. May I consult my wife? Or perhaps I should get back to you in a few days, Bardock pondered aloud, uncertain of his decision. Take your time, but do not let it linger too long. If Raditz is reincarnated, even I cannot resurrect him, Roger cautioned. How do I contact my wife? Bardock asked, exasperated. Roger reluctantly produced a staff and gently waved his hand over it. Instantly, the orb atop the staff illuminated, revealing the visage of Jine. You need only speak. Roger instructed Bardock. Jine, it's me. Can you see me? Bardock urgently inquired. Huh? Bardock? Where are you? Why did you suddenly disappear? Jine scanned her surroundings. Unable to spot him. She cannot see you, but you can see her, Roger clarified. Enough chatter. Do you not realize that intergalactic communication is costly? Bardock succinctly relayed the events to Jine. So, Jine, should we resurrect Raditz or cure Kakarot's heart condition? He asked. They are both our sons. I do not wish to forsake either. Jine replied, biting her lip. Bardock nodded in agreement, torn by the weight of the decision. What a conundrum this is. Roger. Why not allow Bardock to work with you for a while? You could save both of them. What do you think? Jean Nei proposed. Be my servant for a century. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss, Roger replied nonchalantly. A century? Isn't that rather excessive? Jean Nei's expression stiffened. Do you truly dare to make such a declaration? What about our life as a couple? I can bring you to Earth to live. When Bardock is not needed, he can return home, and when required, he will be at your beck and call, Roger stated. What do you think, Bardock? Jean Nei inquired. A century, Bardock murmured. After a brief silence, he seemed to have made a resolute decision and lifted his gaze towards Roger. Is there anything else? Roger asked calmly. As your servant, you wouldn't intentionally insult me. Would you? Bardock asked, somewhat uneasily. Chapter 106. The King of Hell requests a person upon uttering those words. Bardock was immediately overwhelmed by Roger's oppressive aura, forcing him into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. You have no choice. Of course, you can forfeit one of your sons if you wish, Roger said indifferently. Very well, I accept. I shall be your servant for a century. Bardock gravely nodded, nearly bowing his head to the earth. Wait a moment, Roger commanded. Turning the time-space ring, Roger vanished without a trace. In less than 10 seconds, his figure reemerged as he casually tossed a vial to Bardock, who had just crawled out from the earth. If Sun Wukong experiences a viral heart attack, give him this miraculous medicine, and he shall recover, Roger declared. Miraculous medicine? Bardock stammered, lifting his gaze to inquire. Did you not say there were no remedies on this planet? Currently, there may be none. But that does not preclude the possibility of their existence in the future, Roger replied with a smile. Bardock fell silent, suddenly recalling that Roger possessed the ability to traverse both the past and the future. Roger gently waved his hand, and the orb atop his staff instantly transformed, revealing the visage of a bearded man. Greetings, Lord Yenluo, Roger called out. Who is calling me? Yenluo looked around, puzzled. I am Roger. A year ago, I ventured to the underworld and brought Vegeta back. Surely, you remember me? Roger inquired. Ah, yes, I recall now. What brings you here, Lord Roger? What instructions do you have for me? The image of Roger resurfaced in Yenluo's mind, accompanied by a sense of caution. This individual was not to be trifled with. Hadn't he once reduced Vegeta to a mere shell of himself? Is there a scion named Raditz who has yet to be reincarnated? Roger asked. Please hold on a moment. I will check, Yenluo promptly responded. Bardock was left astonished. Was Roger truly conversing with the ruler of the underworld? Yenluo had referred to himself as a minor deity. What must Roger's divine status be? What kind of deity was he? After a brief pause, Yenluo spoke again, his tone imbued with respect, as if he owed Roger a considerable debt. Lord Roger, Raditz committed numerous transgressions in his past life and is currently imprisoned in hell. He has not yet been reincarnated. Given his circumstances, he may remain confined for a millennium before we can consider his rebirth, Yenluo continued. I shall come by shortly to retrieve him. You have no objections. I trust? Roger smiled. Of course, there will be no objections. It is an honor for us in the underworld to receive your esteemed presence, Lord Roger, Yenluo replied hastily. Roger merely descended into the underworld. Is this the glory of your realm? King Yenluo, how utterly contemptible you are. Is it possible that Roger is also a harbinger of destruction? Otherwise, how could he choose to engage in battle with those three in the realm of the destroyer? Time passed, and Bardock found himself lost in thought. Suddenly, Roger transformed into a dazzling array of colors, soaring into the sky alongside Bardock. As Roger ascended, he effortlessly tore through the fabric of the void. In no time, Roger and Bardock arrived in the underworld, materializing before King Yenluo. The king's imposing figure loomed large, akin to a mighty mountain, yet upon Roger's arrival, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost deference, fearful of inadvertently provoking Roger's wrath. Lord Yen, Raditz has been brought forth. Yenluo Wang addressed Roger, who directed his gaze towards Raditz's soul. Much like the demise of Vegeta in days gone by, Raditz existed solely in a spectral form, devoid of corporeal presence. Only those like Sun Wukong, who have performed countless virtuous deeds in service of a planet, retain their physical form after death. Is that not my father? Raditz pondered, slightly bewildered, as he looked towards Bardock. Silence. No one considers you mute, Bardock shot back, his eyes narrowing, prompting Raditz to fall silent. Then we shall take our leave, Lord Yin Luo, Roger said with a smile, waving his hand. Farewell, and thank you for your guidance. Yin Luo Wang responded, bowing respectfully. Roger paid him no heed, transforming into a radiant spectrum of light, leading Bardock and Raditz as they tore through the fabric of the void. On their journey back, a flash of light emanated from the staff in Roger's hand, striking Raditz. And in an instant, the shape of Raditz's soul began to shift. In the blink of an eye, his body materialized. Roger activated the realm of the true gods once more, and soon the golden halo atop Raditz's head gradually vanished. He had been resurrected. Roger spoke in a calm tone. Remember, you may summon me at any time. Of course, you could also seek to defeat me. Should you possess the strength, you might free yourself from this century-long constraint. As they spoke, they arrived at Earth. Roger abandoned Bardock and Raditz, departing without a glance back. Raditz soon discerned that his body felt markedly different. He scrutinized himself for a considerable time. So, I have been resurrected? Raditz pondered, questioning whether he might be ensnared in a dream. Could it be that he was experiencing hallucinations in hell? Resurrection? How could that be possible? After returning, he had even encountered his father. Wasn't he dead? Raditz was engulfed in confusion, but then he recalled the individual responsible for his revival. This person bore a certain familiarity. I remember now. I know him. The expression on Raditz's face grew increasingly complex. You should recognize him. When you were very young, I fought alongside him on planet Vegeta, Bardock mused. What do you mean? When I first saw Kakarot, he seemed to be with a woman, Raditz reflected thoughtfully. Raditz, none of that matters now. You have been revived. And I shall train you diligently to enhance your strength swiftly, Bardock assured him. Am I truly resurrected? Is this not merely an illusion? Raditz remained skeptical. In response, Bardock delivered a sharp slap to Raditz's face. Ouch. The pain feels so real. I truly have been resurrected. Raditz exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Now do you believe it? Bardock chuckled. Humph. This is Earth, isn't it? Splendid. I shall confront that Kakarot and settle the score. I will kill him with my own hands. Raditz recalled his demise, his rage igniting. Go ahead. I support you, Bardock encouraged, seeing value in Raditz experiencing some setbacks, which would motivate him to train earnestly. Will you accompany me, father? Raditz inquired. No, you shall go alone, Bardock replied with a smile. Curse it. Without a scouter, I have no idea where Kakarot is, Raditz lamented, glancing around anxiously. Chapter 107. Bardock. Rosa, sister, I shall restore your honor. Fly in this direction until you see a grand mountain. On the second peak, there is a red house that is Kakarot's home on Earth, Bardock instructed. Go forth and defeat Kakarot. Raditz, brimming with confidence, soared towards Son Goku's residence, his waist-length hair flowing in the wind. Minutes later, Raditz returned, bruised and battered. I was beaten terribly. When did Kakarot become so powerful? Raditz nearly wept. Oh, I forgot to mention, Kakarot's battle power has surpassed Frieza's, Bardock chuckled. What did you say? Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief. Bun Mountain. Was that Raditz just now? How strange. Son Goku scratched his head, deciding to dismiss it. In the year 764 of the age of the universe, Sun Wukong was stricken by a viral heart disease, a malady beyond remedy. Bulma, accompanied by Roger, came to catch a final glimpse of Wukong. Tien Shin'an, Piccolo, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Launch, Master Roshi, Karin, and the Supreme Kai, among others, gathered, filling Wukong's home and yard to capacity. Even Vegeta joined the crowd, drawn by the unfolding drama. Is there truly nothing that the Supreme Kai or the dragon can do? Bulma inquired, her voice laced with desperation. There is no remedy. This virus is exceedingly rare. And even the dragon cannot eradicate or heal it, the Supreme Kai lamented, shaking his head. A wave of sorrow washed over the assembled friends. Was Sun Wukong truly on the brink of death? The man who had saved the Earth from countless calamities was facing his final farewell? Foolishness. It would be surprising if he were to die, Vegeta scoffed, glancing at Roger amidst the gathering. Can Roger truly bring about the demise of Kakarot? It seems that. After 7 years, Kakarot is destined to engage in battle with an individual from the 11th universe. If Kakarot were to perish, whom would Roger turn to? It would then fall upon me to take up the mantle. A slight surge of pride welled up within Vegeta. Roger, will you save him? Vegeta whispered to Roger, glancing around to ensure no one was in earshot. It seems I haven't rolled with you in quite some time. Roger looked at Vegeta, who flinched slightly in fear and quickly retreated. This place is perilous. It would be wise to keep my distance from Roger. Just then, a long-haired figure with a tail descended from the sky. Raditz? He has been resurrected? Vegeta observed Raditz, then turned to Roger in disbelief. What? It's Raditz. Many present grew wary at the revelation. There's no need for alarm. I have merely come to deliver a special medicine for Kakarot. I heard he is suffering from a viral heart disease and is on the brink of death. Raditz smiled, producing the medicine and tossing it to Krillin. If you take this medicine, his heart condition will be resolved. Upon finishing his words, Raditz cast a glance at Vegeta and swiftly departed. Although Raditz had undergone training under Bardock's guidance, his progress had been relatively slow. Bardock had sent him to deliver the medicine to Goku, hoping the brothers could set aside their animosity. It can't be poison, can it? Krillin pondered as he scrutinized the vial. Well, a dead horse is better than a live one. Let's administer it to Goku. Piccolo instructed. Understood. Krillin nodded. After taking the special medicine for his heart condition, the pained expression on Goku's face gradually eased. Is it truly effective? Krillin exclaimed in joy. That's wonderful. Yamcha also laughed heartily. What is Raditz up to? Piccolo wondered. Perhaps. After all, they are brothers, Tien speculated. Goku is all right. Bulma cheered exuberantly. In the year 767, on May 12th, androids 17 and 18 were born. Upon awakening, they immediately eliminated Dr. Gero, the one who controlled them, and subsequently activated Android 16. However, due to the absence of Trunks, Goku and the others remained unaware of the android's existence. The personalities of the three androids differ significantly from those of the androids in Trunks' timeline. Although 17 and 18 cannot be deemed virtuous, they are not malevolent either. Android 16, in particular, cherishes nature and its creatures. Let us seek out Goku, 17 declared. Assuming the role of leader among the trio, with 16 and 18 in agreement, let's take a car. It will be more enjoyable. Sometimes, the journey itself is a delight. 17 said, cheerfully commandeering a passing vehicle. In the 6th universe, on planet Kappa, Sister Bardos, it has been 3 years. The time has come, has it not? Whis inquired of Bardos. Indeed, I have nearly completed my tasks, and the timing is just right, Bardos replied with a smile. Let us depart immediately for the 7th universe. I intend to restore Whis' honor. Really? Ruasi felt that happiness had arrived quite unexpectedly. Over the past 3 years, almost every 3 to 5 months, Ruasi would come to Bardock, seeking her assistance in dealing with Roger, who had been making things difficult for her. However, Bardock had many responsibilities at hand and had mentioned that the timing was not yet ripe. When the moment is right, we shall confront Roger, she assured. Oh. Foolish girl, of course it is true. Let us embark on our journey, Bardock declared. With that, Bardock transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, soaring through the skies, heading directly towards Earth in the 7th universe. What are your intentions, Bardock? Ruasi inquired. Are we going to confront him physically? Oh. Foolish girl, how could an angel resort to violence? It is wrong to strike others. We angels are not born for battle. That is the realm of the destroyers. Bardock replied with a smile. But if I cannot win, I will simply admit my defeat, Ruasi murmured softly. What did you just say, Ruasi? Bardock seemed to have caught a glimpse of her words. I said nothing, Ruasi chuckled nervously. I heard everything, Bardock playfully chided, yet comforted her. It's all right. Dear sister, I have no reason to hold it against you. Why should I make things difficult for you? Indeed, if a confrontation were to arise. Ruasi was uncertain if she could best Roger. In truth, among the multitude of angels, few were warriors. Oh, Roger counts as one, and so do you. Along with me, Bardock remarked. Before Ruasi interjected, Sister Yao has already devised a strategy. This time, we shall compel Roger to divulge everything. A confident smile appeared on Bardock's face. This includes the staves of Brother Weiss and Brother Mels, as well as the universe of Sister Ruasi. What is your plan then, Bardock? Ruasi asked curiously. Chapter 110, Bardock, my staff surpasses Weiss's. Perhaps I am not charming enough to attract girls, Roger chuckled. As the angelic attire manifested upon Roger, a cerulean halo appeared above his head, transforming him into a radiant spectrum of light that swiftly vanished from sight. The school beauty, Yao Xue, stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the spectacle. Even some classmates who witnessed the event wore expressions of bewilderment. What was that? Hey, Roger. I like you. Come back. Yashue suddenly grasped something profound and shouted at Roger, who was soaring through the sky, clearly hearing her voice. However, to declare affection now felt inadequate. Roger smiled knowingly. Before long, Roger returned to Bulma's home. Ruth, it's been 3 years. I've truly missed you. He yearned to embrace Ruth, but she, with a frown, evaded him. I miss you too. I want to bite you. You were so infuriating, Roger. I never had a crush on you. Badass. A pleasure to meet you. Roger nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Roger. Badass responded politely, also expressing gratitude for Miss Bulma's warm hospitality. It's nothing, Bulma remarked, sensing her presence was no longer fitting. After her words, she discreetly stepped away, but not before casting a lingering glance at Ruth, the angelic beauty. Thinking how stunning she was. Roger, could it be that he truly harbors feelings for her? Bulma suddenly felt as if something had been lost within her heart. A pang of pain coursing through. Ruasi, your angelic power seems to be depleting rather slowly, Roger observed, casting a faint sigh. In 3 years, you have only consumed a mere 100 points? It appears as though you have expended quite a lot. Ruasi, visibly irritated, retorted, well, I still have a final 100 points remaining. I'm on the verge of achieving perfect mastery over my angelic power. Roger laughed heartily while Ruasi's expression stiffened, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Your words cut deep. I ought to draw a diagram to cast a curse upon you. Roger, I trust you are aware of my intentions for this visit, Bardock remarked with a smile. Is it to reclaim the staves of Weiss and Melis? I regret to inform you that I have already transformed them into gauntlets and armor. Roger scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What did you say? Bardock's delicate features paled as she abruptly stood up. You should have come earlier. I presumed you no longer needed them, hence I repurposed them. As Roger summoned the gauntlets and armor from the interdimensional space, he displayed them before Bardock. Both Bardock and Rose fell silent. Sister Bardock, if we manage to reclaim the staves of Brother Weiss and Brother Melis, can they be restored? Rose communicated telepathically. Bardock pondered carefully before responding. It is indeed possible to restore them, albeit with a slight reduction in their multiplicative enhancement. It is minor, however. Bardock replied. Rose let out a sigh of relief. As long as they can be restored, that is sufficient. A loss is a loss, but it is surely better than the current staves we possess. Roger, I shall speak plainly. Bardock smiled softly, suggesting that you may articulate your thoughts with a touch of nuance. Roger nodded in acknowledgement. Bardock continued, last time, you and Weiss assessed the outcome of human battles. This time, we shall build upon that foundation to determine who will ultimately emerge victorious. With a playful smile, Bardock added. However, there are currently no human conflicts to observe. Roger shook his head, remarking, we cannot instigate a war among them, for that would be inappropriate. Moreover, it is not a matter of life and death. Such skirmishes would lack any true spectacle. Speaking of which, 3 years ago, Krut and Cheeb insisted on organizing some sort of competition, which resulted in the loss of the scepter. Tell me, what purpose do I have for so many scepters? Roger spoke, waving his hand gently, revealing the staves of Krut and Saber. You needn't show off, he remarked, regarding Krut and Saber's loss of their staves. Bardock had indeed heard of it. However, since the two had no substantial connection with Bardock, she naturally would not intervene on their behalf. It was, after all, a matter of life and death. Bardock chuckled, as the crystal ball atop the staff projected the vehicle occupied by the androids, specifically number 16, 17, and 18, alongside another location featuring Cell. Who are they? Roger asked, momentarily taken aback with curiosity. They are the androids created by Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army. Bardock cheerfully explained. As far as I know, long ago, Sun Wukong eradicated the Red Ribbon Army entirely. Yet, Dr. Gero has survived and has long sought vengeance against Sun Wukong. Over the years, he has tirelessly worked on developing new androids capable of defeating him. These 4 androids appear quite formidable, seemingly stronger than the current Sun Wukong. Roger nodded thoughtfully. What do you think, Roger? Are you interested in engaging in some analysis to determine who might ultimately prevail? Bardock inquired with a smile. What would be the stakes? Roger asked. My staff, Bardock replied. That's inappropriate. Roger shook his head vigorously. I already possess numerous staves. What would I want yours for? My staff is far more powerful than Wiss's. Providing me with 120 times the realm of true divinity, Bardock said with a slight smile. If you were to acquire my staff, you could certainly replace Meruz's armor. Crafting armor with my staff would significantly enhance both the defensive and offensive capabilities of your new universe's god of destruction. Roger regarded Bardock intently, realizing she had conducted thorough research on him, and likely even on the 3 androids in Cell before arriving. Hold on, don't rush to decline just yet. I haven't finished, Bardock added with a smile. In addition to my staff, I will also provide you with 200 points of true divine realm. Once absorbed, it could elevate your divine realm by at least 100 points. I believe that demonstrates considerable sincerity on my part. Exchanging this for Whis' staff seems reasonable. Roger nodded vigorously. Not so fast, Whis interjected, baring his teeth. How shameless. Coughs, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Bardock gently coughed. With my staff and 200 points of true divine realm, I propose an exchange for Whis' and Meruz's staves, as well as your relinquishment of rights to the new universe. Not sufficient, Roger replied, shaking his head. Chapter 113, Number 18, Do you believe I will spank you? Agreed, let us proceed. After Roger finished speaking, he transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, swiftly darting towards the trio of androids. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Xiangpa rubbed his eyes, perplexed. How curious. Why do my eyes feel somewhat uncomfortable? Contemplating, he glanced upwards, noticing that both Bardock and Rose were not idle. They promptly appeared amidst a mountainous region, where a rugged man, adorned with a scar, was diligently training. With a precise kick, he unleashed an overwhelming force. This was Lepin. Rose gazed downwards. Let us descend. Bardock nodded gently, and the two gracefully descended, landing directly opposite Lepin. Instantly, Lepin felt a surge of tension, especially upon realizing that the visitors were 2 strikingly beautiful girls. His heart raced, and his face flushed crimson. However, he soon regained his composure. These girls had flown in. Moreover, they emitted not a hint of energy fluctuations. Who were they? From initial nervousness and excitement, Lepin's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. Lepin, there is no need to fear. We are here to assist you. Bardock assured him. Assist me? What do you mean? Lepin was taken aback. You are indeed a warrior, are you not? Bardock inquired with a smile. Lepin's expression darkened. You speak so frankly, yet there are those far more powerful than me, like Tien Shinhan. Bardock once again mentioned a name, causing Lepin's face to darken further. I do not strike women, but you, Blue Sprite, are exceedingly overbearing. Not to mention Goku and Vegeta, even 7-year-old Gohan would be beyond your reach. Bardock smiled faintly. Of course, there is one individual you might stand a chance against. I believe his name is Dumpling. Lepin's countenance shifted from dark to bewildered, cold sweat trickling down. So, you mean to say I can only defeat Dumpling? Yet, as he pondered, Lepin considered that the woman might have a point. He felt a deep sense of despair. After all these years, he had nearly become the weakest link. Once, he had dreamed of becoming the strongest human on Earth. A heavy sigh escaped Lepin's heart. Are you here to humiliate me? His face turned a shade of green. No, I am here to assist you, Bardock replied with a smile. Assist me? How so? Lepin inquired, momentarily taken aback. I can help you enhance your strength, enabling you to surpass Goku and Vegeta. How does that sound? Bardock beamed. Why should I trust you? Lepin furrowed his brow. Sister Bardock, why waste time with him? Rose interjected, her impatience evident as she delivered a swift kick, sending Lepin flying. When he finally came to a halt, his head tilted, and he slumped softly to the ground. Is he dead? Bardock covered her face. Is he? So weak? Rose's expression shifted in shock. Sister Bardock, I didn't mean to. If this were 3 years ago, your strike might have obliterated the Earth, or even the solar system. Bardock smiled softly, remarking that it was fortunate his mastery over the power of angels had improved significantly compared to 3 years prior. As she spoke, the flames upon her staff erupted, enveloping Lu Ping. This will suffice. Let us first enhance his physique before contemplating his revival, she reassured Ross. I truly apologize. It was not my intention. Ross pouted, her mood dampened. There is no need for self-reproach, Ross, Bardock replied with a gentle smile. After 5 minutes, she declared now. His body possesses strength comparable to that of Android 18, and it is of the type that expends no energy. Bardock beamed, though she noted that in a month, his body would revert to its original state. When shall we bring him back to life? Ross inquired. Let us confer with Roger first, Bardock responded, gesturing towards Lu Ping's lifeless form, which then levitated. Bardock and Ross, carrying Lu Ping, swiftly made their way towards Roger's location. Meanwhile, as Bardock was modifying Lu Ping, Roger appeared above in the air, observing the 3 androids in their vehicle. You all seem quite leisurely, he remarked. Very well, do as you wish. Roger transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, swiftly gliding past the vehicle, and effortlessly extracted number 18 from within, ascending into the sky. Number 18 sensed an unusual shift in her surroundings and quickly surveyed the area, bewildered by her sudden elevation into the air. Who is holding me? She turned to glance at the individual who embraced her. Unfamiliar with Roger, she noted that he was not a warrior and had never participated in Earth's conflicts. Consequently, Dr. Gero had not input Roger's profile into the data of these androids. Who are you? Number 18 inquired, her expression darkening as she faced Roger. Hello, my name is Roger. He greeted with a smile. I don't care what you're called. Your hands are rather presumptuous. Number 18's expression darkened further, a glint of menace flashing in her eyes. Thank you for the compliment, Roger acknowledged with a nod. Number 18's words struck a chord. Upon reflection, Roger realized that it was indeed his own hand that was positioned rather inappropriately. Roger held on to number 18, his hand resting precisely upon her chest, a position that seemed to be the only appropriate placement. With a dismissive huff, number 18 ceased her banter and placed her hand firmly over Roger's mouth, admonishing him not to get too handsy. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a colossal surge of energy directed at Roger. The air reverberated with a cataclysmic roar, shattering the clouds above. Yet, when the dust settled, Roger appeared unscathed, wearing a broad smile as he regarded number 18. Number 18 stood dumbfounded, marveling at his formidable strength. How could he remain unharmed? She was certain that the energy she had just released, while not lethal, should have at least inflicted significant injury. Yet, he appeared utterly unaffected. They say you are the most beautiful woman in the world, and upon seeing you today, it is clear that your allure is undeniable, Roger remarked with a grin, studying her intently. Am I truly that beautiful? Number 18 wiped the sweat from her brow, slightly taken aback. There is no need for hostility. I brought you out to save you. Should you fail to appreciate my kindness, I might just have to teach you a lesson, she warned playfully. Roger contemplated a fitting punishment for her. Chapter 120. The conspiracy begins to unfold. Sun Wukong wasted no time and soared into the sky. It wasn't long before he encountered Vegeta amidst the clouds. Bagon? Have you sensed the immense energy from that direction? Sun Wukong inquired with excitement. Try calling me Bagon again. Vegeta threatened, his expression darkening. Haha, I've grown accustomed to it. Please don't take offense, I mean no malice, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head sheepishly, which only aggravated Vegeta further. Your innocent demeanor makes things quite difficult for me, Vegeta retorted, opting for silence. Bagon, Sun Wukong uttered, noticing Vegeta's displeasure, and quickly corrected himself. Vegeta, something feels off about that sinister energy. Perhaps we should observe before making any decisions, Vegeta replied coolly. Meanwhile, in a small town to the east, the battle between Piccolo and Cell had escalated to a fever pitch. In a moment of carelessness, Piccolo found himself ensnared by Cell. Your life essence is now mine, Cell declared, wrapping his tail tightly around Piccolo. Piccolo, alarmed, desperately sought to evade, but Cell's tail pierced through his arm. No matter. I can still absorb the life essence from your body, Cell chuckled nonchalantly, beginning to siphon off Piccolo's vitality. As Piccolo felt his life force rapidly draining, a look of horror crossed his face. In a sudden burst of determination, he slammed the back of his head forcefully into Cell's nose. Cell winced in pain and released his grip, allowing Piccolo to create some distance, glancing at his already withered left arm. It seems, Piccolo, that you are at quite the disadvantage, Cell taunted with a sinister laugh. Shara chuckled lightly, while Big fell into a momentary silence. Indeed, I am not your opponent. Regrettably, I concede this contest to you, Big stated gravely. Since you have willingly surrendered, allow me to absorb you. Rest assured, I shall not inflict any pain upon you. A faint smile graced Shara's lips. Before you end my existence, may I pose a few questions? Big cast a deep glance at Sharu, and after a brief silence, nodded in acquiescence. My first inquiry is, who are you? How did you come to be? Big asked. What? Do you hesitate to answer? Big did not grant Sharu ample time for contemplation. It's no trouble to share. It's nothing of great consequence. With a serene smile, Sharu replied, my name is Sharu. I am an artificial being, created by Dr. Gero's computer. Knowing this is sufficient. As for what an artificial being is, you were once a deity. Surely you are not so uninformed as to be unaware. I have indeed seen them in the celestial realm. They must be the artificial beings you speak of. They are formidable, Big acknowledged with a slight nod, possessing some understanding of the matter. Where are they located? A flicker of delight crossed Sharu's face as he hastily posed his second question. Why do you absorb humans? Big remained silent, prompting another inquiry. My form is incomplete. Only by absorbing the life essence of humans can I become more powerful. Sheru regarded Bick intently. My third question, do you intend to absorb all of humanity on Earth? Bick queried. That is unnecessary, Sheru replied, shaking his head. Once I have absorbed 2 significant individuals, I shall achieve a complete form. They are the androids number 17 and 18, created by Dr. Gero. The computer has informed me that upon attaining a complete form, my energy, intellect, speed, and other attributes will evolve to an extraordinarily perfect level, granting me the most formidable power in the universe. As Sheru spoke, he could not help but envision those 2 women and wondered how they would strike, causing him to be sent flying. You all wait. Once I, Sheru, attain my complete form, I shall make you pay a blood price. Bick remained silent, contemplating the true implications of Sheru's words. He understood that if this creature were to achieve completeness, the consequences would be dire. Bick continued with his 4th question. Enough. You asked too many questions. Sheru's anger flared. You should be grateful I am still answering it all. One last question. This is my final inquiry, Bick proclaimed loudly. Sheru remained silent. Why do I sense Goku's energy within you? And Frieza's, along with Vegeta's and my own? Bick pressed. Long ago, Dr. Gero sought to create an artificial being capable of defeating Son Goku. Sheru replied nonchalantly. Eventually, Dr. Gero decided to collect the cells of warriors, utilizing them to forge a powerful android. However, this research proved to be exceedingly time-consuming. Thus, Dr. Gero entrusted its completion to a computer. To be precise, I was destined to come into existence 2 decades later, but someone administered a rapid growth serum, granting me the fortune of being born in this era, an era that also witnesses the existence of androids 17 and 18. A broad smile adorned Cell's face. Who bestowed upon you the rapid growth serum? Piccolo's heart sank. You have posed quite enough inquiries, Piccolo. I am aware that you are merely stalling for time, awaiting the arrival of Vegeta and Goku, are you not? Cell chuckled lightly. Nevertheless, it matters not. Even if they were to arrive, they would pose no challenge to me. I shall simply absorb their life essence, which will substantially enhance my power. Was it Dr. Gero who provided you with the rapid growth serum? Piccolo inquired once more. Who is Roger? Salu pondered, his confusion mirrored in the furrowed brow of Piccolo. If it's not Roger, then who could it be? He dismissed the thought with a scoff, tearing off his own broken arm, which suddenly regenerated. Piccolo shook his hand, a smile gracing his features. Surprised, aren't you? Although you possess my cells, you were unaware of my ability to regenerate. Piccolo chuckled, his aura erupting with fervor. Ah, I've been deceived. Salu's expression shifted dramatically. At Kame House, Krillin soared into the sky. Master Roshi, there's an overwhelming presence over there, accompanied by a sinister energy. What on earth is happening? Roshi lounged in a chair, engrossed in a book, his eyes narrowing in disapproval. Krillin, enough with your unhealthy fascination. Descending closer, Krillin noticed something peculiar. What is this? From the illustrations of lovely maidens, Roshi had uncovered a card crafted from pure gold. Chapter 123, Should we eliminate him to silence him? An energy blast erupted from Piccolo's hand, hurtling towards Raditz. Just as it was about to strike, a figure materialized, grasping the energy sphere and effortlessly compressing it into a cloud of vapor. What? Goku? Shock painted Piccolo's face as he blurted out. However, realizing the oddity of the situation, he quickly corrected himself. This is not Goku. This individual bears an uncanny resemblance to him, yet he is not Goku. Father, your timing is impeccable. Eliminate him. Raditz hissed at Bardock. You are Goku's father? Piccolo stared incredulously at Bardock. You are Kakarot's companion. I have no intention of killing you. You may leave, Bardock replied coldly, releasing a fraction of his aura. Piccolo's face paled, cold sweat trickling down his back. Terrifying. Goku's father is truly formidable. Merely standing there exuded an overwhelming sense of danger. How did he cultivate such power? Was he supposed to have perished during the explosion of planet Vegeta? No, Goku's father radiates divine energy. What sorcery is this? Thankful for not provoking Bardock, Piccolo expressed his gratitude and turned to Raditz. With your meager combat prowess, how dare you show your face? Remember this, until you transform into a Super Saiyan. Keep your tail tucked away. With that, Bardock delivered a swift kick, sending Raditz sprawling. Return, Bardock exclaimed. This fool is truly an idiot. He dares to challenge Piccolo while merely going out for groceries? Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have met his end. Taking a deep breath, Bardock pondered that since he had come this far and was so close to his master, he should pay a visit. After all, wasn't the master supposed to assist in bringing Fieshi back? It had been 3 years. Why was there still no news? Transforming into a streak of white light, Bardock soared towards Bulma's residence. Soon, he caught up with Piccolo. Sensing Bardock's approach, Piccolo's expression shifted, and he heightened his vigilance. Is this guy here to kill me? He worried. Under the weight of Bardock's presence, Piccolo felt as if he were a mere child in the presence of an adult. At that moment, Bardock spotted Piccolo ahead and could not help but smirk, causing Piccolo to pale in fear. He had sensed Bardock trailing behind him. Yet the latter made no move to confront him, leaving Piccolo in a state of distress. Hey, what are you doing? Piccolo finally asked, his face darkening. Just passing by. You needn't be afraid. Since I have promised not to harm you, I certainly shall not, Bardock replied lightly. Of course, you could attempt to strike at me, but only if you possess the strength to defeat me. A grin spread across Bardock's face as he regarded Piccolo. Piccolo fell silent, for reasons unknown. The moment he laid eyes on Bardock, an inexplicable dread enveloped him. This man was terrifying, particularly due to the immense divine power he radiated. Clenching his teeth, Piccolo chose to ignore Bardock and abruptly accelerated his flight. He landed in Bulma's yard, where he spotted Roger and 2 unfamiliar women indulging in a feast. To Piccolo's astonishment, one of the women wielded a staff, atop which floated a water orb projecting several images. The images displayed various scenes, including the locations and activities of Goku, Shazing, Vegeta, Gohan, and even himself. Realizing the implications, a thought crossed his mind. Should he eliminate them? Upon noticing Piccolo's gaze, Ruosi instinctively inquired, cough, cough. Are you planning to kill me to silence me? Bardock shook his head with a sigh. This foolish sister of mine was not like this before. He then shot a fierce glare at Roger. Piccolo regarded Ruosi with surprise. Do you really think you can silence me? He did not wish to stoop to the level of a young girl. To Piccolo, Ruosi appeared utterly unimpressive. Roger, Bick clenched his fists and fixed his gaze upon Roger. Bick had pondered thoroughly. If it truly was Roger orchestrating events, he would promptly seize him. After all, Bick felt no allure from Roger. Unlike the formidable divine power emanating from the 2 unfamiliar women, whose peculiar attire caught his eye. What could the blue rings floating above their heads signify? Perhaps mere ornaments? Regardless, it was of little consequence. Just as Bick was about to speak, Bardock descended from the heavens, landing beside Roger. Master, Bardock bowed respectfully. Last time, not only had Roger resurrected Raditz, but he had also saved Kakarot's life. As per their agreement, Bardock was bound to serve Roger for a century. Hence referring to him as master was the least he could do. Bardock has arrived? Roger smiled slightly, gesturing for Bardock to rise. Master? Bick was momentarily stunned. The father of Son Goku addressed Roger as master? How could this be? Bick was truly astonished. Had even the formidable Bardock been subdued by Roger? Bick's composure faltered. By the way, Bick, what were you about to say? Roger inquired. I said nothing at all, Bick quickly replied, opting for discretion. At this moment, seeking trouble with Roger would likely result in his demise at the hands of Bardock, Roger's servant. I know what you wish to say, do not doubt me. Lest you face dire consequences, Roger remarked coolly. Instead, focus your thoughts on defeating Cell. Chapter 129. The arrival of Hit soon, Cell forcibly absorbed Liu Ping with his tail. Upon witnessing the projection, number 8 was utterly disgusted. Looking at number 16 and the others, it was already too late to intervene. This is bad. It's too late. Hurry. Get out of here. Number 16 exclaimed in horror, grabbing number 17 and turning to flee, simultaneously urging Bick, Krillin, and Tien, you 3 must leave as well. Ah. Yes. Krillin stammered in fright, while Tien's expression paled. Cell swiftly completed his evolution, achieving a semi-formed state. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood directly in front of number 16, blocking his escape. Damn it. Number 16 gritted his teeth, landing a blow on Cell's nose. However, Cell appeared unfazed. Number 16's face turned ashen as Cell raised his hand before him. Boom. A burst of energy erupted from Cell's hand, striking number 16 on the head, instantly obliterating a portion of it. Number 16 collapsed to the ground, a plume of smoke rising from his head. Truly, he was no match for Cell. Where had the earlier bravado of number 16 vanished? As Shara laughed with uncontainable joy, he was abruptly interrupted by a heavy strike from Piccolo, which landed forcefully on the back of his head. Turning to glance at Piccolo, Shara remarked, "This is not your style, Piccolo. You are well aware that you cannot defeat me, yet you still choose to attack?" With a cold smirk, Shara unleashed a burst of energy that pierced through Piccolo's heart. He then callously discarded Piccolo's lifeless body, leaving him to his fate. Shara then turned his gaze towards number 17, who appeared both astonished and fearful, his complexion pale. I advise you to surrender, for you are no match for me, Shara said, intrigued as he observed number 17, his delight growing. Little did Shara expect that events would unfold so effortlessly. You two women, just wait. Once I achieve my complete form, your demise will follow. It is you who awakened me. Thus, I should express my gratitude by tormenting you further. With a beaming smile, Shara urged, hurry up, 17. I can hardly contain my anticipation. At that moment, Tien Shin'an hovered high above, preparing to unleash a massive Kamehameha wave. The force of the attack bore down upon Shara, sending him crashing into the earth and creating a substantial crater. Humph, mere trifles. Shara scoffed as he ascended, determined to confront Tien once more. Hurry, you must leave. Tien shouted to number 17 and number 16, who finally reacted and soared into the sky. Stay back. Shara glared at number 17, his eyes ablaze with fury. Tien, stop. You must halt immediately. Krillin shouted loudly, warning of impending doom. Yet, Tien showed no signs of retreat, intensifying his output of energy. At that moment, a figure appeared on the scene, clad in a long coat with hands tucked into its pockets, sporting a purplish-red complexion. It observed the surroundings, puzzled. Where is the one who summoned me? Why is there no response? He mused. Ah, the summoner seems to be that green fellow, though he looks somewhat different. With a casual wave of his hand, Hith caused the air to tremble, striking Tien in the chest with a forceful blow that sent him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Tien! Krillin exclaimed in alarm, hastily flying to his side. Shara leaped from the crater, searching for the fleeing number 17. But found no trace of him. Damn it, he got away. Shara seethed, casting a questioning glance at Hith, who had just appeared. Who is this individual? Was it him who saved me? My database holds no information on him. Whatever, it doesn't matter. This Tien has thwarted my plans. Even though he is on the brink of death, I will personally ensure his annihilation. As Shara pointed his hand towards Tianjin Fan, he inquired. I have a question for you. It addressed Shara, yet Shara disregarded him. Just as Shara was about to obliterate Tianjin Fan, a flicker of orange-red appeared beside him. Sun Wukong. Shara instantly recognized him. You must be Shara, right? I am aware that with my current strength, there is no way I could possibly defeat you. Sun Wukong declared. However, grant me a single day, and I will surely leave you in ruins. Oh, you believe you can surpass me in just one day? Shara's interest piqued. What could you possibly achieve in a mere day? Don't move if you value your life, Sun Wukong retorted. Ignoring Shara as he seized Krillin and Tianjin Fan, utilizing instant transmission to vanish in an instant. What? How did Sun Wukong manage to move so swiftly? He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shara observed from a distance, realizing that Sun Wukong had already appeared beside Piccolo. Sun Wukong was now carrying Piccolo on his shoulder, while Krillin was supporting Tianjin Fan, intending to return to the sacred world. Humph, you shall not escape. Shara sneered, darting towards Sun Wukong. Just as he prepared to assault him, Sun Wukong executed instant transmission once more and vanished. How peculiar. When did Sun Wukong learn such techniques? Shara pondered, deciding to set aside his curiosity about Sun Wukong for the moment. He needed to locate Android 17 quickly, absorb him, and attain his complete form. Android 17 and the injured Android 16 couldn't have strayed too far, so Shara pursued the direction in which Android 17 had fled. However, it suddenly appeared before him. It's you? Are you seeking my autograph? I currently have no time, Shara remarked coolly, casting a glance at Hit. Did you activate the summoning order? Hit inquired. What summoning order? Shara responded with confusion. The world's greatest assassin summoning order. Were you not the one who initiated it? Hit pressed. Get out of my way. I have no time for idle chatter. Shara replied, growing irritable, with a murderous glint in his eyes. I shall ask you once more, where has Master Mateto gone? Hit questioned. Chapter 145, Vegeta. Shara, do you know the god of destruction? Son Gohan perish? Shara sneered. Directing his finger at Son Gohan's body as a beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at his chest, just as the beam was about to strike Son Gohan. A flash of golden light intervened, propelling Son Gohan away with a kick. Oh, Vegeta? I had yet to settle the score with you. And you come forward to stir the pot, Shara remarked lightly, realizing it was Vegeta who had intervened at the critical moment to save Son Gohan. Otherwise, Son Gohan would have undoubtedly met his demise. Shara, allow me, Vegeta, to deal with you, Vegeta declared with confidence etched across his face. Oh, Vegeta. I wonder who instilled such courage in you. You intend to challenge me, Shara? Shara replied, somewhat taken aback by Vegeta's boldness. Do you believe I still resemble that incomplete version from before? Sun Wukong, the king of the realm, and the gorilla from King Kai's planet were all obliterated by Cell. Sun Wukong immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Cell was still alive. You wretched creature have caused our demise. My esteemed king of the realm perished for the sake of a mere planet. The king exclaimed, exasperated. The worst part is not merely our deaths, but the fact that Cell still breathes. I am infuriated. Sun Wukong lamented, acknowledging the dire predicament. Your Highness, this is not the time for lamentation. Cell has regained his complete form, and we find ourselves utterly helpless, Sun Wukong expressed, his face etched with despair. Suddenly, he sensed something. Is that Vegeta? He intends to challenge Cell? Vegeta's strength is comparable to yours, isn't it? The king inquired, shaking his head. Indeed, Sun Wukong replied, concerned for Vegeta. Even Gohan was defeated by Cell. No matter how formidable Vegeta may be, he stands no chance against Cell, even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. On Earth, Cell unleashed a devastating attack directly upon Vegeta's chest, causing him to spew blood and turn pale, his golden hair momentarily darkening. It seems you are not as impressive as I anticipated, Vegeta. I thought you surpassed Gohan, Cell remarked with disappointment. But it appears you are merely on par with Sun Wukong. No, to be precise, you are inferior to him. Is that so? Vegeta retorted, wiping the blood from his lips, rapidly regenerating his shattered heart. Oh, I forgot you possess regeneration. However, it matters not. I shall reduce you to ashes. Even with your regeneration, it will be futile. Cell declared, gathering energy in his hands, aimed directly at Vegeta. The onlookers gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. He was indeed powerful, having once vanquished Frieza. Yet, could Vegeta truly match Sun Wukong's might? Perhaps he fell short even of Sun Wukong, let alone Gohan. Vegeta, you are courting death, they murmured. Cell. When we met 9 days ago, I mentioned that this universe is far grander than you can fathom, Vegeta stated nonchalantly as he wiped the blood from his brow. Oh? And what of it? Cell replied with a smirk. Even if this universe is vast beyond comprehension, I remain the most formidable being. As Cell's energy intensified, he declared. Prepare to meet your end, Vegeta. Have you heard of the god of destruction? Vegeta inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. What? Cell had never heard of such a being. Cell scoffed, unaware of the existence of a god of destruction at his level. Very well. Allow me to show you what a god of destruction truly is, Vegeta proclaimed, his face beaming with confidence. Bardock felt a sudden tremor in her heart, sensing that something ominous was approaching. Oh, I do not comprehend your words, Cell sneered, but then he was taken aback as he observed Vegeta raise both hands. Are you surrendering? Have you backed down? As Shara laughed heartily, Vegeta simply smiled. With his fingers splayed, at the moment when Vegeta raised his hands, 2 brilliant beams of multicolored light surged downwards. Upon closer inspection, 2 vibrant orbs had manifested within Vegeta's palms. What is this? Shara was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. It's quite remarkable, Vegeta remarked with a smirk, clenching his fists tightly. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from Vegeta, an infinite aura radiating outward from him. Upon sensing Vegeta's formidable presence, Shara's expression shifted to one of unease. This is not good. In a desperate attempt, Shara unleashed the energy he had gathered, hurling it towards Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta struck the incoming energy with his hand, causing it to warp and change direction, soaring high into the sky and vanishing from sight as onlookers gasped in astonishment. Vegeta let out a sinister laugh, stepping forward to deliver a powerful punch to Shara's chest. A mark appeared on Shara's back, and blood erupted from his mouth. Vegeta then executed a horizontal strike, and Shara's neck, as fragile as tofu, was severed effortlessly by Vegeta's hand. Goku's son Gohan was left dumbfounded. Krillin was in shock, Tien's third eye widened, and beads of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face. Even Goku, observing from another realm, was struck with disbelief. What on earth is that? It seemed that King Kai had also sensed the extraordinary artifact Vegeta was wielding. Though regrettably, due to his lower status, he could not fully comprehend its significance. He merely thought it to be fascinating. Vegeta, how could you be this powerful? Goku murmured to himself. King Kai remained silent. Hey, Roger, this isn't right, Vados exclaimed, her expression changing dramatically. Why did you give Vegeta Whis' staff? Chapter 146, Vados' defeat. What Vegeta was wearing on his hands was indeed the staff nurtured by Whis for countless years, now transformed into gauntlets by Roger, in Whis' possession. This staff could amplify one's abilities by 100-fold. Even in the hands of an ordinary person, Through training and experience, it could still provide a significant energy boost, albeit not to the extent of 100 times. Bardock realized that Vegeta's energy enhancement was approximately tenfold. To put this into perspective, the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan Second Stage, is merely twice as powerful as a regular Super Saiyan, which is 100 times the base form. What Vegeta had accomplished with his gauntlets elevated his Super Saiyan form by 10 times. Moreover, Vegeta's strength had already surpassed that of the Super Saiyan transformation, exceeding 50 times the base form. Calculating this, Vegeta's current power was at least 500 times that of a normal form, if not more. This overwhelming strength was more than sufficient to defeat Sheru, who stood no chance against Vegeta. I've been training him for quite some time now, did you not know? Roger maintained an air of indifference, while Ruosi was well aware that Baegun was, in a sense, half of her disciple and one of the candidates for the role of the god of destruction in my new universe. Bardock. If I do not bestow the training set upon him, to whom else would it go? Bardock, with a grim expression, chose to remain silent. Furthermore, Baegun's actions did not constitute a violation. He merely acquired what rightfully belonged to him. A smile graced Roger's face, yet Bardock's countenance darkened further, revealing a tumult of emotions. If Roger's assertions held true, then Vegeta had indeed utilized a training set that was rightfully his own, which could be considered a transgression. But could it truly end in defeat? Bardock found himself increasingly unsettled. This cannot be, despite his meticulous calculations. Bardock had not foreseen that Vegeta would obtain Roger's training set. Moreover, the insufferable Roger had intentionally criticized Vegeta to set the stage for this very moment. Bardock felt the sting of despair. How could it have ended in such a manner? Yet Ruosi felt a sense of relief. Perhaps losing is for the best. I shall find a way to marry you and subsequently seize all that you possess. With a powerful surge of energy, Vegeta unleashed a devastating attack that obliterated Cell into mere fragments. Cell's life force extinguished entirely, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. No one had anticipated Vegeta's overwhelming strength. After all, that was a fully formed Cell, effortlessly vanquished by Vegeta. Vegeta, with such might, why did you not act sooner? Krillin questioned. Had you intervened earlier, Goku might have survived. Are you questioning me, Krillin? Vegeta's demeanor turned icy. He waved dismissively at Krillin, causing a tremor in the air, followed by a dull thud as Krillin was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. You should consider yourself fortunate to still be alive, Vegeta scoffed. It matters not. I shall reveal to you that my strength comes from external sources, and I have paid a price for it. A heavy silence enveloped the group. External sources? What could that entail? Vegeta offered no further explanation, and they refrained from inquiring further. Well then, with Cell now deceased, we may disperse, Vegeta remarked with a light chuckle. In the expanse above, tranquility returned. Roger has commenced the liquidation of the match points. Cell has already perished, and there will be no further battles. As for Hit, he has returned to Universe 6, having merely come to deliver cells to Cell. Roger stated at that time, Sun Wukong, Cell, Android 16, and the demise of Lu Ping, while the others would survive. Thus, the total score amounts to 8 points. Roger deliberately miscalculated a couple of points, not wishing to secure victory too overtly. Bardock found himself in a predicament. Upon tallying the scores, it amounted to 8 points. Reluctantly, Bardock clutched his staff, a treasured artifact he had nurtured for millennia. Could he truly relinquish it to Roger so easily? His heart ached at the thought. Yet what choice did he have? A loss was still a loss. Suddenly, Bardock realized that perhaps this entire affair had been orchestrated by Roger from the very beginning. Could it be that Roger had anticipated his arrival for the contest, thereby orchestrating Vegeta's dramatic entrance? Bardock glared at Roger, frustration boiling within him. Roger, with a smile, accepted Bardock's staff and tucked it away into an alternate dimension. Bardock winced at the pain of parting, casting a fierce glare at Roger. There remained 100 points in the realm of true divinity. Roger chuckled, unreservedly seeking accolades. Bardock's lips trembled with indignation, yet he knew that since the terms had been agreed upon, there was no room for evasion. Despite the heartache, Bardock reluctantly gathered the 200 points of true divinity and released them. Roger promptly absorbed this energy into his being, refining it into approximately 100 points of his own. Graciously, he acknowledged the transfer with satisfaction, reveling in his triumph. Roger sensed his divine realm, which stood at 365 points, before attempting to perceive the divine realm of Bardock. Bardock, once the 4th-ranked angel, now found her divine realm diminished to a mere 280 points. A rather pitiable state. Has she truly fallen from grace? Vegeta, Unable to contend with Cell was a testament to this decline, Bardock remarked with a frown. Shall we engage once more? Utilizing the core of the sixth universe? Roger suggested with a smile, then sighed. However, do not harbor illusions about reclaiming your divine realm. You may win back your scepter. Exchanging the core of the sixth universe for your scepter, nurtured over countless years, seems a fair trade, does it not? I only offer this because you are a woman. Had it been Kakarot or Sabe, I would have let them be. Bardock interjected, Sister Bardock, enough. I shall no longer indulge him. Ruth, observing the interaction, urged caution as Bardock cast a deep gaze at her, seemingly intrigued by Ruth's excitement. What could possibly elicit such joy at my misfortune? Nonetheless, Bardock had no time to ponder Ruth's odd demeanor and instead focused intently on Roger. How shall we proceed? Bardock inquired, her expression conflicted. It is up to you, Roger replied with a smile. Here is the plan. Under the current circumstances, I will seal the cells of Hit within Cell's body and rewind time to 3 minutes prior, just as Cell exploded, allowing him to resurrect and fight once more. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? After contemplating, Bardock replied, Of course, you must not offer Vegeta any training. Is it true? You genuinely wish to play this game? Roger sighed lightly, shrugging his shoulders. You put me in a quandary. If I were to win again, would I be entitled to your possessions? Bardock glared at him. Are you truly embarrassed? You were swift to claim my scepter earlier. You have no shame compared to anyone else. Chapter 152, The Ever-Endless Strawberries in this instance. Roger's manipulation of time has encompassed the dragon as well, causing it to distinctly perceive the distortion of time and space. Furthermore, the dragon is astonished to discover that it has reformed from the 7 fragmented Dragon Balls, encountering such a peculiar phenomenon for the first time. What is the meaning of this situation? The dragon gazes upward, where the sky remains enveloped in darkness. Below, several familiar faces stand in sight. Additionally, the dragon notices a girl beside it, holding a staff. The girl reaches out towards the dragon, but ultimately grasps nothing. Ross was on the verge of losing her mind. The second wish was precisely articulated by Ross herself. After returning from the palace of the King of the World and passing by Earth, she fortuitously encountered the divine dragon of Earth at 937. Elated, Ross thought to herself, this means I can wish for that strawberry. This would save Roger from incessantly using strawberries as a topic. Moreover, by promptly presenting the strawberry to Roger, she hoped to evoke some feelings within him. Otherwise, how could she possibly marry him? How could she execute her plan of a marriage of deception? As the divine dragon transformed into a strawberry, Ross reached out to grasp it, only to tragically discover a distortion in time and space. Was she supposed to use time reversal? Ross was at a loss for words. Then, she watched in astonishment as the strawberry vanished. When the temporal distortion settled, the strawberry reappeared. However, when Ross attempted to seize it again, she found herself bewildered by the dragon's dazed expression, evidently disoriented by the time reversal. Simply present the packaging of the strawberry and offer a greeting, and you may depart, she thought. Just as the dragon appeared somewhat perplexed, a voice suddenly resonated in its mind. The dragon's body quivered violently, and with a look of shock, it turned to the source of the voice, recognizing, You are the divine dragon. After a moment of realization, it was so startled that its body trembled. Roger smiled, embodying the essence of a benevolent angel. Upon witnessing Roger's innocent grin, the dragon's complexion grew increasingly pale. I apologize. This is your packaging, it stammered, its lips quivering. As a surge of divine power erupted, an exquisite box enveloped the falling strawberry. Is this farewell? The dragon inquired of Roger with a tone of supplication. Go on, Roger nodded. In a swift motion, the dragon took flight, wondering, who is this formidable being? What terrifying divine power? Could it be an apprentice destroyer? With a swift whoosh, the dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, which then scattered like stones in all directions. The sky regained its brilliance as Ruasi hurried to seize the packaging of the strawberry. Roger waved at the strawberry packaging box, which swiftly appeared in his hands. How infuriating. That strawberry was a wish of mine. Iris descended from the heavens, glaring at Roger. The Z warriors present were utterly bewildered, their eyes wide as they absorbed the astonishing scene unfolding before them. Time seemed to slow as they grappled with the enormity of the moment. Did the dragon truly grant Roger a box of strawberries? Not only that, but did it also come with an apology? The warriors exchanged incredulous glances, questioning their own perceptions. How extraordinary. Was the dragon's head perhaps squeezed too tightly? And who was that girl? She was simply enchanting. Wait, I feel like I've seen her before, Lepin mused, scratching his head. When did you see her? Krillin inquired. I can't quite recall. It seems like it was in a dream, Lepin pondered, resting his chin in thought. Meanwhile, Krillin and Lepin edged closer to the girl, lifting their chins and gazing at Roger with expressions of playful allure. How shameless. Roger was utterly brazen. He already had Bulma and yet was attracting such a beautiful girl. Krillin clutched his bald head in frustration. Indeed, it's disgraceful, Lepin echoed, sharing in the sentiment. Such a fine catch, and he's letting it slip away. Roger, you already possess Bulma. Could you kindly leave some for us? Your handsome appearance does not grant you the right to claim every girl, does it? Krillin and Launch were quite displeased, while Tien merely chuckled. For he is not a man of frivolous affections. Have you not noticed? This girl came out of nowhere. Tien silently lamented, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Young Gohan, being still quite youthful, was equally perplexed. Well, the Namekians are indeed a harmonious blend, unable to comprehend the intricacies of emotions. In truth, Piccolo and Din were also pondering deeply. The dynamics between men and women are profoundly enigmatic. The warriors glanced at Rashi and then at Bulma, chuckling at the unfolding drama. Will Bulma and this woman truly confront one another over Roger? My. Rashi glared at Roger and exclaimed, Don't be a fool. Go play somewhere else. Roger waved dismissively. My. Rashi reiterated. Roger turned away, striding towards Bulma, who gazed at him without a blink. Bulma, I am eternally grateful for your care over the years. The endless strawberries you wished for at the age of 5 have finally been brought to you, Roger said, presenting her with the strawberries. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, then paled instantly as she quickly covered Roger's mouth with her hand. Please, do not say any more. Tears streamed down her face as she continued. Do you wish to bid me farewell? I cannot bear the thought of you leaving. I want you to accompany me as we grow old together. Bulma sobbed into Roger's embrace. Do not cry. I never said I would leave, Roger responded, feeling a bit speechless as he conjured a barrier around them. Want to be a spectator? No way. He even concealed Rose outside. Are you truly not leaving me? Bulma looked up at him, her eyes wide with concern. If I left, where would I go? The new universe has yet to take form. Roger suddenly realized that he felt homeless. Upon reflection, he recognized that he had come to regard Bulma's home as his own. When will the new universe take shape? Bulma inquired. In 4 years, Roger replied. For years. Bulma murmured, pondering if it meant Roger would depart from her. Once the new universe is formed, I can take you on adventures, Roger promised. Chapter 156. In times of danger, you may call my name. Is that so? Roger mused, recalling a time on planet Vegeta when he had been attacked. Attacked? Wasn't that akin to striking a stone with an egg? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. Angels do not easily take lives, Roger chuckled. Thus, I punished him by sending him back 1,000 years, and now he serves as my servant. How pitiable, Bulma remarked, contemplating if she had ever wronged Roger. In her 5th year, she had frightened him with a newly developed laser gun, hadn't she? Not at all. You are an exception, Roger smiled. Can you truly perceive my thoughts? Bulma gasped. Do not forget, I am a god. There is nothing I cannot accomplish, Roger replied with a slight smile. However, the expression on his face soon changed, as he sensed something approaching. Bulma also turned her gaze to the distance, where Rose was approaching with a radiant smile. Bulma, what do you think of her insistence on marrying me these past few days? Roger asked, furrowing his brow. Perhaps she has taken a liking to you. Bulma replied with a bittersweet smile, feeling a pang in her heart. But I do not like her, Roger shook his head. Bulma's heart surged with hope. Quick, say you like me. Your heart belongs to me. Truthfully, I hold a fondness for the countless stars, Roger said, looking up at the sky. As they conversed, Rose arrived. Adorned in the attire of a terrestrial woman, undeniably captivating. Being a goddess, she exuded an ethereal charm. Roger, if you do not permit me to marry you, I shall promptly resurrect Sun Wukong, thwarting your plans. Ruasi revealed a row of pristine white teeth. Hurry, I am indeed eager to act. Roger waved his hand dismissively. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to go? Ruasi fixed a piercing gaze upon Roger. Roger paid no heed to her. I am leaving, Rose exclaimed, her anger ignited by Roger's blatant disregard. Do you know why I do not resurrect Sun Wukong? Roger inquired leisurely after taking a sip of tea. Why? Rose questioned. Laziness. He replied. Roger uttered but a single word, pausing momentarily. You castrated me, he said. You suggested that Sun Wukong seek out the Metamorians to learn skills. Ross, in disbelief, retorted. Many angels have deemed you foolish, and I was quite incensed, reprimanding them thoroughly. Roger lamented. I never anticipated such a rebuke from you. If you call me foolish, I shall retaliate. Ross, with a fiery glare, prepared to confront him. Listen to me, we are angels. Do you truly believe we cannot grasp the Metamorian techniques? If Sun Wukong were to be resurrected, would it not be more prudent for me to lead him directly to the surviving Metamorians? Exasperated, she added, Oh, never mind. I shall refrain from further discourse. Roger shook his head, displaying a visage of disappointment. You just mentioned that many angels think I am foolish? Who are they? Suddenly, Ross appeared to have an epiphany and inquired, Why would I divulge that information to you? Roger dismissed her query. Was it Sabui and Krut who said so? Ross pressed. They did not utter such words, Roger responded, his expression betraying a hint of guilt. I figured it out, Ross scoffed, transforming into a radiant arc of prismatic light and soaring skyward. Roger scratched his head, muttering, Sabui and Krut are in trouble. I truly said nothing. How did they become collateral damage? Meanwhile, Bardock returned to Goku's abode, his head bowed, relaying the events to Goten and Gohan. Goku wishes to engage in a friendly competition with those from the heavens, yet he does not desire resurrection? Chi-Chi, on the verge of tears, lamented. That rascal Kakarot is something else. Jean, bemused, reflected, yet this is indeed characteristic of Science. Fear not. Within a year at most, Kakarot shall revive. Bardock offered a word of comfort and prepared to take his leave. We shall return home. If Gohan is unoccupied, he may join us. Jean beckoned. Very well, Gohan replied. En route, he noticed, Raditz, you seem despondent. Have you faced some setback? Bardock cast a glance at Raditz. Raditz chuckled. Raditz sparred with Gohan, who was rather intimidated. Jean, smiling, remarked, Who would have thought that the hybrid offspring of Scions and Earthlings could possess such formidable power? It is to be expected. Raditz's current prowess is insufficient to challenge Gohan, who surpasses Kakarot. Bardock mused without surprise. You ought to train diligently, yet you choose to ignore my advice. Believing that merely transforming into a Super Saiyan grants you the right to dominate this planet? Raditz remained silent, feeling the weight of his defeat. After a brief moment of travel, Bardock's eye sharpened, spotting something intriguing below. What is that? He inquired. What is amiss, Bardock? Jean asked. There emanates a powerful aura from that direction, Bardock contemplated. Shall we investigate? Jean suggested. Let us take a look, Bardock agreed. And the trio descended towards the source of the energy. In the next moment, they beheld a being with azure skin engaged in combat with a man and a woman, both devoid of any detectable aura. Who are they? Bardock questioned, perplexed. No aura? Could they also be deities? Bardock paused momentarily, casting a silent gaze towards the man and woman before him. His attention suddenly fixed upon the woman, who struck a chord of familiarity within him. She seemed to have graced his master's abode at some point. Could she possibly be the master's consort? GNEI pondered. The blue-skinned individual possesses considerable strength, remarked Raditz, resting his chin in contemplation. Those two are utterly outmatched. It is evident that the woman must be connected to our master. I would prefer to confirm this. Lest complications arise, Bardock mused, ultimately resolving to reach out to Roger for clarity. Roger provided Bardock with a communication device, as he was, after all, his servant, allowing him to reach out at critical moments. Bardock, what is it? Roger inquired. Master, do you recognize this woman? Should we go up to assist? Bardock directed the lens towards the three individuals engaged in combat at the scene. Roger cast a glance at them. The trio consisted of Bojack, along with number 17 and number 18. Roger was taken aback to find the three of them fighting together. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Bojack had descended to Earth with his minions, encountering androids 17 and 18, who swiftly dispatched Bojack's subordinates before engaging him in battle. It was not surprising that Bojack could appear on Earth. After all, he had been sealed away by the four kings of the otherworld. And with the demise of the North Kai, the seal had naturally been lifted. Thus, Bojack broke free and arrived on Earth. He informed the woman that if she ever found herself in peril, she could call his name, and he would come to her aid. After Roger concluded the call, he ended the conversation. In Chapter 160, breaking into the angel rankings, upon hearing Bardock's explanation, the Grand Minister's expression slightly improved. Father, my daughter will certainly keep a close watch over Rose, Bardock assured him, to which the Grand Minister replied, with your words, I can rest easy. The Grand Minister then produced a new scepter, tossing it to Bardock before vanishing. The Grand Minister felt a throbbing headache. For the past few years, he had done nothing but labor over crafting scepters, a rather unfortunate endeavor. The Grand Minister appeared at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, glancing around in confusion. How did I end up here? He wondered. Subsequently, he discovered that Mears had sneakily boarded a spaceship, seemingly intending to escape. The Grand Minister's mood darkened once more. I never intended to fight you, Mears. Why do you flee upon seeing your father? It was said that on this day, Mears faced yet another defeat. After Rose's departure, Roger found himself with some leisure time. Roger was not idle. He continued to refine his angelic power. After nearly a year of relentless effort, Roger's angelic force had dwindled to the final 10 points. Simultaneously, his divine domain reached an impressive height of 310. Although this height was lower than the divine domain he had just acquired from Bardock, which stood at 365, it represented a genuine measure of his divine domain capabilities. In the year 377 of the 768th cycle, the Divine Realm released the latest rankings of angels. 1. Korin, 8th Universe Angel, Divine Domain, 771-2. Whis, 7th Universe Angel, Divine Domain, 655-3. Avamo, 1st Universe Angel, Divine Domain, 601-4. Madinu, 12th Universe Angel, Divine Domain, 585. Roger, 7th Universe Apprentice Angel, Divine Domain, 310. Roger ascended to the 5th position on the list. Although he was at the bottom, his divine domain was only 5 points higher than that of Bardock, who ranked 6th. Nevertheless, this achievement stirred quite a commotion among the angels. Notably, Avamo from the 1st universe had experienced the most rapid enhancement in divine domain, breaking through from 540 to surpass the 599 threshold, ultimately reaching 601. The 4th-ranked Madinu was also commendable, achieving a divine domain of 580. In truth, the 5th position had always been somewhat awkward among the 12 angels. None possessed a divine domain between 400 and 500, indicating a significant gap in power at the 400 mark. In the realm of divine beings, Roger's progress in the true god domain of Bardock surged from a previous score of 280 to an impressive 305. This advancement was primarily due to Bardock having surpassed the hurdle of 299, making the pursuit considerably easier. The angelic rankings placed him merely 5th, a position that left Roger somewhat displeased, prompting him to refrain from further scrutiny. Throughout the year, Earth underwent significant transformations. Under Roger's guidance, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, renowned as the foremost of its kind, was reinstated. Concurrently, he transmitted vital information to the distant sorcerer, Bafidi, informing him of Majin Buu's presence on Earth. Upon receiving the message, Bafidi swiftly descended to Earth to awaken the slumbering Majin Buu at Bulma's residence. Behold, it's been a year. Surely you can now transform into a Super Saiyan 2nd grade? Roger mused, savoring the red wine in his transparent glass while glancing at Vegeta, who stood beside him. Super Saiyan 2nd grade. What does that even mean? Vegeta inquired, momentarily taken aback. It refers to the transformation Gohan utilized against Cell, Roger elucidated. Humph. As the noble prince of the Saiyans, why should I bother learning that child's transformation? Vegeta scoffed, his pride evident. I can easily obliterate Gohan in his golden ape form, which is equivalent to over 500 times my normal state. Though Vegeta refrained from vocalizing this sentiment, the implication was unmistakable. Roger unleashed a wave of oppressive energy, pinning Vegeta to the ground. Subsequently, he placed his foot upon Vegeta, causing him to roll back and forth. Vegeta, you are truly disappointing me, Roger chastised, rolling Vegeta as he spoke. Have you become stronger? Vegeta, at a loss for words, internally protested. I can transform into a great ape. I could make Gohan question his existence. Why must I emulate that child's transformation? Besides, you ought to provide me with training gear to coordinate with the great ape transformation. How many times would that amplify my power? Do you understand why Gohan's transformation is referred to as Super Saiyan 2nd grade? Roger queried. Vegeta shook his head, bewildered. Who knows why it's called 2nd grade? It is evidently a transformation that transcends Super Saiyan. Well, the name may be lengthy, but it matters not. The existence of a 2nd grade necessitates the presence of a 1st grade, and so forth, leading to 3rd, 4th, and even 5th grades, Roger explained. Vegeta, if you do not strive to grow stronger, there will come a day when Goku surpasses you. While training gear can enhance your abilities, you must not place all your hopes upon it. Do you truly believe that by merely donning the gear and transforming into a great ape, you could defeat Bardock? Upon hearing about the existence of Super Saiyan 3rd, 4th, and even 5th grades, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with ambition, contemplating the prospect of overcoming Bardock. Vegeta had not contemplated such matters. Bardock had trained for a millennium. If this prince were to train for 1,000 years, he would have long since shattered the heavens. At that time, not only could he defeat Bardock, but even you, Roger, would find yourself at his mercy. Do you truly believe that Bardock's millennium of training is unfair? Roger, aware of Vegeta's thoughts, narrowed his eyes and remarked, but do not forget about Broly. Upon hearing Broly's name, Vegeta could not help but shudder. Very well, I shall not make it difficult for you, Roger said, yet he firmly grasped Vegeta's collar, causing Vegeta's expression to change dramatically. Soon after, a fierce roar escaped from Vegeta's lips. Roger did not hold back, directly severing Vegeta's tail. Well, your prideful tail is gone. I now wish to see how you will transform into a great ape. Roger smiled gently, while Vegeta's expression darkened further. Unlike other parts of a Scion's body, which can regenerate or be restored with the use of Senzu beans, the tail is unique. Even if Vegeta possessed regenerative abilities, he would be incapable of regrowing his tail. Previously, Vegeta had painstakingly cultivated for a year in the Room of Spirit in time to finally restore his tail. Now, without it, he suddenly felt utterly diminished. Without the tail, Vegeta had lost his advantage. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Go forth, defeat all your opponents, and claim the championship. Then I shall return your tail, Roger declared. Chapter 170, The Kaioshin and Jebet. Upon their arrival at the buffet restaurant atop the skyscraper, Bulma boldly proclaimed her lavish expenditure, asserting her status as the world's wealthiest individual, unperturbed by financial constraints. Meanwhile, the competitors for the World Martial Arts Tournament made their way toward the preparation room. Goku. Did Roger truly bring you back to life? Krillin gazed at Goku in disbelief. Indeed, it's remarkable, though I am uncertain how he accomplished it. Goku chuckled, however. The King Kai also mentioned that Roger is not as simple as he appears. Is that so? I have always regarded him as an ordinary person. Krillin replied with a wry smile, attempting to reassure himself. Perhaps he merely possesses some peculiar magic, like the ability to resurrect others. His true strength seems rather mediocre, lacking in combat prowess. Exactly. Otherwise, why did he not engage in battle against Frieza and Cell? Perhaps you're right, Goku laughed. Fool. Roger merely chose not to fight them. Vegeta interjected. Goku and Krillin exchanged glances. Krillin, why does your face bear those bruises? Did you get into a fight? Goku shifted the topic. Did you see that fat guy? That's him. He is the one who hit me. Krillin gritted his teeth, fist clenched. Goku turned to glance at Majin Buu. Who is that fat guy? I've never seen him before. He appeared puzzled. I believe he might be Bulma's bodyguard. Fantastic. He is participating in the tournament? I felt too embarrassed to confront him in front of Bulma, but once we're on the stage, I'll make him pay. Krillin's knuckles cracked ominously. It seems that the fat guy possesses considerable strength, Goku murmured thoughtfully. Don't frighten me like that, Goku, Krillin retorted. By the way, Goku, you must be thrilled to see your parents again, right? Haha, indeed. I never expected them to be so amiable. Goku scratched his head and turned to Gohan. Gohan, how has your training been? You haven't slacked off over the past year, have you? Gohan seemed uncertain of how to respond. Raditz? You're competing too? Goku turned to Raditz. This time, I will thoroughly teach you a lesson. You shall witness the strength of your elder brother. Raditz chuckled. As they conversed, they arrived at the competitors' preparation room. The Z fighters participating in the tournament included Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Raditz, Majin Buu, the Chubby One, and Android 18, making a total of 8 participants. In this World Martial Arts Tournament, the youth division had yet to commence. Therefore, although Gohan was merely 11 years old, he was categorized among the adult competitors. Krillin surveyed the group. With myself included, there are 8 of us. Goodness, am I the weakest here? The only opponent I might be able to defeat seems to be that fat one. Will I only secure 7th place? Indeed, the competition is conducted in a lottery format, and perhaps the formidable Vegeta and Son Gohan have drawn the same lot. This brings a glimmer of hope for me to secure a place among the top 3. Krillin, with a calculated mindset, noticed that a device to test power levels had swiftly been added to the preparation room. Satan eagerly stepped forward to demonstrate its capabilities, delivering a powerful punch that registered an impressive score of 137. How tedious, Vegeta scoffed. He could not fathom why Roger had insisted he participate in such a trivial contest. Hadn't Roger mentioned that a formidable monster would soon emerge? Who could it be? Vegeta scanned his surroundings, but found no sign of any beast. I, Vegeta, must train diligently to ascend to the pinnacle of this universe, nay, the entirety of the cosmos. I refuse to be a mere pawn. Kakarot. Do you sense any suspicious energy? Vegeta inquired of Son Goku. You must be thinking of that terrifying monster Roger spoke of, right? Son Goku replied, shaking his head. I don't sense anything. Don't jest. Could there truly be a dreadful creature? Krillin's face was etched with anxiety. Let us hope not. Son Goku chuckled lightly. Soon. It was time for Son Goku and the others to undergo their power tests. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta unleashed his might upon the testing device, shattering it to pieces. Humph, we need not partake in such frivolous assessments, he declared, leaving the other competitors in shock. Let us venture outside, Son Goku suggested. And the group made their way out, with many competitors parting to make way for them. How terrifying. He destroyed the power testing device with a single strike. The group first visited the cafeteria, enjoying a delightful meal together. Delicious. Truly delightful, Buu exclaimed, reveling in the feast. Little did they expect that participating in such a competition would come with such delectable offerings, temporarily suppressing Buu's discontent and malevolence. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Son Goku and his companions encountered two individuals, one tall, nearly 2 meters in height, and the other shorter, around 1.6 meters, yet levitating slightly off the ground. The group stared at the duo in mild astonishment. Hello, you must be Son Goku. I am Shin, and this is Kibito. It is an honor to meet you. The Supreme Kai, Shin, greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, Son Goku responded, shaking Shin's hand. At that moment, a flicker passed through Son Goku's gaze. We have successfully passed the preliminaries as well. I hope we can have a good match on the tournament stage, Shin said with a cheerful demeanor. I feel like I've seen you before, Buu muttered softly. Shin glanced at Buu. This rotund fellow seems familiar. Why does he carry such a peculiar scent? Moreover, the Supreme Kai keenly sensed that within the corpulent figure lay an extraordinarily potent malevolent aura, causing the brows of Supreme Kai Shin to furrow in concern. Who is this rotund individual? Even the ever-watchful Jebit gazed intently at Buu. However, both were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom that this very figure was the Buu they had been seeking. They remained oblivious to the fact that Buu had already made his presence known at the venue of the martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, the sorcerer Babidi clung to an empty shell, akin to a forlorn lover, fantasizing about awakening the slumbering Buu. Chapter 171. Whis, I invite you to dine. Come hither. What name do I address you by? Supreme Kai Shin inquired of Buu. Little fatty. Buu retorted, baring his teeth. Could you refrain from asking my name? I have no affection for it whatsoever. Yet, Buu felt powerless, reluctant to have his name altered to something as absurd as Buu the Flabby, of course. He could choose not to comply. Buu was well aware that Roger would undoubtedly beat him to a pulp. Am I the most malevolent demon in history? Just look at that rolling fellow. He seems to be enjoying himself. Do you not feel a sense of sorrow regarding your name, you imbecile? You deserve those spiky hairs. Vegeta, noticing Buu's gaze upon him, felt a tinge of confusion. What are you staring at? The fat one is you. I'm not fat. Have you seen me before? Shin failed to notice these details. After Buu spoke, he ceased to engage with Shin, thinking to himself that according to Roger's insinuations, if he were to triumph in this martial arts tournament, he would be liberated and returned to freedom. Why exert such effort? Would it not be more delightful to transform these individuals into chocolate? Buu felt rather discontented. Is this competition even worthwhile? Chocolate is delectable. Not entirely. The culinary delights of the past few days seem far more appetizing than mere humans turned into chocolate or cookies. Perhaps I should indulge myself fully before transforming them into chocolate? Very well, I shall endure a little longer. Then, we shall meet on stage, Shin smiled, choosing not to pry further. However, before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Buu, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the aura that emanated from him. Who could this rotund figure be? Shin never anticipated that the individual he sought was right before him. He could not have known that Buu had emerged and undergone a transformation. Sin? I have never heard of such a name. Is he formidable? Krillin inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Indeed, he is an impressive figure, Goku affirmed with a nod. Do not jest. How could someone so formidable possibly appear? At this rate, my hopes of placing in the top 5 are dashed, Krillin lamented, cradling his bald head in despair. Kakarot. Do you think he might be the monster Roger spoke of? Vegeta observed Sin's retreating figure, sensing no fluctuations of malevolent energy. Sun Wukong shook his head. If there were indeed terrifyingly evil monsters, I surmise their aura would undoubtedly be malevolent, wouldn't it? Vegeta remained silent. My own energy is quite sinister as well. It is none of your concern. The rooftop buffet restaurant. Roger levitated the staff above the ground. and the crystal orb atop the staff immediately projected a three-dimensional image depicting the location of the prestigious martial arts tournament. When did Roger acquire such a skill? Chi-Chi's eyes widened. Do not speak, she admonished, for he is the master of Bardock, and you must show him respect. Jine lowered her voice and inquired of Chi-Chi. Is he truly formidable? Chi-Chi pressed further. Does he often bully Bardock? That is not the case, Jine replied with a bitter smile. It seems Bardock was the one who initiated the conflict. If we are speaking of bullying, I could have Goku deal with him, for Goku is indeed quite powerful. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Jine's expression shifted. Chi-Chi, I implore you to abandon such thoughts. They are perilous. Jine admonished urgently, stating firmly, I must make it clear that Kakarot is not his equal. When did Roger become so formidable? Chi-Chi exclaimed in astonishment. As she spoke, Oolong and Master Roshi returned in succession. Old Turtle, keep it up. Your flying is impressive. Oolong greeted with a chuckle. Get lost. Master Roshi retorted darkly. The two soon reached the rooftop, where the holographic projection awaited. What advanced technology is this? Bulma, have you developed something new? Master Roshi inquired with curiosity. No wonder you wanted to watch the match here. It looks so lifelike. Marlin circled around the projection, stating, what you should be concerned about is not the projection, but my wings. Bulma displayed her pristine white wings. When did you invent flying wings, Bulma? Master Roshi asked. I did not create them, Bulma exclaimed. Forget it. Explaining this to you is futile. Why should she bother elucidating matters to a pig and a turtle? I truly miscalculated. Showing off the wings now feels premature. I should have revealed them in front of Goku and the others, Bulma thought, retracting her wings with a contemplative expression. Roger, however, was not idle. Instead, he conjured a projection from his staff and initiated a video call with Weiss. It has been a while, Roger greeted, waving at Weiss. During this time, I have been reflecting on myself. What is the purpose of those material possessions? Roger inhaled deeply. I find it hard to believe you. Weiss retorted. You were quicker than anyone to seize the staff. In an effort to express my apologies, I have decided to treat you to the finest delicacies, Roger declared, directing the projection toward a sumptuous array of buffet dishes. What do you think? Is it enticing? Do you wish to indulge? There exists a culinary planet in the 6th universe, renowned for its abundant variety of gourmet food, Roger continued. Weiss chuckled, observing that the dishes from the culinary planet appeared to be more delectable. The culinary planet? I have been there. The food was terrible. Roger blurted out. I indeed visited that planet, which is renowned for its diverse gastronomic offerings. While there is no shortage of exotic delicacies, I must admit I prefer the cuisine of Earth. Do you know what this is? Roger inquired, lifting an ice cream. Is it Snow Mountain cake? Weiss speculated. This is called ice cream. I suppose you have never heard of it? Roger inquired with a grin, casually picking up a meat skewer. And this? Have you seen it before? Isn't that a skewer from the Talabota planet? Can it be eaten? Weiss wiped his brow. This is a meat skewer. Never mind. You clearly lack exposure. You carry on. Farewell. With that, Roger abruptly ended the video call. Weiss smacked his lips. Is it delicious? Are you trying to fool me? Perhaps I should go take a look? Just a glance. After all, he cannot possibly ask me for something, right? Yes, I shall go see for myself. If it is delightful, I shall stay for a taste. If not, I shall concoct an excuse to leave. It is fortunate that I have nothing pressing at the moment. Weiss transformed into a radiant spectrum of light, tearing through the void as he sped toward Earth. Roger made another call to Badass. What is it? Badass inquired with a stern expression. Chapter 172, Badass. Come watch the match. After much contemplation, I feel quite remorseful towards you. Thus I have resolved to treat you to a sumptuous meal, Roger stated. I cannot go. Badass replied emphatically. Are you really not coming? This is already on his way, Roger responded. This is going? Badass's heart tightened. Could that foolish brother of hers be swayed by Roger? If he were to lose something again, would Vis, or Mers, be in dire straits? At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Mers sneezed. What is going on? I suddenly sensed a wave of danger. Mers pondered quietly. Well, since you have sincerely extended an invitation, I shall come to indulge. Badass smiled slightly. Remember to bring the core of the 6th universe, Roger remarked, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Roger rolled his eyes, exclaiming, enough is enough. Even angels are guilty of defaulting on their debts. Roger last triumphed over Bardock and their heart core of the 6th universe. To this day, they have yet to retrieve the heart core. Fortunately, it remains safeguarded within the 6th universe, where it continues to enhance its spiritual essence. Consequently, Roger has not rushed to seek it out, as the new universe has yet to take shape. Currently, claiming the heart core holds little significance, thus, leaving it in the 6th universe for the time being poses no issue. However, my refusal does not imply that you should not take the initiative to offer it to me. Roger intended to reclaim the heart core. Xiangpa, come here for a moment. Vados called out, and Xiangpa obediently approached. I ask you, did you deliver the heart core to the 7th universe as instructed? As Vados spoke, she winked at Xiangpa. I wanted to deliver it too, but for over a year. I've been preoccupied with playing hide and seek with the Omni King and had no time, Xiangpa replied with a sigh. Where's the heart core? Vados extended her hand. Let me think. Xiangpa's face paled slightly, and he exclaimed, Oh no, it seems I don't know where it is. What did you say? Hurry and find it. Vados retorted angrily. Then, Vados cast a guilty glance at Roger. I truly apologize, Roger. I had no idea that Xiangpa had not given you the heart core. I thought he had already delivered it. As Vados spoke, she scolded Xiangpa again. Get looking right now. I'm searching. Xiangpa nodded vigorously. By the way, where is Rose? Roger, uninterested in their antics, shifted the topic. She's undergoing training in the realm of entry, Vados replied without elaborating further. I miss her a bit. Roger mused thoughtfully. Vados rolled her eyes. Trustworthy? How about this? I'll treat you to a meal. And I'll bring delicacies from our universe's food planet as an apology for the heart core situation. Vados contemplated a visit to the 7th universe to prevent her foolish brother from being deceived by Roger. Is Rose not coming? Roger inquired. She's not going. She's been doing quite well in her training lately, Vados replied with a slight smile. Then, we shall meet shortly. After terminating the video call with Roger, Vados dialed Whis. She wasn't foolish enough to rush over just because of Roger's words. Sister, I'm just going to sample the delicacies. I will absolutely not wager against Roger, Whis chuckled, offering assurance. What delicacies? Haven't you had enough from the 6th universe's food planet? Vados exclaimed. Occasionally, one must indulge in different cuisines, she retorted. Whis laughed heartily, observing Vados. Sister, when did you become so easily angered? Vados paused, contemplating. Indeed, why have I become so irritable? I was not like this before. Love breeds sorrow, love breeds fear. If one is detached from desires, there is no sorrow and no fear, Whis remarked. What are you saying? Vados was perplexed by Whis's sudden philosophical musings. Sister, you must comprehend it yourself, Whis smiled. It seems you have let go. Vados smiled faintly. In truth, I have not entirely let go. Whis shook her head. If you had truly let go, we would not feel so troubled by Roger's invitation. The issue is, we both know that this fellow is inviting us for no good reason. Vados smiled wryly. Sister, thinking back, it seems we were the ones who sought him out first. Whis corrected Vados. She pondered for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case. Roger did not seek out his own pig race, rather. It was he who sought it out himself. In fact, he began his preparations 3 years prior to the gambling event, even traversing back in time to alter certain events. Well, I suppose I shall partake in this as well. It has been many years since we last met. Bardock chuckled, though I have sampled Earth's culinary delights. They are rather ordinary, barely reaching a grade of 6. 6? That is quite commendable, Whis remarked, his eyes sparkling slightly. The highest culinary standard in the gourmet galaxy is indeed grade 7, is it not? Yes, Bardock nodded. In truth, Earth's cuisine can be considered a tentative grade 6. I assert it is barely a 6. Of course, this is contingent upon individual taste. Even if it barely qualifies as grade 6, it is still quite remarkable. Whis smiled, reminiscing about how Lord Beerus used to relish in seeking out gourmet food, only to find that the highest culinary grade within the 7th universe was merely grade 5. It is surprising that Earth boasts cuisine close to grade 6. This certainly simplifies matters. Alas, I have only tasted the legendary grade 9 top-tier delicacies once in my lifetime. Bardock sighed, recalling the unforgettable experience that was granted by the Omni King through the wish made to the Dragon of God. Sister, do not tempt me with thoughts of grade 9 delicacies. Just the name alone is enough to set my imagination racing. Whis nearly drooled at the thought. Let us not dwell on that for now. Let us meet on Earth. Bardock beckoned. Are we bringing Rose along? Whis inquired. I shall not be taking her. Bardock shook her head. Very well, Whis mused, considering that it was merely a matter of him and his sister seeking out Roger for a meal, seemingly without any significant implications. Moments later, a radiant spectrum of colors enveloped Whis as he descended gracefully beside Roger, followed by Bardock, who made her descent shortly thereafter. Roger discovered that the competition had yet to commence. Thus he momentarily sheathed the scepter adorned with a blue hue, which was of a type he particularly favored. The eyes of Master Roshi sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Bardock. I too admired the flush that adorned Oolong's face, rendering him akin to a statue. Bardock did not extend pleasantries to them. Instead, divine power surged forth from her scepter. In an instant, both Master Roshi and Oolong were transformed into stone figures. Whis recalled that his sister had not always been this way. Was it merely a glance from two mischievous fellows that had provoked such a reaction? As for turning them into sculptures, he shrugged it off, indifferent. Meanwhile, Bardock hastily guided Jine to a nearby table, where all present were deities, and as mere mortals, they dared not intrude upon the gathering. Make yourselves comfortable, Roger beckoned. As for Master Roshi and Oolong, Roger had no intention of concerning himself with them. Whis took a seat. Roger, it seems that fellow from Universe 6 has misplaced the core of heart, and it may prove quite difficult to locate it for the time being. However, rest assured, once I find it, I shall have it delivered to you without delay. Bardock assured him. Roger chuckled. Do you expect me to believe that? How could such a thing possibly be lost? Bardock, what is the nature of our relationship? Is there any need for you to withhold the truth from me? With a sigh, Roger continued, I am already aware that Universe 6 has been rather unstable lately. If the core of heart were to be taken during this precarious time, it could very well lead to a catastrophic explosion. I am not an unreasonable being, you know. Just speak plainly, and I shall not hold it against you. You already know, don't you? Bardock replied with a forced laugh. Sister, what is going on? What has happened? Whis inquired. It's nothing, really. Bardock clearly wished to avoid addressing the matter. Roger, however, was aware of the happenings within the realm. Primarily, it was due to the troublesome child, Ross, whose inability to manage her angelic powers during her trials in the human world had led to the destruction of the sixth universe on several occasions. Although Bardock had promptly employed time reversal each time, the frequency of such incidents could ultimately jeopardize the sixth universe, potentially leading to its complete annihilation. Nonetheless, Roger, rest assured, in just over a month, the sixth universe will stabilize, and Ross's mastery over her angelic powers will improve, preventing any further complications. Bardock assured him. I trust you, Bardock. Roger replied with a smile. Bardock regarded Roger with a discerning gaze, pondering the unusual nature of his optimistic demeanor. Bardock, now that you're here, did you bring any delicacies from the sixth universe? Roger inquired cheerfully. The culinary delights of the sixth universe are indeed renowned. Bardock responded with a smile. Moreover, the gastronomic star of the sixth universe has existed far longer than this planet called Earth, by at least a millennium. Roger expressed his appreciation, I must say. The flavors from the sixth universe truly possess a unique essence. By the way, I heard you have classified the deliciousness of your cuisine into levels? The finest delicacies from the sixth universe, they are only rated at level 7, correct? Indeed, Bardock confirmed with a nod, as Whis also slightly inclined his head. Did you bring any? Roger inquired eagerly. Of course, Bardock replied with a smile, summoning a culinary masterpiece from the sixth universe, which landed gracefully before Roger. Before him appeared a grand ham, crafted from 36 varieties of meat, a true culinary marvel, hailed as the world's finest delicacy. Roger took a bite. The flavor was quite ordinary yet satisfactory. It bore a resemblance to a sausage, evoking a hint of nostalgia from a past life. Impressive. Indeed worthy of being called the finest cuisine of the sixth universe, Roger acknowledged, casually projecting the scene of the world's martial arts tournament once again. Whis and Bardock exchanged glances, instantly recognizing the event's resemblance to a human martial arts competition. You should also taste the delicacies of Earth, Roger invited. How delightful would it be to enjoy exquisite food while competing? Let it be known, Whis and I shall not partake in the competition, Bardock declared. Indeed, sister is right. Whis nodded, adding a precautionary note to avoid any unforeseen mishaps instigated by Roger later on. You two have had enough, Roger exclaimed. When have I ever insisted on competing against you? Is it not always you who seeks me out? I have expressed my disinterest, yet you insist on playing. Whis fell silent, and Bardock lowered her head. As an angel, do you truly believe I am fond of gambling? Roger retorted with indignation. Calm down, Roger. Bulma interjected, lifting her chin thoughtfully. Let us not squander our treasures on needless competition. Currently, Roger, you possess 5 authority tokens, having garnered 20 realms of divine essence, with 1 universe core yet to be acquired. Bulma's voice rang out as her attire suddenly transformed in style. Beerus appeared taken aback, his complexion paling. That is my staff. Door. Is it truly appropriate for you to adorn a mere human? If you believe I summoned you for a trivial contest, then you may as well leave after finishing your ice cream, Roger sighed. Beerus, Whis, do indulge a bit. Roger did not mean it that way. Please do not be upset or feel constrained. Bulma attempted to mediate. Despite their reservations, the two could not resist sampling the ice cream presented before them. After tasting it, both Whis and Beerus's eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily stunned. This is delicious. What exquisite treat is this? Is this not a grade 7 delicacy? On Earth, such a grade 7 cuisine exists? How astonishing. Although it was indeed a grade 7 delicacy, the two angels had never experienced ice cream before and were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Roger, serving them the ordinary variety of ice cream, wondered if it was truly suitable. Bulma felt a twinge of guilt, observing their enjoyment. Look at how they relish it. Roger chuckled. For us, those two ice creams are quite mundane, yet to them, they are a culinary marvel. How pitiable for the angels to find such joy in something so simple. Roger, I wonder, if we were to offer them a premium ice cream, what expressions would they wear? Bulma's curiosity piqued at the thought. After all, that would be a grade 9 delicacy, perhaps a bit extravagant for them. Roger chuckled, acknowledging Bulma's newfound sympathy for the two angels. At that moment, the first martial arts tournament began, dividing the participants. A total of 21 competitors entered, with 20 of them set to battle on stage. The ultimate victor would have the opportunity to challenge the hero. The groupings were quickly established. In the first match, Krillin versus the Masked Man. The masked fighter's skills proved inadequate, as Krillin effortlessly sent him flying with a single kick. In the second match, Piccolo versus Shin. Not long into the contest, Piccolo discerned Shin's true identity and promptly forfeited. Is that Lord Kaioshin? He has come to participate in the tournament? Whis remarked, momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the projection of Kaioshin, what could his intentions be, attending a tournament among humans? Beerus was equally perplexed. Whis shook his head, deciding to observe further. He truly had no idea why Kaioshin would come to Earth for a human martial arts event, nor could he monitor everyone at all times. In truth, even Roger, unaware of the Dragon Ball narrative, would be equally confounded by today's events. Whis, that fellow Beerus's life is intertwined with that old man, isn't it? Beerus casually questioned. Indeed, he even sealed the old Kaioshin away. Whis nodded. Sister, you have become rather mischievous. How can you refer to the old Kaioshin as that old man? In the third match, Stubich versus Raditz. Now it is my turn. That fellow Stubich is about to face his downfall. With a smile, Raditz warned. Do not take a life. Sun Wukong merely responded with a grunt. Raditz let out a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further, and slowly ascended to the arena. Could he truly be contemplating murder? A flicker of concern crossed Sun Wukong's mind. As King Kaioshin descended from the platform and brushed past Stubich, he sensed the malevolent aura surrounding him, along with a hint of the nightmare energy from the sorcerer Barfiti. His brow furrowed in realization. Barfiti had indeed sent someone to the martial arts tournament, and this could spell trouble. The individual appeared somewhat peculiar, as if under another's control. Barfiti immediately recognized that something was amiss with Stubich. Meanwhile, on Earth, there were already 7 levels of exquisite cuisine, yet Whis remained oblivious to the competition, indulging in his meal with unrestrained delight. Beerus shot a glance at Whis, urging him to eat without concern for the tournament. On the arena, Raditz, leveraging his formidable strength, effortlessly overpowered Stubich, sending him tumbling off the stage. Consider yourself fortunate. Not being slain today is your luck, Raditz remarked with a slight smile. At that moment, Roger's staff trembled slightly. Roger cast a glance at the high priest. What could he mean by contacting him? Without hesitation, Roger answered the video call from the high priest. Greetings, high priest, Roger said with a smile. Honorable high priest, Baduz rose and bowed. Honorable high priest. Vice also paused his indulgence in ice cream and hurriedly offered his respects. The high priest cast a meaningful glance at the siblings, Baduz and Vice. We graciously accepted Roger's invitation to Earth to relish its delights, Vice explained. Indeed, Baduz nodded. Is there a competition happening over there? The high priest noticed the projection beside Roger, where a match was being displayed, complemented by a feast, an enjoyable combination. Baduz chuckled. Indulging in delicacies is permissible, as is watching the competition, but engaging in the contest is out of the question, the high priest commanded sternly. Understood, honorable high priest, Baduz and Vice quickly assured him. Roger's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? You initiated this video call merely to convey such a message? This has taken a turn for the worse. With the high priest issuing commands to them, it was evident that Vice and Baduz would not be able to enjoy their time henceforth. "What is it that you require of me, high priest?" Roger inquired. "Roger, the new universe has recently encountered some disturbances, and it is this matter that compels me to reach out to you," the high priest sighed. "The celestial body that you previously brought into existence has recently clashed with the core of the new universe, and it appears that the situation is rather dire." The high priest continued. "How could such a conflict arise?" Roger inquired, perplexed. "It is quite normal," interjected Bardock, "for the new universe, prior to achieving stability, to experience a repulsive phenomenon between the core and any newly formed celestial bodies." Roger cast a glance at her, then turned to the high priest. "I am not well read." "Do not deceive me," he remarked. "Bardock is indeed correct. Such situations can arise. Which is precisely why I initially advised against depleting the true divine locked domain to create new worlds." The high priest nodded. "What should be done?" Roger inquired. "At this juncture, it appears that the only course of action is to erase your planet. This will allow the core of the heart to function properly and enable the new universe to gradually stabilize," the high priest explained. "You will understand the specifics upon observing it. Roger, when you have a moment, you may come to see it." "Very well, I shall go," Roger responded, offering no dissent. As he prepared to depart, he secured his staff and transformed into a radiant arc of colorful flames, piercing through the void. "You too, do you recall my earlier words?" The high priest's voice resonated. Vis and Bardock promptly nodded. "Excellent." With that, the high priest vanished in an instant. Under the guidance of the high priest, Roger entered the new universe, initially expected to achieve stability in 3 years. However, the current situation appears rather bleak. The root cause lies in the planet's birth from the realm of the true God, which have created a certain repulsion within the core of the new universe. This repulsion has hindered the proper functioning of the core, resulting in a sluggish formation of the new universe. Presently, the landmass of the new universe has grown to the size of the moon, entirely shrouded in darkness. In contrast, the planet spawned from Roger's true self is comparable in size to Earth, approximately 8 times larger than the core of the new universe, also enveloped in obscurity. While it might be acceptable for the planet to be larger than the core, the troubling aspect is that the core is now orbiting Roger's planet. This situation has understandably upset the core. "I am the heart of a universe, yet I find myself revolving around you," it seems to lament. "As you can see, Roger," the high priest remarked, shaking his head, "the core appears to be contemplating a cessation of its duties, expressing its dissatisfaction. After all, since the dawn of the universe, no core has ever orbited another planet. It is always the planets that revolve around the core. Once the new universe stabilizes, the core will be able to detach and transform into the universe's totem, capable of expanding and contracting at will." The implication from the high priest is clear. This little entity wishes to strike? Roger pondered. That seems to be the case. The high priest nodded, stating that the only solution would be to find a way to diminish or eliminate your planet. "Although I could easily erase your planet, it is best handled by you." The one who tied the knot. Chapter 175. This angel is fierce. "Agreed," Roger replied, readily acquiescing. Suddenly, the scepter in Roger's hand floated into his right palm, and a beam of light erupted from the top of the scepter. "Wait," the high priest interjected. However, Roger's divine power had already surged forth, too late to retract. At the moment of its emission, the pale blue flame began to expand infinitely. How large? By the time it approached the core of the universe, it had grown to a size comparable to the core itself. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the blue flame struck the core. "Oh dear," Roger scratched his head. The high priest remarked, "Was that a misfire?" "It appeared quite accurate to me." "How unfortunate." Roger refrained from indulging in unnecessary chatter once again. A radiant flame coalesced within his scepter, striking towards the cosmic core. The cosmic core, resembling a small mound the size of the moon, quivered slightly. The high priest remained silent. Once more, Roger commanded, and once again, the scepter amassed a luminous flame. This time, a blue flame brushed against the periphery of the cosmic core. The high priest remarked, "Are you unwilling to perform your duties diligently?" "I find that hard to believe." Roger muttered, "If the cosmic core wishes to avoid obliteration, it better fulfill its role." With a reprimanding tone, he began to concentrate the divine realm anew. The cosmic core stirred again, and suddenly, an immense divine power surged forth, rapidly expanding throughout the cosmos. Instantly, the previously unstable spatial rifts began to mend under the influence of this divine force. Now that is more like it. As the cosmic core, stabilizing the universe is your duty. What significance does it hold if another celestial body revolves around you? Does it bring you comfort if a planet orbits you? Roger chastised, simultaneously retracting the divine realm. The new universe had yet to come into being. The cosmic core remained silent but comprehended its purpose. The cosmic core symbolizes the totem of this universe. For instance, the 6th universe's totem resembles a Dragon Ball, while the 11th universe's totem is akin to a ruby. The 8th universe's totem takes the form of a 9-tailed fox, and the 7th universe's totem is a true dragon. As for the totem of this new universe, Roger remained uncertain. Until the new universe attained its form, the direction of the cosmic core would remain unknown. The cosmic core possesses sentience. Most cosmic cores are sealed within the bodies of destroyers, primarily to subtly guide them on which planets are superfluous and should be annihilated. Furthermore, it serves as a reminder to these destroyers that while they may obliterate planets, they must exercise restraint. Should they destroy the entire universe, the core would shatter, and they would face retribution. Similar to the destroyer of the 7th universe, Beerus, who lazily delegates tasks to others, how can those he assigns know which planets require destruction? This has led to the 7th universe's overall rating plummeting. What? Is your discontent still evident? Roger continued his admonition. The cosmic core remained silent, and the high priest chose not to speak. I summoned you to resolve issues concerning your own planets, yet you dare to bully the cosmic core? However, observing the results, the high priest found them satisfactory and refrained from intervening. Perhaps Roger was indeed correct. By repairing the cosmic core, it might begin to fulfill its duties properly. As the cosmic core, your responsibility is to stabilize the universe swiftly, allowing you to be reborn and soar freely. Am I not right? Roger questioned the cosmic core. Do you truly believe that a planet should revolve around you? Look at your diminutive size. Do you really think it's proper for a grand celestial body to revolve around you? Roger admonished. The core of the universe expressed its grievance, asserting that it has always been the planets that circled around it. Even the galaxies and the entirety of the future cosmos are compelled to orbit around me. You wish for me to revolve around a dark, obscure planet? Your delight does not equate to my satisfaction. Nevertheless, the core of the universe dared not reveal its feelings. The recent exchanges had instilled a sense of trepidation within it. This angel is quite fearsome. The high priest, however, is gentle. After contemplating earnestly, Roger remarked, from your perspective, it does seem a tad unjust for you to be made to orbit other celestial bodies. The core of the universe was taken aback. Had this fierce angel undergone a transformation? How about this? I will allow that planet to orbit you for 50 takas, which translates to a full day and night on Earth, 24 hours, Roger continued. The core of the universe felt a surge of excitement. However, after the 50 takas, you must resume your orbit around that planet. My intention is for you to alternate daily. That would indeed be fair, would it not? The core of the universe pondered this and concluded that it was preferable to this arrangement than perpetually revolving around that planet. It deemed this a modest gain. After all, it could not allow itself to coalesce into a totem only to be ridiculed by other cores for orbiting another celestial body. The mere thought of that was exhausting. Nonetheless, the fact that this fearsome angel could acquiesce to its desires brought a measure of joy to the core. With a flourish, Roger's staff erupted in radiant flames, striking the dark, obscure planet. Upon receiving the brunt of the fiery assault, the planet transitioned from mere rotation to orbiting around the core. The core was elated, promptly halting its revolution to commence its own rotation. Work diligently. Should you ever indulge in idleness again, I shall appoint another in your stead as the core. Roger threatened, casting a complex gaze towards the planet now revolving around it. The core mused that if this formidable angel were to diligently cultivate the planet, there indeed existed a possibility of replacement. Thus, the core resolved to embrace its responsibilities from this day forth. Roger and the high priest emerged from the new universe. High priest, you are far too gentle with that core of the heart. I believe it simply requires a firm nudge. A good shake will render it compliant, Roger remarked. Contemplating the high priest's demeanor, Roger exemplifies the notion of receiving a slap and then a sweet date, a rather unfortunate fate for the heart core. However, considering the current state of your heart core, do you truly believe that once the new universe stabilizes, it will choose you to take charge? Perhaps you are still too young. A wave of pride washed over the Grand Priest. Grand Priest? Is there anything else? Roger inquired. Nothing at all. The Grand Priest replied with a subtle smile. Very well, I shall take my leave, Roger stated, preparing to return to Earth. Are you heading back to Earth to watch the match? The Grand Priest asked with a grin. You truly understand me, Grand Priest, Roger nodded. I have managed most of my affairs and find myself rather free. I might as well accompany you to witness the events." The Grand Priest chuckled, placing his hand on Roger's shoulder. With a flicker, they appeared atop a building on Earth, in a self-service dining hall. The Grand Priest entered, and Weiss and Bardock promptly rose to pay their respects. "Today, there is no Grand Priest here. Only your father," the Grand Priest declared. Weiss and Bardock bowed once more. "Wonderful. I thought you would remain here in your divine position," Roger remarked as he settled into a chair, propping up one leg. The Grand Priest, Weiss, and Bardock exchanged glances, with Bardock even gnashing his teeth. "If only we could overpower this lad, we would give him a proper lesson. Is that individual also an angel?" John inquired quietly, casting a furtive glance at the Grand Priest. Bardock, uncertain, replied, "I cannot say for sure, but judging by the circumstances, he holds a high divine rank. Likely the father of those two angels." "How many angels are there exactly?" John wiped his brow. "I do not know," Bardock shook his head. "I have encountered 6 thus far. Are they all as formidable as Roger?" John pressed on. "Rest assured, given enough time, I shall surpass Roger," Bardock declared with determination. "Once my strength exceeds his, I shall have him as my servant." "Bardock, do not jest." John's complexion shifted. "You have been training for over 1,000 years. Do you genuinely believe you can surpass him? Cybermen grow stronger in the face of adversity," Bardock replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. "You must exercise caution and refrain from provoking Roger," John urged once more. "Have you forgotten how you were exiled?" Bardock's lips twitched, his expression becoming somewhat rigid. "I do not intend to undermine you, Bardock. Our current lives are quite pleasant. At least we are reunited as a family. Kakarot and Raditz are thriving. And Kakarot has even welcomed a son. What more could we desire?" John reflected on their blissful existence. "I am mindful of my limits," Bardock reassured her. "Have Vis and Miruz not arrived?" the Grand Priest inquired. "Father, we did not summon them," Weiss responded. "Father, should we call them over as well?" Bardock asked. "That is unnecessary. Let them remain in their own universe to hone their skills," the Grand Priest concluded. The Grand Priest contemplated for a moment and expressed his disapproval of the Grand Priest's presence here, which was solely to oversee the interactions between Whis and the sister-brother duo. "Bardock, I am here. Should you two dare to gamble, I shall break your legs," Roger declared. "Who is this?" Bulma inquired. "This is the Grand Priest. And he is also the father of Whis and Bardock," Roger succinctly replied. "He is our superior. You must show him respect." The Grand Priest, aware of his seniority, questioned. "Do you, young man, extend me the courtesy I deserve?" He took a deep breath and mused. "Why should I stoop to the level of a mere child?" Roger then produced his staff, conjuring a projection of the World Martial Arts Tournament. On Earth, the most popular pastime was watching competitions while indulging in beer. Roger chuckled and added, "and enjoying barbecued skewers as well." With a gentle wave, a barrel of beer soared toward him, and he personally poured a glass for the Grand Priest. "Grand Priest, do taste this brew," Roger offered, handing over the beer. Whis sniffed the beverage, noting its peculiar color and frothy head. "What kind of drink is this? What is beer?" Roger's eyes widened in disbelief. "Surely, you have not lived without tasting beer?" Whis chuckled awkwardly. "And you, Bardock?" Roger inquired. "I only enjoy red wine," Bardock responded, casting an indignant glance at Roger. "What is the big deal? Come, have a sip and see for yourself." Roger poured another glass for both Bardock and Whis. This barrel of beer was personally crafted by Bulma's family, and indeed, Roger had plenty more. The Grand Priest, Whis, and Bardock each took a small sip. "Ugh!" Bardock immediately spat it out, glaring furiously at Roger. "What have you given us?" "This is clearly the urine of a black shark from the planet Latolatal." "Oh, you think too highly of it," Roger replied with a slight smile, taking a hearty gulp. "This brew is crafted primarily from malted barley and hops, undergoing liquefaction and saccharification, followed by fermentation. It boasts a lower alcohol content and contains dihydrogen carbonate, along with various nutrients, amino acids, vitamins, low molecular sugars, inorganic salts, and various enzymes." "Bardock, have you truly tasted the urine of a black shark from Latolatal?" Bardock shot Roger a venomous glare, choosing silence. "Is this truly beer?" "Its flavor is rather unique," Whis remarked, finding it less than pleasurable. The Grand Priest remained silent, pondering. "What kind of drink is this? It is quite unpleasant. Perhaps it is best I refrain from further commentary. Beer is not akin to red wine. Red wine is for savoring, while beer is meant to be gulped," Roger stated, downing a full pint in one swig. "Let me give it a try," Whis declared. And he too took a hearty drink, nodding in agreement. Indeed, The flavor is far superior to what I sampled earlier. Roger rolled his eyes. This was undoubtedly the finest beer on earth. If one were to claim otherwise, it would merely reflect a lack of discernment. Yet, considering it was their inaugural experience with beer, it was understandable that they might find it unpalatable. Roger recalled his previous life, where he too felt somewhat unaccustomed during his first encounter with beer. However, it is a truth universally acknowledged that the more one indulges, the more delightful it becomes. The high priest took a hearty sip, and indeed, the flavor was far superior to before, nodding in satisfaction. "Let us enjoy some more grilled skewers," Roger cheerfully suggested, while casting his gaze toward the projection of the upcoming match, Son Gohan versus Jebet. Roger's departure and return did not span a considerable duration. At this moment, Gohan was engaged in a fierce battle against Jebet. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan at the second level, electricity crackling around him, his hair standing tall, leaving Jebet momentarily stunned, his complexion growing increasingly flushed. The great priest and his companions cast a glance at Gohan, but chose to disregard him. However, shortly after, the great priest silently turned his attention to Jebet. Was he not a subordinate of the Supreme Kai? How did he come to participate in this match? The great priest pondered. Chapter 177. The Great Priest. The Supreme Kai of the Seventh Universe? "Father, the Supreme Kai is over there," Whis remarked with a grin, pointing at the projection of the Supreme Kai, who indeed belonged to the Seventh Universe. The great priest paused, seemingly recalling that the Supreme Kai had come to the mortal realm to prevent the awakening of Majin Buu. Whis elaborated, "Majin Buu, the one who absorbed the Grand Supreme Kai of the Seventh Universe?" The great priest recollected this detail. Whis nodded, clearly having conducted considerable research. Bardock remained silent, occasionally sipping his beer, which, after multiple tastes, he found rather enjoyable. The Grand Supreme Kai's power, however, far surpassed that of the current Supreme Kai, but alas, he had lost a significant amount of divine energy due to the seal placed upon him. Otherwise, he would not have been absorbed by Majin Buu. The great priest remained expressionless, noting how chaotic the Seventh Universe's Supreme Kai was, deciding to let them be. On the stage, Gohan declared, "I have now transformed into a Super Saiyan. What comes next? Do you dare to challenge me?" Gohan looked at Jebet with a provocative expression. Jebet was internally shaken, never anticipating that a human from Earth could possess such formidable strength. He wondered if the Supreme Kai could manage such overwhelming energy. Suddenly, two figures swiftly descended from the sky toward Gohan. One of them held an instrument with a large pinhole. "Who are you?" Gohan reacted quickly, turning to face the two, readying himself for battle. At that moment, the Supreme Kai extended his hand, and a surge of divine energy enveloped Gohan, causing his body to stiffen. Spubich forcefully pierced Gohan with the energy-absorbing device. "Gohan!" Goku exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist. "Don't move. Stay still. Gohan will be fine. Jebet will restore him immediately." The Supreme Kai shouted from the side. "Who exactly are you?" Raditz, also concerned for Gohan, inquired of the Supreme Kai. "He is the Supreme Kai," Piccolo promptly revealed. "The Supreme Kai?" Raditz paused, asking, "Is the Supreme Kai's position significant?" "Of course. He ranks above the four great Kais." Piccolo responded emphatically. "Is he more powerful than my father as master?" Raditz further questioned. "Without a doubt. Roger is still unaware of what kind of deity he truly is." Big felt that Raditz was truly lacking in insight. For a moment, even Sun Wukong and the others were momentarily shaken by the title of the Kaioshin, and none stepped forward to assist Gohan. However, they understood well that Gohan was not in any mortal danger. The Kaioshin's actions must have held some rationale. "Master, Gohan is getting a bit impatient." Bardock approached Roger. "Rest assured, Gohan will be fine." Roger smiled. "Indeed, Master." Upon hearing Roger's assurance, Bardock felt relieved. Spoo and Yamcha quickly absorbed Gohan's energy and joyfully flew off with it. Gohan lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless. "What shall we do now?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Let us quietly follow them." The Kaioshin instructed. "If you all come together, I will reveal everything to you." As he spoke, he took to the skies. Sun Wukong swiftly appeared beside Jebet. "You can handle Gohan, right?" he asked. "Have no worries," Jebet replied calmly. "Then, let us proceed." Sun Wukong called to Vegeta and the others. "Kakarot, stop joking. What about our match?" Vegeta grumbled, visibly displeased. "Vegeta, look, I've already been revived. Our match can happen anytime." Sun Wukong whispered. "Besides, I now suspect that the person the Kaioshin is looking for might very well be the monster Roger mentioned." Vegeta's eyes glimmered slightly. Among the Z fighters participating, aside from Bu and Android 18, the rest soared into the sky, including the recently healed Gohan, who also ascended. Android 18 chose to remain behind. Isn't it more appealing to stay and claim the championship prize of 10 million zenny? She thought. I want to join you all in this chaos. Bu, appearing puzzled, gazed at the departing figures of Sun Wukong and the others, uncertain of what to make of it. After a moment's contemplation, Bu pondered, should I follow them and join the excitement? Alternatively, he considered, or should I stay and turn everyone here into chocolate? Bu weighed his options seriously for a moment, feeling that staying close to Roger was too perilous. It would be wiser to follow Sun Wukong and the others, perhaps allowing him to escape Roger's grasp. With this thought, Bu soared into the sky, pursuing Sun Wukong and the others. Aha, Roger did not stop me. Bu quickly caught up with the Kaishin and Sun Wukong. In ancient times, when humanity first began to walk on 2 feet in the distant cosmos, there was a sorcerer named Bibidi. The Kaishin spoke solemnly. One day, Bibidi inadvertently created a terrifying creature. It was a dreadful being known as Bu. Just as Bu had caught up, he overheard the Kaishin mention this. Wait, is he talking about me? Bu paused in surprise. Hey, little one, you've come too? Sun Wukong greeted Majin Bu with enthusiasm, who nodded with a darkened expression. You little chubby one, I might just transform you into chocolate and devour you, he remarked. You call me little chubby while the Grand Kai is discussing Majin Bu. You should pay attention, Krillin interjected amicably. Bu nodded, yet within his mind, he pondered whether he had escaped Roger's control. Just as he contemplated this, a voice resonated within his consciousness, causing him to shudder. Majin Bu was devoid of emotion and reason, driven solely by destruction and violence. He was a creature born to instill terror. The Grand Kai continued. In just a few short years, countless planets have succumbed to becoming Death Stars. Fear not, little chubby, we shall find a way to thwart him. Krillin smiled reassuringly. Chapter 178, The Grand Minister. How did he become the Grand Kai? Krillin mused that it would be best to find a secluded spot and teach this rotund creature a lesson for assaulting him without cause. I merely refrained from engaging with you. Do you not realize how formidable I am? Bu scoffed. Do you not know who I am? I am Majin Bu. Devoid of emotion and reason? That's quite an apt description. You fools, had it not been for Roger, I would have annihilated you all long ago. Majin Bu's overwhelming power even posed a challenge to Bibidi, as the Grand Kai elucidated further about Bu. The warriors present comprehended the gravity of the situation. So, it follows that if we locate the son of the Grand Wizard, Babidi, through those 2 individuals, we can find the seal for Bu and ensure he remains in slumber? Sun Wukong inquired with a smile. Indeed, we must not allow Bu to awaken. If he does, this universe will be in grave peril, the Grand Kai replied solemnly. Bu sighed and rolled his eyes. What kind of expressions are those? I am already awake, you know. I am right beside you, yet you remain oblivious? He suppressed the urge to reveal his identity, reflecting on the amusement of concealing it. Piccolo gazed deeply at the Grand Kai, falling into a moment of contemplation. Grand Kai. There is something I am uncertain whether I should ask, he stated. Do not hesitate. The Grand Kai responded with a nod. May I inquire if you are the highest deity in the realm of gods? Piccolo asked, somewhat apprehensively. The highest deity? Why do you ask? The Grand Kai inquired, puzzled. Please, Grand Kai, answer me, Piccolo insisted without elaborating. The former deity of Earth. You have indeed posed an appropriate question, Jebet interjected with a smile. You are correct. The Grand Kai is indeed the highest deity, the most magnificent god in this universe. Is that so? Piccolo responded with a hint of excitement. Roger, are you not a deity? Here stands a supreme Kai, the greatest god in the universe. Are you not fond of devising strategies alongside those 2 women? Let us see how you plan this time. Jebet, do not speak thus. Although my divine status is elevated, I still cannot contend with Bu. The supreme Kai, with a serious demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement. Bu, nearby, vigorously nodded, his nose elevated in pride, yet regrettably, none were aware of it. You all should pay attention. I am exceedingly powerful. Bu proclaimed. What is the Supreme Kai worth? Do you believe I could transform him into chocolate and consume him? Hey, Supreme Kai, right? Vegeta interjected. A cold smile gracing his lips. I shall pose a singular question. Who is mightier, the god of destruction or you? God of destruction? Who is that? Xian inquired. Somewhat perplexed. I have never heard of such a deity. Does such a god truly exist within the cosmos? You do not know? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. In the rooftop buffet, Bados questioned, how did he ascend to the position of Supreme Kai? The Grand Minister, with a furrowed brow, responded, in the past. Apart from the Grand Supreme Kai, there were candidates for the 4 directional Supreme Kais. The West, South, and North Supreme Kais were all slain by Bu, resulting in the East Supreme Kai, Zeiss, automatically taking office. However, it must be noted that he is not a true Supreme Kai, as the former Supreme Kai was sealed by Lord Beerus. Whis, wiping his brow, elaborated. With the fall of the Grand Supreme Kai and the sealing of the former Supreme Kai, a gap in knowledge has emerged, leaving the East Supreme Kai unaware of many matters. Grant him a month. If after that period he remains ignorant, let him depart as far as he can. The Grand Minister shook his head. Very well, my lord. Whis promptly nodded in agreement. As a Supreme Kai, rather than safeguarding life and creating planets, he endeavors to venture into the mortal realm to attempt to save the universe, which is quite beyond his capabilities. The Grand Minister held 100 grievances against Supreme Kai Xian. Indeed, the issue is that his strength is quite lacking, not even approaching that of the few Psiots. Bados interjected, casually downing a large mug of beer. Bados, drink less. Do not become inebriated, Roger advised. Why should I heed you? I am a god. Can I truly become intoxicated? Bados retorted, rolling his eyes, though his cheeks were tinged with crimson. Alcohol does not intoxicate the divine. But the divine may become intoxicated by alcohol, Roger remarked. Go away with your nonsense. Bados pouted, huffing softly. The Grand Minister suddenly rose. I must take my leave. You may continue your revelry. Will you not stay and play a while longer? Roger queried. Do you suppose I have the luxury of idleness like you? I must oversee 12 universes, the Grand Minister said, casting a glance at Roger. Very well, you may proceed, but no gambling. Whis and Bados promptly bowed in acquiescence. Moreover, Bados, you appear somewhat inebriated, the Grand Minister remarked. Do I? Bados blinked in surprise. Drink less, the Grand Minister advised. Understood. Bardock readily agreed. The High Priest declared their departure, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Not long after the High Priest's departure, Bardock surreptitiously took a small sip of beer. Sister, father has advised you to drink less, Weiss remarked. Indeed, I have reduced my intake, Bardock chuckled. Previously, I would consume an entire cup in one go. Well, do as you please, Weiss replied with a shake of his head, yet he was captivated by the delectable offerings, continuing to indulge in the exquisite cuisine. Had he known the Earth possessed such delightful delicacies, he might have reconsidered his journey to the 6th universe. Roger cast a glance at Vis, declaring, You shall not partake in this exquisite delicacy just yet. Roger, do angels ever get intoxicated? Bulma whispered softly into Roger's ear. Ordinary wine poses no risk, but in the brew you crafted, I added a touch of divine tree sap, so indulging too much could lead to inebriation. Roger smiled gently. Bulma, don't you think that as angels, maintaining a constant state of clarity can be rather mundane? Sometimes, a little intoxication can bring happiness. Bulma nodded in agreement. I have never heard of a god of destruction. Jebbet shook his head. Vegeta, did you fabricate that deity? Vegeta replied, God of destruction? I vaguely recall that Frieza once sought to awaken such a being through the Dragon Balls. Goku scratched his head, pondering Frieza. You all are quite naive. Jebbet chuckled lightly. I cannot speak for others, but a being like Frieza could be easily dealt with by Lord Supreme Kai. It's no great feat. I could effortlessly handle Frieza myself. Vegeta scoffed. I was the one who defeated Frieza. Chapter 179. Bardock's intoxication then. Lord Supreme Kai, why didn't you assist in eliminating Frieza? Krillin inquired. While Frieza committed numerous heinous acts, his primary aim was planetary conquest. Compared to Majin Buu, whose malevolence could be rated a 10, Frieza barely registers as a 1. Jebbet smiled and explained, engaging with one who possesses such a low degree of evil does not align with the Supreme Kai's principles. Cough, cough, Jebbet. We seem to have strayed from our topic, Lord Supreme Kai Xian remarked with a wry smile. How did we veer so far off course? Vegeta shook his head in exasperation. Is this guy truly a Supreme Kai? Doesn't he even know about the God of Destruction? Could he be a fraud? I fear he may be oblivious to angels as well. Hey, do you know about angels? Vegeta pressed. Angels? The ones with wings on their backs? Supreme Kai smiled faintly. You refer to the mythologies of Earth, correct? Vegeta fell silent. Seriously, are you really a Supreme Kai? You don't even know about angels? In a distant heavenly realm. North Kai pondered. Is he truly the Supreme Kai? He hasn't even heard of the God of Destruction? I am aware of the God of Destruction. You won't hold it against me for not disclosing, will you? Well, I also do not know much about the God of Destruction. You claim to be a Supreme Kai yet lack knowledge of such a being. As a mere Kai myself, if I were to assert I know, wouldn't he that put you in an awkward position? Will you not seek to provoke me in the future? The Supreme Kai considered this and realized there might be some truth to it. Perhaps it is best to remain silent. I have no knowledge of the god of destruction. I have never heard of such a deity. North Kai began to hypnotize himself, attempting to forget about the great god of destruction. However, he remained oblivious to what Bulma referred to as angels. Is it Roger? Is Roger an angel? I don't understand. Never mind, it is no longer important. They had landed. We hastily concealed our intentions. The king of the worlds beckoned as he descended from the heavens with Son Goku and the others, landing upon the towering mountains ahead. From a distance, it was evident that Spubich and AMU had already descended onto a ground that seemed to shift beneath them, where the king of the worlds had previously been. Piccolo pointed towards a spot in the distance where the earth appeared to have been excavated, revealing a colossal entity within. It dawned on them that Bafity must have concealed the spaceship beneath the surface. Sheehan clenched his teeth, realizing why they had been unable to locate their position. As they spoke, the distant lift gate opened, and Bafity along with Depura emerged slowly. What? Depura? The one from the King of Worlds? The King of the Worlds exclaimed. His face paling. Is that the tall one with the crimson eyes? Goku inquired. Indeed, the King of the Worlds nodded gravely. I must concede that within the realm of mortals, you may be the most formidable beings, but in the realm of the Kai, the most powerful individual is this King of Kai. As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. So, that short one must be Bafity? He can control such a powerful being? Goku asked. Not precisely. He can only control the wicked, the King of the Worlds replied, his tone growing dire. This is troubling. If Depura is present, we might. Do you believe our defeat is inevitable? Vegeta scoffed. The King of the Worlds shot a glance at Vegeta. What do you understand? Are you oblivious to their immense power? At that moment, only Depura remained outside, his lips curling into an ominous smirk as he turned his gaze towards them. This is bad. He has spotted us. Vegeta warned loudly. Depura moved with astonishing speed, appearing beside Jebbit in the blink of an eye. He directed his hand towards Jebbit's head, unleashing a devastating force. With a thunderous explosion, Jebbit's head was obliterated, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ugh! 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 Depura spat 3 times from the air. Smack! Smack! Whoa! Piccolo, Krillin, and Bu were unfortunate victims of this assault. Be careful. Do not let his saliva touch you. Otherwise, you will be petrified. The King of the World shouted. Why didn't you warn us earlier? Krillin retorted. In the meantime, Piccolo and Krillin transformed swiftly into stone atop the rooftop buffet restaurant. Is that how easily the King of Worlds' attendants are slain? Was remarked, covering his face. Unable to bear the sight any longer. Goodness, dear brother, your Universe-S attendants seem rather foolish, Bardock chuckled, her face flushed. Sister, have you had too much to drink? Whis sighed, exasperated. I am fine. I am an angel. How could I possibly be intoxicated? Bardock replied, her eyes narrowing as she turned to Roger. You agree with me, don't you? I am not drunk, am I? Perhaps just a bit too much. You should refrain from drinking, Roger advised. And what of you, my dear Bardock? She retorted, displeased. Is it such a crime to indulge in a little beer? Do not be so stingy. I have already surrendered my scepter to you, and yet I have said nothing. Very well, indulge yourself in your drink. Roger nodded. Roger, Bardock inquired playfully, leaning closer to him, the scent of bitter wine on his breath. Am I more beautiful than my sister Ross? You are indeed beautiful. But I believe a change in your complexion would enhance your allure, Roger pondered thoughtfully. Bardock promptly transformed his skin tone. How about now? He asked eagerly. Much more appealing. Roger affirmed with a nod, smiling as he realized that observing you is far more entertaining than watching the match. This, she said, covering her eyes. Should we bring Nali's sister back? If father finds out, Mel's might get beaten again. You are no match for me. Return quickly. Depura boomed with laughter before soaring away. Piccolo, Krillin, Goku exclaimed, alarmed, as he rushed to Piccolo's side. Don't touch him. If he gets damaged, it won't be easy to restore him. The Supreme Kai called out. Do you mean he can be restored? Yes, but the only way is to eliminate Depura. The Supreme Kai confirmed. Is it really that simple? Goku wondered, expecting a more complicated solution. Hey, why is that guy unharmed? Lalas pointed at Bu. Everyone quickly turned their gaze to Bu, who was fuming, a white vapor emanating from his head. That red-faced fellow, do you dare spit at me? Soon. I shall transform you into chocolate. Just wait. Chapter 180. Candidates for God of Destruction? Who is suitable? The Supreme Kai was puzzled to see Bu unscathed. Let us not dwell on this. We must defeat them. Goku declared, swiftly heading towards the spaceship. Wait, something feels off. This seems like a conspiracy, the Supreme Kai warned. But Goku and the others showed no intention of pausing. Before long, they landed at the entrance of the spaceship. You're far more formidable than I imagined, Goku said with a friendly smile directed at Buu. Buu rolled his eyes. Dare to call me little fatty again? As Goku prepared to destroy the entrance, it opened automatically. Fantastic. Let us proceed, he exclaimed, flying in first. Vegeta, Labanzi, Gohan, and little fatty followed suit, while the Supreme Kai reluctantly trailed behind. You are all too reckless. Once we enter this spaceship, escaping will be troublesome, the Supreme Kai warned, taking a deep breath. I suspect Bafity has employed some form of magic within the ship. If we attempt to force our way out, it will surely awaken Buu. If all else fails, I shall destroy this spaceship. That way, we can exit, right? Vegeta smirked. And you're not suggesting that Buu is on the same level as Depura, are you? Depura of that caliber? The Supreme Kai could not help but break into a cold sweat as he witnessed Vegeta struggle to leap higher than Dabra. Has his power truly surpassed that of Dabra? He pondered. Meanwhile, Buu was seething with anger. You speak of me as if I were an imbecile like Dabra. Did you not call Vegeta a fool? Just wait, and I'll show you how to roll. At that moment, the hatch opened and Pei emerged. Pei was an alien brought from outer space by Babidi, possessing considerable strength. Greetings. Allow me to briefly explain. This is Lord Babidi's spacecraft, which consists of 4 levels. Lord Babidi resides on the lowest level, and each floor is guarded. Simply defeat the guardian of each level to ascend to the next. Additionally, in this spacecraft, if one sustains injuries, energy will deplete, feeding Lord Buu's seal and enabling his premature revival. Pei smiled, however. You likely won't have that opportunity. You are certain to perish on this level. Buu, uninterested in engaging in further banter with Pei, soared upward and delivered a swift kick to Pei's head. Before Pei could react, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, causing the entire spaceship to tremble. In an instant, Pei was rendered incapacitated. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Did he just get kicked to death? Ha ha ha, this little fellow is indeed remarkable, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, utterly perplexed about where Bulma had found such a bodyguard. You are being too reckless. Next time, be gentler. The Supreme Kai admonished Buu. You are expending too much energy, causing violent tremors in the spaceship, which may awaken Buu. Buu scoffed. I am already awake. Did you not notice? The Supreme Kai had never anticipated that the chubby figure before him was indeed Buu, although he sensed something peculiar about Buu's aura. He never connected it to the creature known as Majin Buu. On the 4th level of the spacecraft, Babidi watched the unfolding events in disbelief through a crystal ball. Who is that fat one? Why is he so powerful? Babidi gasped in surprise. Fear not, Lord Babidi. Pei is far too weak. Let the beast guard the 2nd level. If it fails, I shall personally intervene at the 3rd level. Dabra smiled faintly. Let us first observe how much energy those 2 fools have managed to gather. As Babidi spoke, he connected the energy absorbed by Spopovich and Yama to the device. The gauge began to spin clockwise, surpassing the halfway mark. Babidi's eyes widened in shock. How much energy have they absorbed? He inquired. Too much, my lord, his subordinates replied. If only we had known, we would not have eliminated them. Babidi gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Do not worry. Once that creature reaches the 2nd level, we can still extract their energy. Dabra remained unfazed, by the way. This fat one has been touched by my saliva. Why has he not turned to stone? Do you ask me? Who shall I ask? Babidi gazed intently. The Grand Martial Arts tournament had dissipated, leaving only the gods of destruction and the king of all. Shall we continue to watch? Or shall we refrain from wasting the divine realm and instead indulge in some exquisite cuisine? Proposed Whis. What do you think of their prowess? Roger inquired. Are you referring to their combat abilities? Whis pondered. Mediocre, at best, they hardly impress me. In principle, a typical apprentice angel may select 2 humans from their respective universe to ascend as a god of destruction and a king of all in a new universe, Roger mused. Considering you deem their abilities so lacking, whom shall I choose? Roger questioned. Though their skills may be inferior and their combat levels average, these can be cultivated. You need not fret, Roger, Whis replied with a smile. He then gestured toward the projection of Sun Wukong, however. I have heard that you intend for Sun Wukong to face off against Jiren from Universe 10 in 3 years' time? Roger nodded. Whis shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. It was evident to Whis that, while Sun Wukong had grown considerably stronger since the Frieza era, he still paled in comparison to Jiren. You should have allowed Bardock to contest with Jiren, Whis remarked with a subtle smile. They would not have been agreeable to that, Roger responded, shaking his head. Nonetheless, Bardock seems to have reached his limits, Whis observed, casting a deep glance at Bardock. Indeed, Roger acknowledged. In truth, I summoned you and Bardock here to assist me in selecting candidates for the role of God of Destruction. Roger glanced towards Bados, who appeared to be quite inebriated, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Hey, don't start with me, Bados retorted, pointing at Roger. Isn't your candidate for the God of Destruction already quite well suited? That fellow Vegeta, you gave him the gauntlet crafted from Whis' staff last time, didn't you? I feel that Broly is rather unsuitable. He often disappoints me. And I intend to replace him. Roger chuckled. Suit yourself. Bados shook his head and leaned against the table. Candidate for the God of Destruction? Whis paused, glancing at the others, then shook his head. Indeed, Vegeta seems the most appropriate. Goku's temperament likely makes him unfit for the role. However, speaking of his brother, his character should be adequate, but alas, his power is too limited. Chapter 181. Bu. I'm done playing. There's no rush. The new universe won't stabilize for another 3 years. Roger nodded, surprised to discover that Earth possessed such exquisite cuisine. Whis resumed his culinary indulgence. That year, when we first met, I had you sample the delicacies. And you claimed you had never tasted such cuisine. Roger sighed. Whis' expression stiffened, and he fell silent. In the underground spaceship, Goku and the others arrived at the second level. The hatch opened, and the monster, Yeko, emerged, letting out a howl. Bu once again soared into the air, delivering a kick to Yeko's head. Everyone was left astonished. This chubby one is incredibly powerful. Goku scratched his head. I find him increasingly perplexing. Vegeta cast a deep glance at Bu. It seems fortune is on our side. The Supreme Kai held Bu in high regard, though he was somewhat unsettled by the malevolent energy that seemed to emanate from within the rotund figure. I hope I'm merely overthinking it, he mused. Babidi was flabbergasted, and Dubra's eyes widened. Yeko was actually dispatched by this chubby one. Who is this fatso? Babidi asked. Rest assured, Lord Babidi. I shall guard the third level and eliminate them all. Dubra reassured him. Dubra, you must eradicate them. Babidi expressed his concern. Fear not, Dubra replied with a confident smile. As Goku and his companions ascended to the third level, Dubra also emerged from the doorway. Hey, you chubby one, I have come personally to deal with you. Dubra smirked. You spat at me. I shall transform you into chocolate. Bu scowled. You're seeking your own demise. Dubra's eyes gleamed with malice as he swiftly charged towards Bu. With a powerful blow, Dubra struck Bu on the head, causing it to cave in. Dubra's right hand shot forward, piercing through Bu's body and emerging from his back. Dubra withdrew his hand, and Bu collapsed to the ground. Easily defeated, Dubra sneered. Little fatso. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the little plump one would be swiftly defeated by Dapula. Infuriated, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and transformed into a Super Saiyan, causing the trembling spaceship to sway violently. Be cautious. This adversary is not easily vanquished. The Kaioshin was also drenched in sweat. Sun Wukong nodded. Barbara, please. Babidi promptly cast a spell, transporting Sun Wukong and his companions to an extraterrestrial location to prevent their immense energy fluctuations from damaging the spaceship. Sun Wukong and the others exchanged glances. Do not be alarmed. This is merely Master Babidi's spell, changing our surroundings. Dapula smiled faintly. Now, who is next? As he spoke, Majin Bu, who had been lying on the ground, abruptly stood up. The dented head that had been struck was instantly restored. Not only that, but the gaping wound in his chest also reverted to its original form, and even his tattered clothing was miraculously mended. Regeneration? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. I thought he was dead. Sun Wukong chuckled. Dad, I can't shake the feeling that something is off about him, Gohan whispered, lowering his voice. Gohan. You two have sensed the malevolent energy within him, have you not? Sun Wukong inquired.